Ethan travels to the pirate world and binds the Invincible Influence System, starting with invincible strength. But this power can only last for 10 years. To achieve permanent invincibility, he must make over 90 of the world's population deeply aware of his strength within that decade. In his view, there are two paths: leveraging newspaper news and public opinion to create momentum, or personally building a force to crush everything. Thus, a journey of conquest racing against time officially begins. Chapter 1. Starting Invincible. Announcing to the world my invincible power. The brain storage area. Hiss, it hurts. Ethan gasped, struggling to prop himself up. He was in a small alley. Where am I? Fragmented memories surged in like a tide. Just a second ago, he was in his dormitory, staying up late reading the latest chapter of One Piece. And the next moment, he ended up here. I crossed over. He stumbled to his feet, leaning against the damp wall. More memories flooded in. 3 days ago, Ethan, a pirate hunter, arrived at Lowtown. However, he had a quarrel with several pirates at the Roaring Whale Tavern. Last night, while returning to his residence alone, he was attacked from behind. Is the original owner of this body dead from a beating? Ethan touched the wound on the back of his head, his fingertip brushing against the scar that had already scabbed over. According to the residual memories, the original owner was a solitary pirate hunter who specialized in capturing small pirates in the East Blue for bounties. The sound of the clock tower chimed in the distance, and Ethan looked up at the sunlight streaming into the alley. Is this Lowtown? I actually crossed into such a dangerous world as One Piece? At least I didn't directly cross into the dangerous new world or the battlefield of the Marineford War. That's a bit of good fortune amidst the misfortune. System? Golden Finger? Suddenly, Ethan tried to call out, as every traveler should have one. That sure enough, a crisp voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Invincible Influence System activated. Ethan was momentarily stunned, then his eyes sparkled with wild joy. Indeed, the standard configuration for a traveler, though late, has arrived. This system will grant the host invincible power for a duration of 10 years. Within 10 years, the host must make 90 or more of the world's population deeply aware of your invincibility. If successful, invincible power will be permanently retained. If failed, invincible power will be revoked. System prompt. Invincible power granting. Initiated in an instant. A blazing golden light erupted from within Ethan's body. It was as if some immense force was reshaping Ethan's physique. The surrounding debris silently floated into the air. The walls of the alley cracked around him as the center. System prompt. Invincible power granting completed. As Ethan's thoughts moved, the system panel opened. Host. Ethan. Age. 22 years. Current power rating. Invincible. Remaining duration. 9 years. 364 days, 23 hours. Does the influence range reach 90 or more? No ability. List. Absolute strength. Can tear apart sea prism stone with bare hands. Infinite speed, surpassing anyone's light speed movement. Perfect defense. Ignores hockey and devil fruit. Attacks. Universal perception. Observation hockey covering the entire star domain. Rule immunity. Nullification of seawater and sea prism stone. After looking at the system panel, Ethan raised his arm and waved lightly, causing the air in front of him to explode with a bang. He widened his eyes, incredulously feeling the power surging within him. This is invincible power? This feeling is amazing. After testing his strength, Ethan smiled and couldn't help but exclaim, "But what does this golden finger mean?" After the initial ecstasy, Ethan showed a thoughtful expression and pondered in his heart. So, it grants me invincible power now. But the invincible power can only last for 10 years. If I can have a strong influence and let 90 or more of the world know about my invincible strength, then I can permanently retain this invincible power. Ethan felt somewhat intrigued. Even though I've read a lot of novels, I haven't seen this kind of golden finger before. But how do I let others know about my invincible strength? Ethan thought for a moment and made a judgment. To expand influence, there are two paths. The first path is to leverage the power of newspapers and news. The second path is to build my own force and create the strongest force in the world. I can tackle both at once. That's right, my goals are twofold. One is to appear in the newspapers. The second is to overthrow the world government and the celestial dragons, creating the strongest force of my own. Ethan had a plan and immediately thought about how to execute it. Oh right, according to the original owner's memory, Lowtown seems to have a branch of the World Economic News Agency in the East Blue that I can directly use this branch to raise my profile. With that thought, Ethan smiled. He planned to forcibly make the personnel at the East Blue branch of the World Economic News Agency issue news for him. Ethan stood in the lobby of the East Blue branch of the World Economic News Agency. Around him were toppled security guards and broken desks and chairs. His gaze was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority as he stared directly at the editor-in-chief, Liam Voss. Cold sweat dripped from Liam's forehead, and the pen in his hand trembled slightly. He had never seen such a powerful presence. Just a glance made him feel suffocated. He forced himself to calm down and whispered to the photographer beside him. Quick, take his picture. Do as he says. The photographer fumbled to adjust the camera, and, as the lens pointed at Ethan, the flash went off. Ethan smiled slightly, crossing his arms. Very well. Ethan nodded, his tone indifferent yet filled with pressure. I won't make it difficult for you. Just take a news photo and put it in the newspaper. Liam swallowed hard and cautiously asked, What news do you want to publish? Ethan's gaze swept across the lobby. Finally, he slowly spoke, his voice clear and powerful. I want to tell the whole world. I am the strongest person. Whether it's the Four Emperors or the Marine Admirals, their strength cannot compare to mine. Liam's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, The Four Emperors and Admirals are not as strong as you? Exactly. Ethan's lips curled slightly. You can write my words verbatim. Liam nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Understood. We will definitely report it truthfully. He turned to shout at the editors, What are you still dawdling for? Get typeset immediately. This will be tomorrow's headline. Ethan smiled in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the door. Before exiting, he paused and turned back to add, By the way, remember to make the photo look good. Liam wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. Definitely. After Ethan left, the lobby of the East Blue branch of the World Economic News Agency fell into a brief silence. Liam Voss sighed in relief and slumped into a chair. Suddenly, he thought of something. Then he stood up and quickly walked to the phone bug in the corner of the office. This was a special black phone bug used for direct contact with headquarters. Chapter 2. The reactions of the Four Emperors Big Mom, Kaido, and Shanks. Liam took a deep breath and dialed the direct line to the president, Morgan's. The phone bug's eyes slowly opened, simulating a bird-like face. This was the image of Morgan's, the president of the World Economic News Agency, known as Big News. Hello, Liam. The phone bug transmitted Morgan's hoarse and excited voice. Is there something interesting happening in the EC again? President. Liam's voice trembled slightly with nervousness. A man claiming to be invincible just barged into our branch. He demanded that we publish a news article claiming he is stronger than the Four Emperors and the Marine Admirals. The phone bug's expression instantly became exaggerated, its eyes wide open. Oh, interesting. So interesting. What does he look like? Do we have a photo? Yes. The photographer has already taken one. Liam quickly replied. He looks young, but his strength is unfathomable. Just a glance from him left us all frozen. President, I'm worried this news might bring trouble. Trouble? Ha ha. Morgans laughed heartily, his voice filled with enthusiasm. This is big news. Whether he has that strength or not, anyone who dares to openly challenge the Four Emperors and Admirals, the whole world will remember his name. Tomorrow's headline will feature this. The title will be Invincible Powerhouse Emerges in the East Sea, Claims to Surpass the Four Emperors. Liam hesitated, but if he's just bluffing, so what? Morgans interrupted him, his tone filled with undeniable excitement. The truth of the news doesn't matter. What matters is whether it can attract attention. This news will definitely explode across the world. Get it typeset and printed immediately. I want tomorrow's newspaper to sell out. Meanwhile, Morgans excitedly waved his wings at headquarters, shouting to his assistants. Hurry, contact all branches and increase the print run. Also, since I want to keep an eye on that Ethan in the EC, I want every move he makes to be a headline. New World, Totland Kingdom. Inside the massive castle of Cake Island, one of the Four Emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was sitting on her throne. She held a freshly delivered copy of the World Economic News. The front page prominently featured a photo of Ethan with a glaring headline. Invincible Powerhouse Emerges in the East Sea, Claims to Surpass the Four Emperors. Mama. Big Mom's laughter suddenly stopped, her pupils narrowing sharply. The newspaper was crumpled in her hand. "Mom, what's wrong?" Her eldest son, Perispero, sensed something unusual and asked cautiously. "Perispero." Big Mom's voice was low and dangerous. "Look at this arrogant little brat, daring to say he's stronger than me." She violently threw the newspaper to the ground, the photo of Ethan confidently smiling, as if mocking her authority. "Mom, this is just a nobody from the East Sea trying to attract attention," Katakuri said calmly. "A nobody?" Big Mom stood up, her massive figure casting a shadow, the atmosphere in the hall instantly solidifying. "Anyone who dares to publicly provoke the Four Emperors in the newspaper is either insane or truly capable. Perispero, immediately investigate this Ethan's background." "Yes, Mom." Perispero quickly responded, turning and leaving hurriedly. Big Mom sat back on her throne, her fingers tapping on the armrest, her eyes burning with anger. "If this brat is just bluffing, I'll make him know the price of insulting the Four Emperors. But if he really is that strong that a sinister smile spread across her lips, then it will be even more interesting." Kaido's massive body leaned against the throne, holding the latest issue of the World Economic News. The front page prominently featured a defiant photo of Ethan crossing his arms. The headline glaringly read, "Invincible Powerhouse Emerges in the East Sea, Claims to Surpass the Four Emperors." "Ha ha!" Kaido's laughter was low and dangerous. "Lord Kaido, this." Beside him, the Plague Queen wiped his cold sweat, trying to ease the tension. "Just a clown from the East Sea trying to attract attention. It's not worth your anger." "Attract attention?" Kaido's fingers tightened slightly, and the newspaper was instantly crumpled into shreds. "Daring to compare me to those wastes. This brat is tired of living." The ground trembled with his fury, and cracks appeared in the walls of Onigashima. Kaido stood up, shadows engulfing the entire hall. "Find out this brat's background." New World, Red Force. On the Blue Sea, the flagship of the red-haired pirates was sailing leisurely. Shanks sat on a barrel at the bow, holding a freshly delivered copy of the World Economic News. He wore a lazy smile on his face. Suddenly, Shanks' gaze swept over the front page headline, and his eyebrows raised slightly. "Oh, this is really..." The front page featured a photo of an unfamiliar young man, with the headline prominently stating, "Invincible Powerhouse Emerges in the East Sea, Claims to Surpass the Four Emperors." Beckman walked over with a cigarette in his mouth, glancing at the newspaper and scoffing. "Another guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth?" Lucky Roo, munching on a chicken leg, leaned over and mumbled, "East Sea? Isn't that the weakest sea? What kind of invincible person could come from there?" Jesus Burgess whistled. "Anyone who dares to provocatively challenge the Four Emperors like this is either insane or has some real ability." Shanks did not respond immediately, but stared at Ethan's photo with deep eyes. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "Interesting." Beckman asked sideways, "Do you know him?" Shanks shook his head. "No, it's the first time I've seen him. But his eyes are interesting." "What's interesting about them?" Lucky Roo scratched his head. "He just looks like an ordinary young man." Shanks folded the newspaper and casually tossed it to a nearby crew member, standing up. His smile remained, but his expression became serious. His eyes showed no fear. Beckman squinted slightly. "You mean?" Shanks looked towards the distant horizon, his tone relaxed yet playful. "Anyone who dares to publicly declare themselves stronger than the Four Emperors in the newspaper is either extremely foolish, or that he really has the strength to back up that arrogance." "Do you think he's the latter?" Jesus Burgess asked. Shanks smiled. "Who knows? But if he can make Big Mom and Kaido uneasy, then things will get interesting." Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke, saying lightly, "Should we send someone to investigate?" Shanks waved his hand. "No need. If he really has that ability, he will eventually stir up an even bigger commotion. We'll just wait and see." Chapter 3. Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and Sengoku's reactions. Lucky Roo grinned. "Haha, as expected of the captain, your mindset is steady." Shanks took a swig from the jug and then laughed heartily. "Come on, let's hold a feast. No matter how the world stirs, we won't miss a drop of our drinks." New World, Moby Dick. Marco lazily leaned against the mast, holding a freshly delivered copy of the World Economic News. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the headline. "Hey, Dad." He looked up, his tone somewhat strange. "There's an interesting guy from the East Sea." "Goo-la-la-la." Whitebeard sat in his exclusive giant chair, holding a jug of wine and taking a hearty swig. "The East Sea? What kind of interesting person can come from that place?" Marco shook the newspaper. a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This guy claims to be invincible and says he's stronger than the Four Emperors and the Admirals. As soon as he finished speaking, the noise on the deck came to a sudden halt. Huh. Diamond Jaw's eyes widened in disbelief. A kid from the East Sea dares to be so arrogant? Whitebeard squinted slightly and reached for the newspaper. His gaze fell on the front page photo that a young man with black hair crossed his arms, his eyes filled with unabashed confidence and arrogance. The headline boldly stated, "Unmatched powerhouse emerges in the East Sea, claiming to surpass the Four Emperors." After a brief silence, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, interesting. His laughter shook the deck, leaving the crew members exchanging puzzled glances, unsure why their captain was reacting this way. Old man, aren't you angry? This guy is provoking you. Whitebeard's smile faded as he gazed deeply into the distance. A kid, a true powerhouse, would never be angered by mere words. He paused, lightly tapping the wine jug with his fingers. However, to boldly declare oneself invincible in a newspaper, one is either an ignorant fool or he truly possesses the strength to back up such arrogance. Marco picked up the conversation, his expression serious. Do you think he could be the latter? Marco asked, somewhat surprised. Guru. Whitebeard laughed again. Who knows? But if it's true, this sea is going to get lively. He tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. In the tides of a new era, there will always be a few who stir up the storm. This kid might just become one of them. In a dark cave on a deserted island, the flickering firelight illuminated Blackbeard's scarred face as he sat cross-legged on the ground. In his hand, he clutched a crumpled copy of the World Economic News. The front page featured Ethan's photo, flickering in the firelight, with a glaring headline, "Unmatched powerhouse emerges in the East Sea, claiming to surpass the Four Emperors." Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's laughter echoed in the cave, deep and hoarse, sending chills down the spine like a snake's hiss. His gaze was fixed intently on the photo of Ethan. A glimmer of greed and calculation shone in his eyes. Interesting. Too interesting. Blackbeard grinned, revealing his broken teeth. Anyone who dares to publicly provoke the Four Emperors in a newspaper is either a fool or... His fingers tightened suddenly, crumpling the newspaper in his grasp. Or he truly has the invincible capital. Poison Q coughed twice, weakly leaning against the wall. Cough, cough. Captain Teach, are you thinking of recruiting him? Pirate, haha. Recruit? Blackbeard stood up. No, what I want is his power. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes, as if he saw prey if this guy is really as strong as the newspaper claims. Van Augur adjusted his sniper scope and said, Don. But the problem is, we can't even confirm whether he is really invincible. Then let's go confirm. Blackbeard suddenly turned, his cape fluttering. Raffet, take people to the East Sea and find this Ethan. If he's just bluffing. Raffet's lips curled into a cruel smile, then cut off his head. And if he really has the strength? Poison Q asked ominously. Blackbeard's smile grew increasingly sinister, a dark aura emanating from him. Then that's even better. In this sea, no one can truly be invincible. At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku's gaze swept over the front page headline, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A photo of a stranger was prominently displayed on the newspaper. The glaring headline read, "Unmatched powerhouse emerges in the East Sea, claiming to surpass the Four Emperors." In the photo, Ethan crossed his arms, a slight smirk on his lips, his eyes radiating unabashed confidence and arrogance. Sengoku's fingers tightened slightly, crumpling the edge of the newspaper. East Sea? Invincible? Sengoku's voice was low and cold. Such absurd claims dare to be printed? Branyu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. The World Economic News has already spread this news worldwide. Apparently, Morgan's personally ordered extra copies, and now even the Four Emperors in the New World have seen it. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, slowly removing his glasses and rubbing his brow. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Is this a plot by some force? Or just a simple attempt to attract attention? Or does this guy named Ethan really have strength? Investigate his background. Sengoku put his glasses back on, his gaze sharp as a knife. Does the East Sea Navy branch have any records on him? Brand quickly flipped through the files in his hand. We've already checked. Ethan, 22 years old, was originally a lone bounty hunter. until today he suddenly appeared at the World Economic News Office, forcefully demanding the release of this news. A bounty hunter? Sengoku snorted coldly. A guy whose name I've never even heard of suddenly declares himself invincible? Absurd. Brand New hesitated for a moment and whispered, but that according to eyewitnesses, he made everyone in the news agency unable to move with just a glance. Even the walls and floors cracked, due to his aura. Sengoku paused momentarily. He looked again at the photo in the newspaper. Years of experience told him that such a gaze was not something a bluffer could possess. Sengoku's mind conjured images of Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion, names that once stirred the world. Now a new variable had emerged. Invincible? Sengoku murmured, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. In this sea, no one can truly be invincible. Akiji Kazan lazily leaned back on the office sofa, holding a freshly delivered copy of the World Economic News. Chapter 4. Akainu and Akiji's reactions. Finally capturing Buggy, his gaze casually swept over the front page, but froze momentarily when he saw the headline. An invincible power emerges in the East Blue, claims to surpass the Four Emperors. The black-haired young man in the photo crossed his arms, a confident smile on his face, as if declaring war on the entire world. Oh, Akiji raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. That's actually such an interesting guy in the East Blue. The office door swung open, and Akainu Sakazuki strode in, holding a newspaper in his hand. His expression was grim, clearly having seen the headline. Kazan, did you see this? Akainu's voice was low and filled with anger. A nameless nobody dares to boast in the newspaper, claiming to be invincible. It's simply a provocation to the Navy and the world government. Akiji yawned lazily and replied, Akainu, don't be so excited. Maybe he really has that kind of strength? Akainu snorted coldly. Ridiculous. What kind of invincible person can come out of the weakest sea like the East Blue? I see it as nothing more than a gimmick. Akiji didn't respond immediately, but looked again at the photo in the newspaper. His gaze lingered on Ethan's eyes, which held a fearless confidence, even a hint of arrogance that looked down on the world. Akainu, how many people have you seen publicly proclaiming themselves to be stronger than the Four Emperors in the newspaper? Akiji suddenly asked. Akainu frowned. Only a madman would do that. Yes, Akiji chuckled lightly. But there are usually two kinds of madmen. One is purely foolish, and the other has the strength to back up that arrogance. A glint of coldness flashed in Akainu's eyes. Are you saying this kid named Ethan might really have that kind of power? Akiji shrugged. Who knows? Akainu fell silent for a moment before saying coldly, in any case, this arrogant fool must be punished. If he is just bluffing, I'll make him understand the consequences of provoking the Navy. Akainu's fist tightened slightly. Orange Town, the headquarters of the Buggy Pirates. The clown Buggy was sitting on his throne, surrounded by a group of pirates laughing and joking. They had just finished plundering a batch of goods and were excitedly dividing the spoils. Ha ha ha, this haul is not bad. Buggy grinned widely, his red nose particularly striking in the sunlight. Captain Buggy is mighty. Moji waved his whip, flattering him. Of course. Buggy sat back in satisfaction, crossing his legs. Just then, heavy footsteps approached from the entrance. Buggy squinted, looking towards the source of the sound. A black-haired young man walked in slowly. Hey, who are you? How dare you barge into Captain Buggy's headquarters? Kabeji drew his sword and shouted sternly. The young man stopped, crossed his arms, and wore a calm smile. I am Ethan. Ethan? Buggy paused for a moment, then widened his eyes. Wait, that name sounds a bit familiar. Moji suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled out a crumpled copy of the World Economic News. The front page prominently featured Ethan's photo, with the eye-catching headline, An invincible power emerges in the East Blue, claims to surpass the Four Emperors. Captain Buggy, he asked the guy making all that noise in the newspaper. Moji exclaimed. Buggy took the newspaper, glanced at the photo, and then looked up at the young man in front of him, bursting into exaggerated laughter. Ha! You're the fool who calls himself invincible. Buggy laughed so hard he nearly fell over, his red nose shaking. Hey, did you all hear that? This guy actually claims to be stronger than the Four Emperors. Kabeji mocked, shaking his head. Captain Buggy, he can't be someone who escaped from a lunatic asylum. Can he? Moji laughed, holding his stomach. The members of the Buggy Pirates burst into laughter, filling the square with a lively atmosphere. Ethan stood quietly, his gaze calm, as if watching a group of clowns. "Have you laughed enough?" he said lightly, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Buggy wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and waved his hand. "Kid, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. Get lost before I get angry." Ethan shook his head slightly, his tone still indifferent. "Buggy, I'm here to recruit you. From today on, you and your crew belong to me." "Huh." Buggy's smile instantly froze, replaced by a look of shock. "Recruit me? Who do you think you are?" Buggy stood up abruptly, his face darkening. "Exactly. Our Captain Buggy is a man who will become the Pirate King. How could he possibly work for you?" Moji waved his whip dismissively. "You're just an ignorant kid. It looks like you need to be taught a lesson," Kabeji said coldly, drawing his sword. Ethan sighed. "It seems I can only use strength to make you shut up." "Arrogant," Buggy roared, suddenly waving his hand. "Attack!" Beat him into a pig's head. The members of the Buggy Pirates rushed forward, with Moji's lion Ricky roaring as it lunged at Ethan. Kabeji charged at high speed on his unicycle, the blade glinting coldly. "Really, unaware of your own mortality," Ethan murmured softly. However, the next moment, before he could finish his sentence, an invisible force suddenly erupted. It was as if an unseen ripple spread through the air, instantly sweeping over the entire square. Bang, 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 with a series of muffled thuds. The members of the Buggy Pirates were sent flying as if struck by a giant hammer. Moji's lion Ricky howled in pain, its massive body crashing to the ground. Kabeji's unicycle disintegrated in an instant, and he himself smashed into a wall far away. Other pirates lay sprawled across the ground, some even embedded in the earth, unable to scream in time. The entire square fell silent, leaving only Buggy standing there in a daze. How is this possible?" Buggy's eyes widened, his red nose trembling in shock. He stiffly turned to look at his crew. Just moments ago, they were lively and full of spirit. But now they were all collapsed on the ground like rag dolls, with no room for resistance. And Ethan hadn't even lifted a finger. "Now, can we have a proper talk?" Ethan tilted his head slightly, his tone calm, as if nothing had happened. Buggy's forehead broke out in cold sweat, his red nose trembling slightly from fear. He stiffly forced out a smile that was more painful than crying. Then he trembled as he spoke. Wait. "Lord Ethan, just now, we didn't recognize your greatness." Chapter 5, Encountering the Disdainful Hawk. I, Buggy, am at your service. "Absolutely at your service." Ethan raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at him with a half smile. "Oh, now, you know how to back down?" Buggy quickly nodded like a garlic peeler. "Backing down. Absolutely backing down. Whatever you say goes." Indeed, Buggy was the extremely adaptable person I remembered. Ethan sighed inwardly. "Good." Ethan nodded in satisfaction, his tone carrying undeniable authority. "From today on, you and your subordinates belong to me. We are setting sail for the Grand Line." "To the Grand Line?" Buggy's face instantly turned pale. He cursed inwardly. What kind of joke is this? I've finally made a name for myself in the East Blue, and now I have to go to that hellhole. But he dared not show any defiance on the surface, and could only grit his teeth and say, "Of course. It's our honor to serve Lord Ethan." Ethan saw through Buggy's thoughts with a cold smile. "Don't think about escaping. If you dare to pull any tricks, I won't hesitate to let you and your subordinates sink to the bottom of the sea forever." Buggy trembled all over and quickly waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare. Absolutely wouldn't dare." Ethan ignored him and turned to sit casually on Buggy's throne. He looked around, secretly calculating. Now it's good. I don't have to worry about the navigator, the Grand Line map, or the cook. Although Buggy was useless, his team still had some value. Buggy secretly glanced at Ethan and saw that he seemed to have relaxed his guard. He began to think rapidly. This guy's strength is terrifying. I can't confront him head on, but I don't want to be someone else's subordinate. I need to find a chance to slip away or use someone else to kill him. His eyes turned, and he suddenly thought, right? There are monsters all over the Grand Line. If I can lure him to the territories of those Four Emperors or Marine Admirals, maybe I can use their hands to get rid of him. With this thought, a sly smile unconsciously appeared on Buggy's lips, but was quickly suppressed. He pretended to be respectful and leaned toward Ethan, flattering him. "Lord Ethan, do you have any orders?" "We are ready at any time." Ethan glanced at him indifferently, as if seeing through his thoughts, but did not expose them. He simply said, casually, "Prepare the ship and supplies. We'll set off tomorrow morning." "Yes, yes," Buggy quickly responded and turned to shout at his subordinates, still lying on the ground. "Stop playing dead. Hurry up and prepare." Machi and Kabeji quickly got up, casting fearful glances at Ethan before scurrying off to execute the orders. Ethan leaned back on the throne, closed his eyes to rest, but was secretly planning his next steps. With Buggy's team, I can save a lot of trouble. Next, I need the whole world to know of my existence. The Grand Line, what great stage. On the azure sea, the Buggy pirate ship sailed slowly. Ethan stood at the bow, the sea breeze brushing through his black hair, gazing at the endless horizon. Suddenly, a pirate on lookout shouted in terror, "Captain, there's a small boat ahead. It's Hawkeye my hawk." "What?" Buggy's face instantly turned ashen, his red nose trembling violently. "Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman." The entire pirate crew fell into panic. Machi trembled, clutching Lion's Leaky, while Kabeji nearly tipped over his unicycle. The name of Hawkeye was known throughout the East Blue, and his appearance meant an absolute threat of death. Buggy suddenly turned to Ethan and shouted, I, Lord Ethan, let us turn back quickly. That is Hawkeye." Unexpectedly, Ethan was quite pleased in his heart, thinking, "What good luck. I get to meet Hawkeye so soon. Fortunately, I'm invincible now. Otherwise, I would also be panicking." So at this moment, Ethan remained motionless, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Hawkeye, perfect, perfect." Buggy was almost crying. "Are you crazy? He'll chop us all down." Ethan ignored Buggy's wailing and walked straight to the bow. In the distance, a black small boat floated quietly on the sea. A man on the boat wore a black top hat, with a huge black sword, Yuru, crossed behind his back. His gaze was sharp like a hawk, coldly observing the Buggy pirate ship. Hawkeye's eyes swept over everyone on the ship, finally landing on Ethan. He frowned slightly, seeming to recognize this man who had been making headlines in the newspapers. "You're the one who calls himself invincible, Ethan?" Ethan crossed his arms and responded calmly, "That's right, it's me." Hawkeye snorted coldly. "A frog in a well dares to claim invincibility?" Ethan smiled and replied, "Frog in a well? Wrong. The world is too small to contain me." Buggy and his subordinates hid in the cabin, terrified. Buggy covered his ears, murmuring, "It's over, it's over. This guy actually dares to provoke Hawkeye. We're doomed." A trace of anger flashed in Hawkeye's eyes as he slowly drew the black sword. "Yuru, arrogant fool, let your blood wash away your ignorance." Ethan remained calm and did not even take a fighting stance. "Let us see." Before he finished speaking, Hawkeye's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Ethan. The black sword came down with a force that tore through the air. A brilliant green sword chi slashed out, like a crescent moon ripping through the air, bearing down on Ethan with overwhelming power. With a sword chi passed, the sea was split in two, creating towering waves that seemed to threaten to split the sky itself. The members of the Buggy pirates had long been scared to the ground, and Buggy's red nose twisted in fear. He screamed, "It's over. With this blow, the ship will be gone." However, facing this strike capable of cleaving mountains, Ethan merely raised his right hand lightly, fingers spread as if to catch a falling leaf. Boom! A massive shock wave swept across the sea, violently shaking the Buggy pirate ship, nearly capsizing it. Buggy and his subordinates were thrown around, looking in terror toward the bow. As the smoke cleared, everyone opened their eyes wide. Ethan still stood in place, having caught Hawkeye's strike with one hand. His palm met Yuru, and there wasn't even a scratch. Hawkeye's pupils suddenly contracted. "What?" Ethan smiled slightly and said, "Is this the power of the world's greatest swordsman?" "Just this much." Hawkeye quickly retreated, creating distance, his expression serious. "Who exactly are you?" Hawkeye asked in a deep voice. Ethan slowly raised his hand, gathering a ball of golden energy in his palm. "I told you, I am invincible." In the next moment, Ethan's figure instantly disappeared, reappearing behind Hawkeye. He threw a punch, the air exploding with a thunderous sound, and Hawkeye blocked with his black sword. Chapter 6. Hawkeye's shock and frustration, however. Hawkeye was knocked away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily onto the surface of the sea and stirring up waves dozens of meters high. Buggy and his subordinates were dumbfounded. their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Hawkeye was knocked away with a single punch? Buggy's voice trembled as if he had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. As the sea calmed, Hawkeye leaped from the water and landed on a small boat. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Interesting. Hawkeye wiped away the blood, gripping his black blade tightly. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. Hawkeye's voice was low and calm, but his grip on the sword tightened slightly. The feeling of invincible power was truly exhilarating. Ethan instinctively had a thought. Then he chuckled softly, sweeping his gaze over the members of Buggy's pirate crew. His eyes landed on the long sword at Kabeji's waist. Then he raised his hand, fingers grasping at the air. I'll borrow your sword. Kabeji's long sword instantly unsheathed, as if drawn by an invisible force, and landed steadily in Ethan's hand. Buggy and the others stared wide-eyed, completely unable to react to what had just happened. Did he just take it from a distance? Buggy's red nose twitched, and his voice changed pitch. Ethan weighed the sword in his hand. He looked up at Hawkeye, a confident smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Let us go again. Before the words fell, Ethan's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of Hawkeye the next moment. The blade gleamed like lightning, striking down. Hawkeye's pupils constricted as he blocked with his black blade. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated across the sea, creating shockwaves that overturned the surrounding waters. The deck beneath Hawkeye's feet shattered instantly, forcing him to retreat several steps to stabilize himself. Such speed. Hawkeye was secretly astonished. Ethan didn't stop, shifting the momentum of his blade and sweeping it out. Hawkeye quickly defended, but with each clash, he could feel the terrifying power emanating from his opponent's sword. Clang! 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 Amidst the flashing sword lights, the two figures flickered over the surface of the sea, each collision stirring up towering waves. Buggy's pirate ship was violently rocked by the residual force, and everyone clung tightly to the ship's railing, fearing they would be thrown into the sea. Is this still human? Machi, holding the lion Ricky, trembled as he spoke. Buggy's face turned pale as he muttered, it's over, what kind of monster have we followed? During the battle, Hawkeye gradually fell into a disadvantage. Each of his strikes was easily deflected by Ethan, while Ethan's blade became faster and stronger. Finally, after a fierce exchange, Hawkeye was knocked back several dozen meters, nearly losing his grip on the black blade. He steadied himself, a trickle of blood once again escaping from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Ethan across from him, waves of shock surging in his heart. I didn't expect to be defeated here. The strength of this man far exceeded my imagination. His speed, strength, and even his understanding of combat have reached an unimaginable level. Does such a monster truly exist in this world? Even Whitebeard or Shanks never gave me such a sense of oppression. I might die, but since I was the one to strike first, I will never run away. Hawkeye's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a rare smile. Do you want to continue? Ethan stood not far away. The tip of his sword slanted towards the sea, his tone indifferent. Hawkeye looked up, his eyes showing no fear, but instead a hint of a cold smile. Do you think I would run away? No, I know you won't. Ethan shook his head, but I also don't want to fight anymore. Hawkeye furrowed his brow and asked, what do you mean? Ethan casually tossed the sword back to Kabeji, then looked at Hawkeye, his tone becoming serious. My hawk, join my forces. Hawkeye was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I'm not interested in being someone else's subordinate. You don't need to come on board. Ethan said calmly, I only need you to listen to my commands at critical moments. In exchange, I can often accompany you in swordsmanship practice. Hawkeye's eyes flickered slightly. Ethan continued, you pursue the ultimate in swordsmanship, and I can provide you with the opponents you desire. Such conditions aren't too bad, right? The atmosphere between the two fell into a brief silence. Finally, Hawkeye slowly stood up, the black blade knight being sheathed once again behind him. Interesting. He fixed his gaze on Ethan, a glimmer of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. I agree to your proposal, but don't expect me to follow your commands and everything. Ethan smiled. That's enough. Not only did I successfully make a name for myself this time, but I also managed to recruit Hawkeye. Consider it an overachievement. Ethan thought with satisfaction. Buggy and the others stared in disbelief at this scene. completely unable to comprehend the development. Hawkeye was just subdued like that. Buggy's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an apple. Ethan turned and walked back to the ship, waving to Buggy. Continue forward, destination the Grand Line. Buggy shivered and hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, yes. Master Ethan. A few hours earlier, on the Azure Sea, a luxurious cruise ship was slowly sailing by. On the deck, passengers were enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine, completely unaware that an astonishing duel was unfolding not far away. Carl Horn, a reporter from the World Economic News Agency, was leaning against the railing with a glass of red wine in hand. He had just finished interviewing a businessman from the EC and was preparing to return to the cabin to organize his notes. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions echoed from the distant sea, followed by towering waves. What is happening? Carl abruptly set down his wine glass, pulling out a pair of binoculars from his pocket to look towards the source of the sound. In the viewfinder, a pirate ship was confronting a small black boat. Even more shocking was that a black-haired youth was fiercely clashing with the legendary Hawkeye Mihawk. Amidst the flashes of blades, the sea was torn apart, and the air seemed to tremble. That is Hawkeye Mihawk. Carl's hands trembled slightly, hardly believing his eyes. And that black-haired youth is the one who claims to be invincible in the newspapers, Ethan. His professional instincts made Carl instantly realize that this was a story big enough to shake the world. He quickly took out his camera from his backpack, adjusted the focus, and aimed it at the battlefield in the distance. Click, click. Unfortunately, the cruise ship was too far from the two, and the photos Carl took were quite blurry, making it impossible to see Ethan and Hawkeye's appearances. This is too unbelievable. Carl's heart raced, feeling both excited and deeply regretful. After the battle ended, Carl saw that Ethan and Hawkeye seemed to have called a truce. Hawkeye sheathed his black blade, while Ethan turned and returned to the pirate ship. I must contact the president immediately. Carl put away his camera and dashed back to the cabin. He dialed the special phone line of the World Economic News Agency. Once the phone was connected, Carl's voice trembled with excitement. President, this is Carl Horn. I just saw the duel between Ethan and Hawkeye Mihawk. Chapter 7 announcing to the world the defeat of Hawkeye. The reactions of the Yonko Big Mom and Whitebeard on the other end of the transponder snail. Morgans jumped up from his chair, flapping his wings excitedly. What? Are you sure it's Hawkeye and that Ethan? Absolutely, Carl quickly replied. Ethan fought against Hawkeye, but the photo couldn't be taken. We were too far away. Morgan's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's amazing. Carl, you've done a great job. The photo might be blurry, but it doesn't matter, as long as you confirm that the two of them fought. I want tomorrow's newspaper to sell out worldwide. After hanging up the phone, Morgans paced back and forth in his office, muttering to himself. Big news. Absolutely big news. Invincible Ethan defeats Hawkeye Mihawk. That headline is explosive. He suddenly turned around and shouted at his assistants. Hurry. Notify the printing house to stop all other news printing. Change tomorrow's headline to this. The title should be, Shocking the World. Ethan defeats Hawkeye. The name Invincible is well-deserved. The assistants scrambled to carry out the orders, and Morgan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Ethan, who exactly are you? Meanwhile, the Yonko of the New World, the Navy headquarters, the Revolutionary Army, and even the underground world bosses would all receive this newspaper tomorrow. And Ethan's name would truly resonate throughout the world. In the castle of Cake Island, a sweet aroma filled the air. Charlotte Linlin was sitting on the throne, her thick fingers gripping a freshly delivered World Economic News. The front page headline glaringly read, Shocking the World. Ethan defeats Hawkeye. The name Invincible is well-deserved. MMM. Big Mom's laughter suddenly stopped, her thick lips pressed into a straight line. Her pupils slightly constricted as she stared at the words on the newspaper, as if trying to burn them through sheer will. Mama? Her eldest son, Perispero, sensed something unusual and cautiously approached. Is another news about that Ethan? Big Mom did not respond but slammed the newspaper onto the table, making the dessert tower tremble. Perispero. Her voice was low and thunderous. Go check. Is this news true or not? Perispero quickly nodded yes. I'll contact our informants in the East Sea right away. Standing nearby, Katakuri crossed his arms and calmly analyzed. Hawkeye Mihawk has always been a lone wolf and never easily engages in battles. If this news is true, then Ethan's strength is probably far beyond our estimates. Impossible. Big Mom suddenly roared, standing up abruptly, her conqueror's haki uncontrollably erupting, shaking the entire castle. How could a little brat from the East Sea defeat the world's greatest swordsman? Her eyes flashed with ferocity. It must be that Birdman Morgan's making up stories for sales. In the New World, aboard the Red Force, Shanks leaned against the ship railing, holding a crumpled World Economic News. The front page headline glaringly caught his eye, shocking the world. Ethan defeats Hawkeye. The name Invincible is well-deserved. This is... Shanks lightly tapped the edge of the newspaper with his fingers, furrowing his brow. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and glanced at him sideways. What's wrong? Even you're starting to doubt that guy's strength? Shanks did not answer immediately, pausing for a moment. That Mihawk guy is not the type to cooperate with others in a staged act, Shanks said in a rarely serious tone. Lucky Roo, munching on a chicken leg, leaned over and asked indistinctly, Captain, you can't actually believe it, right? Hawkeye is a monster who even cut you. Precisely, Shanks suddenly laughed. But the mirth did not reach his eyes. If even Mihawk has been defeated, then this Ethan is probably more dangerous than we imagine. The noise on the deck gradually quieted down. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco held a freshly delivered World Economic News, his brow furrowed. He quickly walked toward Whitebeard's exclusive seat, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. Dad, you need to see this. Whitebeard slightly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the newspaper in Marco's hand. The front page headline boldly read, shocking the world. Ethan defeats Hawkeye. The name Invincible is well-deserved. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed heartily, but there was a hint of depth in his laughter. Another little brat from the East Sea? Marco Nadith. The newspaper says Ethan fought Hawkeye in the East Sea, not only taking on Hawkeye's slash, but also knocking him away with a single punch. Whitebeard took the newspaper, his thick fingers gently rubbing the paper's surface, a glint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He slowly spoke. That Hawkeye guy is not someone who easily admits defeat. Jozu stepped forward, scratching his head. Dad, do you think this news is true? Hawkeye is the world's greatest swordsman. How could he be defeated by a nameless rookie? Whitebeard did not answer immediately, but gazed toward the distant horizon, as if recalling something. After a moment, he said solemnly, I know Hawkeye's strength well. His swordsmanship and haki, even I wouldn't dare underestimate. Marco frowned. If Ethan really can defeat Hawkeye, then his strength must have reached Yonko level. But why would such a person suddenly appear in the East Sea? Marco couldn't help but ask. Whitebeard slightly narrowed his eyes. That is exactly what I suspect. Why has someone with such strength remained unnoticed until now? And why suddenly declare himself invincible? Dad, are you saying this could be some kind of conspiracy? Whitebeard shook his head. Whether it's a conspiracy or not is hard to say at this point. But one thing is certain. This Ethan is definitely not an ordinary person. He stood up, his towering figure casting a shadow. The sea breeze rustled through his cape, creating a sound like a hunting call. Marco, send someone to investigate Ethan's background. I have a feeling that his appearance will stir the situation in these seas. Kaido's massive figure loomed before the throne, holding a crumpled World Economic News. The headline glaringly stated, shocking the world. Ethan defeats Hawkeye. The name Invincible is well-deserved. Ugh! Kaido's laughter was deep and dangerous, a cold light flashing in his purple pupils. That Hawkeye guy has been defeated? Yamato. He suddenly turned his head to look at the nearby Yamato. Is this news credible? Yamato spread out her black wings and said in a deep voice, Morgans likes to exaggerate, so the news is currently not very credible. Chapter 8. Kaido of the Four Emperors and the Reactions of the Three Admirals. Ethan finds Crocodile, Queen. Kaido suddenly shouted, Where are you? Here. The plump-legged Queen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and squeezed out from the corner. Boss Kaido, what is it? Weren't you always bragging about your intelligence network? Kaido grabbed Queen by the collar, the smell of alcohol spraying in his face. Why didn't you know that such a person appeared in the East Blue? Queen's mechanical arm clicked nervously as he stammered. Teach this kid was just an unknown pirate hunter before. Who knew he would suddenly? Useless. Kaido casually threw Queen against the wall, shattering a piece of rock. He took a swig of alcohol, staring at the blurry photo of Ethan in the newspaper, a mix of battle intent and suspicion in his eyes. To defeat Mihawk. That's indeed interesting. Kaido grinned, revealing his fangs. But invincible? Ha ha. In this sea, only I deserve that title. Jean calmly reminded him. Mr. Kaido, if Ethan really has such strength, he is likely to enter the new world next. Should we prepare in advance? Kaido was silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Let him come. I want to see if he is real gold or scrap metal. He swung his kanabo, smashing it into the ground, shaking the entire Onigashima. Send the orders. Kaido roared. All gifters strengthen patrols. If Ethan's ship is spotted, engage in direct combat. Jean frowned slightly. What about trying to recruit him? His abilities might be useful for war. Recruit him? Kaido scoffed. If he can't even withstand my rumble 8 trigrams, he doesn't qualify to negotiate terms. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku crumpled the newspaper in his hand, his gaze fixed on the headline, shocking the world. Ethan defeats Mihawk. The title of Invincible is well-deserved. Absurd, Sengoku muttered. The office door was pushed open, and Akainu Sakazuki strode in, his face as dark as iron. He also held a newspaper, his knuckles turning white from gripping it tightly. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akainu's voice rumbled like flowing magma. This ridiculous news must be clarified immediately. Sengoku looked up, his gaze sharp. Sakazuki, do you think it's fake? Who is Mihawk? Akainu sneered. The world's greatest swordsman. Even Shanks is on par with him. What right does an unknown East Blue pirate hunter have to defeat him? Sengoku fell silent for a moment and pressed the communication snail on the desk. Call Akiji and Kizaru over. Akiji Kuzan lazily leaned against the wall, casually opening the newspaper in his hand. His eyes skimmed the headline, his eyebrows slightly raised. Oh, Mihawk actually lost? Kizaru Polysolino appeared beside him, his sunglasses reflecting the light. That's quite scary, isn't it? After provoking the Four Emperors, he turned around and defeated the world's greatest swordsman. Akiji glanced at him. Do you think it's true? Kizaru shrugged. Who knows? In Alabasta, the scorching sun burned the vast desert, and the dry wind swept up yellow sand, forming golden curtains. In the underground secret chamber of the casino rain dinner, Crocodile sat on a large sofa, holding the latest world economic news. A cigar hung from the corner of his mouth, smoke swirling around him, his gaze sinister and cold. Ethan defeated Mihawk? He murmured the headline, the golden hook glinting coldly. Morgan's that Birdman dares to fabricate such absurd news for sales. He casually tossed the newspaper aside, clearly disdainful of such hype. However, just as he was about to close his eyes to rest, the door of the secret chamber was suddenly pushed open. Crocodile Sama, a member of Baroque Works, rushed in, panic evident on his pale face. As someone has broken in, we can't stop him. Crocodile frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Useless. You can't even handle an intruder? The agent trembled as he spoke. He's too strong. All the agents were taken down in an instant, even Mr. One is no match for him. Crocodile's expression suddenly stiffened. He knew Mr. One's strength. Anyone who could easily defeat him was certainly not an ordinary person. Interesting. He slowly stood up, his cloak moving without wind, sand swirling around his feet. I want to see who dares to act wildly on my territory. Before his words had faded, the walls of the secret chamber suddenly crumbled, and a figure stepped in slowly. A black-haired youth, arms crossed, a calm smile on his lips. Crocodile, I've heard much about you. Crocodile narrowed his eyes, the smoke from the cigar swirling between them. You're the one making a big fuss in the newspapers? Ethan? Seeing Crocodile's appearance, Ethan felt a sense of familiarity. It was indeed just like in the anime. The scar on his face was the same. He wondered what caused it. Ethan was curious, but knew it wasn't important. So he cast aside his thoughts and nodded slightly. It seems my reputation has reached here. Crocodile sneered, arrogant brat. Do you think that defeating a few small fries gives you the right to stand before me? Ethan did not respond, but looked around, his gaze sweeping over the luxurious secret chamber before finally landing on Crocodile. I came here to give you a chance. A chance? Crocodile seemed to have heard a joke, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. That's right. Ethan looked him in the eye, his tone calm, yet undeniable. From today onwards, you, Crocodile, will become my subordinate. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Crocodile's gaze instantly turned icy, and the temperature around him seemed to drop. "What did you say?" His voice was deep and dangerous. Sand began to swirl around him, and the ground of the entire secret chamber trembled slightly. "Ethan remained indifferent," I said. "You are qualified to become my subordinate. You're seeking death." Crocodile roared in fury, swinging his right hand violently, and a sandstorm instantly engulfed the entire room. Desert Sword. The golden sand blade tore through the air, heading straight for Ethan. However, in the next instant, Ethan's figure vanished like a ghost. The sand blade slashed through empty air, and a massive crack split the wall. "Too slow." Ethan's voice echoed behind Crocodile. Crocodile's pupils contracted as he quickly turned around, his left hand's golden hook stabbing out fiercely. Poison hook. The hook blade glimmered with purple poison light, aiming for Ethan's throat. However, Ethan merely tilted his body slightly, easily dodging, then raised his hand and punched out. Bang! Crocodile's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. Amidst the dust, Crocodile slowly stood up, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 9: Defeating Crocodile. How is this possible? You actually learned hockey? Ethan walked over slowly, his tone calm. The invincible power bestowed by this system is quite good. Not only is my physical skill invincible, but it also grants many abilities. Hockey is nothing. Is it that difficult? While thinking this, Ethan spoke with a disdainful tone. Crocodile gritted his teeth, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Don't get too proud, brat. He suddenly slammed the ground, causing the entire secret chamber to collapse, with countless sand and gravel flying into the sky. Sandstorm. A massive sandstorm engulfed the entire rain banquet, and the buildings collapsed amidst the raging sand. However, at the center of the storm, Ethan's figure stood firm. He raised his hand, gathering a ball of golden energy in his palm, then gently squeezed it. Boom! The sandstorm was violently torn apart by an invisible force, dissipating into thin air. Crocodile's eyes widened, feeling real pressure for the first time. Who exactly are you? Ethan smiled slightly and said, I told you. I am invincible. He stepped closer to Crocodile, his tone calm, yet filled with authority. Now, I ask you again, submit or die. Crocodile's pupils constricted sharply, Ethan's words piercing his heart like a sharp knife. A scene from over 20 years ago flashed through his mind. The giant standing on a Moby Dick, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. With just one blow, he completely shattered the power of the Sansan fruit that he was so proud of. The humiliation and helplessness from that time surged up in his heart once more. Submit or die. Crocodile's mouth twitched, the ash from his cigar falling due to his trembling. His golden hook reflected a cold light in the sunlight, but compared to the anger within, that light seemed so dim. What joke? Who do you think I am? The sand and gravel beneath his feet spun wildly, and the ruins of the rain banquet began to tremble. Crocodile's gaze became ferocious, the shadows of the past intertwining with his current rage. He roared hysterically. I'm the sand crocodile. Even Whitebeard couldn't make me bow my head. You little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Desert Diamond Blade. He swung his arms violently, and the sand condensed into two enormous golden scimitars, slicing through the air towards Ethan. This strike contained all his anger and resentment, as if he wanted to pour out over 20 years of humiliation. However, facing this blow that could cleave mountains, Ethan merely raised his right hand lightly, fingers spread. Boom! The sand blades suddenly stopped half a meter away from Ethan, as if they had hit an invisible wall. Crocodile's eyes widened, and before he could react, Ethan's figure appeared before him like a ghost. I can feel your anger. Ethan's voice was terrifyingly calm. But unfortunately, the gap in strength can't be made up for with anger. Before his words fell, Ethan's fist heavily struck Crocodile's abdomen. Poof! Crocodile spat out a mouthful of blood, his body curling up like a shrimp. He was sent flying, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop. He struggled to get up, but found his limbs trembling uncontrollably from the intense pain. Ethan walked closer, looking down at him from above. Crocodile gritted his teeth, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. His vision blurred from the pain, but Ethan's figure was glaringly clear. At that moment, he faintly saw Whitebeard from back then. The same overwhelming power, the same despairing gap. Kill me, Crocodile said hoarsely. I would rather die than be someone else's subordinate again. Ethan was silent for a moment. Should I kill him? No, if I kill him, I won't achieve my goal. So Ethan suddenly chuckled. You have guts. However, I'm not interested in killing you. He turned around, waving his hand to Crocodile. When you have thought it through, you can come find me anytime. On a distant sand dune, the clown Buggy and his crew were huddled behind a rock, trembling. Hey, Captain Buggy, are we really not running? Machi shrank his neck, his voice trembling. Shut up. Buggy's teeth chattered, his red nose shining even brighter from the tension. That guy's observation hockey might cover the entire desert. Running away now is asking for death. Buggy's pupils reflected Crocodile's miserable state in the ruins, and the fear in his heart surged like a tide. He recalled the scene of Ethan effortlessly blocking the desert diamond blade. Comparing it to his own past, where Crocodile crushed him with a single finger, he suddenly felt his throat go dry. What a joke. Even the 7 warlords were crushed like ants. Buggy's calves began to cramp. How could I encounter such a monster? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a gust of wind swept past his ear. Yo, having quite the lively chat. You Buggy was so scared he jumped 3 meters high, splitting into dozens of pieces that flew chaotically in the air. By the time he hurriedly pieced himself back together, Ethan was standing before him with an enigmatic smile. Lord Ethan. Buggy instantly forced a flattering smile, rubbing his hands. Your battle just now was truly spectacular. That sand crocodile was like a mere fish. Is that so? Ethan interrupted him, his gaze meaningful. But your heartbeat is as fast as a drum. Buggy's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. In a moment of panic, he suddenly put on a serious face. Actually, I was pondering a profound question. Oh, why did you let Crocodile go? Buggy pretended to be calm, spreading his hands. With your strength, you could easily deal with him. Ethan did not answer, only thinking in his heart. Be strong ones. It's best if not a single one dies. Ethan chuckled in his heart, waiting for them to unite and challenge me, only to be crushed all at once. The whole world will then understand what true invincibility is. On Cake Island, within the magnificent Cake Castle, the sweet scent of cream filled the air, but at this moment, the hall was shrouded in a layer of oppressive dark clouds. The Yonko Charlotte Linlin was seated on her throne, holding a copy of the latest newspaper. The headline boldly printed Ethan defeating Crocodile. Mama. Big Mom's laughter was low and dangerous, her pupils slightly constricting, her gaze fixed intensely on the contents of the newspaper. This little brat actually managed to defeat Crocodile? Her eldest son, Perispero, stood beside her, licking his candy cane, and cautiously said, Mom, according to the reporter's description, the details of Ethan's battle with Mihawk are unclear. Some believe Mihawk let Ethan go. However, being able to defeat Crocodile indicates that his strength is at least at Crocodile's level. Chapter 10. The reactions of the 4 Emperors Big Mom and Shanks Crocodile? Big Mom's voice suddenly rose, her hands crushing the newspaper into a ball. A mere warlord dares to make such a big noise. Her anger seemed to ignite the air, causing the homies around her to tremble, and even the walls of Cake Castle appeared to tremble slightly due to her emotions. Katakuri spoke calmly. Mama, Ethan's intentions are still unclear, but he can easily defeat Crocodile. This indicates that his strength should not be underestimated. We need to be cautious. Cautious? Big Mom suddenly stood up, her massive figure casting a huge shadow. A little brat who doesn't know the sky from the earth dares to make me cautious. A glint of madness flashed in her eyes, and her lips curled into a sinister smile. Since he likes to show off so much, let him know the consequences of offending a 4 Emperor. Perispero quickly added, Mama, perhaps we can send someone to test his strength first before deciding whether to take action. Big Mom snorted and sat back down on her throne. No need for such trouble. Send the order down to let Cracker take some people to meet this Ethan. If he truly has the strength of a warlord, then bring him to me. If he is just a blustering waste, then let him disappear forever at sea. Mama. Big Mom's laughter echoed in the hall, filled with cruel anticipation. I want to see just how much of a storm this little brat can stir up. On Onigashima, the sky was overcast with flashes of lightning. The Four-Emperor Kaido was leaning against his beast-bone throne, holding a wine gourd as tall as an average person. Ha ha! A deep laughter rolled from his throat as Kaido tilted his head back and downed a mouthful of strong liquor, the liquid dripping down his beard. He casually wiped his mouth and smashed the empty gourd onto the ground, shattering the stone tiles. Crocodile? That waist crushed by Whitebeard is worthy to be a standard for measuring strength? His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the eardrums of the beast pirates officers in the hall. King stood silently to the side, his black wings slightly retracted. Queen, with a cigar in his mouth, had a glimmer in his eyes behind his glasses. Jack clenched his fists, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. However, Kaido suddenly shifted his tone, his thick fingers pinching a crumpled newspaper, on which Ethan's image was clearly visible. To be able to fight with that guy Mihawk, even if he was let go, that's somewhat interesting. Queen leaned forward. A greasy smile plastered on his face. Big brother, the reporters said Mihawk might not have been serious. This little brat is at most on Crocodile's level. There's no need for you to pay attention. Shut up, idiot. Kaido suddenly roared, his conqueror's haki sweeping over like a wave, causing Queen to stagger back. He stood up, his tone laced with dangerous excitement. You think I care about his strength? He tore the newspaper to shreds, the fragments turning to dust in the wake of his haki. Since Roger's death, the sea has been boring for too long. Suddenly, a little brat dares to provoke both the warlords and Mihawk at the same time. Maybe he can make this game a bit more interesting. Oof. Jack snorted coldly, stepping forward with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Big brother, let me go. A mere newcomer dares to be arrogant at sea? I'll capture him and bring him to you for entertainment. Kaido's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Oh, Jack, you seem quite eager. Jack clenched his fists, confidence written all over his rugged face. That kid defeated Crocodile, but Crocodile is just a washed-up warlord. I'll make him understand what true despair is. Kaido laughed heartily, his laughter causing the beams of the hall to tremble slightly. Good, then you go meet him. He suddenly stood up, his conqueror's haki exploding once again, sweeping the entire hall like a storm. Remember, bring him alive. I want to see if he has the qualifications to be a piece in this game. Jack grinned, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry, big brother. I'll make him crawl to you on his knees. King frowned slightly, reminding him, Jack, don't be careless. Ethan's strength is still unclear. It's best to bring enough manpower. Jack waved his hand impatiently. No need. He turned and strode towards the outside of the hall, the heavy footsteps echoing on the stone tiles. On the Red Force, Navigator Ben Beckman walked out of the cabin, holding the latest newspaper, his brow furrowed. He glanced at Shanks, who was leaning against the ship's railing drinking, and walked over. Shanks, there's news. Beckman's voice was low and calm, instantly drawing the attention of the surrounding crew. Shanks turned his head, a leisurely smile still on his face. Oh? What news could make our first mate so serious? Beckman did not answer, merely handing over the newspaper. The headline boldly stated that Ethan had defeated Crocodile, with a picture of the ruins from the Alabaster Rain feast and Ethan's blurry silhouette. Shanks took the newspaper, his gaze quickly scanning the content. His expression gradually shifted from relaxed to serious, eventually carrying a hint of amusement. Ethan defeated Crocodile? He murmured, tapping the edge of the newspaper with his finger. Lucky Roo came over, munching on a piece of meat, and said indistinctly, Crocodile may not be much, but he has still a warlord. This kid has some skills. Yasopp leaned against the mast and whistled. I heard he even fought Mihawk, although the reporters didn't TC the whole process. But the fact that he could walk away is already impressive. Shanks didn't respond immediately, instead staring at Ethan S. image on the newspaper, deep in thought. After a moment, he suddenly laughed, his laughter hearty and bold. Interesting. Really interesting. Beckman lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you think Mihawk really went easy on him? Shanks put away his smile, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. That guy Mihawk doesn't casually show mercy to anyone. This statement made the surrounding crew quiet for a moment. You mean? Beckman squinted his eyes. Shanks folded the newspaper and casually tossed it to a crew member nearby, his tone relaxed yet carrying an undeniable certainty. This Ethan probably isn't just at the level of a warlord. Beckman took a deep breath of smoke and slowly said, if he really has that kind of strength, The balance of power in the new world might be broken. Chapter 11. The reaction of Whitebeard and the elders. Shanks nodded, a contemplative look on his face. On board the Moby Dick, the sea breeze carried a salty mist across the deck. Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat in his designated seat, holding the latest newspaper. The headline boldly announced that Ethan had defeated Crocodile. Marco stood nearby, hands in his pockets, a hint of seriousness in his lazy gaze. "Old man, what do you think?" he asked. Whitebeard was silent for a moment before letting out a deep chuckle. That kid Crocodile was actually defeated by a newcomer? His voice was deep and powerful, echoing across the deck, drawing the attention of the surrounding crew. Diamond Jozu crossed his arms, frowning. The reporter said the details of Ethan's fight with Mihawk are unclear, but Mihawk might have let him go. His strength is probably on par with Crocodile's. Crocodile's level? Whitebeard squinted slightly, his gaze deepening. Images from over 20 years ago flashed in his mind. That once proud sand crocodile had been easily defeated before him. Now, another newcomer was rising using Crocodile's name. Garara. Interesting. Whitebeard grinned, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. With sharp eyes, Whitebeard looked towards the distant horizon. A newcomer defeating Crocodile and daring to face Mihawk. Regardless of whether Mihawk went easy on him, at least showed he had some courage. "Old man, should we send someone to contact him?" Jozu asked. Whitebeard pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. If he really has the ability, he will eventually stir up waves on this sea." He grinned, his boisterous voice resonating throughout the ship. "I want to see how far this kid can go." Marco smiled slightly, adjusting his glasses. "That's right. If he can't even cross the threshold of the new world, then he isn't worth our attention." Whitebeard sat back down, lifted a massive jug, and took a swig, the liquor dripping down his beard. "Garara, the sea has never lacked interesting characters." In Admiral Sengoku's office, the three admirals, Akiji, Kizu, and Akainu, stood in front of the table. A subtle tension filled the air. Sengoku tossed a piece of the latest intelligence onto the table and spoke in a deep voice. "Seven Warlord of the Sea Crocodile has been defeated, and the one who did it is a newcomer named Ethan, who claims to be invincible." "Oh my, how terrifying," Kizaru said, crossing his legs and lightly tapping the table with his fingers, a signature lazy smile on his face. "Even a seven Warlord lost." Akainu snorted coldly, his fists slightly clenched, the magma-like anger swirling in his eyes. "A mere newcomer dares to challenge the order set by the world government. That Waste Crocodile couldn't even handle such a character." Akiji leaned against the window, hands in his pockets, gazing out at the distant sea with a calm tone tinged with interest. The reporter said he fought Mihawk, but the details are unclear. Did Mihawk let him go? That guy Mihawk always acts on his own whims, Akainu scoffed. However, being able to defeat Crocodile shows that this kid at least has some strength. Kizaru tilted his head and said slowly, "But if he's only at Crocodile's level, it's not a big deal. After all, that guy isn't top tier among the seven warlords." Sengoku adjusted his glasses and said solemnly, "The problem is his intentions are unclear. Defeating a seven warlord and fighting Mihawk. What does he really want?" Akainu's voice boomed. "No matter what he wants. Anyone who dares to challenge the authority of the world government must be eliminated. I propose we immediately send the Navy's elite to capture him." Akiji frowned slightly. Without understanding his strength and intentions, acting rashly could lead to unnecessary trouble. "Trouble?" Akainu sneered. "Allowing such a dangerous element to run rampant on the seas is the biggest trouble." Sengoku pondered for a moment and said, "Let's CP9 capture him. If he doesn't know his place, we can eliminate him on the spot." In Mariehua, the room of authority, Ethan, the golden-haired elder Saint Bit, stared slowly, his staff lightly tapping the ground, producing a dull sound. "He defeated Crocodile and even fought Mihawk?" "Yes," the elder Saint Saturn, wearing a flat hat, flipped through the intelligence documents in his hands, his voice low and cold. The reporter did not see the battle clearly, but based on the traces at the scene, Mihawk likely did not go all out. That Waste Crocodile should have been kicked out of the seven warlords long ago." Elder Saint Maz snorted, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "However, even so, being able to easily defeat him indicates that this Ethan at least possesses the strength of a seven warlord." The sword-wielding elder, Saint Nasajuro said in a deep voice, gently rubbing the hilt of his sword. Moreover, he seems to have no fear of the world government. Do we need to send someone to deal with him? The last elder saint raised his head, his gaze sharp like a hawk. A suddenly emerging powerhouse, if uncontrolled, could disrupt the balance. After a brief silence, the golden-haired elder saint bit slightly shook his head. Not for now. His voice carried a hint of depth. The system of the 7 warlords is meant to balance the 4 emperors. Since Ethan defeated Crocodile, perhaps, we can use him. What do you mean? Send someone to contact him, the golden-haired elder saint bit said lightly. If he is willing to accept the position of a 7 warlord, that would be perfect. If he refuses to recognize his place. He did not continue, but the other 4 understood. Additionally, closely monitor his movements with the 4 emperors. The sword-wielding elder, Saint Nasajuro added. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin seemed quite interested in him. The balance must not be broken, the golden-haired elder, Saint Bit concluded. If he dares to overstep, then let him completely disappear. Under the overcast sky, Ethan's ship docked in the waters beneath the Sky Island. The waves gently lapped against the ship, and a hint of salty mist filled the air. The clown Buggy stood on the deck, his red nose slightly glowing from nervousness. He looked up at the unreachable white clouds, swallowing hard. Aye, Mr. Ethan, are we really going to the Sky Island? Buggy's voice trembled as he pointed at the sky above. That's thousands of meters high. Without an ascending current or special methods, it's impossible to get up there. Machi and Kabeji gathered around, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 12 shocked Enelmachi muttered softly, Captain Buggy is right. We can't even find a way up. Upon hearing this, Ethan instinctively thought, the ability of mind control is incredibly useful. For example, it could come in handy right now. System, I love you. Although he was very satisfied inside, Ethan appeared very calm on the surface, his gaze sweeping calmly over the crowd. Who said we need a way? Buggy was taken aback. And before he could react, he saw Ethan slowly raise his right hand, fingers spread wide. An invisible force instantly enveloped the entire ship. Wait, you can't possibly be thinking of. Before Buggy could finish his sentence, the ship suddenly shook violently. The next moment, the entire ship slowly lifted off the sea. Hovering in the air, whoa! Buggy and his subordinates instantly huddled together, screaming in terror. Machi's hair stood on end due to static electricity. Kabeji's sword fell to the ground. And even Lion Ricky shrank into a ball of fur. We're flying. The ship is flying. Buggy's voice nearly cracked, gripping the ship's railing tightly, afraid of falling. Ethan stood at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze brushing against his clothes, his expression still calm. Hold on tight, we're going up. Before his words were finished, the ship suddenly accelerated, like an arrow shot from a bow, soaring into the sky. Help! Buggy's scream echoed through the sky. His body pressed tightly against the deck due to inertia, tears, and snot flying everywhere. His subordinates were no better off, some even fainting outright. The clouds drew closer. The ship passed through thick white clouds, and they were instantly surrounded by a white mist. Buggy's heart raced, almost jumping out of his throat. He closed his eyes and shouted, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. However, the anticipated fall did not happen. A few seconds later, the ship suddenly felt lighter, and the surroundings opened up. Buggy cautiously opened one eye, then widened both eyes. They were on the island of God. This is Sky Island? Buggy's voice became hoarse from shock. Sure enough, the scenery was just like in the anime. Ethan also looked around the environment, confidently saying, So, do you still think I'm crazy? Buggy opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. His worldview had been completely overturned at that moment. Machi shakily crawled to Buggy's side, stuttering, Captain, we really are in the sky. Buggy's legs were still trembling, but he forced himself to calm down and patted Machi's shoulder. Of course, I knew Master Ethan had such abilities long ago. On the other hand, Ethan thought to himself, now the important thing is to get Enel out. What should I do? Suddenly, Ethan had an idea. Enel, come out and see me. Ethan suddenly called out loudly. This voice seemed to penetrate the hearts of people. The sound waves swept across the entire Sky Island. Buggy and the others shivered at this voice. And Master Ethan, who are you calling? Buggy frantically grabbed the ship's railing. Machi stuttered, Enel? That name doesn't sound like a good person. Kabeji gripped the hilt of his sword, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Could he be the ruler here? Ethan still ignored them, quietly gazing at the distant sky as if waiting for something. On the island of God, in the goddess' sanctuary, Enel was lazily leaning against the divine throne, playing with an apple in his hand. His observation Haki had already sensed an intruder on Sky Island, but he didn't care. After all, ants are not worth his personal involvement. However, when Ethan's voice echoed through the sky, Enel's actions suddenly halted. Interesting, daring to call the name of a god. His figure instantly transformed into lightning, disappearing from the spot. While Buggy and the others were still anxiously looking around, suddenly the sky darkened. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and an oppressive feeling engulfed the entire area. No, this is not good. Buggy's teeth began to chatter. This feeling, it's scarier than crocodile. Machi and Kabeji had already huddled together, trembling. We're done for. Do we provoke someone extraordinary? The next moment, a blinding lightning struck down, and Enel's figure slowly materialized before Ethan. He hovered in the air, the sound of thunder rumbling behind him, looking down at everyone with disdain and mockery in his eyes. Mortal, you dare disturb the peace of a god? Buggy instantly collapsed to the ground, his face pale. Gee god, this guy calls himself a god. Sure enough, the thunder fruit is simply a bug. Ethan, however, was not scared at all. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. Then Ethan calmly said, Enel, come be my subordinate. The air instantly froze. Enel's smile stiffened on his face. Arrogant ant. He raised his hand and waved, a thick bolt of lightning striking down. Boom! The blinding lightning engulfed Ethan's figure. However, when the lightning dissipated, Ethan was still standing in place. Not even the corners of his clothes were damaged. He lightly dusted off his sleeves, his tone eerily calm. Is your lightning only this level? Enel's pupils suddenly constricted, and the disdain on his face froze instantly. He couldn't believe that his lightning had no effect on the person before him. This had never happened before. Impossible. Enel's voice was low and dangerous, lightning dancing wildly around him. How could a mere mortal be immune to the punishment of a god? His observation Haki was fully unleashed, trying to see through Ethan's flaws, but it felt like crashing into an invisible wall. Even more shocking to him was that Ethan's aura was undetectable, like an abyss, causing him to feel a hint of instinctual dread. Is your divine punishment only at this level? Ethan took a step forward, the clouds beneath his feet rippling. Now it's my turn. Before his words were finished, Ethan's figure suddenly vanished. Before Enel could react, a hand was already pressed against his chest. Bang! With a dull impact sound, Enel was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through several Sky Island structures before barely stopping. He half-kneeled in the ruins, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? You actually managed to hurt me. Enel's face twisted with anger, thunder drums shaking wildly, 200 million volts. Thunder God, dazzling lightning shot up into the sky, and his body transformed into a massive lightning giant. The terrifying pressure made the entire Sky Island tremble, the sea of clouds roiling, the sky seeming to tear apart. D. Enel roared as he swung down his thunderous giant fist. Even with Haki, an ordinary person would definitely not withstand it. However, luckily, I'm invincible, Ethan thought with a smile. Then Ethan simply raised a finger. Boom! The island-destroying thunderstorm dissipated the moment it touched his fingertip, like a bubble bursting. Enel's thunder god form was forcibly shattered, and he fell to the ground in embarrassment, his body crackling with chaotic electricity. This is impossible. This is impossible. Enel howled hysterically, the fear of his crumbling faith crawling onto his face for the first time. Meanwhile, Buggy and his crew's reactions were even more exaggerated. Chapter 13. Enel surrender Yayawa. Buggy shouted in shock. In his understanding, it was unimaginable to have such a strong rookie pirate like Ethan. That guy's beating the god down on the ground. Machi tightly held the unconscious Leaky, his face smeared with tears and snot. Captain, are we on a pirate ship? This kind of monster fighting will affect us. Kabeji's sword fell on the deck, his legs shaking like a sieve. I suggest we jump ship immediately, even though we're 10,000 meters high. Shut up. Buggy's limbs were flailing, his red nose flushed with fear. Running away now will turn us to ashes from lightning. Playing dead is the best strategy. After saying that, he immediately fell down stiffly, not forgetting to signal his crew with his eyes. Seeing this, Machi and Kabeji immediately lay down awkwardly, with some even grabbing ketchup to smear on their faces, pretending to be seriously injured. In the center of the battlefield, the previously desperate Enel no longer cared about anything. He trembled as he stood up, suddenly laughing maniacally. You think this is the end? I will use all my power to destroy everything. Thunder's welcome. He attempted to unleash his strongest attack. Is he trying to destroy the entire island? That's bad. So Ethan immediately decided to take action. Then, Ethan's figure flashed like a ghost in front of him, 5 fingers gripping his face. Your god title is nothing but a joke in front of me. Enel's vision was instantly swallowed by darkness, the terrifying impact driving him into the ground. The earth of Sky Island cracked in layers, and in the massive circular pit, Enel lay bloodied and limp, his consciousness nearly fading. Ethan stood in the air, looking down at the barely breathing Enel. Last chance, surrender or die. Enel's lips moved, finally squeezing out a hoarse, "Who are you really?" The answer is simple. Ethan chuckled lightly. I am the invincible person you cannot comprehend. Enel's body sank into the cracked clouds, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his golden pupils constricting from the intense pain. He had never imagined being forced into such a state by a mortal. Surrender or die. Ethan's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Enel's fist clenched, lightning flickering weakly between his fingers. Memories of his days ruling Sky Island and his dream of reaching the infinite land flashed through his mind. Enel's voice was hoarse and deep. I still have unfinished business. Enel struggled to lift his head and said, I want to go to the infinite land. If I fulfill this wish, I can obey your orders. Ethan smiled, then said satisfactorily, deal. As long as you join my forces. Hearing Enel agree to become his subordinate, Ethan couldn't help but think Enel wants to go to the moon, and there are also people there. Just right, they need to know my invincible reputation. Since Enel wants to go to the moon, then the influence of the moon will be achieved. Ethan felt relaxed about this. In the distance, Buggy's group witnessed this scene, now trembling in a corner of the deck. Captain, Machi stammered. That person actually agreed? Kabeji's sword fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. Should we consider jumping ship? Staying with this kind of monster will lead to our doom. Buggy's red nose turned crimson with fear as he grabbed Machi's collar and shouted in a low voice, Shut up. Jumping ship now? We're 10,000 meters high. Do you want to become meat paste? Machi shrank his neck. But Captain, if we follow him, will we be used as cannon fodder one day? Cold sweat broke out on Buggy's forehead as images of Ethan easily defeating Crocodile and Enel flashed through his mind. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to appear calm as he patted his chest. I'm Buggy the Clown. Since Lord Ethan has let us follow him, it shows he values our abilities. Kabeji muttered quietly, but it seems we don't have much ability. Buggy kicked him. Shut up. Anyway, playing dead is the safest now. When there's a chance, we'll find a way to slip away. Just then, Ethan's voice suddenly came from behind them. What are you chatting about so lively? Wah. Buggy was so scared he split into several pieces, his head and body flying in the air. Machi and Kabeji huddled together, their faces pale. Ethan looked at them with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Don't worry. As long as you obey, I won't treat you poorly. Buggy pieced himself back together, forcing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Of course, Lord Ethan is wise and powerful. We swear to follow you to the death. Ethan chuckled lightly and turned to walk towards the bow. Enel had already stood up. Though his injuries were not yet healed, the arrogance in his eyes had slightly receded. He glanced coldly at Buggy's group, making them shiver again. Let us go. Ethan looked towards the distant sky. There are more strong ones waiting for us to subdue. Buggy and the others exchanged glances, crying out in their hearts, We've really gotten onto a pirate ship now. In the waters below Sky Island, Ethan's ship slowly descended onto the sea, stirring up a splash of waves. Buggy and his subordinates finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing on the deck as if they had just crawled back from the edge of hell. Finally, back on the sea, Buggy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his red nose trembling slightly. Machi, holding the unconscious Leaky, weakly said, Captain, shouldn't we find a chance to slip away? If this goes on, I'm afraid my heart can't take it. Kabeji nodded repeatedly. Yeah, what kind of monsters is Lord Ethan attracting? Crocodile Enel. Will the next one be one of the Four Emperors? Just as Buggy was about to scold them to be quiet, a cold voice came from afar. Ethan, under the orders of the world government, you are under arrest. Everyone turned towards the voice and saw a black warship quietly appearing on the horizon. Standing at the bow were 9 figures, the members of CP9, Rob Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, Bruno, and others. Their gazes were sharp as blades, emanating a murderous aura. Buggy's legs went soft instantly. CP9, the secret agents of the world government. It's over. It's really over this time. Machi and Kabeji huddled together, trembling. Captain, are we being treated as accomplices? Will we be directly exterminated? Ethan ignored them, only thinking, according to what I know, isn't CP9 all in Water 7? How do they all gather here? Never mind, it's not important. So Ethan just glanced at the CP9 members with disdain and said with a sneer, is this all the world government sent to die? Lucci's eyes turned cold. Arrogant bastard. Gabra grinned, revealing his sharp canine teeth. I heard you defeated Crocodile. Too bad. We're not those washed-up warlords. Bruno remained silent, but his hands had already assumed a fighting stance. Ethan shook his head and said, you really talk too much. Chapter 14, easily defeating Jack. One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. The members of CP9's pupils constricted. Before they could react, Ethan had already appeared in front of Lucci, delivering a punch. Bang! Lucci hastily defended with a piece of iron, but was still sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into the mast of a warship, which broke with a crack. What? Kaku was shocked. Lucci was actually knocked away with a single punch? Gabra shouted angrily. Attack together. In an instant, all members of CP9 launched their attacks. Kaku jumped into the air, his legs transforming into long blades. Stormfoot, round cut. Gabra transformed into a werewolf form, his claws aiming straight for Ethan's throat. Bruno opened an air door, attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind. However, Ethan merely raised his hand lightly. Boom! An invisible force erupted from him as the center, and all of CP9's attacks were shattered the moment they came into contact with this force. Kaku's storm foot dissipated, Gabra's claws shattered, and Bruno's air door was directly crushed into pieces. How is this possible? Kaku stumbled a few steps after landing, his face filled with disbelief. Gabra covered his broken claws, fear appearing in his eyes for the first time. What kind of monster is this guy? Lucci crawled up from the rubble, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression turned serious. Everyone gather. The members of CP9 quickly assembled, preparing to launch their strongest attacks. However, Ethan merely smiled slightly. Have you had enough fun? He raised his hand, slowly clenching his fingers. Bang! 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 The members of CP9 seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, all being pressed to the ground, unable to move. Lucci struggled desperately, but couldn't even lift a finger. Your strength doesn't even qualify to make me warm up. Ethan's tone was calm, but it sent a bone-chilling fear through the members of CP9. The buggy crew witnessed the whole scene and were now terrified beyond belief. Am I seeing things? Machi rubbed his eyes. CP9 was eliminated in seconds. Kabeji's sword fell to the ground again. They are the top agents of the world government. They couldn't even touch Lord Ethan's clothing. Buggy's red nose twitched wildly as he suddenly knelt on the ground, prostrating himself in the direction of Ethan. Lord Ethan, you are the true God. Please accept my knees. Seeing this, his subordinates followed suit, shouting, Lord Ethan is invincible. Ethan glanced back at them, saying nothing. With their level of loyalty, it would be a miracle if I could believe them. But Ethan thought to himself the members of CP9 were completely crushed, and Lucci struggled to lift his head, gritting his teeth. Ethan, the world government won't let you go. Ethan chuckled lightly. I'm not going to kill you. Go back and tell the Gorosei that if they still want to send someone to die, I wouldn't mind personally visiting Mariewa. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the members of CP9 were thrown back onto their warship by a force. Watching Lucci and the others' confused expressions, Ethan smiled to himself. That's right. It should be like this. I won't kill them. Just right, They will inform the Gorosei and the world government about my powerful strength. This way, I can let more people understand my invincible power. Until the warship left, the sea returned to calm, as if the battle had never happened. Ethan's ship slowly sailed through a mysterious sea. Buggy leaned on the side of the ship, his red nose slightly glowing due to nervousness. He swallowed hard and muttered softly, "This place, why does it feel so eerie?" Machi, holding the trembling lion Ricky, stammered, "Captain, I have a bad feeling." Kabeji gripped the hilt of his sword, cold sweat forming on his forehead. "There can't be another monster targeting us, right?" Ethan stood at the bow of the ship, already sensing someone was looking for him. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "They're coming." "What coming?" Buggy jumped up suddenly, frantically looking around. The next moment, the sea suddenly surged violently, and a massive pirate ship broke through the waves. The ship's bow resembled a ferocious mammoth, with the symbol of the Beast Pirates printed on the sail. "Beast Pirates!" Buggy's pupils constricted, and his voice instantly rose. "It's Drought Jack. How did that madman end up here?" At the same time, another ornate ship appeared in the adjacent sea, adorned with patterns of desserts and candies. A tall man stood at the bow, holding a giant sword, with cookie soldiers floating behind him. Charlotte Cracker. Buggy's face instantly turned pale, his legs going weak as he collapsed onto the deck. "It's over, it's over. The subordinates of the Four Emperors have come. We're done for." Machi and Kabeji huddled together, tears and snot flowing. "Captain, are we being mistaken for Ethan's accomplices? Are they going to slaughter us too?" Buggy forced himself to remain calm, but his trembling voice betrayed him. Shut up. I'm Captain Buggy, just a mere Four Emperor subordinate. Let's play dead for now." "Ethan." Jack's voice boomed like thunder, causing ripples on the sea. He stood at the bow, glaring fiercely at Ethan. "Brother Kaido sent me to take your head. If you know what's good for you, surrender quietly." On the other side, Cracker sneered, lightly tapping the blade of his sword. "Mommy is very interested in you, but if you're just a bluffing waste, then there's no need for you to live." Unexpectedly, so soon, the Four Emperors people came looking for me, Ethan thought to himself. However, that suits me just fine. So, Ethan glanced at the two of them and said nonchalantly, "Just you two waste? You little brat, looking for death." Jack on the ship cursed angrily and transformed directly into mammoth form. With a roar that shook the air, his mammoth trunk swung towards Ethan. Buggy and his crew clung tightly to the ship's railing, watching helplessly as the shadow charged towards Ethan. Deep blot. Jack's trunk, accompanied by a fierce wind, smashed down, instantly shattering the deck. However, Ethan merely raised his hand to block. Bang! With a dull thud, Jack's trunk was forcefully stopped. Ethan's fingers gripped his trunk tip, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A mammoth? Just a heavy beast. Before his words fell, he suddenly exerted strength, grabbing the trunk and swinging Jack's entire body down fiercely into the sea. Boom! Waves exploded dozens of meters high, and Jack returned to human form, spitting blood as he slowly sank to the seabed. Jack was taken down in one hit. The goons of the Beast Pirates were terrified, collapsing to the ground. Cracker's pupils constricted as he immediately drew his sword, summoning dozens of cookie soldiers. Chapter 15. The reaction of Big Mom after defeating King Curry. Crush him to pieces. The Biscuit Army rushed onto the ship, but Ethan didn't even move his feet. He lightly blew a breath, and a violent gust of wind swept through like a blade, causing the Biscuit soldiers to shatter into fragments. What? Curry took 2 steps back. However, a fierce glint flashed in Curry's eyes. He clapped his hands suddenly, and more biscuit fragments coalesced in the air, quickly forming a thick shield. The surface of the shield gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the pattern resembled ancient armor, exuding an indestructible aura. Moreover, a black armament color hockey was attached to it. Take a look at this. Curry sneered. This is my absolute defense. Ethan glanced at the shield, a smile appearing on his face. Absolute defense? Interesting. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. Curry's pupils contracted. Before he could react, Ethan had appeared in front of the shield, casually swinging his right fist. Bang, crack. The surface of the shield instantly cracked with countless spiderweb-like fissures, and then it exploded with a roar. Curry was thrown back by the shockwave. crashing heavily against the ship's side, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous, at the scattered biscuit fragments. No. Impossible. My shield, actually. Ethan slowly retracted his fist, his tone calm. Your absolute defense doesn't even qualify to make me serious. Kuri's pupils constricted sharply, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He struggled to stand up, gripping the giant's sword in his hand, with haki wrapping around it, the blade emanating a pitch-black glow. Don't underestimate people, you brat. Kuri roared, swinging his sword down fiercely, the sword energy tearing through the air, aiming straight for Ethan's face. However, Ethan merely tilted his head slightly. The sword energy brushed past his hair, creating a massive wave on the distant sea. Too slow. Ethan's voice was cold and calm. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing right in front of Kuri. Kuri didn't even have time to react before Ethan's fist struck out like lightning. Bang! The fist hit Kuri's abdomen solidly, and the terrifying impact instantly pierced through his body. Kuri's eyes rolled back, blood spewing from his mouth. His whole body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the ship's cabin. Boom! The wall of the cabin was smashed in, creating a huge dent. Kuri's body slowly slid down, finally collapsing to the ground, completely losing consciousness. The sea was silent. The subordinates of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates were dumbfounded, as if witnessing the most absurd scene in the world. Kuri was knocked out by a single punch? This is impossible. He is one of the sweet 3 generals. Buggy and his crew were scared out of their wits, Machi trembling while holding Licky. Kabaji's sword fell to the deck again, making a crisp sound. Sea Captain, Machi stuttered. Shouldn't we just stay on Lord Ethan's ship? Buggy's red nose shook violently as he slapped Machi on the head. Nonsense. Ethan retracted his fist, his gaze casually sweeping over the 2 pirate ships. Who else wants to try? No one dared to respond. Jack's subordinates hurriedly brought Jack back onto the ship. Kuri was also awakened by his subordinates. The eyes of the 2 were filled with shock and unwillingness, but more so with a deep fear of Ethan's strength. Jack wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth and growling. What kind of monster is this guy? His mammoth form seemed powerless in front of Ethan. This feeling of defeat nearly drove him insane. Quick, full speed retreat, Jack shouted, and his subordinates hurriedly adjusted the sails, fearing that Ethan might suddenly change his mind and chase after them. One subordinate trembled and asked, Lord Jack, are we really going back to see Kaido like this? Jack's gaze was sinister, his fists cracking. Of course not. Immediately contact Jin and Queen. Tell them what happened here. We need to reassess this Ethan. On the other hand, Kuri, awakened by his subordinates, clutched his chest, showing a pained expression. He rarely got defeated in his true form, so the pain in his body was even harder to bear at this moment. However, he still endured the pain, his voice trembling. We must report to Mama immediately. This guy's strength far exceeds our estimates. While he hasn't attacked, let's leave quickly. Mama must know all of this. He murmured softly, then suddenly raised his head, commanding his subordinates. Immediately contact Brother Katakuri. Tell him about Ethan's strength. Next, both the Kaido pirates and the Big Mom pirates hurriedly left. Ethan stood at the bow of the ship, indifferently watching their hasty retreat. They originally thought I was like some rookie pirates. However, now they can take me seriously. Indeed, I've taken another step towards becoming an acknowledged invincible person. On the other hand, Buggy and his crew huddled in a corner of the deck, not daring to breathe, afraid of drawing any attention. Lord Ethan. Buggy swallowed hard, cautiously speaking. Are you just going to let them go? Ethan smiled slightly, his gaze profound. Let them escape. I need them to deliver a message. Message? Buggy was taken aback, then suddenly realized. You want the Four Emperors to know your strength. At Cake Island, in the Candy Castle, Charlotte Lean's voice was like a death knell from hell. The teacup in her hand was crushed, scorching tea splashing on her skirt, yet she remained oblivious. Kuri, my son, knocked out by that brat. With a single punch? Her voice rose from a low growl to a hysterical roar. Unforgivable. Boom. The giant candy decoration beside the throne was smashed to powder by her fist, the debris raining down. Perospero licked his dry lips, steeling himself to step forward. Mama, please calm down. Cory is still alive. He just... Shut up. Big Mom's pupils shrank to pinpoints, her furious conqueror's haki crashing down like a tsunami over everyone. That brat named Ethan dared to insult my bloodline. I will personally extract his soul and make it into the lowest quality biscuit. Katakuri stood silently in the shadows, the corners of his mouth tightly drawn. He slowly opened his crimson eyes, his voice low but cutting through the chaos. Mama, Ethan's strength has exceeded our expectations. So what? Big Mom suddenly turned her head, saliva splattering. A mere rookie. Does he really think he can compete with me? No. Katakuri stepped forward, the trident thudding coldly against the ground. But that is precisely why he is worth using. Big Mom's fury hesitated slightly, a hint of doubt appearing on her fierce face. What do you mean? Perospero seized the opportunity to lean in, lowering his voice in flattery. Chapter 16. The intentions of the Four Emperors Big Mom and Kaido, and the reaction of the Four Emperor Shanks' mom. Think about it. Someone who can easily defeat Cracker must at least have the strength of a high-ranking officer. If he can become part of our family. Marriage. A glint of greed flashed in Big Mom's eyes, but she quickly became furious. What kind of joke is this? He hit my son and wants to marry my daughter? It doesn't have to be a marriage, Katakuri calmly interrupted. We just need to make him voluntarily join us. The Beast Pirates are also eyeing him, and Kaido's Disaster Jack suffered the same defeat. Katakuri's voice was persuasive. If Kaido gets to him first, our advantage will be lost. Big Mom's rationality finally broke through the clouds of rage. She breathed heavily, her massive fingers pounding on the armrest of her throne, producing a dull thud. Mama. Her laughter rang out again, but with a hint of calculation. All right. We'll do as you say. Take someone to meet Ethan. Tell him that as long as he's willing to serve the big MOM pirates, I can grant him the position of Sweet Commander. Smoothie frowned slightly and asked, what if he refuses? A fierce light flashed in Big Mom's eyes. Then we'll deal with him. On Onigashima, Kaido's massive body leaned against the throne made of beast bones. His gaze was dark, and his golden slit pupils narrowed. Jack, defeated? His deep voice rumbled like thunder, shaking the eardrums of the officers in the hall. Jean stood silently to the side, his black wings slightly folded, his expression serious beneath his mask. Queen, with a cigar in his mouth, had an uneasy look in his eyes behind his glasses, his fat fingers tapping nervously on the armrest. Yes, Lord Kaido. A battered member of the Beast Pirates knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Lord Jack was defeated in one blow by that Ethan, and even his mammoth form was easily suppressed. Boom! Kaido suddenly crushed a wine gourd, shards flying everywhere, and the liquor spilled all over the ground. His fist smashed into the floor, causing the entire hall to tremble violently, stones cracking and debris flying. Worthless! His roar thundered like a clap of thunder, and his conqueror's haki erupted, sweeping through the entire hall. Several weaker subordinates fainted on the spot, and even Queen couldn't help but take a step back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A mere newcomer dares to be so arrogant. Kaido's pupils constricted into thin lines, dragon scale patterns flickering on his skin, and his anger nearly transformed him into his dragon form. Jean stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Lord Kaido, calm down. Although Jack was defeated, the intel shows that Ethan also easily defeated Big Mom's Cracker. Oof. Kaido snorted, his fury slightly subsiding, but his tone remained dangerous. So what? Are you saying that Brad is qualified to make me act personally? Queen wiped the sweat from his forehead and approached with a flattering smile. Brother, what Jean means is that Ethan's strength is indeed not simple. Rather than going to war directly, why not? Try another approach. Oh, Kaido glanced at him sideways, his voice low. You better say something useful, Queen. Queen swallowed hard and quickly said, you see, since Ethan was able to defeat Jack and Cracker, it indicates his strength is at least at the disaster or even commander level. If such a powerful person could join our Beast Pirates, join? Kaido narrowed his eyes, seemingly intrigued by the suggestion. Jean nodded in agreement. Exactly. Instead of having one more powerful enemy, it's better to make him one of our assets. The situation in the new world is changing, and adding another top-tier combatant would only benefit us. Kaido fell silent for a moment. his thick fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the throne, producing a dull sound. Images of Ethan's intel flashed through his mind, defeating Crocodile and crushing CP9. Such a guy is indeed not simple. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Kaido suddenly broke into a grin, his anger gradually replaced by excitement. All right, let's give it a try. He stood up abruptly, his conqueror's haki erupting once more, sweeping through the entire hall like a gale. Kaido's voice was deep and intimidating. Tell him that I admire his strength. If he is willing to join the Beast Pirates, I can offer him the position of top banner. Jean frowned slightly. Lord Kaido, what if he doesn't agree? Kaido's smile suddenly turned savage, the dragon scale patterns fully emerging, and a terrifying pressure made the air tremble. Then let him know the consequences of provoking us. Shanks leaned against the ship's railing, his brow furrowed. He had just read the contents of a newspaper in his hand. One headline read, "Shocking. Newcomer Ethan consecutively defeats Disaster Jack and Sweet Commander Cracker. The authority of the Four Emperors is challenged." Jesus Burgess whistled, his tone filled with surprise. This guy even dares to take on the subordinates of the Four Emperors? Shanks' gaze gradually became sharp. Jack and Cracker are no pushovers, he said softly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Beckman lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. According to the intel, Ethan almost crushed them. Jack couldn't even withstand a single blow. A slight smirk appeared on Shanks' lips. Interesting. Lucky Roo wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and leaned over to ask, Captain, how strong do you think this guy really is? Can he really stand up to the Four Emperors? Shanks didn't answer immediately, instead looking up at the sky as if pondering something. After a moment, he chuckled softly. That Mihawk guy doesn't go easy on just anyone. And for Ethan to come out and scathe from him, and now easily defeat Jack and Cracker, his gaze became increasingly profound. It seems this sea is about to stir up another storm. Beckman frowned slightly. Shanks, do you mean? Shanks stood up, casually tossing the newspaper to a nearby crew member, and laughed heartily. If he really has that kind of strength, he will come looking for us sooner or later. After all, he paused, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Real strong individuals will never be satisfied with just defeating a few officers. Jesus Burgess raised an eyebrow. Captain, you don't mean you want to meet him personally, do you? Shanks laughed heartily and patted the griffin at his waist. If he dares to come, I wouldn't mind playing with him. In the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Marco took a deep breath and handed the newspaper to a companion beside him. Chapter 17, The Reactions of the Four Emperors, Whitebeard and Blackbeard. And the five elders, the front page of the newspaper boldly displayed the shocking headline. Shocking. The newcomer Ethan consecutively defeats Drought Jack and Sweet General Cracker. The authority of the Four Emperors is challenged. Jaw's smile froze, and several captains gathered around. Jack and Cracker, actually defeated by the same person? Moreover, Marco pointed to the small print in the corner of the newspaper. Intelligence shows that he had previously crossed swords with Mihawk. The deck instantly fell silent. Even the sound of clinking glasses disappeared. Gulalala. A hearty laugh broke the silence. Everyone turned to see the towering figure of Whitebeard standing up from the captain's chair, the naginata in his hand slightly trembling. His gaze swept over the newspaper, and a meaningful smile spread across his face. Old man, Marco quickly stepped forward. Do you find this, Ethan, interesting? Whitebeard casually tossed the newspaper aside, the paper being swept into the sky by the sea breeze. To provoke both Kaido and Big Mom at the same time, that courage is indeed commendable. But his strength is probably more than just courage, Marco said solemnly. Jack and Cracker are not weaklings to defeat them so easily. Whitebeard nodded slightly, his gaze turning towards the distant horizon. It's been a long time since such a newcomer has appeared in the New World. He tilted his head back and took a swig of alcohol, the liquid dripping down his beard. However, since he can make Kaido and Big Mom both suffer, I want to see this kid with my own eyes. You mean? Marco asked tentatively. Whitebeard grinned broadly, his voice booming. If that kid really has the guts to challenge the Four Emperors, then let him try. Can he take my blade? On a giant raft, Blackbeard Teach held a crumpled newspaper in his hand. The headline boldly read, Shocking. The newcomer Ethan consecutively defeats Drought Jack and Sweet General Cracker. The authority of the Four Emperors is challenged. Ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. Blackbeard's laughter echoed in the cave, but it carried a hint of dangerous coldness. His gaze swept over the blurred silhouette of Ethan in the newspaper, and he grinned, revealing his broken teeth. "Captain, who is this guy? He dares to provoke both Big Mom and Kaido at the same time?" Burgess asked gruffly while lifting a barbell. Van Augur adjusted his sniper scope, his tone indifferent. "Intelligence shows he previously defeated Crocodile and even crossed swords with Mihawk. TSK." Another self-righteous strongman. Poison Q coughed twice while lying on a sickly white horse, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Lafitte elegantly twirled his cane, his gaze deep beneath the brim of his hat. "The question is, what exactly is his purpose? Provoking the Four Emperors doesn't seem to be purely for fame." Blackbeard suddenly crumpled the newspaper in his hand, a fierce glint rising in his eyes. "Ha! Who cares what he wants? There are not many people in the sea who can make two Four Emperors suffer at the same time." He stood up, casting a shadow over everyone, his voice deep as thunder. "However, if he wants to become the new emperor, he needs to ask me if I agree." Burgess excitedly pounded his chest. "Captain, shall we go find him for a fight?" Blackbeard grinned wickedly and shook his head. "No, it's still too early. Let Big Mom and Kaido test his weight first. When they both suffer heavy losses." He suddenly clenched his fist. "That will be our time to reap. Ha ha ha." Holy Land, Mariehua, the room of power. The five elders gathered together, and the room was filled with oppressive silence. "Is the intelligence confirmed?" The blonde elder, Saint Figurland Garling, slowly spoke, his fingers lightly tapping the table, his voice deep and authoritative. "Absolutely true." The sword-wielding bald elder, Saint Nasudru, coldly replied, slamming a document on the table. "The CP0's confidential report states that Ethan simultaneously defeated Drought Jack and Sweet General Cracker in the New World waters. Moreover, he didn't even use his full strength the entire time." "Absurd." The curly-haired elder, Saint Saturn, slammed the table, anger flashing in his eyes. "How could a newcomer possibly crush two high-ranking officers of the Four Emperors? Unless his strength has already surpassed the level of disaster in general." The long-bearded elder, Saint Mads, interrupted, his gaze dark. "What's more troublesome is that he let CP9 go and even sent Luffy to provoke the world government. Arrogant." The blonde elder, Saint Figurland Garling, sneered, but behind this arrogance, he likely has a confidence we are unaware of. The room fell silent again. The five elders exchanged glances, the air thick with invisible pressure. What exactly is Ethan's purpose? The sword-wielding elder, Saint Nasudru, narrowed his eyes. Defeating warlords, crossing swords with Mihawk, challenging the Four Emperors. Now, even CP9 has become his stepping stone. His actions seem to be deliberately showcasing his power. Perhaps. The curly-haired elder, Saint Saturn, slowly raised his head, his voice cold. He is declaring to the whole world, a new emperor is about to be born. We cannot allow this situation to continue. The long-bearded elder, Saint Mads, suddenly said sternly, "The balance of the Four Emperors has already been broken. If Ethan is really wooed by Kaido or Big Mom, or even establishes himself as the fifth emperor, the situation in the New World will be completely out of control." The sword-wielding bald elder, Saint Nasudru, suddenly slammed the first-generation sword heavily on the ground. "Perhaps we can take a different approach." For pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously. Reconciliation. Saint Nasudru's lips curled into a cold arc. The room fell into a brief silence. The warlords. The elder with the flat hat, Saint Vacheli, thoughtfully stroked his chin. "Indeed, there is currently a vacancy. But would he accept?" Saint Mads frowned. "From the intelligence, this person acts erratically and doesn't even put the Four Emperors in his eyes." Saint Figurland Garling suddenly laughed, precisely because of that. He is even more valuable. Think about it. A madman who can offend two Four Emperors at the same time. If we can use him. Balance. Saint Saturn's eyes flashed with brilliance. While letting the Four Emperors restrain each other, we also gain a piece that can balance them. Saint Nasudru slowly stood up, the first generation sword reflecting a cold light in his hand. Then it settled. Send someone to contact him and offer the conditions of the warlords. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. The air in Admiral Sengoku's office was so heavy it felt like it could be wrung out for water. The three admirals, Akiji, Kazuru, and Akane, were rarely gathered together. Chapter 18, The reactions of the three admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the headline of the newspaper spread out on the table boldly read, "Shocking. Newcomer Ethan consecutively defeats Droughtjack and Dessert Starcracker. The authority of the Four Emperors is being challenged." Fleet Admiral Sengoku pushed up his glasses and said in a deep voice, "What do you think?" Akiji Kazan lazily leaned back on the sofa, his eyes slightly opening under the brim of his hat. "Alala. One incredible guy." He yawned, but his tone carried a hint of interest. "Cracker and Jack are no pushovers. Being able to defeat them easily shows his strength shouldn't be underestimated." He scratched his head and added, "However, with someone like this suddenly appearing, it feels like there is some conspiracy behind it." Kizaru Borsellino crossed his legs and played with a coin at his fingertips. "How scary." He elongated his tone, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "He dares to challenge Kaido and Big Mom's people. Is this kid looking for a death wish?" The coin suddenly stopped at his fingertip, and Kizaru's gaze became unusually serious for a moment. "But if he really has that kind of strength, letting him run wild in the new world might disrupt the balance." Akainu Sakazuki slammed his fist on the table, molten fury swirling in his eyes. "This unruly madman must be eliminated immediately." His voice erupted like a volcano. "He thinks he can act arrogantly just because he defeated a few of the Four Emperor subordinates? Who does he think he is?" He suddenly stood up, his cape billowing without wind. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I request to take action personally. This dangerous element must not be allowed to grow." Sengoku sighed and rubbed his temples. Sakazuki calmed down. He looked at Akiji and Kizaru. "Kazan Borsellino, do you have any suggestions?" Akiji shrugged and said, "Rather than rushing to take action, we should observe first. If he really threatens the world government, it won't be too late to act." Kizaru smiled and added, "Or we could invite him to the Navy headquarters for a chat. After all, with such powerful combat strength, if we can recruit him." Akainu snorted coldly, "Colluding with pirates? Absurd." The office suddenly fell silent, with only the crisp sound of Kizaru playing with the coin. The usually indifferent admiral now showed a rare expression of contemplation. "How scary. But Mr. Sengoku, you called us here, so you must have made a decision, right?" Sengoku took a deep breath and pulled out a document stamped with the world government seal from the drawer. "The five elders have just issued a directive, attempting to recruit him." "What?" Akainu's roar shattered the window glass. Kizaru's coin suddenly stopped at his fingertip. As expected, after all, there aren't many pieces that can simultaneously restrain 3 of the 4 emperors. This is not a request, it's an order. Sengoku's voice was unquestionable. Akiji took the lead in the conversation, pondering whether he would accept it. Kizaru slowly stood up, his golden-striped suit shining in the sunlight. "We have to give it a try, but Mr. Sengoku, what are the conditions?" "The vacant position of the warlords of the sea," Sengoku said in a deep voice, "and appropriate naval technical support." Sengoku's gaze swept over the 3 admirals, finally landing on a document marked CP0 Confidential on the table. He slowly spoke. "The issue with Ethan has exceeded the conventional Navy's response capabilities." Akiji raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh, does the admiral mean?" Sengoku pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. "The 5 elders have just issued the directive. The next actions will be handled by CP0. CP0. Kizaru elongated his tone, the coin at his fingertip flicking into the air with a ping. "Those white gloves of the celestial dragons are actually coming to handle this personally? How scary." Akainu's magma suddenly extinguished, replaced by oppressive silence. After a moment, he sneered. "The world government finally realizes the seriousness of the problem? Or are they plotting some shady deal again?" Akiji lazily stood up, hands in his pockets, walking towards the window, his gaze directed at the distant horizon. "Alala. If CP0 gets involved, things will get complicated." He exhaled a breath of cold air, and the glass window instantly frosted over. "Those guys' methods are much more radical than ours." Sengoku said solemnly, "No matter what method CP0 uses, the goal is the same. Ensure that Ethan does not disrupt the balance of the world." He glanced at the 3, saying, "The Navy will remain on standby for now, but all personnel must enter a state of combat readiness, especially the branches in the New World. They must closely monitor the movements of the Four Emperors on a secluded island surrounded by storms. Ethan's ship slowly docked at the edge of the island, and Buggy's crew huddled in a corner of the deck, their faces pale. This place doesn't look like anyone would come here. Buggy's red nose twitched slightly, his voice extremely low. Machi, holding Ricky, stammered, "Sea Captain, how does Lord Ethan know there are people here?" Kabeji tightened his grip on the sword hilt, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "And he is so sure that Sea Sound App and Strange Munkirky are here." Hearing Buggy's crew, Ethan smiled and said, "I have the ability to locate the position of anyone I want at any time. So naturally, I know they are here. They could potentially become our companions." Buggy was shocked in his heart, thinking, what? Location at any time? This ability is too overpowered. Machi, holding the lion Ricky, whispered to Buggy, Does that mean? Even if we run to the ends of the earth, Lord Ethan will find us." Kabeji's sword clanged to the ground, his legs shaking like chaff. Trembling as he said, "It's over. Even playing Dead 1T work now." Buggy forced out a smile that looked more like crying. "Ha ha. Lord Ethan is truly powerful. We were just chatting casually. We absolutely had no intention of running away." As he spoke, he frantically signaled Machi and Kabeji to shut up. Machi quickly nodded like a garlic peeler, agreeing, yes, we're just curious. Just curious." At this moment, Ethan had already leaped off the bow and stepped onto the island. His gaze swept around, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Come out. Hiding is not the way of the strong." Hee. A strange laugh came from the dense forest. Skirachaman stepped out of the shadows, followed by a group of oddly shaped subordinates. "Ethan, you have some guts to come find me?" App squinted his eyes. At the same time, on the other side of the rock wall, Urki approached, carrying a massive pencil-like weapon. Chapter 19. Subduing the pirate supernova, a fervent smile hung on his face. "Oh, is this the much-talked-about Ethan? He seems quite interesting." Upon hearing this, Ethan felt somewhat speechless. That's right, this is the reason why the Four Emperors look down on newcomers. Weak yet arrogant. So Ethan showed a disdainful expression and said, "Apu, Urij, I invite you to join my forces. Now you can only choose to join me or die." The air instantly froze. Apu's laughter stopped abruptly, and Urij raised his eyebrows slightly. After a moment, Apu burst into exaggerated laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who do you think you are? A Four Emperor?" Urij shook his head and laughed. "Young man, confidence is good, but arrogance can lead to death." Hearing this, Ethan felt a bit bored. He didn't want to waste time, so he spoke directly. "Since you disagree, let's see whose strength is greater." Upon hearing this, Urij's smile gradually turned sinister. He suddenly raised his huge pencil-shaped weapon, the veins on his muscular arms bulging. "Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that," he roared, his body suddenly swelling as the power of the causality fruit activated, converting the damage he had taken into strength. Urij's size instantly doubled, crushing towards Ethan like a small mountain. Causality retribution, angry Buddha form. Urij's fist, accompanied by a raging wind, smashed down, cracking the ground inch by inch, shock waves sweeping around. Buggy's crew was knocked off balance, huddling together in fear. "It's over. That giant looks fiercer than Jack," Buggy thought involuntarily. However, Ethan merely raised his eyes slightly, his right fist casually meeting Urij's attack. Bang! At the moment of impact, Urij's fist shattered like fragile glass, the sound of bones exploding clearly audible. His entire arm twisted and deformed, blood spraying out, and his massive body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing through several giant trees before coming to a stop. Cough! Urij spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. "How is this possible? My power was clearly—" Ethan walked closer, looking down at him with a cold tone. "Your devil fruit is meaningless before me." Urij struggled to get up, a mad smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha ha! Interesting. So interesting. The stronger you are, the more excited I become." He pounded his chest fiercely, blood spilling from his mouth, but his body swelled again, muscles rising like rock. "Come again. Let me feel more pain." Ethan frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Noisy. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing above Urij's head. Urich didn't even have time to react before Ethan's foot descended like a meteor. Boom! As the dust settled, Urich's body was deeply embedded in the ground, lifeless. Ethan retracted his foot, thinking, forget it, weak yet arrogant, has no value to me. Better to kill him. Seeing this scene, Apu broke out in a cold sweat. The tide of fear surged in his heart. It's your turn. Ethan's gaze turned to Apu. Apu gritted his teeth, pounding his chest, his teeth instantly transforming into black and white piano keys, his right leg twisting into a huge loudspeaker. Sound wave explosion, death symphony. The piercing sound waves turned into tangible blades, erupting from the loudspeaker. At the same time, Apu's piano teeth played frantically, an eerie melody forming invisible shockwaves that swept towards Ethan. Buggy's crew covered their ears, curling up in pain. Our ears are going to explode. However, Ethan stood still. Not even the corners of his clothes fluttered. The sound wave blades dissipated without a trace upon touching his body. Is this all you've got? Ethan sneered. Apu's pupils shrank, his fingers trembling as he played faster. No, impossible. My sound waves can tear through steel. Ethan waved his hand, and an invisible force crushed Apu's piano teeth and loudspeaker leg into pieces. Apu let out a scream, kneeling on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Wait. Apu raised his hands in terror, his voice trembling. I surrender. I'm willing to join your forces. Don't kill me. Upon hearing this, Ethan temporarily ceased his actions. Forget it. If he continues to be arrogant, I'll kill him. But since he begs for mercy, I'll let him live. Ethan thought indifferently. So he looked down at him and said after a moment, should have done this earlier. He turned and walked towards the ship, tossing back a remark. Keep up. Don't let me down. Apu, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly followed with his subordinates, crawling and scrambling, no longer daring to resist in the slightest. Buggy's crew exchanged glances, lamenting internally. Another monster companion. Now we really can't escape. Ethan's ship slowly sailed towards an island engulfed in flames. Buggy crouched at the edge of the ship, his red nose slightly glowing from nervousness. This place, how eerie. Buggy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Ethan stood at the bow of the ship, smiling. This island is dangerous, but Capone Beach is here. Apu walked out from the cabin, smiling. That guy Beach isn't easy to deal with, Lord Ethan. Do you need me to greet him first? Ethan shook his head. No need. Apu would definitely look for trouble. So Ethan naturally wouldn't let him cause a disturbance. Then Ethan and his group walked deep into the island. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before Ethan found Capone Beach. Capone Beach, with a cigar in his mouth, coldly stared at Ethan and his group. His subordinates held weapons, pointing guns at Ethan. Ethan, you have quite the guts to invade my territory. Capone Beach's voice was deep and dangerous. Buggy's crew hid behind Ethan, their legs shaking like chaff. Apu stood by with a playful expression, seemingly looking forward to the impending conflict. Sigh, why is every supernova so arrogant? Forget it otherwise. Why would they be called supernovas? Ethan didn't want to waste more words. He stared directly at Beach, speaking calmly. Capone Beach, join my forces. I'll spare your life. Beach's cigar stopped in midair, then erupted into loud laughter. Ha ha! Who do you think you are? A Four Emperor? His gaze suddenly turned cold as he slammed down the armrest of his throne. Kill them for me. In an instant, countless gun muzzles were aimed at Ethan and his group. Buggy was so scared that he split into dozens of pieces, his head flying around in the air. It's over. This time we're really dead. Apu laughed joyfully, retreating to the side, seemingly ready to watch a good show. Forget it. I'll just use Conqueror-S hockey. These lackeys are easy. With this thought, Ethan smiled. In an instant, a powerful aura expanded outward from Ethan. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muffled sounds, Beach's subordinates flew backward like kites with their strings cut, crashing heavily into the walls, completely losing consciousness. Beach's pupils shrank. What? In an instant, Beach reacted quickly, activating the ability of the castle fruit, transforming his body into castle form. Useless. Ethan's voice was cold. He vanished from his spot. Boom. The castle walls crumbled like paper under Ethan's fist, and Beach's real body was struck, flying backward and crashing through several trees before finally stopping. As the smoke cleared, Becky struggled to get up, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 20. subduing the pirate supernova Capone Beach and X. Drake's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? My defense. Ethan walked closer, looking down at him from above. One last time. Will you submit, or will you die? Beach's fists tightened, but soon relaxed again. His expression was blank, but he thought to himself, endure for now. Wait until I figure out his background, then find an opportunity to eliminate him. Capone Beach took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, I will join your forces. Upon hearing this, Ethan nodded in satisfaction. A wise choice. Of course, Ethan also noticed the contempt deep in Capone Beach's eyes. But Ethan didn't care, thinking, forget it. Since he has softened, I'll spare his life for now. In fact, having someone ambitious and prone to betrayal like him can highlight my strength and invincibility. After all, the invincible me is not afraid of ambushes. I'm more afraid of not being ambushed. Moreover, from another perspective, I finally subdued many subordinates. My forces are taking shape. Buggy and his crew witnessed Capone Beach's submission, but they had already grown accustomed to Ethan's power. They felt that completely breaking away from Ethan's forces was hopeless. Apu still wore a smile as he walked over to Beach, then patted his shoulder, grinning welcome aboard. Hee. Beach shot him a cold glance, but didn't respond. Seeing this, Apu didn't mind. The relationships among these subordinates were not harmonious. However, Ethan merely glanced at them and thought, most of these supernovas are too ambitious to be useful. I should recruit more suitable subordinates in the future. Therefore, whether their relationships were harmonious at this moment didn't matter too much. Thinking this, Ethan casually turned and walked toward the ship, saying, let's go board the ship. Upon hearing this, Capone Beach quickly woke his sleeping subordinates. His men stumbled over, and Veet lowered his voice, asking, boss, are we really going to team up with this guy? Shut up. Capone Beach's gaze was sinister, the cigar grinding between his teeth, making a crunching sound. But seeing Capone Beach's expression, his subordinates immediately understood his meaning. This was merely a temporary endurance. Ethan's ship slowly approached an island shrouded in thick fog. Why do we always have to come to these dangerous places? Buggy swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Capone Beach, with a cigar in his mouth, coldly scanned the surroundings, thinking, should I use the island's complicated terrain to shake off his control? Apu, however, stood by with a carefree smile. Ethan stood at the bow of the ship, smiling. Basil Hawkins and Drake are on this island. Apu whistled, thinking, hee. Now that's going to be a good show. Soon, everyone entered the island. Deep within the island, in an abandoned village, Basil Hawkins sat cross-legged on a giant rock, fiddling with tarot cards, his golden eyes calm and unruffled. Beside him, Drake leaned against a dead tree, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. What does the divination say? Drake asked in a low voice. Hawkins slowly drew a card, his voice calm. The Wheel of Fortune. Today, unexpected guests will arrive. Drake frowned. Guests? Just then, clear footsteps echoed from the fog. Ethan's figure gradually emerged, followed by Buggy and his crew, Apu, and Capone Beach. Hawkins' eyes shifted slightly. He naturally knew who Ethan was. Drake's pupils suddenly contracted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Ethan? How could he be here? Does he know I'm a Navy officer? On the other hand, Ethan wore a satisfied smile. Compared to others, Hawkins seemed relatively reliable. If he could become a subordinate, it might save some trouble. Thinking of this, Ethan's gaze swept over the two, and he still spoke in a calm tone. Basil Hawkins. Drake, join my forces. Drake's heart tightened, and he immediately thought, oh, I see, he wants us to join his forces. Isn't that just what I want? A plan flashed through Drake's mind. If he agreed directly, it might raise suspicion. I must refuse first. He stepped forward coldly, saying, Ethan, do you think you can make us submit with just one sentence? Hawkins remained silent, merely observing the situation. As expected, strength speaks louder, but fortunately, I am invincible. Thinking this, Ethan chuckled lightly. It seems I need to let strength do the talking. Drake tightened his grip on his sword, assuming a fighting stance. Just as I want. Before his words could finish, his form suddenly transformed into a brachiosaurus, his massive body creating a gust of wind as he charged at Ethan. Dinosaur charge. Ethan stood still, not even moving his feet, just raising his hand slightly. Bang! Drake's attack was forcibly blocked by an invisible force. His claws halted just an inch from Ethan. What? Drake was stunned. My full force strike was. Ethan's gaze was cold as he said, too weak. In the next moment, his fist suddenly struck out. And Drake didn't even have time to react before he was hit in the abdomen. Cough. Drake spat out a mouthful of blood, his brachiosaurus form instantly reverting. He flew backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a distant rock wall. As the dust settled, Drake struggled to prop himself up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He is indeed too strong. I can't defeat him. No wonder he easily defeated a Yonko subordinate. But this way, he shouldn't suspect me anymore. What Drake didn't know was what Ethan was thinking at that moment. Another traitor has appeared, and this Navy officer will definitely betray me. Yes, accumulating more people like this can showcase my strength. When the crucial moment comes, I can easily crush all these traitorous ambushers. I wonder who will be surprised then? While thinking this, Ethan smiled and asked, "So, are you willing to join now?" Drake lowered his head, silent for a moment, then pretended to be helpless and said, "I will join." Then Ethan turned his gaze to Hawkins. Hawkins slowly stood up from the giant rock. "Before I respond to your invitation," Hawkins' voice came through, "I want to know what the gap in our strength is like." Ethan smiled, "Sure." Hawkins slowly drew the straw sword from his waist. He whispered, "Demon transformation." Before his words fell, his body suddenly swelled, his skin transforming into a straw-like texture. Countless sharp straw spikes extended from within, turning him into a fearsome demon. Buggy and his crew were frightened and stepped back repeatedly. Apple whistled, watching with great interest. Capone Beej also observed coldly. "Is this your full strength?" Ethan stood in place, not even changing his posture, just slightly raising his eyes. Hawkins did not answer, his figure disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already close to Ethan, the straw sword slicing down with a sharp wind. At the same time, the straw needles around him shot towards Ethan like a torrential rain, blocking all escape routes. Straw Demon Slaying Slash. Chapter 21. Subduing the Pirate Supernova Hawkins. Crushing Trafalgar D. Water Law. The clash of blade and straw pierced through Ethan, erupting with a deafening roar in a cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, Ethan still stood in place, not even a corner of his clothing damaged. Hawkins' blade hung above his head, seemingly blocked by an invisible barrier, while the straw spears were all suspended in midair, unable to advance an inch. How is this possible? Hawkins' pupils constricted sharply. Ethan raised his hand and gently pinched the edge of the straw blade, applying a slight force. Crack! The famed straw blade shattered like fragile glass. Hawkins' demonic form instantly collapsed, the straw spears withering and falling away. He staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth, disbelief filling his eyes. However, Hawkins now recognized Ethan's strength. Taking a deep breath, Hawkins bowed his head and said, "I will join." Ethan nodded without surprise and thought to himself, among the supernovas, Hawkins is undoubtedly a more reliable subordinate. Ethan then said with great satisfaction, "Smart choice. As long as you remain loyal, neither the Yonko nor the world government can threaten your life." A flicker of doubt crossed Hawkins' eyes as he instinctively reached for the tarot cards in his pocket. "Don't believe?" Ethan saw through his thoughts. "Let us do a divination." Hawkins hesitated for a moment, but drew 3 cards. When he saw the card faces, his pupils suddenly contracted. The upright sun, star, and judgment. "This is impossible." Hawkins' voice trembled for the first time. "Survival rate, 100. Hawkins stared intently at the cards. According to the cards, as long as he followed him, Ethan, who already knew the predicted outcome, had turned and walked towards the coast. His voice carried back, "Pack your things, it's time to set off." Becky exhaled a puff of smoke and quietly said to Vito, "Inform all the officers. The plan is postponed." Drake quietly pressed a button on the miniature transponder snail hidden in his sleeve. A pull bounced after Ethan, suddenly turning back to make a face at everyone. "Ha ha ha. Looks like we are all going to become members of the Invincible Fleet." "Captain." Machi lowered his voice, tears and snot all over his face. "How many is this now?" That scarecrow diviner and the dinosaur man looked scarier than a puh. Kabaji's sword clanged as it fell to the deck. He trembled as he picked it up, whispering, "Should we consider writing a will?" If Lord Ethan keeps subduing like this, the ship will soon become a monster concentration camp. Buggy suddenly slapped the heads of the two, his body splitting into a dozen pieces, flying chaotically in the air. Shut up. Do you want that devil to hear you? I've seen through it. Ethan is forming a supernova suicide squad. When he fights the Yonko, he will throw us all out as cannon fodder. Machi, holding the unconscious Leaky, stammered, then what do we do? Buggy's eyes rolled, suddenly revealing a cunning smile. Hith, since we can't escape, let's act like the most useless waste. He pulled out a crumpled bounty notice, showing a reward of 15 million berries for Buggy the Clown. See, my bounty isn't even a fraction of theirs. When the fight starts, we just lie on the ground pretending to be dead, and Lord Ethan will definitely not bother with us. Kabaji realized, no wonder you're the captain. This is an island covered by swamp forest. Trafalgar Law leaned against a crumbling wall, toying with his sword, his eyes cold and vigilant under the brim of his hat. His crew members, Beepo, Shachi, and Penguin, were on guard around him. Captain Law, a ship is approaching, Shachi reported in a low voice. Law frowned slightly. How many people? Not clear, but the presence is very strong. Penguin tightened his grip on his weapon, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. Law's observation Hockey had already sensed the oppressive aura, and he slowly stood up, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Looks like guests have come uninvited. Just then, clear footsteps were heard ahead. Ethan's figure gradually appeared, followed by Buggy and his crew, Apo, Capone, Becky, Hawkins, and Drake. Law's pupils slightly constricted, puzzled. Ethan? How'd he get here? On the other hand, this is the Law who possesses the Ope. Know me? Ethan assessed Law and thought to himself. Upon seeing Law's wary expression, Ethan couldn't be bothered to waste words. So he looked directly at Law and said in a calm tone, Trafalgar Law, I've come to invite you to join my forces. Beepos first stood on end as he stammered. Captain Law, he's the one who defeated Jack and Killer. Law snorted coldly, lightly tapping the hilt of his sword. Why should I? Ethan smiled slightly, confidently saying, because I can give you what you want. Law's eyes sharpened suddenly. Oh, you know what I want. Doflamingo's life, right? Ethan's tone was calm, yet it pierced into Law's heart like a sharp blade. Law's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. You investigated me? Law's voice was icy. Ethan shook his head. No need to investigate. Your goal is obvious, and I can help you achieve it. Law was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered. Do you think I would believe a stranger's empty promises? Before his words could finish, his figure suddenly vanished. Room Butcher. A half-spherical blue space instantly unfolded, enveloping Ethan within. Law's figure flashed behind Ethan, the sword aimed directly at his back. However, the blade, upon touching Ethan's body, felt as if it had stabbed into nothingness, devoid of any sensation. Ethan slowly turned around, amusement flickering in his eyes. Your ability is interesting, but doesn't work on me. Law quickly retreated, already anticipating this in his mind. As expected, he is someone who can easily defeat the subordinates of the Yonko. Although encountering Ethan surprised Law for a moment, he quickly regained his composure. I want to cooperate, not submit. Law's voice was low and firm. I have my own plans. I don't need to follow anyone's orders. Still too overconfident, these supernovas, Ethan thought instinctively. So he shook his head and questioned, cooperate? Then he chuckled lightly. Weaklings have no right to talk about cooperation. Law frowned, and before he could speak, Ethan's figure suddenly vanished. Chapter 22. Law's Fear. Crushing the pirate supernova Eustace Kid in the next moment, an invisible force pressed him down to the ground, and his sword, Onajarai, fell from his hand, deeply embedded in the earth. Law gritted his teeth, attempting to activate his abilities, but he realized that his fruit powers seemed to be suppressed by some force, rendering him completely unable to use them. Your slaughterhouse is meaningless before me. Ethan looked down at him from a height, then smiled and said, the power of the surgery fruit is indeed rare, but at your current state, you don't even qualify for me to take you seriously. Seeing this, Law's crew rushed forward but were easily blocked by Apo and Hawkins. Captain Law, Shachi and Penguin shouted anxiously. Ethan's gaze returned to Law, and he said calmly, I give you a chance. Join my forces, and I can help you achieve your revenge. Doflamingo's life is nothing but a simple task for me. Law struggled to lift his head, filled with unwillingness as he replied, "Do you think I would believe you?" Seeing that Law remained defiant, Ethan thought to himself, "Forget it. Law's surgery fruit is somewhat special. Perhaps I can use it. For now, I'll spare his life. Believe it or not." With that thought, Ethan released his suppression on Law and said, in an instant, Law felt the pressure lift from him. He immediately stood up. "Wait. I should not run away yet. Otherwise, it would anger him." Law thought in fear. Seeing Law's awareness, Ethan nodded in satisfaction. "But remember, time waits for no one. If Doflamingo joins my ranks before you, then your value will only remain as the immortal surgery of the surgery fruit." After saying this, Ethan waved his hand. "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Drake, Hawkins, Becky, Buggy, and others obediently followed Ethan as they walked away. Hearing such a threat, Law stared fiercely at Ethan's back, his heart swirling with anger and helplessness. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. Beppo stumbled to his feet, supporting Law's shoulder. "Captain Law, what should we do?" Law remained silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. "Let's get out of here. We need to plan again." Golden Port, a famous trading island. "Captain Kidd, this batch of weapons is of great quality." Kira weighed the newly purchased flintlock pistols, a satisfied voice coming from beneath his metal mask. At that moment, Kidd suddenly sensed an unusual aura. "It's Ethan." Kira's pupils contracted sharply. Ethan had been the name shaking the entire new world for the past month. He defeated Crocodile, Jack, and Cracker, and was a formidable monster. At this moment, Ethan was approaching them, followed by a group of people. Capone Becky was chewing on a cigar, Hawkins was fiddling with tarot cards, and Apo was grinning while playing his teeth piano. Drake's expression was gloomy, while the clown Buggy trembled at the back. Eustace Kidd. Ethan stood 10 steps away, his voice not loud, but clear to everyone. "Finally we meet." There were often scenes of pirate battles here, so many people habitually fled to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Soon, the entire street fell into silence. Kidd grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Huh, I thought who was making such a big scene." His mechanical arm began to transform, and the surrounding metal objects trembled uneasily. "What is up? The famous Ethan has come to what?" Ethan ignored Kidd's provocation, his gaze calm as water. "Join my ranks, and I'll spare your life." "Huh?" Kidd exaggeratedly dug at his ears. "Did I hear that right? You want me, Eustace Kidd, to serve some guy who just popped up?" Kira had already quietly moved to the side, ready to strike with his scythe. Vey and Hit also assumed battle stances. Since these supernovas always fail to recognize their own strength, I'll lend a hand. Ethan thought to himself. Then Ethan slightly shook his head, his tone disdainful. "If you refuse, you will die. Stop looking down on people." Kidd roared, his mechanical arm suddenly flaring open. Magnetism, metal storm, all the metal objects on the street, swords, iron barrels, even the steel structures of the buildings, were torn and attracted. Under the control of magnetism, a roaring torrent of steel surged toward Ethan. Sure enough, he's Magneto. Ethan looked on with interest. Then, facing an attack capable of shredding an entire army, Ethan merely raised his right hand gently. Boom! The metal torrent suddenly stopped 1 meter away from Ethan, as if crashing into an invisible wall. Swords twisted and deformed, iron barrels exploded, and the steel structure shattered into powder. What? Kidd's eyes widened, realizing for the first time that his ability was so easily neutralized. "Captain, be careful!" Kira suddenly shouted. But it was too late. Ethan's figure appeared before Kidd like a ghost, and with a casual hand chop, he struck down. Bang! Kidd was heavily slammed into the ground, creating a spiderweb-like deep pit with a diameter of 10 meters. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining his iconic red coat. "Kidd!" Kira immediately launched an attack, the scythe drawing a deadly arc. However, the blade could not advance an inch past Ethan's neck. Bang! Kira was sent flying. "Bastard!" Kidd struggled to rise, his eyes burning with crazy anger. "Do you think this will make me submit?" Magnetism, metal giant. A massive metal giant rose from the ground, its body composed of countless metal fragments gleaming coldly in the sunset. This was Kidd's strongest move, a terrifying entity that once destroyed a naval branch in a single blow. The metal giant swung its mountain-like fist down at Ethan, the shockwave creating a violent gust of wind, shattering the glass of buildings on both sides. Ethan looked up and sighed, saying, "Boring." He extended his index finger and gently tapped. Crack! The metal giant began to crack from its fist, the fissures spreading across its body like a spider's web, ultimately collapsing with a loud crash, turning back into a pile of lifeless scrap metal. Impossible. Kid knelt on the ground, his mechanical arm emitting black smoke due to overload. His most powerful attack was actually neutralized by a single finger. Ethan walked slowly to Kid's front, looking down at this once rebellious supernova. Last time, surrender or die. Kid spat out a mouthful of blood foam and sneered, "I'd rather." Before Kid could finish his sentence, Ethan impatiently slapped him. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the street, and Kid fainted on the spot. Chapter 23. Crushing the Straw Hat Crew. Captain Kidd. Kira's eyes were bloodshot beneath his metal mask, believing Kid had been killed by Ethan. He swung his scythe furiously and shouted, "Kill him! Avenge the captain!" Vey and Hit also turned red with rage and charged at Ethan recklessly. The other crew members followed suit, their anger and despair causing them to lose all rationality. What a hassle. Ethan sighed, not even moving his feet, simply raising his hand with fingers spread wide. Boom! An invisible shock wave erupted from him, instantly sweeping across the entire street. Kira and the others' attacks had yet to reach Ethan before they were directly blown away by this force. Their bodies flew back like ragdolls, crashing through several buildings before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. As the dust settled, the street was left in ruins. The entire Kid Pirate crew lay on the ground, unable to stand. Drake stood nearby, his pupils constricting in shock. This is his true power? Such a seemingly casual strike unleashed such overwhelming strength. Hawkins silently drew a tarot card, and upon seeing it, his fingers trembled slightly. He had even easily rewritten Kid's fate. Capone Beach, with a cigar in his mouth, appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was already in turmoil. Damn, this guy's strength is even more terrifying than the rumors. My plans must be more cautious now. The buggy crew had long since gotten used to such situations. App was shocked internally but smiled on the surface, jumping beside Ethan and playing a tune on his teeth. Ha ha ha, that kid guy really doesn't know his place. Ethan ignored everyone's reactions, thinking for a moment. Although Kid is a bit weakened now, he still has potential. Let's keep him alive. It will highlight my invincible strength in the future. With that thought, he turned to everyone and said, "Give him a chance. We'll leave it at that for now. Let's go." On the azure sea, the Thousand Sunny was sailing leisurely. Luffy sat in the first-class seat at the bow, munching on a piece of meat and mumbling, "Sanji, bring me 10 more pieces of meat." Suddenly, Robin closed the book in her hands, frowning slightly. A ship is approaching, and something's not right. Zoro opened one eye, his hand already on the sword hilt. In the distance, the giant ship was approaching at an astonishing speed, followed by several other ships, all belonging to various supernova pirates. A figure stood at the bow of the giant ship. It was Ethan. During this time, Luffy's bounty had reached 300 million. I wonder who he fought to increase his bounty so quickly. Oh well, it's not far off. I might as well greet him. By the way, if I tell Luffy and the others about hockey now, it should help them grow faster, right? After all, the stronger Luffy and the others become, the more it highlights how invincible I am when I defeat them. Decided, I'll do just that. Ethan smiled, firmly resolving in his heart. He raised his hand to signal the others behind him. Then he said, "Everyone stay on the ship. No one is allowed to act without my command." As soon as he finished speaking, Ethan's figure shot down onto the deck of the Thousand Sunny like a cannonball. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny, the air suddenly froze. The piece of meat in Luffy's mouth fell to the ground as he stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing Ethan. Zoro's 3 swords were drawn in an instant, and Sanji's cigarette sparkled as it ignited. Nami and Usopp instinctively shouted, "Enemy attack." "Who are you?" Luffy tilted his head. Ethan looked at the Straw Hat crew with interest. He then put his hands in his pockets and smiled. "I'm Ethan. You're..." Robin's voice was unusually urgent as she quickly stepped forward, pulling Luffy back slightly. She introduced to the others, "He is Ethan, the man who recently defeated Crocodile, Drought Jack, and Sweet Commander Katakuri in the past month." The deck fell into silence. Usopp's knees began to shake, and Chopper hid behind Zoro's legs. Even Sanji's lit cigarette froze at his lips. Is he really that impressive? Luffy tilted his head. Idiot. Nami punched Luffy on the head. He's an officer of the Four Emperors. Anyone who can defeat an officer of the Four Emperors. You think that's not impressive? I see, so you're really strong. But what do you want on my ship? Luffy asked, his expression one of realization. The other crew members also gazed at Ethan, the atmosphere becoming tense. Monkey D, Luffy, your strength is not bad, so I'm here to invite you to become my subordinate, Ethan casually replied with a smile. In truth, he wanted to accelerate Luffy's growth and at least tell him about hockey. Become your subordinate? No way. Luffy adjusted his straw hat and grinned widely. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Ethan's smile remained. Since you refuse me, let me kill you. Hearing this, Luffy's smile vanished, replaced by an angry expression. What did you say? In an instant, Luffy prepared for battle, his arms stretching suddenly as he shouted, Gum Gum Rocket, launching his fist toward Ethan's face like a cannonball. However, Ethan didn't even raise an eyebrow, merely lifting a finger. Bang! Luffy's fist halted just an inch from Ethan, as if it had hit an invisible wall. The recoil sent him flying back, crashing heavily against the ship's railing. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji moved simultaneously. Three-sword style, Onigiri. Zoro's three swords slashed through the air, aiming for Ethan's throat. Poor kick. Sanji's leg whipped out like a whip, striking at Ethan's temple. Ethan remained standing in place, a hint of mockery on his lips. He slightly tilted his body, causing Zoro's blade to graze his clothing, while Sanji's kick was forcibly blocked by an invisible force. Too slow. Ethan's voice was icy. He waved his hand, and Zoro and Sanji were instantly sent flying like they had been struck by a massive wave, crashing through wooden crates on the deck. They seemed uninjured. However, they both realized an invisible pressure was locking them down, preventing their bodies from moving. Damn it! Usopp trembled as he pulled back his slingshot, shouting, Special move, Powder Star! The burning projectile shot toward Ethan, but in mid-air, it bizarrely changed direction, flying back toward Usopp himself. Usopp fell to the ground in a panic, and the Powder Star exploded behind him, sending up a cloud of smoke. Chapter 24. The Straw Hat Crew's despair for the time being. Ethan spared the Straw Hat Crew. Nami gripped the Climatak tightly, trying to create a thundercloud. But Ethan merely glanced at her, and the instrument in her hand sparked and completely malfunctioned. How could this happen? Nami's face turned pale. Chopper transformed into his human form, roaring as he charged at Ethan. Ethan didn't even look at him, casually swiping his hand. Chopper was sent flying like a toy, crashing through the mast and landing heavily on the deck, reverting to his original form. Chopper! Robin crossed her arms, trying to activate her powers. Clutch of the 1,000 Flowers, Spider Flower. However, it had no effect at all. Nothing appeared on Ethan. The powers of the Devil Fruit are ineffective against me, Ethan said with a smile, his tone casual. Robin's pupils constricted, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Brooks' skeletal fingers rested on the hilt of his sword. You can't harm my comrades. Song of the Three Dings, Arrow Tail Slash. His thin sword became a blur, slicing through the air with incredible speed. However, Ethan merely tilted his head slightly, and the blade brushed past his hair without cutting a single strand. A skeleton musician? Ethan chuckled lightly. Your sword is too slow. He countered with a backhand chop, sending Brook flying through the air. Bastard! Power fist! Frankie angrily swung his right fist at Ethan. However, Ethan extended a finger, pointing at him from a distance. Bang! Frankie, along with his fist, was sent flying backward. Luffy struggled to get up, fire burning in his eyes. He bit down on his thumb and blew forcefully. Gear 3rd, Bone Balloon. His arm instantly inflated, transforming into a massive fist aimed at Ethan. Goma Goma no Gigant Pistol. Ethan sighed, so weak. He raised his hand and gently squeezed. Crack! Luffy's gigantic fist seemed to be caught in an invisible giant claw. The sound of bones cracking distinctly audible. Luffy cried out in pain, his Gear 3rd state instantly undone, and his entire arm hung limply at his side. Luffy's body fell from the air, crashing to the ground. Luffy! The Straw Hat Crew exclaimed in shock. Luffy gritted his teeth, propping himself up with his other hand. forcing himself to stand. I'm a captain. I beg you to come at me. Luffy's voice was low and hoarse. Please, spare my comrades. Luffy. Nami was suppressed by an invisible force, unable to stand and help Luffy. She couldn't help but cover her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. What a joke. How could we possibly leave you behind? Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword, struggling to get up, but the invisible force kept him down. Bastard, don't take matters into your own hands. Sanji also tried to struggle to his feet, but after failing, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the hand tried to light a cigarette trembled. Including Chopper, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, and Robin, they all tried to struggle free from the oppressive invisible force. However, none could come to help Luffy. Ethan shook his head in apparent disappointment, sighing, "You are all too weak. You don't even know hockey, yet you dare to roam the new world?" Ethan said, "Only those who possess hockey can be called strong." Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others showed expressions of confusion. Ethan explained, as if he had anticipated their reaction, hockey comes in 3 forms: armament hockey, observation hockey, and conqueror's hockey. None of you possess any. I originally wanted to invite you to join my forces. Ethan shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. But now it seems you can't even reach the threshold. So forget it. Come find me once you learn hockey. Right now, you don't even qualify for me to take you seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from the spot, leaving only a gentle breeze sweeping across the deck. The Straw Hat crew stood frozen in place, the air still tinged with the oppressive presence Ethan had brought. He disappeared. Usopp's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Nami sat on the ground, her back soaked with cold sweat. What kind of monster is he? Zoro glared intensely at the spot where Ethan had vanished, his 3 swords creaking in his grip. Hockey? Sanji lit a cigarette, taking a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself. It seems we have a long way to go. Luffy fell silent for a moment, an unusual contemplative expression on his face. What had just happened deeply shook him. Robin slowly sighed in relief, but then she suddenly speculated, Ethan, he deliberately told us all this. What could his purpose be? Frankie rubbed his painful shoulder, gritting his teeth. Who cares about his purpose? Next time we meet, we must make him taste superpower. Brook adjusted his top hat, his skeletal face revealing no expression. Chopper wiped away his tears. I will work hard to get stronger. In the distance, on the surface of the sea, Ethan stood at the bow of his ship, gazing at the outline of the thousand sunny in the distance, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Luffy, hurry up and get stronger. Don't make me wait too long. Meanwhile, Drake, Hawkins, Capone Beach, Buggy, and Apu were puzzled about Ethan's intentions. Of course, given the power gap between them and Ethan, they didn't dare to voice their questions. Storm Island, an eerie island shrouded in perpetual winds and storms. Captain, this damn place doesn't even have a decent restaurant. A burly pirate complained. Jewelry Bonnie took a large bite of the meat in her hand, grease smearing the corners of her mouth. She carelessly wiped her face, her pink hair soaked with rain, sticking to her forehead. Stop whining. We'll leave as soon as we're resupplied. She yelled indistinctly. Suddenly, Bonnie's actions froze. A tall figure walked in slowly, followed by a group of imposing individuals. Capone Beach puffed on a cigar. Hawkins expressionlessly fiddled with tarot cards. Apu grinned while playing the tooth piano. Drake's gaze was cold, and Buggy cowered at the back. She slowly turned her head, locking her gaze on the leader, Ethan. Ethan, the one who easily defeated the warlord Crocodile and 2 of the Yonko's subordinate officers. What is he here for? Jewelry Bonnie thought warily. Jewelry Bonnie. On the other hand, Ethan sighed inwardly. The years of a fruit are too powerful. Clearly only 12 years old, but now it's like being 24. Upon meeting Jewelry Bonnie's gaze, Ethan, not wanting to waste time, smiled and invited her, Jewelry Bonnie. Join my forces. Jewelry Bonnie was somewhat taken aback, but soon she felt it was quite absurd. Huh? Are you joking? She stood up, hands on her hips, snorting coldly. I'm going to be the queen of the seas. Why should I listen to you? Chapter 25, Capturing the Pirate Supernova. Jewelry Bonnie, it seems like I don't even need to lift a finger, Ethan thought to himself. Facing Bonnie's refusal, Ethan revealed a meaningful smile. Why should I? Just because I know about Kuma. The name Kuma struck Bonnie's heart like a bolt of lightning. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and the roasted meat in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. What did you say? You know where Kuma is? Ethan continued. Not only that, but I also know he has been completely transformed by the world government. He is about to lose his self-awareness and become a cold human weapon. What? How is that possible? Bonnie instinctively found it hard to believe, but after thinking for a moment, she felt it was very likely true. Otherwise, why wouldn't Kuma come to see her? This made Bonnie's fists clench instinctively, her nails digging deeply into her palms, blood dripping through her fingers. Anger ignited in her eyes. At that moment, Ethan looked directly in her eyes and said, I have the ability to restore him to his original state. Her body swayed slightly, but the next second, she rushed in front of Ethan and said, What? Are you serious? Ethan's tone was calm, yet undeniable. I can heal Kuma, but the condition is that you join my forces. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Hearing this, Bonnie's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently. So she gritted her teeth and decisively said, All right, I believe you, and I agree to join your forces. But if you dare to go back on your word, I will kill you even at the cost of my life. Now Kuma can also join my forces. Ethan nodded in satisfaction, then thought to himself. He turned to the people behind him and said, Let's go. Our team just gained a new member. Apo grinned and played a tune on his teeth. Ha ha ha. Welcome aboard. Captain Bonnie. Bonnie shot him a cold glance and ignored him. Her thoughts were entirely on Ethan, and she eagerly asked, When can you heal him? Ethan replied without looking back. First, we need to find Kuma. If we find Kuma, I will naturally keep my promise. Capone Beach followed behind, the cigar smoke appearing particularly thin in the rain. His eyes were sinister, secretly calculating. This guy Ethan actually knows so much about the 7 warlords. How many secrets does he really hold? Basil Hawkins remained expressionless, the tarot card in his hand slightly wrinkled from the rain. He silently drew a card, the face showing the upright wheel of fortune. Hawkins' golden pupils contracted slightly as he silently recited, The wheels of fate have begun to turn. Following him may truly be the only choice. Upol leaned over, grinning as he asked, So, fortune teller, did you see something interesting? Hawkins put away the card and replied blandly, It's none of your business. Upol shrugged and played a tune on his teeth. Ha ha, still so boring. X. Drake stood at the edge of the crowd, his brows tightly knitted. His gaze swept back and forth between Bonnie and Ethan, alarm bells ringing in his heart. The matter of Kuma is a high-level secret of the Navy. How could Ethan possibly know? Does he have a larger force behind him? Ethan was well aware of the varied thoughts of his subordinates. Finally, he had temporarily established a considerable force. Of course, it was still just a makeshift band. But that's okay. As time passes, some will inevitably feel the urge to betray me. However, I am invincible and can filter through this round after round of selection to find truly loyal and reliable people. As time flows slowly, I will definitely be able to build the most powerful force in the world. With this thought, Ethan wore a confident expression. Ethan's fleet slowly sailed into a port on an island called Emerald Bay. The port of Emerald Bay was filled with all kinds of ships. Just as Ethan and the others were disembarking, a tall, thin man wearing round glasses and carrying a camera ran over. His suit was covered in dust, and his tie was crooked around his neck, yet he tightly clutched a notebook in front of his chest. Master Ethan, the man stammered, his voice distorted by nervousness. I am David Rodriguez, the ace reporter of the World Economic News Agency. May I take 5 minutes of your time? Bang! Beach subordinate, Vito, suddenly fired a shot, the bullet whizzing past the reporter's ear with precision. David froze in place, a layer of cold sweat forming a white mist on his glasses. Who allowed you to look directly at the captain? Beach's grim voice came from behind the smoke. Ethan raised his hand to stop further intimidation, eyeing the audacious reporter with interest. Not bad. I've become strong enough to be interviewed now. This is good. Appearing more in the newspapers will showcase my invincible strength. With this thought, Ethan revealed a satisfied smile. You know me? Ethan asked while walking down the gangway. David gulped. Oh, of course. You're lucky. I'm in a good mood today. I'll allow you to interview me. Ethan nodded in agreement for the interview. David finally breathed a sigh of relief. New world, whole cake island. Inside the huge cake castle, the Yonko Charlotte Linlin was sitting on her throne. She was holding the latest issue of the World Economic News. The front page prominently featured a photo of Ethan. The headline read, "Mysterious Strongman Ethan Captures Supernova, New Force Rises." Mama mama. Charlotte Leanlean's laughter was deep and dangerous, her fingers tightening slightly, crumpling the edge of the newspaper. Ethan, that little brat, actually dared to expand his forces before I issue my invitation. Her gaze grew increasingly ominous. Mother, please calm down. Her eldest son, Perispero, quickly stepped forward, licking his candy cane in an attempt to soothe her emotions. Although Ethan has captured some supernovas, those guys are just newbies who have just entered the new world and cannot compare to our whole Cake Island strength. That's right, Mother. One of the three sweet generals, Charlotte Cracker, stepped forward, although his expression was somewhat stiff. After all, he was one of Ethan's defeated subordinates. Ethan's strength is indeed formidable, but if he could join us, Whole Cake Island's power would reach new heights. A glimmer of greed flashed in Charlotte Leanlean's eyes. You're right. Such combat power must be put to use for me. She suddenly stood up, her massive figure casting a shadow, her voice thundering. Send the order, increase the stakes. If Ethan is willing to join us. Chapter 26, after recruiting most of the pirate supernovas, the Four Emperors Kaido and Big Mom, and the world government's attempts to win them over, I can even arrange for him to have a relationship with Bruley. Upon hearing this, the children in the hall all showed surprised expressions. Bruley. Mom is actually willing to let Bruley, Charlotte Bruley, who has the bloodline of the Three-Eye tribe. Her marriage has always been an important bargaining chip for Big MOM to win over powerful forces. Perispero's eyes flashed with inspiration, and he immediately agreed. Mom is brilliant. With Bruley's charm, combined with our sincerity, Ethan will definitely be tempted. Charlotte Linlin nodded in satisfaction, sitting back on her throne and waving her hand. Prepare new invitation letters immediately. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Ethan, you better not disappoint me. New World, Onigashima. The Four Emperors Kaido sat on the massive skull throne, tightly holding a copy of the World Economic News. The front page of the newspaper prominently featured Ethan's photo. The headline was striking. Mysterious powerhouse Ethan recruits supernovas, new force rises. Hoo. Kaido's laughter was low and dangerous. His fingers tightened slightly, and the newspaper was instantly crumpled into a ball of waste paper. Ethan, that little brat, actually dared to recruit those supernovas before I invited him. His expression gradually darkened. Jin stood beside him, his black wings slightly folded, and his gaze behind the mask was calm and sharp. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Kaido, Ethan's actions are indeed unexpected. But those supernovas are just newcomers who have just entered the new world, and their strength is limited. Queen, with a cigar in his mouth, leaned his fat body against a pillar and added with a grin. That's right, Brother Kaido. Those little brats combined are not as strong as a real combat unit of our beast pirates. Jack snorted coldly, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Kaido's fist slammed down on the armrest of the throne, the immense force causing the entire Onigashima to tremble slightly. Shut up. His voice thundered, making everyone's eardrums ache. The hall instantly fell silent. Even the sound of breathing became cautious. Kaido's gaze swept over everyone, finally resting on Ethan's photo in the newspaper. The corner of his mouth curled into a grim smile. Hoo. Interesting, really interesting. I originally thought he was just a little brat with some strength, but it turns out he has quite an ambition. Jin frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Mr. Kaido, since Ethan can easily defeat Crocodile and Jack, his strength should not be underestimated. If he continues to expand his influence, he could become a threat to us in the future. So either we stick to the original plan to win him over, or we eliminate him directly. Queen exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes. Jin is right. Rather than waiting for him to grow stronger, it's better to make a decision now. Jack clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Lord Kaido, let me meet him again. This time I will definitely. Enough. Kaido interrupted him, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He slowly stood up, his massive figure casting a shadow, his voice deep and filled with pressure. Since Ethan enjoys recruiting others, let him experience what it feels like to be recruited. Jin was slightly taken aback. Mr. Kaido means. Kaido grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Send the order down, increase the stakes. Tell Ethan that if he is willing to join the Beast Pirates, I can not only give him the position of big name. He paused, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I can also give him a few devil fruits. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in an uproar. Queen's eyes widened, nearly dropping his cigar. A few devil fruits? Brother Kaido, isn't that price too high? Jin also frowned slightly. Devil fruits are precious strategic resources, if given to outsiders. Kaido snorted coldly, his gaze sweeping through everyone like a knife. Are you questioning my decision? Everyone immediately fell silent. Kaido sat back down on the throne, waving his hand. It's settled. Kaido's gaze returned to the newspaper, the smile at the corner of his mouth becoming more sinister. Hoo. Ethan, I want to see what else you can stir up. Holy Land Mariehua, the Room of Authority. The 5 elders gathered together, the atmosphere heavy. Ethan. The sword-wielding bald elder Nazashiro frowned. In just a month, he not only defeated Crocodile, Jack the Drought, and Kurohige, but has now almost completely recruited this generation of supernovas. The blonde elder Saint Peter said in a deep voice, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Such a growth rate has exceeded our expectations. The CP0 team we sent to win him over couldn't even find a shadow. The curly-haired elder Saint Satan snorted coldly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. It seems he is better at hiding his whereabouts than we imagined. Now is not the time to pursue this. The long-bearded elder Saint Mazes stroked his beard, his tone grave. Ethan's influence is expanding too rapidly. The group fell silent for a moment. We must win him over before he goes to war with the Four Emperors. The blonde elder Saint Peter finally spoke, his gaze sharp. Since he has recruited many pirate supernovas, let's give him a higher status. What do you mean? The curly-haired elder narrowed his eyes. The 7 warlords. The blonde elder Saint Peter said slowly, but unlike the ordinary 7 warlords, we will give him the most special treatment. On the Azure Sea, Ethan's fleet was sailing through the waves. On the deck of the giant head ship, Ethan leaned against the ship's bow. At that moment, a sailor in the lookout tower suddenly shouted. Small boat spotted ahead. There's one person on board. A shabby small boat was cutting through the waves. And standing at the bow was a young man wearing an orange cowboy hat. His bare upper body was covered in tattoos, and the symbol of the Whitebeard Pirates was particularly prominent on his back. Paths.The. Ethan narrowed his eyes, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What an unexpected encounter. The regret before crossing over was Ace's death. I might as well change this regret. With this thought in mind, Ethan made a decision. He turned to everyone and ordered, get closer to that boat. I want to talk to him. As the 2 ships drew near, Ace also noticed this sizable fleet. He lowered the brim of his hat, cautiously watching the approaching flagship. Hey! Ethan stood at the side of the ship, shouting at Ace. Traveling alone is dangerous. How about coming up for a cup of tea? Ace flashed a hearty smile. Thanks, but I have urgent business. He pointed in the direction indicated by his Vivre card, chasing after a bastard. Chapter 27. Stopping Ace from pursuing Blackbeard, Ethan's smile remained unchanged, but his gaze became sharp. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach? Ace's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous intent. Do you know him? I've only heard of him. Ethan replied casually, but I think you shouldn't continue the pursuit. Huh? Ace showed a look of confusion, which quickly turned dangerous as flames ignited around his fists. This is a matter for the Whitebeard Pirates. Outsiders have no right to interfere. Ethan sighed and directly jumped off the ship's railing, landing lightly on Ace's small boat without causing even a ripple. This move made Ace's pupils constrict. He couldn't even see how the other party moved. Listen, Ace, Ethan said, looking directly into his eyes. Blackbeard's power far exceeds your imagination. He has been hiding for 20 years just to obtain the dark fruit. Right now, you're not his match. The flames in Ace's eyes flared even more. Are you underestimating me? No, I'm just stating the facts, Ethan replied calmly. Moreover, this matter should be handled by Whitebeard himself, not you trying to be a hero alone. Shut up, Ace roared, flames erupting from his entire body. Teach killed Thatch. I must finish him myself. Indeed, mere words are ineffective, Ethan thought. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Ethan decided to get straight to the point. In that case, how about a bet? A bet? Ace frowned. Yes, a duel. Ethan extended 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 chances to attack. If you can touch even a single hair on my head, I will no longer stop you. If you can't, you will give up the pursuit and return to Whitebeard." Ace instead smiled, a reckless guy. "However, I accept your bet." Before his words fell, his right fist transformed into a blazing fire and struck directly at Ethan's face. Fire fist. Not bad. This scene is even more impressive than in the anime. Ethan thought with interest as he glanced at the flames. A massive fire shockwave evaporated the sea surface into a cloud of white mist, but Ethan stood still, the flames parting before him as if they had hit an invisible wall. "First time," Ethan said. Ace's expression grew serious, crossing his arms over his chest. Firefly, fire dama. Countless firefly-like lights surrounded Ethan, triggering a violent explosion. The small boat shattered under the impact, and the two landed on a nearby, protruding rock. As the smoke cleared, Ethan's clothes were pristine. Second time, Ace gritted his teeth, finally unleashing all his strength. He raised both hands, the surrounding seawater boiling from the intense heat, forming a massive fireball above his head. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. A fireball the size of dozens of meters crashed down towards Ethan, its dazzling light forcing everyone on Ethan's ship to shield their eyes. The explosive shockwave raised huge waves, evaporating the surrounding seawater and enveloping everything in mist. When the fog dissipated, the rock had vanished, yet Ethan stood on a floating plank, his hairstyle not even disturbed. Ethan shook his head and smiled. "Is this your full strength?" Ace gasped for breath, disbelief written all over his face. "How is it possible? My flames. It's my turn." Ethan suddenly appeared in front of Ace, gently tapping his forehead with a finger. Bang! The seemingly casual strike sent Ace flying as if struck by lightning, crashing directly into the rock. He struggled to get up but found he couldn't muster any strength. "You lost," Ethan said, still smiling. "According to our agreement, you should give up the pursuit of Blackbeard and return to Whitebeard." Ace lay on the sea, staring at the blue sky, filled with reluctance. "Why? Why do you want to stop me?" Ethan approached Ace. "Because you're too weak. If you get caught, the entire Whitebeard pirates will be implicated because of you." Ace's eyes widened in shock. "What did you say?" "Believe it or not." Ethan shook his head. "Remember your promise." Ace clenched the Weaver card, looking at the figure before him with a complex expression. But since it was his promised matter, he wouldn't go back on it. Seeing the pain reflected in Ace's eyes, Ethan felt somewhat gratified. "It seems I have succeeded." Ace is a person who won't break this agreement, even if it was just a casual bet. Just as Ace turned to fulfill his promise and return to the Whitebeard pirates, a huge wave suddenly rose from the distant sea. A blue figure walked on the waves, and it was Jinbe, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. "Mr. Ace." Jinbe's voice was deep and urgent. "I've finally caught up to you." He landed steadily on the rock, his gaze sweeping between Ace and Ethan, brows slightly furrowed. Ace's disheveled appearance and the lingering traces of flames around them clearly indicated that a battle had just taken place. "Jinbe?" Ace was somewhat surprised. "What are you doing here?" Jinbe said solemnly. "Whitebeard told me about your pursuit of Blackbeard, so I wanted to advise you." He then turned to Ethan, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. "Who is this?" Ace scratched his head and smiled wryly. "He's also here to stop me. We just had a fight. He made a bet with me, and I lost, so I have to go back." While smiling wryly, Ace walked back along the path he came from, feeling dejected. "Goodbye, Jinbe." Ace said one sentence before quickly leaving, as if he was awkwardly fleeing. After watching Ace leave, a look of joy appeared in Jinbe's eyes. He solemnly bowed to Ethan. "Your Excellency, Ethan, thank you for stopping Mr. Ace's impulsive actions. Blackbeard is treacherous, and it is indeed dangerous for Mr. Ace to go alone." Ethan smiled slightly and replied calmly, "No need to be polite. I just didn't want to see a promising young man lose his life for nothing." Suddenly, Jinbe seemed to think of something. He straightened up and examined Ethan closely, defeating a Yonko's subordinate, capturing numerous supernovas, and even defeating Ace. "This new pirate is incredible," Jinbe instinctively thought. However, the most important thing for him was gratitude. "Your Excellency, Ethan," Jinbe said sincerely, then bowed. "Your actions have deeply impressed me. I am truly grateful to you." "Grateful?" Ethan suddenly thought. "Ace has already joined Whitebeard. I won't let him join my forces alone." Chapter 28. Capturing Jinbe. the five elders send CP0 to recruit him. But the celestial dragons and the world government are not worthy. However, Jinbei is also a good choice. Moreover, Jinbei is currently only a warlord and has not joined any pirate crew. Thinking of this, Ethan nodded and suddenly changed the subject. Jinbei, I have a proposal. How about joining my faction? Jinbei was taken aback, clearly not expecting Ethan to make such an invitation. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, but as the guardian of Fishman Island and with my duties as a warlord, I'm afraid I cannot agree." Ethan was not surprised and continued, "My goal is to create a world without discrimination, where everyone is equal, including fishmen and humans. Don't you want to see such a future?" Jinbei's pupils slightly contracted. Ethan's words struck at the deepest desires within him. Fishman Island has suffered oppression from humans for hundreds of years, and he has been fighting for it. If such an ideal could truly be realized. Is what you said true? Jinbei's voice trembled slightly. Of course, Ethan replied firmly, and I have invincible strength, making it easy to achieve this goal. Jinbei, who was initially moved, felt his mindset waver upon hearing Ethan claim invincibility. Subconsciously, Jinbei took a deep breath and skeptically said, "Sir Ethan, your strength is indeed formidable. But to say invincible, with all due respect, there are still beings like Whitebeard in this world." Ethan knew that Jinbei did not believe him. So he smiled and said, "How about this? Let us spar. You'll be able to feel what my strength is like." Jinbei remained silent for a moment and finally nodded. "All right." He suddenly struck a fighting stance, his muscular arms bulging as water gathered in his palms. Jinbei then loudly declared, "Fishman Karate, Shark Wave Fist." His fist, enveloped by a torrent of water, struck directly at Ethan's chest. This blow was enough to shatter steel. Yet Ethan simply raised his hand lightly, fingers spread. Bang! The water vanished the moment it touched Ethan's palm, and Jinbei's fist was blocked by an invisible force. He widened his eyes, unable to believe that his powerful strike had been so easily neutralized. Again, Ethan said. Jinbei gritted his teeth, stepped back, and crossed his arms over his chest. Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, Water Heart, Sea Current Shoulder Throw. He attempted to manipulate the surrounding seawater to create a massive wave to impact Ethan. But the water calmed eerily as soon as it rose, as if forcibly suppressed by some power. How? Is this possible? Cold sweat broke out on Jinbei's forehead. Ethan shook his head and said, "Last chance." Jinbei no longer held back, unleashing the ultimate technique of Fishman Karate. Fishman Karate, Ultimate, Murloc Strike. His fist transformed into a blue afterimage, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. However, Ethan still merely raised his hand. Bang! Jinbei's fist hit an invisible wall, and blue energy scattered everywhere. Yet, no force could penetrate that invisible wall. At this moment, Jinbei was drenched in sweat, as if all his strength had been drained. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze towards Ethan filled with shock. "Now, do you believe it?" Ethan looked down at him, his tone calm. Jinbei remained silent for a long time before finally sighing, "I believe it. Your strength is indeed unfathomable. Even Whitebeard." Probably. He did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Ethan's strength far exceeded his imagination. "So what is your answer?" Ethan inquired. Jinbei took a deep breath and replied, "I am willing to join your faction and fight for our common ideal." Ethan nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Finally joined a reliable person. Among so many subordinates, the only one truly worthy of trust is Jinbei, who has just joined my faction. No problem. Take it slow." On the Azure Sea, Ethan's fleet was cutting through the waves. On the deck of the Giant Head, Jinbei was discussing the current situation of Fishman Island with Ethan. Buggy and his crew were huddled in the distance whispering. The newly joined supernovas occupied different corners, maintaining a delicate balance. Suddenly, a sailor from the lookout shouted an alarm. Unidentified ships spotted ahead. 3 of them. Ethan raised his eyes and saw 3 pure white speedboats approaching at an astonishing speed, with 3 figures standing at the bow. Even from a distance, one could feel the oppressive aura. CP0. A cold smile crept onto Ethan's lips. They've finally come. Jinbei frowned. The world government's top intelligence agency? What are they here for? It's nothing more than the usual threats and temptations. Ethan adjusted his collar. Prepare to welcome our guests. The three speedboats stopped 100 meters from the fleet, and three figures stepped onto the air. Leading the group was a blonde woman wearing a signature white mask, followed by two tall men. "Captain Ethan," the woman said, her voice sweet yet cold. "I've long heard of your great name." The three landed lightly on the deck, causing Buggy and his crew to huddle together in fear, while the other supernovas cautiously surrounded them. "Miss Stussy," Ethan said with a half-smile, "and Jernica and Joseph, the world government really gives me face." Stussy's eyes narrowed slightly behind her mask. "It seems our intelligence was correct. You know more about CP0 than we expected." "Likewise." Ethan gestured for her to speak directly. "Just say it. What did the five elders send you for?" Jernica stepped forward, his voice deep. "Captain Ethan, in light of your recent achievements in recruiting numerous supernovas, the world government has decided to make an exception and grant you the title of Special Warlord." Joseph added, "You will have greater privileges than ordinary warlords. Legal plundering rights, territorial autonomy, and even," he lowered his voice, "slave quotas." The deck fell deadly silent. Bonnie's fists cracked as she clenched them. Jinbei's expression darkened, while Beiji let out a thoughtful puff of smoke. Ethan suddenly burst into laughter, his voice echoing over the sea. "Slave quotas? Is this the world government's sincerity?" Stussy's tone turned cold. "Captain Ethan, this is a position that countless people dream of. If you refuse..." "If I refuse, what will happen?" Ethan's smile abruptly vanished. "Will you send a Marine Admiral to encircle me? Or issue a global bounty like you did with Dragon?" Jernica replied blandly, "You seem to lack the proper reverence for the world government." "Reverence?" Ethan stepped forward suddenly, his conqueror's haki erupting like a tide, causing the wooden planks on the deck to crack. "For those celestial dragons who treat humans as livestock? For those beasts conducting human experiments in the dungeons of Mariehua? Go back and tell the five elders they are not worthy to set conditions in front of me." Chapter 29. The Four Emperors and the world government are unworthy of courting him, only fit to submit to him. Ethan's voice echoed like it came from the abyss. The three CP0 agents stood in place, their expressions unreadable beneath their masks. "We understand Captain Ethan's attitude," she said, her voice still sweet but with a hint of cold distance. "We will report truthfully to the Gorosei. Well then, farewell." As they attempted to leave, Ethan felt a slight stir in his heart. Should he stop them and kill them on the spot? No, stopping them would only slow the Gorosei's desire to know my stance. Forget it. Even if we are to clash, there will be opportunities later. Thus, Ethan decided not to obstruct their departure. On the other hand, Stussy, who was not stopped, slightly nodded. The three of them simultaneously took a step back and vanished like phantoms on the deck. In the next moment, they had returned to their white speedboat, which quickly turned and sped away. "It seems I've become somewhat famous," Ethan thought. "Being courted by the world government also means the four emperors will want to court me." Sure enough, a few days later, "Captain," a sharp alarm suddenly rang from the lookout. Flags of the beast pirates spotted at 2 o'clock. On the horizon, three warships resembling dinosaurs were cutting through the waves. Even more surprising, at almost the same moment, three pink warships adorned with candy and cakes appeared on the left. "Big Moan pirates?" Bonnie spat out a chicken bone, her pink eyes narrowing. "What day is it today? Are the four emperors gathering for tea?" Ethan raised his hand to signal everyone to be on guard. "Indeed, I have become famous. However, they will be disappointed. No one is qualified to court the invincible me." Ethan thought. The flagship of the beast's pirates, the Mammoth, anchored 100 meters away. Phosphor, wearing a leopard print mask, stood at the bow. Behind him stood 20 gifted individuals. "Captain Ethan." Phosphor's voice carried the unique laziness and danger of a feline. "Lord Kaido sent me to deliver a meeting gift." With a wave of his hand, three gifted individuals lifted a bronze box encrusted with jewels over the sea and landed it steadily on the deck of the giant head. The moment the box opened, three strangely patterned devil fruits lay quietly in the velvet lining. Gasps echoed across the deck. Ethan thought to himself, "Not bad. Kaido is indeed generous, willing to directly offer devil fruits." Meanwhile, Buggy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Devil fruits." Phosphor, satisfied with the crowd's reaction, continued. "Lord Kaido's terms are simple. Join the Beast Pirates, and these 3 fruits are yours. You will become the 4th figurehead, second only to Lord Ash. What do you think, Captain Ethan? Phosphor's voice retained its feline laziness. Surely Lord Kaido's sincerity is enough to move you? Almost simultaneously, a commotion erupted on the pink warship of the big Moan pirates. Baron Egg, with his stilt-like legs, elegantly leaped over the sea and landed on the other side of the giant head. He removed his top hat, revealing his signature egg-shaped head. Captain Ethan, allow me to interrupt this crude beast performance. Madame Charlotte Linlin sent me with a more civilized invitation. He took out a gold-embossed invitation sealed with the big MOM Pirates emblem. The madam wishes to betroth her most beloved daughter, Charlotte Bre, to you, and has prepared a dedicated island as your territory in Tado Land. The deck erupted in chaos. Buggy's eyes nearly popped out as he shook Machi by the collar. Hey, did you hear that? The 4 emperors are fighting to court this guy. Bonnie blew a bubble, a hint of disdain flashing in her pink eyes. Using a woman as bait. Seeing this scene, Jinbei furrowed his brows. The supernova pirates on the ship were also paying attention to the spectacle. Indeed, this was the kind of attention I wanted. Then I would reject everyone, showcasing my invincible strength. Ethan smiled, thinking to himself. Ethan raised his hand to signal for silence, and slowly walked to the center of the deck. His gaze shifted between the 3 devil fruits and the gold-embossed invitation, suddenly letting out a chuckle. 3 devil fruits, social gathering? Ethan shook his head, his laughter growing louder. Do Kaido and Charlotte Linlin think I'm begging for scraps? Phosphor's leopard tail abruptly stiffened. A crack appeared on Baron Egg's eggshell face. Mind your words, newcomer. Phosphor's voice turned cold. Rejecting Lord Kaido's goodwill will bring consequences you cannot bear. Baron Egg's expression also darkened. Captain Ethan, the price for insulting a 4 emperor may be one you cannot afford. Ethan suddenly questioned with a cold face. 4 emperors? His voice was soft. It sent chills down everyone's spine. They are merely remnants of an old era, occupying mountains as kings. He slowly raised his right hand, and the 3 devil fruits floated up, flying back to Phosphor's ship under everyone's astonished gaze. Tell Kaido that I accept his gift as a meeting present for when he submits to me in the future. Phosphor's claws snapped out. You seek death. At the same time, Baron Egg's eggshell completely cracked, revealing the furious little Duke form. Arrogant fool. The 2 attacked simultaneously. Phosphor's 6-dial finger gun tore through the air, aiming for Ethan's throat. Baron Egg's long sword glinted coldly, targeting Ethan's heart. Too slow. Ethan didn't even move his feet, merely snapping his fingers lightly. Boom! An invisible shockwave exploded from Ethan, causing Phosphor's finger gun to stop just 3 inches from Ethan's throat. He was thrown back as if struck by lightning, crashing into his own ship's mast. Baron Egg's long sword shattered inch by inch, and he looked in horror as his proud Busashoko hockey shattered like glass. In an instant, the deck fell silent. Ethan walked slowly to the edge of the ship, looking down at the 2 disheveled envoys. Go back and tell your masters. His voice was not loud, but it thundered in everyone's ears. The pattern of the new world is about to change. It's not they who will subdue me, but I, Ethan, will make them understand who is worthy of being their captain. Phosphor spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to rise. You will regret this. Lord Kaido could crush you with a finger. Chapter 30. After refusing to be recruited, the reactions of the 4 emperors Kaido, Big Mom, and the Gorosei Baron Egg's chick form had ruffled feathers, yet he still maintained an air of nobility. The Charlotte family would not let any insult go unpunished. Hearing the threats from the 2, Ethan scoffed internally. Is this the arrogance of the 4 emperors? Thinking themselves invincible, they remain so arrogant even when at a disadvantage. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to send a message. They could just kill them now. A cold glint flashed in Ethan's eyes. Upon seeing this, Phosphor's leopard tail tensed up, instinctively taking a step back. Baron Egg's chick form had its feathers standing on end, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Fine, I won't kill them, Ethan thought impatiently. Then, Ethan's voice was low and icy as he said, Go back and tell your master that I will rewrite the rules of the new world. And if you 2 dare to stay 1 more second, I will make sure you remain in this sea forever. Fuzz-Fur's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel the destructive power contained in that energy. Baron Egg swallowed hard, finally realizing that the man before him was not just bluffing. Fuzz-Fur dared not say another harsh word, and immediately turned to leap toward his ship, his movements frantic yet swift. Baron Egg also dared not say more, turning into a shadow as he rushed back to the pink battleship. The two ships hurriedly changed direction and fled the scene at top speed. On the deck, Buggy and his crew finally snapped out of their shock, collapsing onto the ground. Exhaling deeply, Bonnie popped the bubblegum in her mouth and scoffed. The cadres of the Four Emperors are nothing much after all. Jinby walked over to Ethan's side and said in a deep voice, "Captain Ethan, it seems that our conflict with the Four Emperors is now unavoidable." Ethan withdrew the energy in his hand and gazed toward the distant horizon, saying lightly, "Just as I wish." Upon hearing this, Jinby said no more, but began preparing for battle with the Four Emperors in his heart. The supernovas exchanged glances, their eyes filled with both awe and a hint of indescribable excitement. Only Buggy and his crew displayed expressions of fear. Seeing this, Ethan casually said, "Since you all are so afraid, you 1T have to participate in any battles in the future. Holy Land Mariehua, the Chamber of Power." The blonde Gorosei, St. Patrick slammed his teacup hard onto the floor, shards scattering as tea soaked into the luxurious carpet. His voice was low and cold. "Ethan actually dares to so openly disrespect the authority of the world government." The curly-haired Gorosei, Saint Satan sneered, tapping his fingers on the table. "A mere rookie pirate thinks that defeating a few of the Four Emperors' cadres can allow him to stand against the government?" The bald Gorosei, Saint Nasudru, slowly stood up, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Since he refuses to take a hint, let him understand the consequences of rejecting the government's goodwill. He cannot be allowed to live." Patrick said coldly. "His existence has already threatened the foundation of the government." Satan narrowed his eyes. "Ethan's power is expanding too quickly. If we let it go on, it might shake the balance of the New World. He must be completely eliminated before he becomes the fifth emperor. Then let us send CP0 to take action directly." Nasudru's voice was like a blade cutting through ice. St. Mazas pondered for a moment. Ethan's strength should not be underestimated. Even Drought Jack and Queen were defeated by him. To ensure nothing goes wrong, should we consider involving that one in the operation? Patrick's gaze sharpened. "You mean the Knight of God?" Satan shook his head. "It's not yet time to use the knights. Let CP0 take full action first. If they fail, then we can call in that one." "Agreed," Nasudra nodded. "Also, inform the Navy headquarters to set up a blockade in the nearby waters to prevent Ethan from escaping." The operation code name. Patrick slowly stood up. Shadows covering half of his face extinguished. Kaido crushed the wine flask in his hand. "Ha ha!" A deep laughter squeezed out from the depths of Kaido's throat. "This arrogant little brat," Kaido roared, daring to insult the Four Emperors. Jin's black wings slowly spread behind him, and flames ignited in his golden eyes beneath his mask. "Do you need me to handle this?" "Wait a minute, Brother Kaido." Queen suddenly squeezed forward with his plump body, his sunglasses glinting with cunning light. According to Fuzz-Fur's description, it seems that Brother Jean alone might not be enough. "What did you say?" Jin's flames suddenly surged. Jack crashed through a pillar and charged out, his ivory-decorated jaw, sword smashing into the ground. "Let me go. The humiliation from last time must be avenged in blood." "Shut up." Kaido's roar shook the entire castle, dust falling. As he stood up, shadows enveloped half the hall, and dragon scale patterns emerged on his muscular arms. "You three." The mixture of alcohol breath and dragon breath sprayed onto their faces. "All of you go together." Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. For many years, there had never been an enemy that required all three calamities to take action simultaneously. Queen's cigar fell onto his diamond-studded shoes. Even someone like me, who handles paperwork. 30 warships, all assigned to you." Kaido grabbed a new wine flask and took a swig, the liquid dripping down his beard onto the scars on his chest. "I want to see that kid's head hanging on the horn of the mammoth." The hall suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the most reckless Jack realized that this was no ordinary hunt. Jean suddenly knelt on one knee, folding his wings into a cloak. I will bring back his devil fruit. As he turned, the sheath at his waist and his black wings sparked against each other. Queen pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his cold sweat and suddenly grinned, revealing his gold tooth. Well, it's just the right time to test the new modified plague bomb. Jack hoisted the jaw sword onto his shoulder, blood surging in his single eye. This time, there won't be any accidents. New World, Cake Island. In a massive cake castle, Charlotte Leanlean's teacup suddenly exploded in her hand. The entire hall went silent instantly. Even the sound of breathing became cautious. Mama, mama. Big Mom's laughter was low and dangerous, her eyes gradually becoming bloodshot. The newspaper in her hand was crumpled into a ball, prominently featuring the report of Ethan's refusal to marry. That ignorant little brat actually dares to be so arrogant? Parasparrow's candy cane clattered to the ground. He looked at his mother's increasingly uncontrollable expression in horror. Mom, please calm down. Shut up. Big Mom suddenly stood up, her conqueror's hockey exploding like a tsunami. Where's Baron Egg? She roared. The castle doors were pushed open, and the disheveled Baron Egg stumbled in. Mom, I'm sorry. I have let down your expectations. Chapter 31. The reactions of the four Emperors Shanks and Whitebeard after Big Mom and Kaido's rejection. Big Mom's pupils shrank to the size of pinheads. How dare he treat my Broly? My invitation? As what? Katakuri stepped out of the shadows, his scarf fluttering in the wind. But his voice was unusually calm. Mama, Ethan not only rejected our goodwill, but also injured Baron Egg. He's declaring war on the Charlotte family. Smoothie drew her sword, her eyes burning with rage. Let me go chop him up. I want to turn him into a dried corpse. Cracker's face darkened, his true form trembling with anger beneath his cookie armor. The shame from last time. He must pay back 100-fold this time. Snakel wiped his giant axe with a cold smile. A mere newcomer really thinks he can stand on equal footing with the four emperors just because he defeated a few officers? Big Mom took a deep breath and suddenly fell silent. This unnatural calm was even more terrifying than her previous rage. Katakuri, what do you think? Mama, to ensure nothing goes wrong, I suggest that I, Smoothie, Cracker, and Snakel all take action together. He said solemnly, Ethan's strength cannot be underestimated, but he can't possibly face four commanders at once. The hall erupted in an uproar. It was extremely rare in the Charlotte family's history for all four commanders to take action simultaneously. Big Mom fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into deafening laughter. Mama, mama, good. Let the whole world see the consequences of insulting the Charlotte family. She waved her hand fiercely. Prepare the fleet. I want you to bring back Ethan's head and hang it at the entrance of Cake Island. Yes, Mama. The four commanders replied in unison. Smoothie couldn't wait to step outside. I want that arrogant kid to know what true power is. Cracker followed closely behind, countless cookie soldiers splitting off from him. This time, I want revenge. Snakel hoisted his giant axe, grinning widely. Finally, a decent opponent. Only Katakuri stood still, his expression still indifferent. Ethan, he murmured. Who exactly are you? New World, Red Force. A news bird flapped its wings and landed on the deck, dropping off the latest issue of the World Economic News. Beckman picked up the newspaper, glanced at the front page, and his brows furrowed instantly. What's wrong? Jesus Burgess leaned over to ask. Beckman didn't answer, but handed the newspaper directly to Shanks. You take a look. Shanks took the newspaper, and his previously hazy eyes sharpened instantly upon seeing the headline. Shocking. Mysterious powerhouse Ethan rejects the four emperors and the world government, claiming to rewrite the rules of the new world. Below the headline was a photo of Ethan standing on the deck, with the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates fleeing in the background. The corners of Shank's mouth slowly curled up. Then he burst into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting. So interesting. The crew exchanged glances. Locky, gnawing on a chicken leg, mumbled, "This guy is too bold," daring to provoke both Kaido and Big Mom at the same time. Shanks wiped away the tears of laughter and passed the newspaper to everyone. This guy's name is Ethan, and he's been making waves lately. He defeated Crocodile, Drought Jack, and Cracker, and even recruited a group of supernovas. Beckman exhaled a smoke ring, calmly analyzing. He rejected the world government's invitation to become a warlord of the sea and openly insulted Kaido and Big Mom. clearly wanting to establish his own foothold in the new world. Moreover, Shank's gaze drifted to the distance, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. The deck fell silent. This guy has some guts, Jesus Burgess whistled. Shank stood up and walked to the edge of the ship, the sea breeze fluttering his red cape. His expression grew serious, and his tone took on a rare gravitas. Beckman, what do you think? Beckman pondered for a moment. Ethan's strength cannot be underestimated. The fact that he can easily defeat Foz and Baron Egg indicates his mastery of hockey is extremely high. Moreover, he seems to be deliberately provoking the Four Emperors and the government. Exactly, Shanks nodded. He's declaring war. Lockie swallowed the meat in his mouth and asked, "What should we do? Should we intervene?" Shanks gazed at the horizon, silent for a moment before speaking. "Let's wait and see." Shanks turned around, a deep light flashing in his eyes. This Ethan, though arrogant, I feel he's different from people like Blackbeard. Jesus Burgess scratched his head. "What do you mean?" Shanks chuckled lightly. "Blackbeard is a scheming villain who will stop at nothing for ambition, while Ethan seems to be challenging the rules with his strength. He rejects the world government and the Four Emperors' advances, but doesn't initiate unnecessary killings. In fact, he pointed to another small news item on the newspaper. He even helped Ace." Lockie finished the last bite of his chicken leg and mumbled, "So you think he's not that bad?" Shanks nodded. "At least for now. His actions seem more like an attempt to break the old order rather than purely for personal gain." However, his tone suddenly grew serious. "If he really goes down the wrong path, we won't just sit back and watch." On the azure sea, the Moby Dick lay quietly at anchor. On the deck, members of the Whitebeard pirates were either sitting or standing, enjoying the rare, peaceful moment. Marco leaned against the ship's railing, holding the latest issue of the World Economic News, his brow slightly furrowed. "Dad, take a look at this." Marco walked up to Whitebeard and handed him the newspaper. Whitebeard took the newspaper and scanned the headline. "Shocking. Mysterious powerhouse Ethan rejects the Four Emperors and the world government, claiming to rewrite the rules of the new world." His brow raised slightly, then he continued reading. The newspaper detailed how Ethan rejected Kaido's offer of a devil fruit and Big Mom's marriage proposal. Even more shocking was that he turned down the world government's offer of the warlord title and denounced their atrocities. Gururara. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter vibrating the deck slightly. "Dad, do you think this guy is serious?" Marco asked. Whitebeard's laughter faded, and a deep light flickered in his eyes. "This kid is interesting," he said slowly, daring to provoke Kaido, Lin Lin, and the world government at the same time. He is either a fool who doesn't know his limits, or he really has that kind of strength. Marco interjected, "Dad, the situation in the new world is getting more complicated. Kaido and Big Mom definitely won't let this go, and the world government might also take action against them. Should we?" Chapter 32. Reactions of the three admirals and the Straw Hat crew after rejecting the Four Emperors. Kaido and Big Mom Whitebeard waved his hand, interrupting his words. "Gururara, that's their business." He stood up, his tall figure casting a huge shadow. However, Whitebeard's gaze was sharp as a knife. If this kid really has ambitions to change the world, then it's worth paying attention to. He looked out at the distant horizon, his voice deep and powerful. The new world certainly needs a bit of new turbulence. The deck fell into a brief silence. Then, Whitebeard grinned and raised his massive jug of alcohol. "Boys, it's time for a feast." Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku was frowning as he read the latest issue of the World Economic News. The front page prominently featured a photo of Ethan, with a striking headline, "Mysterious Powerhouse Ethan Rejects the Four Emperors and the World Government. Vows to rewrite the rules of the new world." Bang! Sengoku slammed the newspaper on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. This Ethan is really incredibly arrogant. The office door was pushed open, and the three admirals Akinu, Kizaru, and Akiji entered one after another. "Marshal Sengoku, you called us here in such a hurry. Is there an urgent mission?" Akainu said, a cigar in his mouth, his voice low and serious. Sengoku let out a cold snort and pushed the newspaper in front of the three. "Take a look for yourselves." Kizaru lazily picked up the newspaper, squinting at it and exaggeratedly saying, "Wow, what an impressive newcomer. He actually dared to reject Kaido, Big Mom, and the world government at the same time, even calling them remnants of the old era." Akiji, with his hands in his pockets, leaned in for a look, his brow slightly furrowing. Akainu snorted coldly, his fists cracking ominously. How dare a mere pirate so blatantly disrespect the authority of the world government? This arrogant fool must be eradicated quickly. Kizaru remained nonchalant, teasingly saying, "So, are we just going to watch them fight?" Akiji sighed. The problem now is how to deal with Ethan's rise. His actions have seriously provoked the Four Emperors and the world government, and could even lead to turmoil in the New World. Sengoku nodded, his hands crossed under his chin, his expression grave. Kaido and Big Mom have already dispatched their calamities and commanders to prepare for a joint attack on Ethan. The Gorosei have also ordered CP0 to take full action, and they might even use the God Knights. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Akainu's eyes. In that case, we in the Navy cannot sit idly by. I propose we immediately dispatch a fleet to capture them all, while the Four Emperors and Ethan are engaged in battle. Akiji shook his head. Intervening recklessly now would only make the situation more chaotic. Although Ethan is arrogant, he hasn't actively attacked civilians or the Navy. We should observe first and then decide whether to act. Akainu shouted angrily, "Kazan, you're always so indecisive. Pirates are pirates. Their very existence is a crime. They must be completely exterminated." Sengoku raised his hand to stop Akainu's outburst and said in a deep voice, "Kazan is right. Although Ethan's behavior is arrogant, he hasn't directly opposed the Navy. If we intervene now, we might force him to ally with the Four Emperors, and that would be a real disaster." Kizaru shrugged. "So, we just watch them fight?" Sengoku's gaze was deep. "No, we need to be prepared. Akainu, you are in charge of monitoring the movements in the New World. Kazan, you continue to keep an eye on Ethan's movements. Borsellino, be on standby and ready to assist." Akainu, although dissatisfied, nodded in agreement. "Understood." Akiji said, "I'll keep a close watch on him." Kizaru yawned. "What a hassle. But since it's an order, there's nothing we can do." Sengoku stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the distant sea surface, his tone heavy. Ethan's appearance may change the landscape of the New World. We must respond cautiously and never let the situation get out of control. Akainu snorted coldly. "No matter what, pirates are still pirates. If they dare to threaten the order of the world, I will personally eliminate them all." Kizaru waved his hand lazily. "Ah, that's really scary." Akiji said nothing more and silently turned to leave the office. Sengoku watched the backs of the three, secretly pondering. "Ethan, what exactly do you want to do?" Thousand Sunny. On the azure sea, sunlight poured onto the deck. Suddenly, a newsbird swooped across the sky and dropped a newspaper. Usopp quickly caught it and opened it, instantly widening his eyes. "Hey, everyone come look." Usopp's voice trembled, his fingers gripping the edge of the newspaper tightly. "What's wrong?" Nami looked up, puzzled, and walked over. This is... Usopp swallowed hard and spread the newspaper on the deck. The front page prominently featured a photo of Ethan, with a striking headline, "Mysterious Powerhouse Ethan Rejects the Four Emperors and the World Government. Vows to rewrite the rules of the New World." Ethan. Zoro's eyes widened suddenly, his three swords instantly unsheathing. What big news has that guy caused again? Sanji, holding a cigarette, walked out of the kitchen with a furrowed brow. Luffy stopped chewing and tilted his head closer. "Ethan? Who asked that? Idiot." Nami punched Luffy on the head. "He asked the guy who easily defeated all of us last time." "Oh, it's him," Luffy suddenly realized. Robin took the newspaper, quickly skimmed through the content, her expression gradually becoming serious. Ethan not only rejected the world government's invitation to join the Shichibukai, but he also publicly humiliated Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, declaring that he would rewrite the rules of the New World. What? Chopper was so scared that he hid behind Zoro. Has he gone crazy? That's the Four Emperors. Not only that, Robin continued, he also defeated Fusifer from the Beast Pirates and Baron Egg from the Big Mom Pirates, even claiming he would make the Four Emperors submit to him. The deck instantly fell silent, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the ship. This guy is even more arrogant than we imagined. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone heavy. Zoro tightened his grip on the sword handle, his fighting spirit igniting. I haven't forgotten the humiliation from last time. Luffy suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Interesting. That guy Ethan is indeed very entertaining. Luffy. Nami stomped her foot in anger. You're still laughing. He almost killed us. But he didn't kill us, did he? Luffy's smile faded, his eyes unusually serious. Besides, he told us about hockey. Robin pondered. Indeed, his actions are contradictory. He could easily have eliminated us, but deliberately left information. And now he's openly challenging the Four Emperors and the government. Chapter 33. Ace's unexpected encounter with Blackbeard. Ace's crisis. Could it be that he is? Frankie pushed up his sunglasses, deliberately disturbing the situation in the new world. What does it matter what his purpose is? Zoro snorted coldly. The next time we meet, I will definitely cut him down. That's right. Usopp gathered his courage and raised his slingshot. We're going to be the crew of the Pirate King. How can we be intimidated by that kind of guy? Brook gently plucked the strings of his instrument, his skull face showing no expression. However, at the moment, we are probably not his match yet. Then let's get stronger. Luffy suddenly stood up, his eyes under the straw hat filled with determination. If Ethan can do it, we can too. Hockey, right? I want to learn it and then defeat him. Sanji smiled slightly, extinguishing his cigarette. The next time we meet, I will let him taste the bitterness of my kicks. Nami sighed, but the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Seriously, a bunch of reckless guys. But that's our style. Robin closed the newspaper and said softly, Ethan's actions might trigger a great upheaval in the new world. And we must be ready. On the Azure Sea, Ace's small boat cut through the waves. Damn it. Ace clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Although he had agreed to Ethan's bet, the unwillingness and anger inside him still burned like flames. The grudge against Sachi, the dignity of the Whitebeard pirates, all of it made it impossible for him to truly let go. That bastard Teach. Ace cursed softly, flames flickering in his fists. Just then, several ships' outlines suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Ace squinted, vaguely seeing the fluttering pirate flag. Black background, white skull, 3 curved bones intertwined into a strange smile. Blackbeard pirates? Ace's pupils suddenly constricted, and his blood felt like it was boiling. He stood up abruptly, flames erupting from his shoulders, but the next moment, he forcibly suppressed the impulse. No, my agreement with that guy. Ace gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. However, the Blackbeard pirate ship was heading straight for him. Ha ha ha, isn't this Captain Ace? Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach stood at the bow of the ship, arms wide open, revealing his signature toothless grin. Behind him, Van Augur, Beiji, Poison Q, Lafitte, and others lined up, their eyes flashing with dangerous light. Ace coldly stared at Blackbeard, fists tightly clenched, flames swirling around him. Blackbeard grinned, his tone hypocritically friendly. Don't be so tense, Captain Ace. We are old friends. Cut the crap. Ace shouted angrily, flames exploding beneath his feet. You killed Sachi, betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, and still have the nerve to mention old friends? Blackbeard shrugged, feigning helplessness. Ha ha ha. That was a choice I had to make. That guy Sachi clearly got the dark fruit, but wouldn't he hand it over? I was just pursuing my own dream. Dream? Ace's gaze grew even colder. Your dream is to kill your comrades? Blackbeard shook his head, suddenly retracting his smile, his tone turning somber. Ace, join me. I know your strength well. Together we can overthrow Whitebeard and dominate the new world. At that time, you can have whatever you want. Ace's anger ignited in an instant, but he still held back from attacking. Shut up. I'm not interested in your ambitions. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with threat. Ace, don't be stubborn. Right now, you're not my match. Ace sneered, is that so? Then you can try. Blackbeard sighed, shaking his head in mock regret. You're really stubborn. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. He suddenly raised his hand. Darkness surged from his palm, instantly engulfing the surrounding sea. Dark water. Ace felt a powerful suction force, his flames uncontrollably swallowed by the darkness. He shuddered, but quickly steadied himself. Teach, you attacked first. In that case, I won't be considered in breach of contract. Blackbeard laughed heartily. Breach of contract? Who did you make an agreement with? Ha ha. It doesn't matter. You won't escape today. Ace no longer hesitated, flames igniting all over his body. Fire Fist. A massive wave of flame surged toward Blackbeard, but the darkness absorbed the flames like a whirlpool. Blackbeard grinned savagely, throwing a punch at Ace. Dark hole. Ace quickly dodged, but Van Augur's bullet whizzed toward him, accurately blocking his escape route. Beiji seized the opportunity to rush in, landing a punch to Ace's abdomen, sending him flying. Cough, cough. Ace steadied himself in midair, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Poison Q rode in on a sick horse, grinning ominously. Captain Ace, why struggle? Join us, and you can survive. Ace wiped away the blood, flames rising again. Stop dreaming. The members of the Whitebeard pirates would rather die in battle than bow to a traitor. Blackbeard's eyes turned completely cold. Then go die. On the Azure Sea, the Moby Dick was cutting through the waves. Ethan stood at the bow of the ship. Suddenly, he frowned. Why are Ace and Blackbeard fighting again? Ethan focused, sensing the situation over there. I see. Ace didn't breach the agreement. He just ran into Blackbeard by accident. Ethan smiled again. If Ace had breached the agreement, I wouldn't care. Since that's not the case, I can lend a hand. However, my Mar perception ability is really too strong. The system is truly powerful, Ethan thought to himself. The Mark perception ability is one of the many abilities Ethan obtained. By marking someone, he can sense their experience state. Marking someone only requires a glance. Earlier, to prevent Ace from breaching the agreement and seeking out Blackbeard, Ethan had already marked Ace. Let's go and lend a hand. Ethan thought, and then his figure suddenly blurred, instantly disappearing from the spot. Under the azure sky, Blackbeard's maniacal laughter echoed on the deserted island. Ha ha ha, Ace, your flames are meaningless in the face of darkness. Blackbeard spread his arms wide, the whirlpool formed by dark water engulfing Ace's final fire fist. Ace knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his chest heaving violently. His flames were suppressed, and his stamina was nearing its limit. Van Augur's sniper rifle aimed at Ace's forehead, while Beiji twisted his shoulders, revealing a sinister grin. It's over, Fire Fist. Chapter 34. Rescuing Ace. Crushing Blackbeard poisoned Q's sick horse, snorted ominously, and said, "What a pity, he could have been a companion." Ace gritted his teeth, his fists pounding the ground, flames flickering weakly before quickly extinguishing. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, but his body could no longer support him in continuing to fight. Teach, even if I die, Dad will never let you go. Blackbeard approached with a sinister grin, darkness swirling in his palm. Whitebeard, he will eventually become my stepping stone. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ace. It was Ethan. Ethan looked up and saw Blackbeard and his crew. Indeed, Blackbeard looked just like a behind-the-scenes villain, he thought instinctively. Blackbeard's hand froze in midair, his pupils suddenly contracting. He stared intently at the man who had suddenly appeared in front of Ace. Ha ha, isn't this the recently popular Ethan? Blackbeard cackled. Ace struggled to lift his head, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Ethan, how did you get here? Ethan didn't turn around, simply stating, just passing by. But it seems I arrived just in time. The members of Blackbeard's crew tensed up. Captain Ethan, Blackbeard grinned. I've long heard of your name. I heard you defeated Crocodile and the officers of the Four Emperors. That's truly impressive. Ethan shot him a cold glance and replied, So what? Blackbeard rubbed his hands together, a sly glint in his eyes. How about joining my pirate crew? With your strength, we can dominate the new world together. At that time, well, status, anything you want can be yours. Ace shouted angrily, Teach, a despicable person like you, is even qualified to recruit others? Blackbeard was quite competent as a villain. As long as one was strong, he would accept anyone regardless of their character. Seeing Blackbeard almost immediately inviting him to join, Ethan thought to himself, however, for someone with my invincible strength, no one is worthy of being my subordinate. Ethan chuckled lightly, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. Trash like you isn't even worthy to talk to me, let alone for me to be your subordinate. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's smile instantly froze, but quickly returned. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he continued to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, so arrogant, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Don't blame me for being rude. He suddenly raised his hand, darkness erupting from his palm. Dark water. Is this the ability of the dark fruit? Interesting, Ethan thought curiously. However, in the next moment, Ethan simply waved his hand lightly. The darkness was torn apart by an invisible force and instantly vanished without a trace. Blackbeard's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched his attack being easily dispelled. How? Is this possible? Just this, Ethan instinctively mocked. Then he stepped forward, saying, Blackbeard, your ambition in my eyes is nothing but a clown's trick. With each step Ethan took, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. Blackbeard roared, Stop looking down on people. Everyone, attack together and take them down. Van Oka pulled the trigger, bullets whistling through the air. Bias charged in with his fists swinging. Poison Q's sick horse emitted a cloud of poisonous mist. Lafitte drew his sword, aiming straight for Ethan's throat. Ethan didn't even blink, merely snapping his fingers lightly. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted from him, sending all members of Blackbeard's crew flying. Van Oka's bullets shattered in midair, Bia's fists twisted and deformed. Poison Q's sick horse wailed as it fell to the ground, and Lafitte's sword broke into several pieces. Blackbeard crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to get up, fear finally surfaced in his eyes. What kind of monster are you? Blackbeard was indeed strong now, but he was facing the invincible Ethan. Ethan first smiled with delight, then thought, wait, why am I comparing myself to this kind of trash? He then revealed a look of disdain. Seeing this, Blackbeard struggled to rise, his face twisted with rage. He had never been so belittled. Ethan's disdainful gaze pierced his pride like a sharp knife. Ha ha, don't look down on people. Blackbeard's laughter held a hint of madness, as dark energy erupted from him like boiling sludge. The ground beneath him cracked, and stones were pulled into the air by gravity. Let me show you. True darkness. He spread his arms wide, gathering a pitch-black sphere in his palms that was deep to the extreme, swallowing all surrounding light. Dark abyss. The black sphere suddenly expanded, transforming into a dark torrent with a diameter of several dozen meters. Wherever it passed, space twisted, the ground shattered, as if even time was crushed by this power. Ace's pupils constricted. The power of this strike far exceeded any previous attack. Interesting, I haven't seen this move in the anime. But the strength is about this level. Ethan thought, initially intrigued. However, feeling bored, Ethan merely sighed, not even bothering to take a defensive stance. The dark torrent swallowed him in an instant, and a bizarre scene occurred. The attack, capable of annihilating everything, split in two as if crashing against a reef, whistling past Ethan on both sides without even lifting the corners of his clothing. Wah! Blackbeard's maniacal laughter froze on his face. As the smoke cleared, Ethan stood in place, casually brushing off non-existent dust from his fingertips. Is this your hidden trump card? He shook his head. You couldn't even make me take half a step back. Ethan's gaze turned icy as it pierced through Blackbeard, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. Your darkness is nothing but this. Before his words fell, his figure suddenly vanished. Blackbeard's pupils contracted, and before he could react, Ethan appeared before him like a specter, throwing a punch. Boom! This punch seemed casual, but carried overwhelming power. Blackbeard's abdomen caved in instantly, the dark energy shattering like fragile glass. His eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire man flew back like a cannonball, crashing through several boulders before finally smashing into the mountainside. Dust filled the air, and debris tumbled down. Blackbeard collapsed amidst the ruins, covered in blood, with no strength left to struggle. Fear unlike any he had ever felt finally surfaced in his eyes. Chapter 35. Blackbeard pleads for mercy. How is that possible? He gasped for breath, his voice hoarse. Ethan walked in front of Blackbeard, looking down at him. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel and beg for mercy. Blackbeard's face twisted with anger, but soon, he managed to squeeze out a smile. Ha ha ha. Captain Ethan, I was blind to your greatness. There is no need for us to be at odds like this, right? Ethan's gaze grew colder. I'll count to 3. 1. Cold sweat broke out on Blackbeard's forehead, his legs trembling slightly. 2. Wait. Blackbeard suddenly shouted and fell to his knees. I was wrong. Captain Ethan, please spare me. I won't dare to provoke you again. Ace watched this scene in shock, completely not expecting the cunning Blackbeard to plead so pitifully. Indeed, Blackbeard is just like in the comics, capable of bending and stretching. Ethan sighed inwardly. Forget it. I must let him go now. If I don't, if I kill him like this, who will highlight my invincible strength in the future? With that thought in mind, Ethan coldly snorted and pretended to be disdainful. Get lost. If I see you again, it won't be that simple. Hearing this, Blackbeard felt relieved, but hatred surged in his heart. Is this matter just going to end like this? Impossible. I need to find a way to leave him a hidden danger at this moment, and plan for revenge in the future. Blackbeard instinctively had these thoughts. However, on the surface, he knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the ground, making it impossible to see his thoughts. Only a hint of malicious light flashed in his eyes. He endured the pain, raised his head, forced out a flattering smile, and said tremulously, "Captain Ethan, your strength is truly admirable. I, Marshal D, teach, am willing to join your forces and serve you." His tone was extremely humble, as if he were genuinely submissive. Good heavens, so ruthless, instantly coming up with a scheme to feign joining my forces, then planning to cause internal strife, right? Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with this. I still have to keep an eye on him. Ethan quickly analyzed Blackbeard's intentions in his mind. However, this also made him very impatient. So Ethan just gave him a cold glance, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. Join my forces? Ethan chuckled lightly. With your kind of trash, do you think you're worthy? Blackbeard's smile froze on his face, but soon he regained his flattering expression. Captain Ethan, although my strength is not as good as yours, I have ambition and means. As long as you give me a chance, I will definitely. Shut up. Ethan interrupted him, his eyes full of impatience. Do you really think I can't see your little schemes? Blackbeard's pupils constricted, shocked in his heart. He didn't expect his disguise to be seen through by Ethan at a glance. Ethan slowly raised his hand, a wisp of light gathering at his fingertips. His tone icy. Since you're so persistent, I'll give you another punch to wake you up completely. Before the words finished, Ethan's fist had already struck Blackbeard's face. Bang! Blackbeard flew out again, crashing heavily onto a distant rock. His face instantly swelled, a few teeth knocked out, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His crew looked on in terror, hurriedly coming to support Blackbeard. Get lost. Ethan retracted his fist, his tone indifferent. If I see you again, it won't be just a simple punch. Blackbeard struggled to get up. The fear in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He covered his swollen face and mumbled, "Yes, yes. We'll leave right now." Saying this, he stumbled with his crew towards their ship, as if afraid Ethan would change his mind. Ace watched Blackbeard's embarrassing escape, feeling a rush of joy in his heart. He turned to Ethan, his eyes full of gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I might have." Ethan waved his hand, interrupting him. "No need to thank me. I was just passing by." Ace nodded and said seriously, "No matter what, I will remember this favor. In the future, if you need help, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely repay this kindness." Ethan waved his hand and stopped speaking. The next moment, his figure became blurry, and he disappeared from the spot again. Although Ace already knew Ethan had teleportation abilities, he still felt amazed at that moment. What kind of ability is this? Teleportation? That's too strong. If possible, I will definitely repay this favor. With this thought, he transformed into a blaze and flew towards the distant sea. The Blackbeard pirates' ship fled frantically on the sea, only gradually slowing down when they confirmed that Ethan was not pursuing them. On the deck, Blackbeard slumped against the side of the ship. The swelling on his face had not yet subsided, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had dried. His gaze was sinister, his fists clenched tightly, and the air around him seemed to solidify with his rage. Damn! Damn! He suddenly smashed his fist onto the deck in fury, the wood splintering instantly, causing the whole ship to tremble. That bastard dared to humiliate me like this. Van Oka stood by, calmly cleaning his sniper rifle, his tone low. "Captain, his strength far exceeds our estimations." Burgess covered his twisted arm, gritting his teeth. "What kind of monster is that guy? Even the power of the dark fruit is ineffective against him." Poison Q's sick horse lay weakly to the side, while he himself sneered ominously. He. Perhaps we should reassess the plan." Lafitte leaned on his broken sword, his eyes flickering under the brim of his hat. "Ethan's existence has disrupted our rhythm." Blackbeard suddenly raised his head, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. "No, this is actually an opportunity. Everyone was taken aback and looked at him. Blackbeard grinned, revealing a toothless smile, which looked particularly sinister at that moment. Ha ha ha, that guy Ethan, offending Kaido, Big Mom, and the world government all at once, and now provoking us too. His arrogance will eventually cost him dearly. Van Oken narrowed his eyes. Do you mean? Blackbeard slowly stood up, dusting off his clothes, his tone cold. Since we can't defeat him head-on, then let us use others to deal with him. Kaido and Big Mom 1T let him go. The world government certainly 1T tolerate his existence. All we need to do is stir the pot. Burgess suddenly realized, excitedly waving his fists. That's right. Let those guys wear down Ethan, and we'll reap the benefits. Chapter 36. Capturing Don Quixote. Doflamingo poisoned Q coughed twice, sneering. Perhaps we can spread some interesting news to create more chaos. Lafayette lightly tapped the brim of his hat, revealing a meaningful smile. For example, Ethan holds the secret of ancient weapons. Blackbeard laughed heartily, patting Lafayette on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, good idea. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Not only that, but we can also secretly contact those dissatisfied with Ethan's presence. For instance, CP0. Van Oken nodded. The world government must want him gone. Blackbeard licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile growing more sinister. That's right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter how strong Ethan is, he can't fight the whole world at once. The azure sea sparkled as Ethan's fleet slowly approached the port of Dressrosa. On the deck of the giant ship, Jinbei stood beside Ethan. Jinbei gazed solemnly at the distant island. Captain Ethan, Dressrosa is Doflamingo's territory. This man is cunning and has close ties with both the world government and the underworld. Jinbei said with a serious expression. Facing this man, Jinbei had to be very cautious. It seems Doflamingo is indeed well known. Ethan sighed inwardly. However, for someone invincible like me, it doesn't matter. With this thought, Ethan smiled slightly, his gaze deepening, and then spoke. That's precisely why it's worth coming here. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of the port. Almost everyone was instantly cleared away. A group of people appeared on the shore, led by a tall man. He had short golden hair, a pink feather coat, and his iconic sunglasses obscured his eyes. Doflamingo's laughter was bold and arrogant as he opened his arms, as if welcoming an old friend. What a rare guest, Captain Ethan. Ethan stood at the bow of the ship, looking down at him. As expected, he is perceptive, knowing I've arrived so quickly. Indeed, even in terms of intelligence, Doflamingo is worth recruiting as my subordinate. With this thought, a faint smile appeared on Ethan's lips, and he said, Doflamingo, I've long admired your name. Doflamingo pushed up his sunglasses, his tone playful. I've heard you've been quite impressive lately, even daring to provoke Kaido and Big Mom, which is truly commendable. Ethan replied nonchalantly, just some remnants of the old era, not worth mentioning. Doflamingo's smile slightly stiffened, but quickly returned. Interesting. Regardless of your purpose for coming here today, why don't we discuss cooperation, shall we? Cooperation? Ethan raised an eyebrow. Doflamingo spread his hands, his tone enticing. With your strength, plus my connections and resources in the New World, we can join forces to overturn the rule of the Four Emperors, and even, he lowered his voice, his smile growing more dangerous, overthrow the world government. On the deck, everyone held their breath, waiting for Ethan's reaction. Indeed, Doflamingo's ambition is quite grand. If it weren't for the fear of Kaido and other monster strength, I suspect he would have long since taken on the celestial dragons. However, in front of me, his attitude is still not respectful enough. At the very least, he should respect me as he does Kaido. With this thought, Ethan merely chuckled softly and said, Doflamingo, have you misunderstood something? Doflamingo was taken aback. Ethan's voice was calm, yet authoritative. You are not worthy of cooperating with me. The air instantly froze. Doflamingo's smile vanished completely, and the gaze beneath his sunglasses became fierce. What did you say? Ethan slowly raised his hand, pointing at him. You only deserve to submit. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, and the air around him seemed to distort with his fury. What an arrogant little brat. His voice was low and dangerous. Do you think defeating a few of the Four Emperor subordinates allows you to act arrogantly in front of me? Before he finished speaking, his fingers suddenly curled. 5 color strings. 5 nearly transparent fine lines tore through the air, aiming directly at Ethan's throat. It seems I was underestimated after all. My name of invincibility is still not widely known enough, Ethan thought, feeling a bit displeased. Then, without even raising an eyebrow, Ethan simply waved his hand lightly. Bang! An invisible barrier instantly deflected Doflamingo's attack, the fine lines snapping and dissipating into nothingness. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, incredulous. What? Ethan's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Doflamingo, throwing a punch. Bang! Doflamingo didn't even have time to react. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a distant building. Dust filled the air, and debris flew everywhere. The crowd at the port erupted into chaos, toys and humans scattering in all directions. Doflamingo, Treble, Pica, Diamante, and others exclaimed in shock. They rushed over, wanting to help. However, amidst the dust, Doflamingo slowly stood up, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His sunglasses shattered, revealing his murderous gaze. This is truly infuriating. His voice was cold and piercing. He suddenly opened his arms wide, and countless fine strings burst from his fingertips, instantly covering the entire port. Birdcage. The fine lines intertwined to form a massive cage, enveloping Ethan and his fleet. Doflamingo grinned sinisterly. Now, let's see how you escape. This is the birdcage. Ethan immediately recognized Doflamingo's technique. Even Admiral Fujitora couldn't destroy the birdcage. If it could be turned into an offensive method, how much stronger would it be? However, for someone invincible like me, this power is still too weak, Ethan concluded inwardly. Ethan looked around, glancing at the birdcage, then chuckled lightly and said, a trivial skill. He raised his hand, a glimmer of light converging at his fingertips, and then gently swiped. Whoosh! A brilliant light flashed, and a massive birdcage was torn apart like paper, the fine lines snapping and breaking. Doflamingo's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! Ethan's figure vanished again, and the next second, he appeared behind Doflamingo, sweeping a kick. Boom! Doflamingo was once again sent flying, crashing through several buildings before barely coming to a stop. He struggled to rise, covered in blood, and fear finally appeared in his eyes. What kind of monster is this guy? Ethan approached slowly, his tone indifferent. Now, what is your choice? Doflamingo gritted his teeth, but soon he forced a twisted smile. Chapter 37. Defeating CP0, the arrival of the 3 disasters. Captain Ethan, I was blind to your greatness. He knelt on one knee, lowering his head. I am willing to submit. Ethan nodded in satisfaction. Good. A flicker of malice flashed in Doflamingo's eyes, but he still maintained a respectful demeanor. From now on, the resources of Dressrosa are at your disposal. Ethan chuckled lightly and turned to walk toward the port. I hope you keep your word. Doflamingo watched his back, silently vowing. Ethan, one day, I will make you pay the price. However, he did not know that Ethan had already seen through his thoughts. Doflamingo would certainly not be loyal. For now, he could be used for his resources, as for his little schemes. Ethan sneered inwardly, not worth mentioning. On the azure sea, the shadow of the giant headship cut through the horizon. Ethan stood at the bow. Jinbei walked up beside him and said solemnly, Captain, there's unusual activity in the waters ahead. Of course, Ethan had already sensed that CP0 was coming. Finally here, a bit slower than I imagined. After rejecting the Gorosei, he knew they would send CP0 over. So now, Ethan merely showed a calm smile and said, looks like we have uninvited guests. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures appeared like phantoms on the sea surface in front of the fleet. They wore white uniforms, masks covering their faces, exuding a cold and dangerous aura. They were the highest intelligence agency directly under the world government, CP0. Leading them was Stussy, who gently brushed her long hair and spoke with a sweet yet chilling tone. Captain Ethan, what a coincidence. Maha, with hands in pockets, spoke indifferently. By the orders of the Gorosei, we are here to eliminate you today. Jernica slowly drew his long knife, its blade glinting coldly. Resistance will only increase your suffering. Joseph and Gismonda stood on either side, blocking Ethan's escape route. The crew on the deck instantly tensed up, and Jinbei assumed a fighting stance, including Scrapman-App, Basil Hawkins, X-Drake. Everyone prepared for battle. CP0. All members have mobilized, Jinbei said with a serious expression. However, Ethan just found it amusing, thinking that his crew had still seen too little. But in the future, they would know that for someone invincible like him, there was no need to be nervous about who the enemy was. With this in mind, Ethan merely chuckled lightly, glancing at the five. With just you few weaklings, you dare to kill me? He then waved his hand, stopping his subordinates who were ready to act. Stussy flashed and instantly appeared behind Ethan. She gathered sharp claw shadows at her fingertips. Finger gun rose. However, before her attack could reach Ethan, it was repelled by an invisible force. Without turning around, Ethan waved his hand. Stussy flew back like a kite with a broken string. What? Maha's pupils constricted, and before he could react, Ethan's figure appeared in front of him. A punch was thrown, and Maha's abdomen instantly caved in, blood gushing as he embedded into the ship's railing, losing consciousness. Jernica roared, slashing out a fierce sword aura. 6 powers, storm slash. The sword aura tore through the air, aimed straight at Ethan's throat. Ethan merely raised a finger, and the sword aura shattered in midair. In the next second, Jernica's long knife was twisted by tremendous force, and his wrist broke, causing him to kneel on the ground. Joseph and Gismonda simultaneously attacked. Finger gun, steel bone, their fists, carrying destructive power, slammed toward Ethan. Ethan raised the corner of his mouth and lightly uttered a word. Roll. Bang. The two were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing through several rocks and collapsing to the ground. In just a few seconds, all members of CP0 were defeated. The sea surface returned to calm, leaving only Stussy barely standing. Daring to come to kill me, and still so arrogant? If it weren't for the system, I would have killed them by now. However, they will spread my invincible strength to the Gorosei and others. Forget it. I'll let them live for now. Ethan looked at the fallen figures, silently thinking. After making the decision, Ethan walked up to Stussy and said, Go back and tell the Gorosei. His voice suddenly turned cold. A group of old fossils hiding in Mariehua, without the courage to face me directly, only daring to send a few dogs to their death. Next time, it would be better if they came themselves to die. At this moment, Stussy's expression was serious, not very fearful. She was just puzzled and asked, Aren't you going to kill us? You're not worthy of me dirtying my hands. Ethan continued, Also tell them, the so-called world government is nothing but a decaying puppet show in my eyes. If they want to live a few more days, they should stay out of my sight. After finishing, Ethan said, Get lost, while I haven't changed my mind yet. Stussy remained puzzled, but remained silent, stumbling away with her unconscious companions. Jinbei looked at their retreating figures and said gravely, Captain, are you really not going to kill them? We've completely angered the world government now. Ethan smiled without turning around. I want to anger the world government. Only in this way will the world know us. A few days later, on the Azure Sea, the giant head ship was cutting through waves. Captain, there is something unusual ahead, Jinbei said in a deep voice, as if a large fleet was approaching. The beast pirates? Ethan sensed who was ahead. A smirk appeared at the corner of Ethan's mouth, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. No problem. Looks like some unaware guys are delivering themselves to our door. As soon as he finished speaking, several large warships emerged on the distant horizon. The black sails bore the emblem of the beast pirates. On the leading flagship, 3 tall figures stood proudly, exuding an imposing aura. Fire Calamity Ember, clad in black wings, his gaze cold as ice behind his mask. Plague Queen, with a plump body twisting to the music, a sinister smile on his face. Drought Jack, with a massive body like a mountain, exhaling heavy breaths between his tusks. Ha ha ha. Queen's laughter was sharp and piercing. It's you, kid, who dare to provoke our beast pirates. Jack stepped forward, slamming his giant axe onto the deck, the sound like thunder. You don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Today is your day to die. Ember slowly raised his hand, flames gathering in his palm, his voice deep and dangerous. Lord Kaido is very interested in you. Too bad you won't live to see him. The crew on the deck instantly tensed up, and Jinbei assumed a fighting stance. Hawkins silently drew his tarot cards. and Drake tightened his grip on his sword. Chapter 38, Defeating the Three Disasters. Shocking Jinbei and other pirate supernovas. Seeing this scene, Ethan thought to himself, "My crew is clearly much more nervous. Indeed, they're the notorious Four Emperors. However, my power will also be famous in the future." So Ethan merely chuckled lightly and raised his hand to signal everyone to step back. Just the three disasters, and they dare to shout in front of me? Ethan stepped forward and spoke in a calm voice, but this voice carried an undeniable authority. Quinn's smile froze, then he was filled with rage. "Arrogant little brat. Let me show you the terror of plague." He suddenly pressed a button in his hand, and countless mechanical arms extended from behind. Poison gas bombs rained down on the Thousand Sunny. Ethan didn't even raise an eyebrow, just waved his hand lightly. Boom! An invisible barrier instantly deflected the poison gas bombs, causing huge splashes on the sea. Quinn's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Jin's pupils constricted and instantly transformed into a streak of fire charging towards Ethan. Firewing slash. The scorching flames coalesced into a massive blade, slicing downwards. Ethan remained in place, merely tilting his body slightly. The flaming blade brushed past him without even touching the hem of his clothes. "Too slow," he said indifferently, then threw a punch. Bang! Jin's chest caved in instantly, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Jack roared angrily, his giant axe wielding violent power as it swung towards Ethan. Ethan sighed lightly, raised his hand to grab the axe blade, and surprisingly held it steady. Jack exerted all his strength, but found the axe unmoving. "Is that all the strength you have?" Ethan sneered, then twisted his wrist. Crack! The giant axe shattered with a sound, and Jack's massive body was overturned by tremendous force. He crashed heavily onto the deck, causing the entire ship to tremble, and he passed out immediately. Seeing this, Quinn broke out in cold sweat, but soon squeezed out a twisted smile. "Ha ha! Did you think this was the end?" His body instantly expanded, transforming into a mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. Plague mode activated. Quinn opened his massive mouth, spraying venom and lasers simultaneously. However, Ethan merely snapped his fingers lightly. Bang! An invisible shock wave spread out, annihilating the venom and lasers in midair. Quinn's mechanical body instantly disintegrated, parts scattering everywhere. He collapsed to the ground, his fat body convulsing, eyes filled with terror. Jin flew back, blocking in front of Quinn, and flames ignited on Jin's back. Just because flames are burning, does that mean you have invincible defense? However, in front of me, no matter how strong the defense, it is nothing. Ethan thought with a smile. So Ethan raised his hand, a glimmer of light gathering at his fingertips, then flicked it gently. Whoosh! That glimmer shot through the air like a meteor, instantly penetrating Jin's flame barrier and directly striking his chest. Jin's pupils suddenly constricted, looking down at his chest in disbelief. Blood seeped from the wound. How is this possible? My defense? Jin's voice was filled with shock and anger. Lord of the Flame Disaster, Quinn exclaimed in shock, his fat body trembling from the astonishment. He had never seen anyone able to injure Jin so easily while flames burned behind him. Jin's fury was completely ignited, and he howled to the sky. The flames on his wings surged several times, transforming into two ferocious fire dragons, dual emperors of the blade. He waved his wings, and the fire dragons roared as they pounced towards Ethan, boiling the sea and igniting the air. Are you angry? Even if you're angry, what can it change? Let me show you true despair. Ethan smiled to himself. Therefore, facing Jin's attack, Ethan stood still, not even moving his feet. He had no intention of dodging Jin's attack. He simply raised his hand and waved, an invisible force sweeping out like a giant wave. The two fire dragons were instantly crushed, sparks flying, dissipating into nothingness. Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin, unwilling to concede, launched another attack, with flames coalescing into an even larger fire dragon. The fire dragon opened its massive mouth, attempting to engulf Ethan. However, Ethan merely blew lightly, and the fire dragon disintegrated like dust. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin exerted all his strength, flames transforming into countless fire dragons swirling around. They formed an impenetrable fire cage, trapping Ethan inside. This was his strongest combination of defense and attack, which had caused countless powerful foes to suffer defeat. Ethan shook his head and sighed. A futile struggle. He lifted his foot and gently stepped down. Boom! A shock wave erupted from his center. The fire cage instantly collapsed. And Jin's technique was completely shattered. Jin himself was blasted away by this force, crashing heavily against the ship's railing. The flames extinguished, his wings were broken, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Jin, defeated? Quinn's eyes widened, his voice trembling. He had never imagined that the strongest person in the Beast's pirates, aside from Kaido, would fall so easily. On the deck, Ethan's subordinates fell into a brief silence. Jinbei clenched his fists, his heart shaken. Is this the true strength of the captain? Drake's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he murmured. Even Flame Disaster had no power to fight back. Capone Beej nearly dropped the cigar he was holding. He took a deep breath. This guy is even more terrifying than the rumors. Scratchman, Apu's laughing expression completely froze, replaced by deep awe. Seeing the scene, Ethan thought, my reputation has increased significantly. Next, Ethan slowly walked towards Jin, looking down at him from above. Tell Kaido that if he doesn't want to lose more subordinates, he should come and apologize to me. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Jin struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness, but more so with an unprecedented fear. He opened his mouth, but found he didn't even have the courage to retort. Seeing this, Quinn finally snapped back to reality from his shock. He trembled as he helped Jin up and gritted his teeth. We leave. The Beast's pirates' fleet retreated in panic, leaving only rolling waves and a blanket of silence on the sea. The dome of Onigashima was shrouded in dark clouds. Kaido's massive body lay beside the sake pool. Governor Kaido! The bloody wind smashed through the heavy iron door, and Quinn's bulky body almost rolled into the main hall. The hydraulic tubes of his mechanical arms were hissing with oil. His left eye surveillance camera was shattered into a web-like pattern, and his pink suit was stained dark red with blood. Jin stumbled in, dragging his broken black wings, and the mask cracked with a piercing gap. The single eye revealed was burning with the flames of humiliation. 8 attendants carried the unconscious Jack, whose mammoth fur was covered in charred fist marks. Chapter 39. Kaido's Reaction. The 5 Elders' reaction. Katakuri's reaction the moment Kaido opened his eyes, his conqueror's haki materialized like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire space. Who did this? A voice like a dragon's roar shook the pillars. Kaido's human form emerged from the steam, his muscular upper body covered in old scars, and his kanabo plowed deep grooves into the ground. As Jin knelt on one knee, fragments of his mask fell off. It was Ethan. Kaido suddenly erupted, smashing Queen into the rock wall, 3 meters deep with his kanabo. How could the 3 calamities lose to this newcomer pirate? Purple lightning coiled around the kanabo, and the entire Onigashima began to tremble slightly. With just one finger, Queen quickly said, "He crushed my plague missile." Jack awoke in excruciating pain, blood frothing between his fangs. My axe was crushed barehanded. An eerie silence fell over the hall. Kaido's pupils narrowed into slits as he crushed the sake gourd in his palm. Kaido's chest heaved violently, memories of the devastating defeat at God Valley overlapping with the information before him. Kaido tore off the white fur cloak from his shoulder, revealing the dragon scale tattoo on his back. Jin suddenly looked up. "You're going to do it yourself." Kaido's laughter shook the very foundation of the castle. That old hag Lin was right. The scum of the new era, indeed, needs to be educated. He grabbed a sake barrel and tilted his head back to drink deeply, amber liquid dripping down his beard. Holy Land Mariehua, Chamber of Power. 5 figures sat around table. Bang! Curly-haired Saint Saturn slammed his fist on the table, splashing red tea from the cup and staining the pure white tablecloth. All 5 CP0 have completely collapsed. His voice was deep as thunder, veins bulging on his forehead. That punk, named Ethan, actually dared to be so arrogant. The long-bearded Saint Pitter slowly opened his eyes, his fingertips rubbing the gem on the hilt of his sword. Is the information accurate? Confirmed by Stussy herself? It cannot be wrong. The blonde Saint Nasudru let out a cold laugh, crushing the document in his hand. The 5 elders are all old geezers. That was his exact word. The always silent Saint Maz finally spoke, his voice as cold as the frozen deep sea. Ethan's strength has exceeded our estimates. He can easily defeat the 3 calamities and CP0. His threat level must be raised to Emperor level. The long-bearded elder suddenly opened his squinted eyes, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Wait, it seems we have overlooked a piece on the chessboard. The other 4 turned their gazes towards him. X. Drake. He slowly uttered the name. The undercover agent of the Navy's Special Unit Sword is now on Ethan's ship, the flagship of the big MOM pirates. The Queen Mama's symphony was cutting through the waves. On the deck, the elites of the Charlotte family gathered, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Brother Katakuri. The latest news. Charlotte BRLE rushed onto the deck, holding a newspaper. Her voice trembled with shock. That guy, Ethan, defeated the 3 calamities of the beast pirates. What? Charlotte Cracker suddenly stood up, pieces of his biscuit armor falling off due to his emotional outburst. Jin, Queen, and Jack. All defeated? Charlotte Snag clenched his fists, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Those are Kaido's top executives. Even Mama has once commented on Jin's strength being formidable. Charlotte Smoothie slowly set down her juice cup, her brow furrowed. Is the information accurate? Could it be exaggerated? BRLE unfolded the newspaper, the headline boldly stating, Shock. The ruler of the New World changes hands? Ethan single-handedly crushes the 3 calamities. The accompanying image showed Jin's wings broken, Queen's mechanical body in pieces, and Jack lying unconscious among the ruins. This is a report from the World Economic News Agency. BRLE murmured. The deck fell silent, the only sound being the waves crashing against the ship. Everyone's gaze turned to the always silent Charlotte Katakuri. Katakuri leaned against the mast, his scarf covering half his face, revealing eyes as deep as a chasm. He slowly spoke, his voice low and calm. Ethan's strength is stronger than we estimated. Cracker gritted his teeth. Brother Katakuri, should we continue to hunt him down? Mama's order is. Of course, we must continue. Katakuri interrupted him, his gaze suddenly sharp. Precisely because he is strong, he must be eliminated sooner rather than later. Smoothie nodded in agreement. That's right. If we let him grow, he will become a major threat in the future. Don't forget, he is the one who openly provoked Mama. Snag let out a cold laugh. So what if he defeated the 3 calamities? Our Charlotte family won't underestimate him, like Kaido's beasts. Katakuri slowly folded the newspaper, his voice low and calm beneath the scarf. The reason Ethan can defeat the 3 calamities may not solely rely on his own strength. Cracker suddenly looked up. What do you mean? Katakuri's fingertips lightly tapped the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone. According to the information, at that time, his ship also had swordsman Jinbei, magician Hawkins, and former Navy Rear Admiral Drake. These people working together can easily restrain Jin and Queen. Smoothie nodded thoughtfully. So Ethan only needs to focus his strength on defeating Jack, then take them down one by one? Exactly. Katakuri's pupils slightly contracted. His name of strength is merely a facade of teamwork. What if we create an opportunity to isolate him? The azure sea surface shimmered with fragmented golden light as the giant ship quietly docked at Candy Island Harbor. Ethan leaned against the bow of the ship. Captain, aren't you going to stroll around town this time? Jinbei asked before leaving. Ethan smiled and replied, I'm not going this time, but you all should buy some good wine and meat. As the last crew member's figure left the port, Ethan thought to himself, smart, huh? Thinking my subordinates are strong, so they come to ambush me alone. Just right. I'll give you the opportunity to see my invincible strength. Charlotte Katakuri. At that moment, Ethan sensed that the 4 were getting very close. Come out, little guys. One of them has quite a good observation hockey. Ethan smiled. Suddenly, the sea erupted with 4 jets of water. The first to leap out was a tall man wearing a scarf, his left arm transforming into a dough-like substance extending to the ship's railing. Following him, Cracker in pink armor jumped up, stepping on biscuit soldiers. Dozens of pretzel swords aimed at Ethan's throat. Snag's nut cannon fired first, drawing a scorching trajectory in the air. Meanwhile, Smoothie's giant sword, the Juice Queen, had already absorbed seawater, expanding into a 40-meter-long ship-slicing blade. Chapter 40. The defeat of Katakuri and his crew. Big Mom's reaction seeing the future. Machi puncture. Biscuit's soldiers. Thousand layers sword dance. Nut. Explosive barrage. Tsunami slash. 4 deadly moves simultaneously sealed off all evasion space. Right from the start, it was all about killing moves. Ethan sighed inwardly, realizing he had truly become famous. Katakuri's scarf fluttered in the fierce wind, revealing his tightly pressed lips beneath. His crimson eyes foresaw the future 12 seconds ahead. Ethan would be forced into a web of swords by the nut cannon, then hit in the back by the tsunami slash, ultimately ending with his own armed color machi punch. Snap! Ethan snapped his fingers. Time seemed to be pressed on pause. The nut cannonball transformed into powder just 3 centimeters from his forehead. The sword blade of the biscuit soldier melted and dripped like chocolate. The water blade of the tsunami slash suddenly flowed back towards the sword body. Meanwhile, Katakuri's machi punch froze in midair. The armed color hockey wrapping around it visibly faded at a rapid pace. How is this possible? Cracker's exclamation broke the stillness. More biscuit soldiers poured out from their armor, but collectively exploded at the moment of formation. The scattered debris formed a golden star ring around Ethan. Snag, in disbelief, continuously pulled the trigger. The specially made flintlock gun shot out nut bullets that automatically arranged themselves in the air to spell too weak. Smug's giant sword suddenly began to uncontrollably extract her own moisture, her plump body rapidly shriveling. Game time was over. Ethan reached out to catch a piece of cookie debris. Then, he gently pushed Cracker's chest with his right palm, and the pink armor shattered like glass, revealing the true form hidden inside, which shot out blood and flew back. His left leg swept across Snag's waist, leaving a complete footprint in the nut armor, said to be harder than diamond. Smug only saw a white cape flash past her vision, then realized her giant sword was unknowingly resting on her neck. Katakuri's scarf was soaked with cold sweat. He never expected his observation haki to be wrong. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Ethan found it amusing. Katakuri must have thought the future he saw was due to his observation haki ability. He was unaware that these futures were shaped by me. After Katakuri was stunned, Ethan's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Is your observation haki still too weak? Katakuri's pupils constricted sharply, and shock appeared on his face under the scarf. He had never encountered an opponent who could so easily break his observation haki predictions. He never imagined his attacks would be resolved in such a mocking manner. But as the greatest masterpiece of a Charlotte family, his pride would not allow him to back down. Awakening machi fruit. Katakuri roared, the deck beneath his feet instantly twisting and transforming into a sticky machi substance that spread outwards. 9-headed machi. 9 gigantic machi serpents sprang from the void. Each machi serpent was wrapped in pitch-black armed color haki, biting towards Ethan from different angles like living creatures. The serpent heads open wide, their fangs even simulating corrosive venom-like energy. However, snap! Ethan lightly snapped his fingers. The 9-headed machi serpents suddenly froze half a meter away from him. Then they exploded into a sky of machi powder as if crushed by an invisible hand. What? Cracker slumped onto the deck, the biscuit armor peeling off in fear. Katakuri's awakening technique. Ineffective? Smug's shriveled lips trembled, and the Juice Queen giant sword in her hand clattered to the ground. Snag directly knelt on the ground, his pupils dull under the nut armor. This was a power no human could possess. Katakuri's scarf was completely soaked with cold sweat. His observation haki was working frantically, but he could only see a blank void. In the future vision, Ethan remained standing in place, not even the corners of his clothes moving. Ethan walked closer, gently flicking his fingers. Boom! Katakuri's abdomen felt as if struck by lightning. His armed color defense shattered like paper. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the ship's side. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to prop himself up. For the first time, his face beneath the scarf revealed an uncontainable shock. Cracker, Smug, and Snag had long lost their will to fight, slumped on the deck with only fear in their eyes. Ethan slowly walked in front of Katakuri, looking down at him from a height. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Charlotte Katakuri, your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you picked the wrong opponent. Katakuri gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up, his scarf fluttering slightly in the wind. His observation hockey was still working frantically, but he could see no possibility of victory. "What do you want?" Katakuri asked in a deep voice. Ethan chuckled lightly, glancing at the four of them, then said lightly, "Go back and tell Charlotte Linlin. Submit to me or die." His voice was not loud, but it struck the hearts of the four like a heavy hammer. Cracker's pupils suddenly constricted. Smug's fingers trembled slightly. Snag directly lowered his head, not daring to meet Ethan's gaze. Katakuri's fist cracked loudly, but in the end, he still relaxed his grip. "Are you really going to let us go?" Smug spoke with difficulty, her voice dry. Ethan turned to walk towards the bow of the ship, turning his back to the four and casually waved his hand. "Get lost before I change my mind." The sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying a hint of blood. Katakuri took a deep look at Ethan's back, then whispered to his companions, "Let's go." The four stumbled off the giant headship, landing on the small boat that had long been prepared. Cracker maneuvered the biscuit soldiers to quickly row the oars, and the ship soon disappeared on the distant horizon. Cake Island. Inside the castle, the sweet air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. "Mama, mama." A sharp laugh suddenly tore through the silence as Charlotte Linlin slowly stood up from her throne. Her pink hair moved without wind, and Zeus and Prometheus surged violently beside her. "Katakuri, lost?" Her voice was deep like rolling thunder, and the giant Napoleon sword in her hand trembled slightly. Below, Smug, wrapped in bandages, knelt on one knee. Her cracked lips trembled. "Mama, we all collapsed." Cracker was being carried by biscuit soldiers. His armor shattered, his face pale. "That guy is not human at all." Boom! Charlotte Linlin stomped on the throne steps, causing the entire cake castle to shake violently, sugar frosting raining down from the ceiling. You four teamed up and actually lost to a newcomer. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and her conqueror's haki erupted like a tsunami. Chapter 41, the reaction of the four Emperor Shanks. The homies screamed and scattered in all directions. Even the dark clouds in the sky were momentarily shaken apart. Snag struggled to lift his head. His strength completely exceeded the intelligence. "Shut up." Charlotte Linlin furiously swung Napoleon, and a sword aura swept out, splitting the distant candy fountain in half. "Kaido's useless calamities have been defeated, and my star generals have also fallen. Doesn't this make us, the four emperors, a laughingstock in front of the whole world?" Prometheus transformed into a sea of flames sweeping through the hall, while Zeus struck down with pitch-black lightning. "Linlin, calm down." The long bread burst out from the side door, but was overturned by the shockwave. "Mama, mama." Charlotte Linlin's laughter gradually twisted, bloodshot veins crawling over her eyes. "Ethan, I will stuff your soul into the worst cookie." On Onigashima, Kaido's mad laughter shattered the hanging skull decorations on the dome, and the strong liquor in the wine barrel boiled and rolled under the impact of his conqueror's haki. That old hag Linlin's desserts have also fallen. The bloodshot in his dragon eyes spread like magma patterns, and the Kanabo carved blackened cracks into the ground. That brat Katakuri. Isn't he supposed to be the invincible star general? Half of Jin's mask shattered completely, revealing a burned face contorted in pain. The news just received. Katakuri, Cracker, Smoothie, and Snag teamed up to ambush Ethan, and the result. His Adam's apple rolled, his voice hoarse, all heavily injured. "Ha ha! Linlin must be going crazy now." Queen's mechanical arm sparked due to a short circuit, but the laughter suddenly stopped. Kaido's fist had already smashed his entire head into the floor. "Shut up, useless." Kaido's roar stirred up a hurricane, dust falling from the pillars in the great hall. He grabbed the wine barrel and drank deeply, the amber liquid mixed with saliva overflowing from his fangs. Ethan! The wine barrel was crushed, shards embedding into the wall. In just a few days, he has defeated 2 of the highest-ranking officers of the Four Emperors. This kid is declaring war on the entire New World. Jin's single eye flashed with fierce light. Should we contact Linlin? After all now. Ahi! Kaido's laughter suddenly turned low, the dragon scale tattoos wriggling on his bulging muscles like living things. Team up? I'm the strongest creature in the New World. Aboard the Red Force. Shanks smiled as he received the newspaper. his gaze sweeping over the headline. The tide of the new era. Ethan defeats 3 calamities and 4-star generals. The authority of the 4 emperors is challenged. The photos in the newspaper clearly showed Jin's broken wings, Katakuri kneeling, and the miserable state of the Charlotte family in defeat. The laughter on the deck came to an abrupt halt. Lucky Roo's chicken leg fell to the ground. Jesus Burgess stopped wiping his sniper rifle. Everyone's gaze focused on Shanks. Shanks' smile gradually retracted, a sharp light flashing in his single eye. He slowly put down the newspaper, tilted his head back to take a swig of alcohol, and then let out a long sigh. What an incredible guy. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and said solemnly, Kaido's calamities, Big Mom's star generals, plus the previous defeat of CP0. Ethan's strength has already far surpassed the category of a newcomer. Not just a newcomer, Jesus Burgess interjected. Even if the 4 emperors personally took action, they wouldn't be able to easily defeat those monsters. Shanks was silent for a moment and suddenly chuckled lightly. It seems that the balance of the new world is about to be broken. Beckman's gaze sharpened. What do you plan to do? If Ethan continues to act so high profile, the world government and the Navy will not sit idly by. At that time, the entire new world will fall into chaos. Shanks stood up, walked to the edge of the ship, and looked out at the distant horizon. Chaos? Perhaps it's not necessarily a bad thing. His voice was low and firm. Beckman, prepare to set sail. The first mate was slightly taken aback. Where to? Shanks' lips curled into a meaningful smile. To meet this tide of the new era. The deck erupted in an uproar. Lucky Roo's eyes widened. Captain, are you going to take action personally? Shanks shook his head, his gaze deep. No, I just want to have a chat with him. Beckman's brow furrowed. Are you sure? Given his current style, he probably wouldn't easily accept a conversation. Shanks turned around, a hint of the might of a ruler flashing in his single eye. If he is truly as powerful as the rumors say, then he should understand. A true king does not prove himself by trampling others. In a new world, aboard the Moby Dick. On the deck, members of the Whitebeard pirates were raising their cups in cheer. However, this revelry was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Old man, urgent news. Marco swooped down with his blue flame wings, clutching a crumpled newspaper. His face was unusually serious, causing the surrounding captains to put down their cups. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, leaned against a giant chair, his massive naginata, the Shodai Kitetsu, inserted beside him. He slowly opened his eyes, his deep voice rumbling like thunder. Gurura. What's wrong, Marco? It's rare for a banquet to be interrupted. Marco took a deep breath and unfolded the newspaper. That guy, Ethan, has done something big again. The headline on the newspaper boldly read, The Tide of the New Era. Ethan defeats 3 calamities and 4-star generals. The authority of the 4 emperors is challenged. The accompanying image showed Jin's broken wings, Katakuri's torn scarf, with a background depicting the shattered port of Candy Island. The deck fell into instant silence. We're a joke. Diamond Jozu crushes wine glass. That guy Katakuri can foresee the future with his observation hockey. Jin's defenses are hard to breach even for marine admirals. Flower Sword Vista pressed down on the hilt of his sword, his brow furrowed. Who exactly is this guy? Whitebeard was silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Gururara. Linlin and Kaido's brats finally hit a snag? His laughter rippled across the sea, but a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Marco shook his head. Old man, it's not that simple. When Ethan defeated them, it was almost a complete crushing. He pointed to the small print in the corner of the newspaper, stating that according to eyewitness descriptions, he didn't even move his feet. Whitebeard's laughter gradually subsided. He rubbed the hilt of the Shodai, Kitetsu, with his massive hand, gazing out at the distant horizon. Gurura. Marco, do you think that kid is like Roger? Marco was taken aback, his blue flame wings slightly retracting. Old man, are you saying Ethan? Whitebeard did not answer directly, but instead tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, the liquid dripping down his beard. Chapter 42. The reactions of Whitebeard and the 3 admirals that Bastard Roger was just as reckless back then, turning the world upside down. His voice was low, but carried a hint of nostalgia. However, this kid is even more arrogant. So arrogant that he dares to trample on the faces of the world government and the 4 emperors. Diamond Jozu couldn't help but interject. Old man, are we just going to watch? What if his next target is us? Jozu, Whitebeard, interrupted him. His gaze suddenly sharp. Are you afraid? Jozu's diamond body stiffened. Then he straightened his posture. Of course not. Whitebeard chuckled lightly and slowly stood up. A true strongman never needs to prove himself through authority. Marco pondered for a moment. Old man, do you mean? Gururara. Whitebeard suddenly laughed. His conqueror's haki sweeping over the entire ship like a tidal wave, scattering even the clouds in the sky. Let that kid make a fuss. If he really has the ability to come before me, I want to see. His voice suddenly grew heavy, his gaze fierce. Can he withstand a slash from the strongest man in the world? At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku crumpled the newspaper in his hand. The veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, and his gaze behind the glasses was sharp as a knife. The three disasters, the four commanders, even CP0, his low voice echoed in the office, and the air seemed to freeze. Beside him, Akainu Sakazuki's fists ignited with dark red magma, dropping onto the floor to burn holes into it. His gaze was sinister, his voice like the low rumble before a volcanic eruption. This, Ethan, is no longer just a newbie issue. Kizaru Borsellino leaned back, crossing his legs, his fingertips idly shaking a teacup, the tea surface reflecting his playful smile. How terrifying! Even Katakuri's observation haki is ineffective. Has his strength surpassed that of the Four Emperors? Akiji Kazan leaned against the window, frost spreading from his fingertips to the window frame. His normally lazy gaze was unusually serious. No, the focus isn't on his strength, but on his intent. In just a few days, he has provoked Kaido, Big Mom, the world government, and even defeated their top combat power. What exactly does he want? Sengoku slammed the table, the documents on it flying up. No matter what he wants, the Navy can no longer sit idly by. He stood up, his cape billowing without wind, his voice booming like thunder. This lawless madman must be completely eradicated. I propose we mobilize all Navy forces immediately and eliminate him before he poses a greater threat. Kizaru narrowed his eyes, lightly tapping the teacup with his fingertips. But Sakazuki, even CP0 and the three disasters have been defeated. Can we really take him down easily? Akiji sighed, frost spreading beneath his feet. Moreover, if the Navy completely surrounds him, the balance in the New World will be completely broken. At that time, Kaido and Big Mom might take the opportunity to cause chaos, or even ally together. Sengoku's expression darkened, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the bounty notice on the table. Under Ethan's picture, the number had skyrocketed to a terrifying height. 5 billion berries. Sengoku then raised his head, his gaze sweeping over every senior Navy officer present, finally resting on Kizaru. The atmosphere in the office was so tense it felt like it could drip water. The five elders had already issued the final order. Sengoku slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Ethan's threat level has been raised to 4 Emperor level, and he must be eliminated as soon as possible. Akainu snorted coldly, the magma on his fist swirling more violently. It should have been like this. This lawless madman should be crushed with absolute justice. Akiji leaned against the wall, frowning slightly. But Ethan's strength has exceeded our estimates. Acting rashly could lead to heavy losses. Sengoku raised a hand to signal everyone to be quiet, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Therefore, we need a foolproof plan. He paused, pulling out a document from the table. According to the 5 elders' instructions, we will utilize the Insider X, Drake. Drake? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, still sounding nonchalant. That former rear admiral, now an undercover agent on Ethan's ship? Exactly. Sengoku nodded. Drake is a member of SWORD, and his loyalty is unquestionable. He will provide us with Ethan's movements and weaknesses. A cold glint flashed in Akainu's eyes. Even so, Ethan's reaction speed and strength far exceed ordinary people. A normal sneak attack will be ineffective against him. Sengoku turned his gaze to Kizaru. So, we need someone fast enough that he won't be able to react. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. All eyes focused on Kizaru. He maintained that nonchalant expression, his fingertips gently tapping the teacup, causing tiny ripples on the surface. Borsellino, Sengoku stared directly at him. You're the only one who can suppress Ethan in terms of speed. This mission is yours alone. Kizaru slowly set down the teacup, adjusted his sunglasses, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. "Oh dear, this is quite troublesome," Sengoku said solemnly. "This is an order. The 5 elders have approved the operation, and the Navy needs your strength." Upon hearing this, Kizuru stood up, hands in his pockets, still speaking casually. All right, since the Admiral says so." A complex emotion flashed in Sengoku's eyes, but he quickly regained his determination. "The operation is set for 3 days from now, and Drake will provide us with specific coordinates. We must ensure a one-hit kill." Kizuru's figure disappeared beyond the door, leaving only a lazy response. "Got it." On the azure sea, the Thousand Sunny gently swayed with the waves. Nami stood by the ship's railing, reaching out to catch the latest newspaper dropped by the newsbird. A 100 berries coin arced through the air. Today's news seemed particularly thick. Nami casually flipped open the newspaper, suddenly gasping in shock. "What's wrong, Miss Nami?" Sanji immediately leaned over, a tray in hand with specially chilled orange juice for the ladies. The new era's frenzy. Ethan defeats the 3 disasters and 4 commanders, challenging the authority of the 4 emperors. The massive, bold headline nearly filled the entire front page, accompanied by 2 shocking photos. On the left was the broken black wings of Jin and a shattered mask. On the right was Katakuri kneeling on the shattered candy ground, his iconic scarf torn, revealing half of his bloodied face. "Hey, everyone, come here quickly." Nami's voice was unusually trembling. Chapter 43. The Straw Hat Crew's Reaction. Kuma's arrival and warning the deck was immediately filled with the sound of chaotic footsteps. Zoro drew all 3 swords at once, thinking they were under attack, while Usopp had his slingshot fully drawn. Frankie took a battle stance, his mechanical arms making crackling transformation sounds. Even Luffy, who was napping, was startled awake by Chopper's frantic shaking. "What happened?" Luffy rubbed his eyes, his straw hat tilted to one side. Nami spread a newspaper across the central table, sunlight reflecting off the ink and creating a blinding glare. "That Ethan, he defeated the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates and the 4 sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates." The air instantly froze. This can't be possible. Usopp's knees began to tremble. Those were the top executives of the 4 emperors. Jack and Katakuri. Both were terrifying monsters in the New World. Luffy silently lowered his straw hat, revealing a smile. At the same time, his rubber fists unconsciously clenched, creaking ominously. The memory of that humiliating battle a month ago surged back like a tide. Ethan had stopped his Gear 3rd attack with just 1 finger. His comrades were easily knocked down like rag dolls, and that feeling of helplessness still clung to him like a curse. "Luffy." Chopper tugged at the captain's pants leg anxiously. "Hey, Moss Head," Sanji suddenly spoke up, his voice hoarse and uncharacteristic. "Do you remember what that guy said to us?" Zoro's mouth twisted into a sinister curve. "He called us trash that doesn't even know hockey." Robin crossed her arms under her chin and calmly analyzed. From the news description, it seems Ethan didn't even move his feet when he defeated Katakuri. And Katakuri's observation hockey can foresee the future. Foresee the future? Frankie pushed up his sunglasses in shock. Doesn't that mean he couldn't be hit at all? Normally, yes, Robin's brows furrowed, a rare occurrence. But Ethan seems to have completely ignored that. Brooks' fingers unconsciously slid over his guitar strings, producing a jarring noise. Yo-ho-ho. This reminds me of a legend from 50 years ago about a devil fruit that can control time. This isn't the time for ghost stories. Usopp shouted, holding his head. What should we do? That guy is clearly more terrifying than when we last encountered him. What if he comes again? He won't come. Luffy suddenly smiled and spoke. That guy said he'd come back when we learn hockey. Zoro grinned as well. Looks like we were underestimated, Captain. The azure sea shimmered with glimmers of light. Ethan stepped out to the bow of the Thousand Sunny. The others on the ship had moved to another vessel. So Ethan was temporarily alone. Suddenly, a black dot appeared on the horizon, approaching at high speed. Is that Kuma coming? Ethan raised an eyebrow, his gaze locking onto the figure. It seems the world government is about to take action. As the dot grew larger in his vision, it eventually revealed a tall Buoliman. He was Bartholomew Kuma, wearing his signature round hat and an expressionless face, holding a thick book in both hands. He walked on air, each step causing ripples on the sea's surface. Whoosh! Kuma's figure instantly appeared on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, his massive frame casting a shadow. He looked down at Ethan, his voice deep and calm. "Ethan, we need to talk. This is Kuma, just as he is in the anime. However, it seems he has no ill intent towards me for now," Ethan thought as he assessed Kuma. Then, Ethan chuckled lightly, hands in his pockets, speaking casually. "Oh, the tyrant Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, actually came to find me? What an honor." Kuma ignored his teasing, scanning the surroundings. Once he confirmed there were only the 2 of them on the deck, he slowly spoke. "There is a traitor on your ship." Upon hearing this, Ethan instinctively thought, "There are too many traitors on my ship. That's quite good. After all, having more traitors only highlights my strength." So Ethan's smile remained unchanged as he replied, "I know there is a traitor." Seeing Ethan's lack of shock, a hint of confusion appeared in Kuma's eyes. But he continued, "Then you should know. The world government and the Navy have set an ambush. The next island is a trap. If you proceed, you will face an encirclement." Ethan shrugged nonchalantly and said, "So what? Do you think I'm afraid?" Kuma frowned slightly. "Your strength is considerable, but even the strongest have their limits." Ethan thought to himself, that statement is wrong. At least for the next decade, my strength has no limits. So Ethan revealed an arrogant expression and declared, "With my strength, even if the whole world opposes me, they have no chance of winning." Upon hearing this, even Kuma was left speechless. How could there be someone who can oppose the entire world? Kuma thought to himself. For a moment, Kuma didn't know how to respond. After a brief silence, he finally said, "I am only here to warn you. If you insist on proceeding, at least let me take one person." "Who?" "Joel and Bonnie." Upon hearing this, Ethan showed an expression of as expected. Kuma indeed wanted to save Joel and Bonnie. It seems he feared the world government would notice this matter. Or perhaps he was also worried that Joel and Bonnie would ask him about the reason for their separation. Not having thought through all of this, Kuma wanted to temporarily avoid Joel and Bonnie encountering danger. Having considered all this, Ethan replied, "I refuse. Those who join my crew cannot leave unless I allow it." Kuma's gaze met his tone still calm. "She is not important to you." Ethan scoffed coldly. "She is a member of my crew. It is not for others to decide her fate." Kuma sighed softly and closed the book in his hands. "In that case, I can only resort to force." Upon hearing this, Ethan became excited. He thought to himself, "That's right. It should be like this. Let's fight first and let you see my invincible strength. As for everything else, it is not important." Ethan had many objectives, but they did not conflict with Kuma. He was intentionally acting this way just to show Kuma his invincible power. On the other hand, as soon as he finished speaking, Kuma's figure instantly vanished. The next second, he appeared right in front of Ethan, his massive hand enveloped in a violent shockwave, charging straight for Ethan's chest. Chapter 44. The Shock of Kuma and Becoming a Follower. Admiral Kizaru and the Ambush of CP-0 Pressure Cannon. Boom! The deck shook violently under the impact. Smoke and dust erupted. However, when the smoke cleared, Kuma's pupils suddenly contracted. Ethan still stood in place. Not even the corner of his clothes had moved. His palm gently blocked Kuma's attack, and a shockwave silently dissipated in front of him. How is this possible? A storm surged in Kuma's heart. His attack was so easily neutralized. Ethan smiled slightly, his tone mocking. "Kuma, your attack doesn't even qualify to make me move an inch." Kuma quickly retreated, creating distance, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He no longer held back. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, charging up to unleash a more powerful move. Kuma palm impact. A massive translucent shockwave erupted between Kuma's palms, heading straight for Ethan. This strike was powerful enough to destroy an island. However, snap! Ethan snapped his fingers. The shockwave suddenly halted half a meter from him. Then it shattered like glass, turning into countless points of light that dispersed into the air. Kuma's breath caught in his throat, shock overwhelming him. His full-force strike was effortlessly countered by the opponent. "It's my turn." Ethan's voice suddenly rang in Kuma's ears. Before Kuma could react, a sharp pain struck his abdomen. Ethan's fist had somehow hit him, the power of armament hockey penetrating his body. It sent him flying back, crashing hard against the ship's side. Cough! Kuma spat out a mouthful of blood, barely propping himself up, the shock in his eyes no longer hidden. Ethan walked closer, looking down at him. "Kuma, your strength is decent, but it's still far from enough in front of me." A A storm surged in Kuma's heart. He never imagined he would be defeated so thoroughly, not even able to touch the opponent's clothes. Ethan looked down at Kuma, who was half kneeling on the deck, thinking to himself, "Not bad, Kuma. If you could join my forces, you would be a capable helper." So Ethan slowly spoke. "Kuma, I hope you'll join my forces." Kuma's pupils suddenly contracted. But before he could refuse, Ethan continued, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I know your secret." He leaned slightly forward. A faint blue light appeared at his fingertips, like a flickering flame. "You just want to ensure that Jewelry Bonnie is safe, even to be by her side. And I have the ability to turn you back from a cyborg to a normal human." "What?" Kuma's breath caught again. The mechanical heart he received from modifications made a clicking sound due to emotional fluctuations. His voice was hoarse and trembling. "This is impossible. The technology of Dr. Vegapunk cannot be reversed." Ethan chuckled lightly, the blue light in his palm coalescing into a crystal seed. "Just because Vegapunk can't do it, doesn't mean I can't." He flicked his finger. The light seed embedded itself into Kuma's chest, and he immediately felt a warm current spreading throughout his body. The nerves replaced by machinery sent a long-lost stinging sensation. That's the sign of flesh and blood regeneration. Can you feel it? This is just the beginning of restoration. Ethan closed his palm, the blue light dissipating. "But your consciousness won't last until that day. The world government's orders will completely erase the personality of Bartholomew Kuma. Are you willing to just disappear like this, without even a chance to say goodbye to Bonnie?" Kuma's fist slammed down onto the deck, splinters flying. When he looked up, a determined flame ignited in his eyes, and then he asked, "Conditions?" "Smart." Ethan nodded in satisfaction. "Just one point. Join my forces." Kuma was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, "But there is one condition. I will never act against the Revolutionary Army." "Deal." Ethan turned around simply. Under the azure sky, Ethan's fleet slowly approached an island shrouded in thick fog. A steep peak rose in the center of the island. "This island doesn't feel right." Jewelry Bonnie stood by the ship's railing, instinctively saying, "Is this the place where they ambushed me? The Admiral is here too." Ethan smiled slightly, thinking to himself. He glanced over the distant valley, softly saying, "Interesting. It seems someone has specially prepared a welcome ceremony for us." "What?" Jewelry Bonnie asked in confusion. After the fleet docked, Ethan led everyone deep into the island. The dense jungle gradually became sparse, and finally, they arrived at an open valley. Suddenly, a lazy voice came from deep within the valley. "Oh dear, what terrifying young people." The figure of Admiral Kazu Borsellino slowly emerged, hands in his pockets, a trademark playful smile on his lips. Golden light swirled around him, as if at any moment it could turn into a deadly attack. And beside Kizaru, Bartholomew Kuma stood silently, expressionless, but his gaze flickered slightly. As Kizaru's words fell, 5 figures walked out of the mist one after another. They were the elite agents of CP0, Stussy, Maha, Guernica, Joseph, and Gismonda. They wore white masks, their aura cold and dangerous, like lurking venomous snakes. Seeing the scene, Jewelry Bonnie's pupils suddenly contracted, her gaze locked firmly on the tall figure beside Ethan. "Kuma." Her voice trembled, filled with incredulous shock. Kuma stood silently beside Ethan, his gaze calm as still water under his round hat, as if he hadn't recognized her. "Why are you here?" Bonnie rushed forward, but Ethan raised his hand to stop her. "Don't rush, Bonnie." Ethan chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping through the surrounding fog. "Now is not the time for reminiscing." Ethan glanced at Kuma and said, "Now that the ambushers and the traitors are all here, it's time to let them witness my invincible strength." Ethan thought to himself as he looked at the scene, "Oh dear, what a touching reunion." Kizaru's figure fully solidified from the golden light. Then he said in a leisurely tone, "However, today as protagonists are not you. Mr. Ethan, you really made us wait long." Stussy smiled slightly, her fingertip lightly tracing the short knife at her waist. Ethan surveyed his surroundings, the smile on his lips deepening. An Admiral plus 5 CP0 agents, and his gaze landed on Kuma. Tyrant Kuma, what a luxurious lineup. Bonnie's fists crackled as she clenched them. "Kuma, what are you doing?" Kuma remained silent, slowly raising his palm, the center of his palm facing Ethan. "Pressure cannon." Boom! A violent shockwave erupted instantly, directly aimed at Ethan's chest. Bonnie's pupil shrank. No, the power of this strike is very light, Ethan instinctively thought. Chapter 45. Counterattack with Invincible Strength CP0. Kizaru, Don Quixote Doflamingo Kuma will not betray me. After all, with his personality, he should know what to do. However, even if he does betray me, it doesn't matter. So Ethan didn't move a step, just gently raised a finger. Bang! The shockwave silently dissipated in front of his fingertip, turning into a wisp of breeze. Ethan smiled slightly, pretending to disdain Kuma. Not bad strength. Unfortunately, this level of attack can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Kuma's face remained indifferent, but his mood was very calm. Knowing Ethan's strength, he wouldn't worry about the situation. Oh dear, it seems I've underestimated you. Kizaru scratched his head, his tone still lazy, but his eyes sharp as a knife. Then, I should take this a bit more seriously. His figure suddenly transformed into golden light, instantaneously appearing behind Ethan. Amaterasu, the golden sword of light coalesced, slashing towards Ethan's neck with destructive power. At the same time, 5 CP0 agents attacked simultaneously. Stussy's dagger gleamed coldly. Maha's spear aimed directly for the throat. Guernica's whip entangled Ethan's legs, while Joseph and Gismonda's kicks blocked his escape route. It was I who was underestimated, Ethan thought to himself. Countless light bullets poured down like a torrential rain, completely engulfing Ethan's position. The explosion's smoke engulfed the entire valley, creating a massive pit in the ground. However, when the smoke cleared, Ethan still stood in place. Not even the hem of his clothes was damaged. He slowly raised his head, his gaze as cold as ice. Kizaru, your attacks don't even qualify to make me move a step. For the first time, Kizaru's smile froze. What? Hey, monster! But soon, Kizaru's expression returned to calm. He narrowed his eyes, his tone still lazy. It seems that ordinary attacks are ineffective against you. How about this? His body suddenly transformed into golden light, instantaneously appearing behind Ethan, his fingertips gathering blinding lasers. Jata no Kagami. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Attack! The sharp laughter of Scratchman Apu echoed. He suddenly strummed the strings, and sound waves turned into sharp blades, rushing towards Bonnie. Betrayer! Hawkins shouted coldly, as the strawman quickly flew out from his sleeve. He tried to block the attack, but was shattered by Capone Beej's castle cannon fire. Don't get in the way, Beej sneered, his body transforming into a castle. Countless gun barrels aimed at Hawkins and Drake. Has it really begun? Drake thought, filled with many ideas in an instant. He had long anticipated this scene. He was an undercover agent, but the Gorosei did not want him to be exposed at this time. So he pretended to be loyal to Ethan. And the other supernova pirates, Kuma, also didn't know he was an undercover agent. Drake pretended to grit his teeth and transformed into dinosaur form, swatting away the incoming cannonball. Roaring Apu, Beji, are you crazy? Crazy? We just chose the more advantageous side. Apu laughed heartily, the sound waves sweeping the battlefield once more. On the other side, Jinbe was momentarily surprised by the sudden change. He quickly calmed down and charged forward, wanting to protect Hawkins, Bonnie, and Drake. However, at that moment, Doflamingo's figure emerged from the shadow of the rock wall. He lightly hooked his fingers, and transparent threads instantly wrapped around Jinbe's legs. Fishman Jinbe, your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong side. 5 color strings. The sharp threads sliced through Jinbe's back, and blood immediately splattered. Jinbe grunted and suddenly turned around, throwing a punch at Doflamingo, but the latter deftly dodged. Doflamingo, you despicable bastard! Jinbe glared angrily. Doflamingo grinned. Fufufu. The winner is king. The loser is a bandit. This is the rule of pirates. The battlefield instantly fell into chaos. Betrayal and slaughter erupted in the valley. Bonnie was pushed back by the sound waves, gritting her teeth as she looked at Kuma, her eyes filled with disbelief. Kuma, what are you doing? Answer me. Kuma's fist trembled slightly, but he still stood silently in place. As expected, Doflamingo also came. Does he still underestimate me in terms of strength? Ethan thought unhappily. He then looked around and sneered. It's quite lively. The Navy, the 7 warlords, betrayers, all gathered here. He slowly raised his hand, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the entire valley. However, it seems you have forgotten. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is meaningless. In the next second, Ethan raised his right hand, palm facing up, and gently clenched it. Boom! The world seemed to freeze at that moment. Centered on Ethan, an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted, sweeping through the entire valley like the wrath of a deity. Kizaru's light sword instantly shattered, his body violently hurled away, crashing into a distant rock wall, debris flying everywhere. The 5 CP0 agents had not yet reacted when blood spurted from their mouths, flying backward like kites with cut strings. Doflamingo's threads snapped inch by inch. He widened his eyes, his body uncontrollably crashing toward the ground. Apu's sound wave blades were directly crushed, and he knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. Beach castle form was forcibly shaken back to its original shape, blood spewing from his mouth. Kuma's body paused slightly, but was not knocked away. Ethan deliberately controlled his strength, allowing Kuma to only take a few steps back, unharmed. As for Ethan's companions, Bonnie, Hawkins, Drake, Jinbe, not even a corner of their clothes was affected. The shockwave seemed to consciously avoid them. It was as if even the wind bowed to Ethan's while under his control. When the dust settled, the entire valley was in disarray. Invincible power feels so good. So, to maintain my invincible strength, the system's mission must be completed. Ethan looked at the chaos before him and thought to himself. Kizaru crawled out from the rock wall, blood at the corner of his mouth. The laziness in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by unprecedented seriousness. What exactly is this ability? Half of Stussie's mask shattered, revealing a horrified expression. Our attacks. Can't even touch him. Doflamingo's sunglasses cracked, and he gritted his teeth, growling. Are you kidding? How can such power exist? Ethan slowly lowered his hand, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone, saying lightly, Now, does anyone still think they can win against me? His voice was not loud, but it made all the enemy's hearts tremble. Bonnie stared blankly at Ethan's back, swallowing hard. Just how strong has this guy become? Hawkins' tarot cards slipped from his hand. Drake clenched his fists, shocked in his heart. Chapter 46, Provocation of the 5 Elders, CP0, Kizaru, and the shock of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. The Navy. Can they really deal with such monsters? Jinbe took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency Ethan, do we need to intervene? No need, after all. There are some people I'm not willing to kill yet, Ethan thought subconsciously. Then Ethan turned away without looking back and gently raised his hand, signaling them to retreat. No need. It's enough for me to handle these people alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru, Kuma, the 5 CP0 members Apu, Beiji, and Don Quixote Doflamingo all moved at once. They no longer held back and unleashed their killing moves. Yada no Kagami, Daikyu. Kizaru transformed into golden light, and countless light bullets poured down. Spear. Stussie's punch tore through the air. String fruit. Divine execution. Doflamingo's threads transformed into a heavenly net. Sound explosion. Destruction mélodie. Apu's sound waves turned into a storm of destruction. Castle. All cannons fire. Beiji's entire body transformed into a cannon platform, firing at full power. The attack from Kuma's paws was not aimed at Ethan, but targeted Scratchman Apu and Capone Beiji instead. Bang bang. Scratchman Apu and Capone Beiji were caught off guard and struck by Kuma's paws. They both let out a scream, revealing expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, all the other attacks simultaneously bombarded Ethan. Still not learning a lesson? Ethan thought leisurely to himself. It's better to kill the traitors, Scratchman Apu and Capone Beiji. After all, their strength was limited, unlike others who were powerful enough to highlight my invincible strength. With that thought, the attacks were already upon him. Ethan simply stood quietly in place, not even lifting his eyelids. Boring. He lightly uttered 2 words, then, snap. A finger snap. All attacks, whether light bullets, shockwaves, threads, sound blades, or cannonballs, froze in midair. Immediately afterward, as if glass had shattered, all killing moves were obliterated. What? Kizaru's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Impossible. Doflamingo's sinister smile froze on his face. Ethan slowly raised his head, his gaze like a deity looking down on ants. Your attacks don't even qualify to make me move a step. Now, it's time to end this. He raised his hand, and a wisp of bluish light gathered at his fingertip. Annihilation. The blue light erupted, and the world lost its color. In an instant, the blue light swept across the entire valley like a tide. Where it passed, all things fell silent. Scratchman Apu's pupils suddenly contracted. He looked down at his chest. There, he had been pierced by the blue light, flesh and blood silently dissolving, unable to even scream before turning to ashes scattered in the wind. No, impossible. Capone Beiji's castle body crumbled inch by inch. He tried to resist with haki, but the blue light ignored all defenses and directly penetrated his body. The last flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, and then he vanished completely as if erased by an eraser. Boom! The blue light's aftermath swept across, tearing apart Kizaru's golden body. He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body crashed into the rock wall like a kite with a broken string. His bones emitted the sound of unbearable fractures. His sunglasses shattered, revealing an unprecedented look of horror. What kind of power is this? The CP-05 team was utterly crushed. Stussie's dagger turned to dust in the blue light, and her body was hurled away by the shockwave. She fell heavily to the ground, her mask completely shattered, revealing a face as pale as paper. Ma's spear had not even touched Ethan when both his arms twisted and broke, blood gushing out. Jernica, Joseph, and Gismonda didn't even have a chance to react. They were consumed by the blue light, their armor shattered, collapsing to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Stussie struggled to prop herself up, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Our attacks. We couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes? Doflamingo's threads melted like ice and snow in the blue light. He staggered back, his sunglasses completely shattered, revealing a twisted and grotesque expression. What a joke. How can such power exist? His voice was hoarse, filled with an unprecedented fear. As the blue light gradually dissipated, the valley returned to silence. Jewelry Bonnie's pupils trembled violently. Her fingers tightly clenched the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the effort. The scene before her made her almost forget to breathe. With just one strike, Ethan had caused the joint assault of a Marine Admiral, CP-0 Elite's 7 warlords, and supernovas to collapse like a house of cards. Is this really something a human can do? Her voice was dry, as if it was a cry squeezed from deep within her throat. Basil Hawkins's tarot cards scattered across the ground, and he stiffly looked down at the inverted death card, a symbol of destruction, which had fallen at his feet. The result of the divination had never been so clear, yet so absurd. Ethan's existence had long surpassed the realm that fate could interpret. Jinbei stood still, his broad chest heaving violently. He had witnessed Whitebeard's tremor fruit tearing the sea apart and seen Akainu's magma incinerate everything. But Ethan's power was completely different. It was a kind of indifference and precision akin to a god, as if everything in the world was merely a toy in his hands. Even the Four Emperors have never given me such a sense of oppression. Jinbei murmured softly. The invincible power was just too overwhelming. Watching the scene before him, Ethan sighed inwardly. Then Ethan slowly walked towards the barely standing Kizaru. Borsellino. Ethan looked down at the man known as the fastest in the Navy. His voice is cold as ice. Deliver a message to the 5 elders for me. If they wish to seek death, let them come find me. Kizaru struggled to lift his head, his sunglasses already shattered, revealing eyes that had never been so clear. Ah, this kind of thing is better for you to say yourself, right? Despite his dire situation, he still maintained his characteristic lazy tone. Ethan ignored Kizaru's reaction and continued. I can kill all of you at any time, but I want you to live in return. Tell those old geezers that I know about the Void Century, know about the ancient weapons, and even know about him. The last 5 words thundered like a bombshell. Stussie's delicate face instantly drained of color, and Gismonda's breathing became rapid. On the other side, Don Quixote Doflamingo also showed a shocked and horrified expression. He hadn't expected that Ethan would know so much. Seeing their reactions, Ethan revealed a satisfied smile. Good. Value me like this, hunt me down. This will showcase my invincible strength. Ethan wore a smile that had long been expected, and then thought to himself. Chapter 47. Defeating CP0, Kizaru, and Doflamingo. The shock of the five elders, by the way. How could I forget about Doflamingo? Ethan suddenly thought of this. In an instant, Ethan teleported in front of Doflamingo. If you betray me again, I will make you wish you were dead, Ethan said with a stern expression, furrowing his brows. At the same time, a powerful force directly locked onto Doflamingo. The intense pressure and pain caused cold sweat to bead on Doflamingo's forehead. He hurriedly assured, "There won't be a next time. I will be absolutely loyal from now on." Hearing this, Ethan released his overwhelming power. It's hard to believe anything this guy says. But whatever, even if he betrays me in the future, it will only showcase my invincible strength. Ethan thought to himself with a cold snort. Just then, Kuma suddenly stepped forward and stood behind Ethan. Kizaru's pupils constricted. "Kuma, you." "I choose to stand with Mr. Ethan." Kuma's voice remained calm, but it struck everyone like a bolt from the blue. "From today on, Bartholomew Kuma is withdrawing from the Seven Warlords." Stussy gasped, "Are you crazy?" "The world government will." At that moment, Bonnie rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. "Kuma, what happened? Why are you pretending not to know me?" Her fist struck Kuma's chest, producing a dull metallic sound. Kuma's fingers trembled slightly before gently resting on the top of Bonnie's head. "I'm sorry." It was the first time in years he allowed himself to say those words. Bonnie's fist remained pressed against Kuma's chest, her vision blurred by tears. This apology couldn't compare to the anger and grievance surging within her. Is a simple sorry enough? Her voice trembled, her nails nearly digging into her palm. "All these years, do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Kuma's pupils slightly contracted. The shadow beneath his round hat couldn't hide the fluctuations in his eyes. "Before, my body was no longer human. So, stop making assumptions." Bonnie suddenly grabbed his wrist, forcing his hand to rest on her head. Warm tears from Bonnie fell. "Who cares what you become? I just want you to be alive. As long as you remember me." Kuma slowly removed his round hat, revealing a long-lost, gentle smile. "Now it's all right," he said softly, his rough palm brushing through Bonnie's hair. "Mr. Ethan has restored my body." Bonnie's pupils dilated, her fingertips trembling as they touched Kuma's cheek. Ethan stood by with crossed arms, a slight smile on his lips. "No need to thank me." His fingertips glowed with blue light, illuminating the mess around them. "As long as you agree to join my forces, my help is a reasonable exchange." Bonnie suddenly turned her head, her tear-stained face showing a stubborn arc. "Who wants to thank you?" "You clearly." Before she could finish, Kuma suddenly said, "We accept this condition." Kuma's voice was steady as a rock. Watching this scene, Ethan revealed a satisfied smile and thought to himself, "Not bad. I've rewritten a regret from the original story." Truly, thoughts are clear. Moreover, the most important thing is that my forces now have Kuma, a very reliable subordinate. At Mariehua, the Room of Power. Bang! Saint Satan's staff smashed into the marble floor, spiderweb cracks instantly spreading throughout the hall. That useless Kizaru, his aged face twisted like a demon, and his goat beard trembled with rage. Along with CP0 and the Seven Warlords, they were actually beaten like stray dogs by a newcomer. On the left, Saint Nasajiro slowly drew the first-generation Kitetsu, the sound of the blade unsheathing causing the air temperature to drop sharply. What's worse? He squinted, killing intent leaking from his narrowed eyes. Ethan mentioned Lord M. He must be eliminated immediately. Blonde-haired Saint Walchuli said. Saint Satan's anger was still not quelled. His aged fingers tightly gripped his staff, knuckles whitening from the effort. "Ethan," his deep voice echoed like a resonance from the abyss. "You must die." Saint Nasajiro slowly sheathed the first-generation Kitetsu, coldly stating. "But now he is no longer something ordinary combat power can deal with. Kizaru has retreated, CP0 is heavily injured, and even Kuma has betrayed us." Walchuli's blonde hair stood out sharply in the shadows. "We need a more thorough cleanup," Saint Mas said, closing his eyes in thought for a moment before suddenly opening them. "Wait, it seems we've forgotten someone." "Who?" Saint Satan frowned. "Ex-Drake." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Saint Maz's mouth. That sword lurking beside Ethan. The eyes of the five elders simultaneously focused, on St. Maz, and the air pressure in the room suddenly dropped. Drake! A sharp glint flashed in Saint Satan's eyes. Hasn't he been exposed yet? According to Kizaru's intel, Drake had been loyally protecting Ethan's companions during the battle, even engaging with other traitors. Walt Chuli sneered, "How ironic, we almost forgot his identity." Saint Nasidiro's fingers lightly tapped the scabbard. In that case, he should play his final role. What do you mean? Saint Satan turned his head. Let Drake become bait. Saint Nasidiro's voice was as cold as iron. No matter how strong Ethan is, he cannot guard against the betrayal of those closest to him. St. Maz slowly stood up and walked to the window. Drake's loyalty is beyond doubt, but Ethan's abilities are too unpredictable. He said softly, "We need a timing that he absolutely cannot anticipate." At the Navy headquarters, Marineford, inside the marshal's office, the air was so thick it felt like it could drip with water. Sengoku crushed the intelligence document in his hand, paper scraps falling from his fingers. His forehead throbbed with veins, and the gaze behind his glasses was as sharp as a blade. Kizaru has failed. CP0 is on the brink of death. Kuma has betrayed us. His low voice echoed in the office, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Admiral Akainu's fist slammed onto the desk. Scalding magma instantly burned a large hole in the office desk, black smoke rising. His gaze was fierce, his voice a low rumble like that before a volcanic eruption. That Ethan must die. Admiral Akiji leaned against the window, frost spreading from his fingertips to the entire window frame. He rarely put away his lazy expression, his brows tightly knit. Even Kizaru couldn't handle him. This guy's strength has exceeded our expectations. Admiral Kizaru sat on the sofa, his bandages still stained with blood. Chapter 48. The reactions of the three admirals and Sengoku, crushing Luffy and his crew again. Yet a playful smile still hung on his lips, though there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He slowly sat back down in his chair, his fingers tapping on the table, producing a dull sound. What exactly is Ethan's ability? How can he easily nullify even Kizaru's attacks? Kizaru shrugged, his tone still lazy, but with a hint of helplessness. I'm not sure. It seems his power can negate all attacks. Whether it's Haki, Devil Fruit abilities, or physical impacts, they all seem laughable like toys in front of him. Akainu's eyes flashed with coldness. If that's the case, then let's crush him with numbers. Mobilize all elite Navy forces, along with the pacifistas from the science unit. I don't believe he can withstand the entire Navy's firepower. Akiji shook his head. It's useless, Sakazuki. Ethan's power is not just defensive. His attacks are equally terrifying. Scratchman Apu and Capone Beach didn't even get a chance to resist before being erased outright. Sengoku's gaze darkened, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the bounty notice on the table. Under Ethan's picture, the number had skyrocketed to 3 billion berries. The 5 elders had issued the final order. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Ethan's threat level has been raised to beyond the 4 emperors. The Navy must spare no effort to completely eliminate him. Akainu sneered. It should have been done long ago. Such a lawless madman should be turned to dust with the Demon Buster order. Akiji frowned slightly. But acting rashly will only increase casualties. We need a more prudent plan. Sengoku looked up, his gaze sweeping over every Navy high-ranking officer present, finally landing on Kizaru. Borsellino, how is your injury? Kizaru pushed up his sunglasses, a lazy smile creeping onto his lips. Oh dear, although I almost got taken out, resting for a few days is still fine. Sengoku said solemnly. Good. Next. The Navy will remain temporarily inactive, but we need you to do one thing. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Oh. A sharp glint flashed in Sengoku's eyes. This mission is observation. He slowly stood up, his cloak billowing as if there were no wind. No matter how strong Ethan's power is, he must have weaknesses. We need you to infiltrate near him, gather intelligence, and wait for the right moment. Akainu scoffed. Instead of wasting time, we should directly gather our forces and take him out in one go. Akiji said calmly. Sakazuki, acting impulsively will only lead to unnecessary sacrifices for the Navy. Ethan's strength has surpassed common sense. We must be cautious. Kizaru stood up, hands in his pockets, still speaking casually. Fine. Since the Admiral says so, I'll go meet that monster again. Sengoku nodded, his expression serious. Remember, your mission is observation, not combat. Report immediately if you find any flaw. Kizuru's figure turned into a golden light, disappearing outside the door, leaving behind a lazy response. Got it. Under the azure sky, Ethan's fleet slowly sailed into the famous resort island of the New World, the port of Golden Paradise. This island is renowned for its luxurious resorts, abundant entertainment facilities, and unique hot springs. It is a paradise for pirates and the wealthy to relax. Finally, we could take a break. Jewelry Bonnie stretched, gazing at the distant golden buildings with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Luffy from Straw Hats is here too. It's a good opportunity to catch up and see how they've progressed, Ethan thought to himself. He then stood at the bow of the ship, scanning the bustling port, a slight smile on his lips. Let us go. After replenishing supplies, everyone can have some free time. Following that, the crew disembarked one after another, heading toward the island's commercial district. Ethan, however, strolled alone down the street, enjoying the rare tranquility. Yet, as he passed by a bar, his keen senses caught a familiar presence. He stopped, his gaze falling on the bar's sign, Bubble Dreams. Is it here? Ethan pushed the door open, and the noise of the bar flooded his ears. In the corner, the Straw Hat crew was gathered around a round table, raising their glasses in celebration. Cheers to our adventures in the New World. Luffy raised his glass high, his smile radiant. Hey Luffy, don't drink too much, Nami said helplessly, holding her forehead. Meanwhile, Zoro was chugging down drinks, his face flushed. Not bad. It seems at least the three heads have learned hockey. The Straw Hats are indeed talented individuals in terms of strength, Ethan thought instinctively. Then, the bar door was gently closed by Ethan, and an invisible sense of pressure instantly enveloped the entire space. The laughter of the Straw Hats came to an abrupt halt as all their gazes turned toward the entrance. Yo, long time no see. Ethan had his hands in his pockets, a faint smile on his lips. Aye. Ethan. Usopp's drink fell to the ground with a loud clatter, spilling liquid everywhere. How could he be here? Sanji's cigarette slipped from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. Luffy was also startled by this scene, dropping the meat he was holding onto the table. At this moment, all the members of the Straw Hat crew saw Ethan. It felt as if the air in the bar had frozen. Luffy's fingers gripping his straw hat turned slightly pale, the muscles under his rubber skin tensing to the limit. Memories of the previous crushing defeat surged back like a tide. Ethan slowly walked toward the Straw Hat crew, each step seeming to tread on their heartbeats. The other patrons in the bar had long sensed that something was off, hurriedly looking down to avoid eye contact, and some even quietly slipped out. So, you all have learned hockey? Ethan's gaze swept over everyone, eventually settling on Luffy. That's right. Luffy lifted his head, his eyes resolute. This time, I won't lose like last time. Zoro drew 3 swords, the blades pointed directly at Ethan. I must reclaim the shame from last time. Sanji lit a new cigarette, taking a deep breath. Although I don't want to admit it, we're not so easily underestimated now. Ethan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Courage is commendable, but just having hockey is not enough. Stop wasting time. Luffy suddenly leaped up, his fist covered in dark armament hockey. Gum Gum King Kong Gun. The enormous fist tore through the air, heading straight for Ethan's face. However, Ethan merely tilted his head slightly and easily avoided the blow. Luffy's fist smashed into the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse in an instant. Too slow. Ethan's voice rang in Luffy's ear. Chapter 49. Luffy's crew shocked, killing an arrogant celestial dragon. Luffy's pupils constricted. Before he could react, Ethan's finger gently tapped his forehead. Bang! Luffy's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through several walls and finally landing in the middle of the street. Luffy! Nami exclaimed. Zoro and Sanji simultaneously attacked. 3 swords and a flaming kick aimed at Ethan from both sides. However, Ethan's figure flickered like a phantom, and both of their attacks missed entirely. Your observation hockey is still lacking. Ethan's voice came from behind Zoro. Zoro turned sharply, only to see Ethan flicking his finger lightly. Clang! Zoro's 3 swords flew from his hands and stuck into the ground. His palms were numb from the shock, and disbelief filled his eyes. Sanji's kick came again. But Ethan caught his ankle with one hand and then violently flung him toward a nearby liquor cabinet. Boom! The liquor cabinet shattered, and Sanji was buried in the wreckage. In just a few seconds, the three main members of the Straw Hat crew were all defeated. The bar fell into dead silence, the only sound being heavy breathing. Damn it! Usopp trembled as he raised his slingshot, but a single look from Ethan paralyzed him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Robin crossed her arms, attempting to use her abilities, but found herself suppressed by an invisible force, unable to move. Your progress is good, but it's still not enough, Ethan thought to himself, shaking his head. Indeed, merely learning Haki was far from mastering it. No wonder Luffy needed 2 years to grasp the basic 3 types of Haki. With that in mind, Ethan walked up to Luffy and looked down at him. In a new world, the strong would not give you the chance to grow slowly. Your strength is still insufficient. Ethan sighed. Upon hearing this, the immobile Luffy revealed a look of desire to grow stronger. Seeing this look, Ethan thought, good eyes. It seems to inspire Luffy. All right, let's leave it at this for now. Ethan waved his hand. I hope the next time we meet, you could be a bit stronger. As soon as those words fell, Ethan's figure disappeared from the spot. It wasn't until Ethan left that the Straw Hat crew felt their bodies relax. An invisible pressure dissipated. Luffy crawled up from the pile of rubble in the street, his straw hat askew on the back of his head, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained stubborn, staring intently in the direction Ethan had left. That guy, just how strong is he? Luffy clenched his fists, his rubber arm trembling slightly from frustration. Zoro picked up the scattered swords, the blades still tingling from the force of Ethan's flick. His palms ached, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Is the gap in Haki even this big? Zoro muttered through gritted teeth, recalling Ethan's near-predictive evasion and nonchalant counterattack. Sanji struggled to rise from the wreckage of the liquor cabinet, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, trying to calm the shock within. His speed, strength, and even his use of Haki completely overwhelmed us. Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, his voice hoarse. Nami helped the collapsed Usopp up, both of their eyes still filled with fear. They had clearly learned Haki, but before him, they felt as powerless as children. Usopp's voice trembled. Robin crossed her arms tightly, her brow furrowed. Ethan's strength likely already reached the level of a Yonko. Chopper transformed into his sturdy human form, but still felt powerless. Brook gazed at the collapsed walls of the bar with his hollow eye sockets. Yo-ho-ho! This is truly terrifying, Frankie exclaimed in shock. Incredible. How is he so strong? On the streets of Gold Paradise, Ethan met up with Jinbei, Jewelry Bonnie, Buggy, Hawkins, and X-Drake. The group walked toward the harbor. On both sides of the street were bustling shops and laughing crowds. But this commotion was soon shattered by a piercing shout. Get out of the way. You filthy commoners, don't block the road. A celestial dragon, wearing a bubble helmet, rode on the back of Slave, strutting arrogantly down the center of the street. Behind him followed several guards in black uniforms, wielding long whips to drive the surrounding crowd away. The slaves, with chains around their necks, staggered along, their eyes filled with numbness and despair. Celestial dragons. Jinbei's brow furrowed, his fists unconsciously tightening. Bonnie snorted coldly, a trace of disgust flashing in her eyes. These scum actually dare to swagger around here. Hawkins pulled out a tarot card with a blank expression, the card showing disaster. But he didn't say much. Drake quietly observed his surroundings, seemingly assessing the situation. So this is what a celestial dragon is like. Ethan stopped and looked at the celestial dragon with interest. This celestial dragon was named Saint Roseward Mroscarmia. Mroscarmia casually turned his head and noticed Ethan's gaze. Immediately, he became furious. You lowly creature, who allowed you to look at me? Before he finished speaking, Mroscarmia drew a finely crafted flintlock and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whizzed out, aimed directly at Ethan's forehead. However, the bullet suddenly stopped just an inch away from Ethan, suspended in midair as if frozen by an invisible force. Just like in the anime and manga, beasts indeed. Ethan still wore a smile, but a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Interesting. The celestial dragon, instead of being afraid, showed an excited smile. Your ability is quite interesting. I want you to be my slave. He waved his hand, and the guards and slaves behind him immediately charged at Ethan. The guards drew their swords, and the slaves raised their weapons. How arrogant! But soon, I will make all celestial dragons realize. No matter who you are, meeting me is a dead end. Ethan thought instinctively. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. So Ethan uttered 2 words, looking for death. He raised his hand and gently waved it, an invisible force sweeping out like a tide. The guards' bodies suddenly stiffened, then twisted and contorted like crushed dolls, blood spraying everywhere. The chains around the slaves' necks snapped one by one, and they fell to the ground, terrified at the scene before them. The celestial dragon finally realized something was wrong, his face turning pale. "Do you know who I am?" "I am." Annoying. Ethan flicked his fingertip, and the celestial dragon's head exploded in an instant. Blood and brain matter splattered onto the bubble helmet, and then his body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Refreshing. Ethan felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Meanwhile, many people on the street had already fled, leaving the area in dead silence. Jinbei took a deep breath. He felt a wave of satisfaction, but still calmly said, Chapter 50. Luffy and his crew realize the strength of Admiral Kizaru. Ethan makes a timely appearance. "Lord Ethan, you killed a celestial dragon. This will attract the full pursuit of the Navy and the world government." Bonnie grinned, her eyes glinting with delight. "Well done. That garbage deserved to die long ago. Moreover, with Ethan's strength, even Admiral Kizaru can't defeat him. Who should we be afraid of?" Hawkins put away his tarot cards, but did not speak. Drake frowned and said in a low voice, "We must leave here immediately. The Navy will arrive soon." Ethan glanced at the corpses on the ground and said casually, "It's fine, let them come." His gaze turned to the distance as he casually remarked, "Just right, I want to see what the world government can do." Suddenly, Ethan's brow furrowed. Strange. Ethan muttered to himself, "Why hasn't Kizaru come to find me, but instead went to Straw Hat Luffy?" He closed his eyes, and his sensing ability rippled outwards. Moments later, a playful smile crept onto Ethan's lips. "I see. That kid Luffy actually beat up a celestial dragon." In the west position of a Straw Hat crew, Luffy had just punched a celestial dragon away. Naturally, someone reported this to the Navy. Meanwhile, Ethan had eliminated everyone, and the news had not yet reached Navy headquarters. Interesting. Ethan put his hands in his pockets and turned towards the port. "Looks like I need to go see the commotion." The Straw Hat crew was desperately fleeing, pursued relentlessly by the Navy forces. Luffy was running at the front, with an excited smile on his face. "Haha, that bubblehead getting knocked away was so funny." Luffy laughed loudly, completely unaware of the seriousness of the situation. "Idiot." Nami punched Luffy on the head. "Do you know who you hit? That was a celestial dragon. The Navy admirals will move." "Admiral?" Zoro gripped the handle of his sword, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit, ready to test his newly trained haki. Just then, a golden light descended from the sky, landing on the path ahead of them. The light coalesced into a human form, and Kizaru's lazy voice soon followed. "Oh dear, today's youth are really scary. They even dare to hit a celestial dragon." The Straw Hat crew instantly entered battle mode. Luffy pulled down his straw hat, and his rubber arm was already covered with a dark haki. Zoro drew 3 swords simultaneously, infusing them with haki. Sanji lit a cigarette, slightly lifting his right foot, which was also covered in haki. "Kizaru." Robin revealed a nervous expression. "Admiral Kizaru." Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "So, who hit the celestial dragon?" "It was me." Luffy stepped forward without hesitation. "That bastard bullied my friend. He deserved a beating." Kizaru sighed. "What a hassle. I guess I'll have to take all of you back." Kizaru's figure flickered like a ghost, rapidly approaching the Straw Hat crew. Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? As his lazy voice fell, his right foot transformed into blinding golden light, kicking towards Luffy at an uncatchable speed. Rubber, haki giant gun." Luffy roared, inflating his haki-covered fist several times larger to meet Kizaru's kick. However, it was too slow. Kizaru's figure suddenly vanished, and the lightspeed kick struck Luffy's waist from the side. Boom! Luffy's body flew out like a rag, crashing through 3 buildings before stopping, spitting out blood. "Luffy!" Zoro drew his 3 swords simultaneously. 3-sword style, Black Rope Dragon Tornado. A dark cutting storm swept through the street, but was easily jumped over by Kizaru. Not bad power, but if you can't hit, it's meaningless. Kizaru's fingertips gathered golden light. Yada no Kagami. Countless light bullets rained down like a storm. Zoro barely managed to block with his sword, but was still blown away by the explosive shockwave. Sanji's burning right foot traced a fiery trajectory. Diable Jam, barbecue set. You've used Haki well, Kizaru complimented, but his body had already transformed into photons, causing Sanji's kick to miss. When he reformed, his light sword directly sent Sanji flying. Too slow, unfortunately. Robin attempted to use her powers to bind him, but it had no effect. Frankie's cannonball exchanged blows with Kizaru's light beam, but was instantly suppressed. Super. Completely no match. Brook's soul was directly pierced by the photons, and Chopper's monster form was like child's play before the light speed kick. Kizaru's main body hovered in midair, his fingertips gathering a gigantic light sphere capable of destroying an entire street. The game should end now. Just at that critical moment, a crisp sound of snap echoed. Kizaru's gigantic light sphere shattered like a bubble, dissipating into the air. Oh dear! Kizaru's expression changed for the first time to one of seriousness. It seems someone more troublesome has arrived. At the end of the street, Ethan walked over with his hands in his pockets, his black trench coat fluttering in the aftermath of the explosions. Seeing this scene, Ethan instinctively revealed a meaningful smile. He thought to himself, as expected, Kizaru is holding back. Kizaru might be a Revolutionary Army member, but he definitely wasn't part of the Navy. His attitude towards Luffy was also quite lenient. With just a few attacks, just now, if he had been serious, he could have directly killed the Straw Hat crew. Even if I don't intervene, the Straw Hat crew should be able to escape. However, Ethan certainly wouldn't expose Kizaru's identity at this time. So he pretended not to know Kizaru's identity and said, "Mr. Borsellino, is it fun to bully children?" His voice was not loud, but it caused the entire street to fall silent. Ethan? A barely conscious Luffy revealed a shocked expression. Nami hurriedly helped Luffy up, intending to support him in fleeing. Meanwhile, Sanji, Zoro, and the others also struggled to get up despite their injuries. They planned to assist Ethan in confronting Kizaru. Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses, his tone still lazy, but his body was already on high alert. "Mr. Ethan, are you going to intervene in Navy affairs?" Ethan stopped 10 meters away from Kizaru, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "I'm not interested in the Navy. I just can't stand seeing someone bully my admired junior in front of me." As he spoke, he glanced at the battered Straw Hat crew, especially since they just got taught a lesson by me. The golden light on Kizaru began to flicker unsteadily. This is troublesome. Someone must take responsibility for the Celestial Dragon incident. Ethan raised his right hand, a ghostly blue light shimmering at his fingertips, his gaze calmly fixed on Kizaru. "Borsellino, let them go." Kizaru's smile stiffened slightly, but his tone remained lazy. Chapter 51. Killing the Celestial Dragon again. Kizaru fears and escapes. Kaido's reaction, "Oh dear, this isn't according to the rules." Ethan ignored him and turned to the Straw Hat crew. "Luffy, take your companions and leave first. You will only hold me back here." Luffy, holding his injured abdomen and recalling the experience of being taken out by two people and his companions getting hurt, gritted his teeth and smiled to thank him. "Thank you. Nami, let's go first." Zoro and Sanji, who originally planned to fight alongside Luffy, were not sentimental. They quickly grabbed Brook and Usopp and rushed towards the ship. "Thank you." Luffy ran toward the ship while turning around and loudly expressing his gratitude. Ethan smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Not bad. Luffy has matured quite well in both personality and mentality over the past 2 years." Nami pulled Luffy, saying, "Stop wasting time, run now." The Straw Hat crew supported each other and quickly retreated towards the port. However, at that moment, a piercing roar came from the end of the street. "Stop right there. How dare those lowly scum hit me? I will execute them all." The Celestial Dragon, Saint Sabola's Griffith, who had been knocked away by Luffy, appeared. With a bandage wrapped around his head and a fierce expression, he rode on the back of a slave, followed by a large group of Navy soldiers. "Hurry, catch them. Let not a single one escape." The Celestial Dragon shouted hysterically while waving his cane. What a shameless creature. Ethan also felt the cruelty and baseness of the Celestial Dragons. The Navy soldiers immediately charged towards the Straw Hat crew, but Ethan merely waved his hand lightly. Stop. An invisible force stood like a wall in front of the Navy. The soldiers at the front seemed to crash into an invisible wall and fell to the ground. What? The Navy looked at Ethan in terror. The celestial dragon was furious. You useless trash. Hurry and chase them down. Kizaru sighed, transforming into light to try to bypass Ethan and pursue the Straw Hat crew. Ethan thought to himself, he's acting pretty well. But never mind, I'll play along. Just as his golden light flashed, Ethan's figure appeared like a ghost in front of him. I said let them go. Kizaru's lazy expression finally disappeared, replaced by a serious one. At that moment, Kizaru suddenly struck, delivering a light-speed kick aimed directly at Ethan's face. Bang! Ethan caught Kizaru's kick with one hand, and the ground beneath him instantly cracked, but his body remained motionless. Good speed, but unfortunately, the power is lacking. Kizaru's pupils constricted, and he immediately retreated, condensing dazzling lasers at his fingertips. Yagaki Jewel! Countless light bullets rained down, but Ethan merely raised his left hand and gently grasped. Disperse. The light bullets silently vanished a few meters away from him, as if they had never existed. The celestial dragon trembled with rage upon witnessing this. Kizaru, what are you doing? Kill him. Ethan thought, it seems the matter of killing the celestial dragon can be put on the agenda. His gaze slowly turned toward the celestial dragon, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Noisy creature, it seems the lesson earlier wasn't enough. Kizaru sensed Ethan's intention and his expression changed drastically. Wait, Mr. Ethan. He transformed into light, rushing towards Ethan in an attempt to stop him. But Ethan's figure was even faster. With a soft sound, the blue beam from Ethan's finger pierced through the celestial dragon's heart. The celestial dragon's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the blood hole in his chest, his lips trembling. You dare. Ethan said coldly. What about killing you? I just killed a celestial dragon a moment ago. Upon hearing this, Kizaru showed a look of incredulity. The celestial dragon's body slowly fell, completely losing its life. The entire street fell into silence, with Navy soldiers frozen in shock. Even Kizaru stood still. Looking at the astonished crowd, Ethan felt satisfied. The idea that celestial dragons cannot be provoked starts from now on as history. Seeing the still shocked crowd, if they don't leave now, they will all remain. Ethan chuckled lightly and reminded them. Then his fingertips glowed with a ghostly blue light. Kizaru's pupils slightly shrank, and his body instinctively took a half step back. He knew all too well what that blue light meant. The horrifying images of Skirachim and Apu and Capone Beach being instantly erased were still vivid in his mind. Oh dear! Kizaru barely maintained his lazy tone, but a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Mr. Ethan, this joke isn't funny. Ethan stepped forward, and with every step he took, the ground beneath him silently cracked. An invisible sense of oppression surged towards Kizaru like a tidal wave, making the air feel as if it had solidified. Do you think I'm joking? He tilted his head slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Within 3 seconds, take your navy and disappear. Otherwise, the blue light suddenly surged, and the space behind Ethan twisted and shattered, as if even reality couldn't bear this power. You will stay here forever, keeping that celestial dragon company. As soon as the words fell, Kizaru's figure turned into golden light and retreated hundreds of meters, moving so fast that he left an afterimage in the air. All units retreat. His unusually urgent command echoed across the battlefield, and the Navy soldiers were momentarily stunned. Then they fled in a frenzy. Kizaru himself transformed into light and shot into the sky, not daring to look back, fearing that if he hesitated for a second, he would be swallowed by that blue light. Moments later, the street was left with only dust and silence. The Straw Hat crew stared in shock at this scene. The Marine Admiral Kizaru was scared away by a single sentence. Usopp's jaw nearly hit the ground. Zoro's 3 swords clattered to the ground. He stared at Ethan's back, his hand gripping the sword, trembling with unwillingness. This is true invincibility? Luffy struggled to get up, but the brightness in his eyes under the straw hat was more intense than ever. Ethan, thank you. This time, he saved Luffy's life again, which is great. When Luffy becomes strong enough, still being defeated by me will highlight my invincibility. Ethan glanced back at him, the blue light dissipating, but he merely waved his hand. On Onigashima, Kaido tilted his head back and downed an entire barrel of liquor. Ughaha! His deep laughter suddenly echoed in the hall as he crushed the barrel, splinters flying everywhere. His gaze swept over the trembling pirate messenger kneeling below, a hint of ferocity flashing in his dragon-like eyes. Say that again. What did that kid named Ethan do? The pirate trembled as he held up the newspaper sent by the newsbird, his voice nearly tearing. Kaido-sama. He killed 2 celestial dragons and forced Admiral Kizaru back with one move. Now the entire new world is talking about it. His bounty has risen to 3.5 billion berries. Chapter 52. Reactions of the Four Emperors Big Mom and Whitebeard Boom. Kaido's Kanabo slammed violently into the ground, causing the entire Onigashima to shake as if it were an earthquake. Rocks crumbled, and several members of the Beast Pirates were thrown into the air by the shockwave. 3.5 billion. Haha. Ridiculous. He stood up, casting a shadow over the entire hall. The wine gourd was casually thrown aside, smashing against the wall and exploding. A newcomer, just emerging, dares to sit on equal footing with me. Suddenly, Kaido burst into wild laughter. The sound echoed, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Haha. Interesting. So interesting. He grabbed the newspaper, staring intently at Ethan's photo, battle intent boiling in his dragon-like eyes. To kill a celestial dragon and dare to provoke the world government. This kid has more guts than Shanks. The Kanabo slammed heavily on the ground as Kaido turned and walked towards the cliff outside the castle. The wild wind whipped through his mane, and thunder rolled in the dark clouds. Send the order. The entire Beast Pirates crew prepare for battle. He gazed at the distant horizon, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Originally wanting to take revenge on the calamities for his subordinates, Kaido changed his mind. By the time this kid fights the Marines to a mutual destruction, I'll personally take his life. The throne of the New World cannot be secured by just killing a few useless ones. New World, Whole Cake Island. A sweet aroma filled the banquet hall of the Cake Castle. The massive figure of Emperor Charlotte Linlin was deeply sunk into her throne. She held a giant cake in one hand and a freshly delivered newspaper in the other, the scent of ink mingling with the sweetness of cream invading her nostrils. Mama. Interesting. Her laughter suddenly stopped, her eyes bulging out as blood vessels spread like spiderwebs. The headline of the newspaper prominently featured Ethan's photo, with the striking title, Shocking. New pirate Ethan kills 2 celestial dragons. Admiral Kizaru retreats. Crack. The armrest of the throne was crushed by her grip. Fragments mixed with the residual power of her haki splashed out, sending several homies' guards flying. Mama is angry. Get out of the way. Her eldest son, Perispero, hurriedly stepped back, nearly losing his syrup staff. Ethan, that little brat who's been making waves recently? Katakuri stepped out from the shadows, his mouth tight under the scarf. Mama, not only did he kill celestial dragons, but also... Shut up. Big Mom's roar stirred up a hurricane, shaking the entire castle. She ripped the newspaper apart, sticky cake remnants clinging to her fingertips. A mere newcomer dares to touch my children, and even provoke the world government. Her pupils narrowed to pinpoints, her conqueror's haki erupting like a tsunami. The sky suddenly darkened with clouds, and Zeus and Prometheus shrank in fear. Katakuri. Yes. Katakuri knelt on one knee, his voice steady, but cold sweat trickled down his back. Bring all the ministers, and that useless cracker too. Big Mom's saliva dripped from her mouth, corroding the carpet. I will personally tear this arrogant brat apart. Mama, his soul must be delicious. Mama, the Marines and world government may already be preparing to deal with him. So what? She suddenly stood up, the ground collapsing with a thundering noise. Even Shanks and Whitebeard wouldn't dare to be this arrogant. I want everyone to know the consequences of provoking an emperor. New World, the Moby Dick. The sunset's afterglow cast a long shadow of Whitebeard's towering figure on the deck. He sat in his exclusive giant chair, holding a freshly delivered newspaper. A rare look of seriousness appeared between his rugged brows. Gurura. A deep laugh rumbled from Whitebeard's throat, but it carried a complex meaning. He slowly put down the newspaper, his gaze sweeping over the crew gathered on the deck. Old man, what happened? Marco, with his hands in his pockets, leaned lazily against the ship's railing, but his sharp eyes caught the change in Whitebeard's expression. You guys take a look. Whitebeard handed the newspaper to Jozu beside him. Jozu took the newspaper, and shock instantly appeared on his rugged face. What? That newcomer Ethan actually killed celestial dragons. What? Celestial dragons? The deck exploded in chaos. The crew quickly gathered around, eager to see the content of the newspaper. Not only that, Marco took the newspaper, his eyes quickly scanning the title and content, his brows furrowing tighter. He even repelled Admiral Kizuru head-on, forcing the Marines to retreat. Has this guy gone mad? Sachi's eyes widened. Killing celestial dragons, the world government will definitely not let him go. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed again, his voice filled with appreciation. What a reckless little brat. Old man, do you think he... Marco hesitated to finish his sentence. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing out at the distant horizon, as if recalling something. It has been a long time since such an interesting newcomer appeared after Roger's death. His tone carried a hint of nostalgia, but quickly turned serious. However, killing celestial dragons is tantamount to declaring war on the world government. The Marines and CP0 will surely come out in full force, and even that may mobilize. Upon hearing the word that, the atmosphere on the deck instantly froze. The crew exchanged glances, a hint of apprehension flashing in their eyes. Old man, are you saying the God's Knights? Marco asked in a low voice. Whitebeard did not answer directly, only nodding slightly. Ethan's strength is indeed astonishing, but the foundation of the world government is far from simple. He slowly stood up, his towering figure casting a huge shadow in the sunset. However, if he can survive the coming storm, perhaps. Whitebeard's words trailed off, but Marco and the others understood his meaning. Gurura. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Then it will depend on whether he can withstand the upcoming storm. He raised his wine gourd, taking a hearty swig before slamming the gourd down heavily on the deck. Send the order down. Let all the captains stay alert. The structure of the new world may soon change. The red-haired pirate's red force was docked at the shore of an unnamed island. Captain, the news bird has arrived. Ben Beckman, holding a cigarette, reached out to take the newspaper that had fallen from the sky. He casually glanced at it, but his brows suddenly furrowed, nearly dropping the cigarette from his mouth. What's wrong, Beckman? Lucky Roo asked with his mouth full of chicken leg, his words muffled. Beckman did not answer, but handed the newspaper to Shanks. He said solemnly, It seems the new world is about to undergo a change. Chapter 53. The reactions of the Four Emperors, the Three Admirals, Sengoku, and the Five Elders. Shanks took the newspaper, and the bright red headline caught his eye. Shock. New pirate Ethan kills 2 celestial dragons. Admiral Kizuru retreats. In the photo, Ethan stood amidst the ruins, with the bodies of the celestial dragons at his feet, while Kizuru's figure transformed into golden light and fled. Shanks stared at the newspaper, silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting. Jesus Burgess scratched his head. Captain, this guy has killed celestial dragons. The world government is going to freak out. Not only that, Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke. His expression serious. The fact that he can force Kizuru to retreat shows that his strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary admiral. The newcomers are becoming increasingly terrifying. Shanks put away his smile, a deep light flashing in his single eye. Lucky Roo swallowed the meat in his mouth and asked, Captain, do you know him? Shanks shook his head. No, but I know that someone who can do this is either a madman or... He paused, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. Or he has ambitions that could overturn the world. Beckman walked over to Shanks and whispered, Do you think he will become the next Rox? Shanks did not answer directly, but instead asked, What do you think the world government will do? Beckman sneered. What else can they do? I'm afraid even those people can't sit still. Shanks nodded, his gaze becoming even deeper. The balance of the new world may be about to be broken. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford, in the Marshal's office, the heavy atmosphere was almost suffocating. Sengoku slowly put down the newspaper in his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. The headline on the newspaper was glaring and cold. New pirate Ethan kills 2 celestial dragons. Admiral Kizuru retreats. In the photo, Ethan stood on the ruins, with the bodies of the celestial dragons beneath him, while Kizaru's figure in the distance transformed into golden light and fled. Bang! Akainu slammed his fist on the desk. The scalding magma instantly burning through the surface, black smoke rising. His eyes were dark like the rumbling before a volcanic eruption, and his voice came out almost through clenched teeth. This arrogant bastard must die. Akiji leaned against the window, frost silently spreading across the entire frame. He rarely put away his lazy expression, his brows tightly knitted. Even Kizaru couldn't do anything to him. This guy's strength has probably exceeded our expectations. Kizaru was sitting on the sofa, bandages on his body, still seeping blood. He pushed up his sunglasses, a playful smile still on his face. But his eyes had gained a hint of seriousness. Oh dear, this is truly frightening. Sengoku took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He slowly sat back in his chair, his fingers tapping on the desk, producing a dull sound. Ethan's power is indeed strong, but he is not without weaknesses. Sengoku's gaze sharpened, and he slowly began to speak. The office fell silent in an instant. Akiji raised his head thoughtfully. Are you saying he is too confident? Sengoku nodded. Exactly. From the intelligence, Ethan acts recklessly, even actively provoking the Navy and the Admirals. He knows the identity of the celestial dragons, yet he still kills without hesitation. This shows he doesn't take the world government seriously at all. Kizaru lazily spread his hands. Oh dear, that's true. That guy dares to confront even me head on. Akainu narrowed his eyes, magma swirling in his fists. So, can we use this to our advantage? Precisely. Sengoku stood up, hands braced on the desk, his gaze sweeping over every high-ranking officer present. No matter how strong Ethan is, he is ultimately just one person. If he is cautious enough, we truly cannot do anything to him. But what if he is arrogant enough to step into our trap? Akiji pondered. Are you suggesting we set a bait he cannot refuse? Sengoku nodded. Exactly. A bait that is arrogant enough to make him think the Navy is nothing to fear, and to take the initiative to step into our encirclement. Akainu sneered. For example, let a certain admiral go alone and lure him in? Kizaru raised an eyebrow. Oh dear, that sounds like asking me to take another beating. Sengoku said solemnly, no, this time you won't need to fight head-on. What we need is to make him believe the Navy can't do anything to him. Holy Land, Mariehua. Bang. The golden-haired Five Elder Star, Saint Vacheli, smashed his teacup onto the ground, porcelain shards flying. His voice was like a blade scraping across ice. Ethan, a mere commoner, dares to kill 2 celestial dragons. The news of Kizaru's retreat had spread throughout the world. The bald-headed Five Elder Star, Saint Nasudru, narrowed his eyes, his knuckles tapping out a dull sound on the hilt of his sword. The Navy has lost face, and the authority of the world government is being trampled. The long-bearded Five Elder Star, Saint Pitt, slowly unfolded a scroll of intelligence, the parchment densely filled with Ethan's crimes. His abilities are still a mystery. Denying all attacks? He can even nullify Kizaru's fruit abilities? That is not important. The curly-haired Five Elder Star, Saint Satan, coldly interrupted, standing by the window and looking down at the slave procession below like ants. What matters is that the whole world must know the consequences of angering God. After a moment of dead silence, the flat-brimmed Five Elder Star sitting on the sofa suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse like rusted iron scraping. Ethan's bounty has risen to 5 billion berries, but money won't solve the problem. He looked up, his gaze as cold as a venomous snake. It's time to use them. The other 4's pupils constricted. You mean, the Knights of God? The golden-haired Five Elder Star, Saint Vacheli, spoke in a low voice. On the azure sea, Ethan's fleet was sailing smoothly. The sea breeze gently brushed by, carrying a salty scent, and everyone on deck was busy with their own tasks. Suddenly, a crew member on the lookout shouted loudly, "Pirate ship spotted ahead. It's being pursued by the Navy." Ethan stood at the bow, gazing into the distance. He thought to himself, it's Cavendish. I can recruit him into my forces. After all, I still have a bit too few subordinates. He saw a beautifully designed 3-masted sailboat fleeing in a panic, its sails adorned with the emblem of the handsome pirate crew. Behind it, a Navy warship was closely pursuing. At the bow stood an elderly lady with white hair and a fierce presence. It was Vice Admiral Tsuru. That's Cavendish of the handsome pirate crew. Jimby said in a deep voice, "It seems they're in big trouble." Bonnie, munching on apple, casually replied, "Vice Admiral Tsuru is not an easy opponent. That guy's wash fruit ability can cleanse a person to the point where they lose their temper." Chapter 54. Preparing to subdue Cavendish and defeat Vice Admiral Crane. Ethan's lips curled slightly, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. This devil fruit is intriguing. He turned to the others and said, "Change course, get closer to them." Hawkins frowned and asked, "Captain, do you want to intervene?" Ethan chuckled lightly. "Cavendish's strength is quite good. If we can recruit him, it would be a great help to us." Drake silently stood by, pondering to himself. Ethan is expanding his influence again. Soon, Ethan's fleet positioned itself between the handsome pirate crew and the Navy warships. Cavendish stood at the bow of his ship, his golden hair billowing in the wind, his handsome face showing a hint of fatigue and vigilance. "Who are you?" he called out, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Durandal. Ethan instinctively thought to himself, Cavendish is simply different from others. Did he step out from an idle drama? After a brief internal complaint, Ethan replied nonchalantly, "I am Ethan. I want to discuss a deal with you." Cavendish's pupils constricted in surprise. "The Yonko?" Ethan nodded. "That's right. If you agree to join my forces, I can help you deal with Vice Admiral Crane's pursuit." In an instant, Cavendish frowned deeply, struggling internally. He had just narrowly escaped from Crane's grasp and knew he was no match for her. Moreover, in the New World, pirate crews without a strong backing find it hard to survive. He had wanted to join a large force all along. Ethan's reputation and strength were undoubtedly the best choice at the moment. "Why should I trust you?" He gritted his teeth and asked. Ethan smiled slightly. "Do you have a better option?" Before he finished speaking, the Navy warship had closed in. Vice Admiral Crane stood at the bow, her gaze sharp. "Cavendish, surrender." Cavendish tightened his grip on his sword, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "By the way, with my current reputation, I wonder if I can have the same face as red-haired Shanks." As Ethan sensed Crane was getting closer, he instinctively thought. Thinking of this, Ethan turned directly to Vice Admiral Crane. "Miss Crane, could you do me a favor and let them go?" Crane squinted her eyes. "Ethan, are you sure you want to intervene in Navy affairs?" Ethan shrugged. "I just find killing and fighting too boring." Crane fell silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand and waved. "All hands prepare for battle." The Navy soldiers immediately aimed their cannons, and the ship's artillery pointed at Ethan's fleet. "Indeed, my reputation is still not enough," Ethan thought to himself. Then he sighed. It seems the negotiation has broken down. As soon as the words left his mouth, he gently raised his hand, a ghostly blue light appearing at his fingertips, and spoke casually, "In that case, let's settle this quickly." Seeing this, Cavendish finally made up his mind. "All right, if you can hold off Crane, the handsome pirate crew will join you." Ethan replied without looking back, "Deal." In the next moment, his figure vanished like a ghost, directly appearing above the Navy warship. Crane looked up, her expression suddenly serious. As expected, just as the rumors say, he's fast. Ethan looked down at her and said, "Miss Crane, I apologize." With a wave of his right hand, an invisible shockwave erupted instantly, causing the entire warship to shake violently, and the Navy soldiers on the deck fell to the ground. Crane steadied herself, her palms outstretched. Purification rain of the wash fruit. Suddenly, light blue raindrops fell from the sky. Anyone who was drenched would have their anger and fighting spirit washed away. This devil fruit is interesting. Ethan looked at it with curiosity, then snapped his fingers. An invisible barrier enveloped Ethan. Thus, when the raindrops approached Ethan, they were deflected by the barrier. "Useless," Ethan said softly. "Your ability is ineffective against me." Crane's pupils slightly contracted. She had never seen anyone resist her purification rain so easily. The light blue raindrops were supposed to wash away all hostility, yet they were rendered ineffective in front of Ethan, isolated by an invisible force. As expected, even the ability is ineffective, Crane murmured softly, her gaze still resolute. She suddenly raised her hand, her palms overlapping. A stronger wave of energy erupted from within her. Mind purification of the wash fruit. A light blue halo expanded from her center, purifying the air as it passed. This energy could directly wash away the opponent's spirit, making them lose their fighting spirit or even faint. However, the moment the halo touched Ethan, it crashed against an invisible wall and shattered. Ethan stood in place. Not even the hem of his clothing moved. Useless, Miss Crane. Your ability means nothing to me. Crane's forehead beaded with cold sweat, but she did not back down. She took a deep breath, leaped up, and pushed her palm straight toward Ethan's chest. Purification of sinful hands. This strike contained her life's ambition and the power of her fruit. It was enough to wash away the will of any enemy to blankness. Just a powerful person from the old era, their strength is still decent. Ethan thought to himself. But in reality, Ethan simply raised his hand slightly, fingers spread wide, firmly catching her attack. Boom! The two forces collided, yet there was not a ripple. Pain surged through Crane's palm as if her power had been completely denied by a higher existence. She was forced back several steps by the recoil, nearly falling to the ground. Vice Admiral, the Navy soldiers cried out, raising their guns toward Ethan, but Crane raised her hand to stop them. Everyone, retreat. Her voice was hoarse but resolute. Leave this place immediately. But you, this is an order, Crane said sharply. She knew very well that this group of soldiers couldn't even be considered cannon fodder in front of Ethan. The Navy warship quickly turned its bow. The soldiers gritted their teeth to execute the order, but the unwillingness and fear in their eyes were undeniable. Crane jumped over, standing alone at the edge of Ethan's ship's deck, her gaze piercing as she looked at Ethan. What is your true purpose? To kill the celestial dragons? To provoke the Navy? To gather forces? What exactly do you want to do? Ethan smiled slightly, the sea breeze rustling through his black coat. He slowly spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable power. To establish a brand new world. Crane's pupils suddenly constricted. She understood the weight of those words better than anyone else. Arrogant. She murmured, do you think you can overturn an 800-year-old order by yourself? How will I know if I don't try? Ethan said easily. Forget it. Crane's strength is quite high. I won't kill her after all. Chapter 55. Blackbeard becomes a warlord, preparing to subdue the Empress later. When they besiege me, I will be able to showcase my invincible strength. With this thought in mind, Ethan raised his hand, his fingertips glowing with a ghostly blue light, then smiled. However, for now, the battle should come to an end. Vice Admiral Crane instinctively assumed a defensive posture, but Ethan's figure had already flashed in front of her like a ghost. His finger gently pointed. Denial. An invisible force instantly controlled Vice Admiral Crane. She felt as if all her strength, haki, and even consciousness were erased in an instant. Vice Admiral. The naval soldiers in the distance shouted in despair. Ethan glanced at the warship that was about to flee and waved his hand casually. A gentle force lifted Vice Admiral Crane and slowly sent her towards the naval warship. Take her back, his voice carried on the wind. The naval soldiers scrambled to catch Vice Admiral Crane. Supported by the naval soldiers, she stood up. She gazed at Ethan's departing figure, his black coat billowing in the sea breeze, like a flag announcing the arrival of a new era. Vice Admiral, are you all right? A soldier asked nervously. Crane did not answer. Her gaze remained fixed on that distant figure. Ethan's power far exceeded her imagination. No, it even subverted her understanding of power. His ability was not merely nullification, it seemed more like a denial of the world's rules. Such an existence, Crane whispered, her voice hoarse and heavy. If this continues to be allowed, countless images flashed through her mind. The corpses of celestial dragons, the disgraceful retreat of Kizaru, the desperate eyes of naval soldiers. And Ethan's words about establishing a whole new world echoed in her ears like a curse. He is more dangerous than rocks. Crane finally spoke, her voice cold and resolute. The soldiers exchanged glances. The name Rocks sent chills down their spines. The pirate who had nearly overturned the world had long become the deepest nightmare of the Navy. We must immediately notify Sengoku. Crane forced herself to stand up. No, contact the Gorosei directly. Ethan's existence is no longer just a pirate issue. Crane's fists unconsciously clenched. This world may really be overturned by him. She turned around, her voice low but firm. Full speed back to Marineford. Cavendish stood at the bow of the ship, witnessing everything. His handsome face was filled with shock, and the Durandal in his hand unintentionally drooped. Now Ethan turned around, his gaze sweeping over Cavendish. "It's time to fulfill your promise." Cavendish took a deep breath and said, "The beautiful pirate crew is willing to serve you." Ethan nodded in satisfaction. On the azure sea, Ethan's giant ship cut through the calm waters, leaving behind a white trail. On the deck, Jinbi walked towards Ethan, who was gazing at the horizon, his expression grave. His large feet made dull sounds on the wooden deck. "Lord Ethan, there is urgent intelligence." Jinbi's voice was like a dark current in the deep sea, calm yet filled with suppressed anger. Ethan turned around, his black coat fluttering in the sea breeze. He noticed the crumpled newspaper in Jinbi's hand and the flickering anger in his eyes. Jinbi rarely showed such an angry expression, Ethan thought instinctively. "So," he raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems it's not good news." "That bastard Marshal D. Teach." Jinbi handed the newspaper to Ethan, his thick fingers nearly piercing the paper. "He slaughtered dozens of pirate crews in the first half of the Grand Line and traded their heads with the world government." Ethan unfolded the newspaper, the headline boldly printed with Blackbeard's toothless grin, the title glaring. "The ruthless Blackbeard becomes the new warlord." In the photo, Blackbeard was receiving the warlord's appointment from a naval officer. In the background, piles of pirate corpses were faintly visible. As expected of Blackbeard, Ethan thought. He didn't capture Luffy or Ace, yet still easily became a warlord. Interesting. A cold smile crept onto Ethan's lips. Teach has indeed begun to execute his plan. Jinbi clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking. That guy is a complete madman. For the devil fruit, he can even kill his former comrades. Now that he has a license for legal plunder, I don't know how many innocents will suffer. Ethan tossed the newspaper aside, the paper disintegrating into countless fragments in the air. He squinted, his gaze penetrating the distant horizon. The warlords, this system itself, is a joke. Suddenly, a glint of insight flashed in Ethan's eyes. Wait, many warlords have already come under his command, but it seems one person is still missing. Ethan suddenly thought. He turned to Jinbi and said, "Speaking of which, there is still one person among the warlords we haven't dealt with." Jinbi was taken aback, then suddenly realized. "You mean, the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock?" "Exactly." Ethan put his hands in his pockets, the sea breeze tousling his black hair. "The proud Empress, a user of the sweet fruit, captain of the Kuja pirates. Such combat power should not be wasted on the world government." Jinbi's expression became complicated. "Lord Ethan, the Empress has an extremely proud personality and would never listen to anyone's orders. Moreover, Amazon Lily is a legendary land of women, forbidden to men for thousands of years. That makes it even more challenging, doesn't it?" Ethan chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with dangerous light. "Besides, her abilities would greatly benefit our plan to overthrow the world government." Jinbi wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Ethan raising his hand. "I have made up my mind. Jinbi, you're responsible for leading the fleet. I will go to Amazon Lily alone." "That's too dangerous." Jinbi couldn't help but raise his voice. "Amazon Lily has an army of women, and the Empress's petrification ability." Ethan's pressure instantly dissipated as he patted Jinbi's broad shoulder. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry." After saying this, Ethan walked to the ship's railing, gazing into the distance. "You should know the location of Amazon Lily, right?" Ethan asked without turning his head. Jinbi nodded. "It's at the edge of the calm belt in the New World, surrounded by giant sea kings, and ordinary ships cannot approach at all." "Good." Ethan closed his eyes, his spatial perception ability rippling outwards. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a confident smile appearing on his lips. "Found it." In the next second, Ethan's figure began to blur, the surrounding space slightly distorting. Jinbi's eyes widened. Even though it wasn't the first time he had seen Ethan's spatial ability, he was still shocked. "Wait for my good news." Ethan's voice echoed in the air. Chapter 56. Entering Amazon Lily, defeating Marguerite and the others. Meeting Granny Jia, his figure had completely vanished, leaving only a few wisps of gradually dissipating black mist. Jinbei stood in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time. He looked in the direction where Ethan had disappeared, murmuring softly, "May the ocean bless you, Lord Ethan." Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest of Amazon Lily, the space suddenly warped. A slender figure appeared out of nowhere. Ethan's feet gently touched the ground covered with fallen leaves, making no sound at all. He looked around. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and vines coiled around them like giant pythons. In the distance, the calls of birds and the low growls of beasts could be heard, and the air was filled with the fragrance of earth and plants. Is this the legendary land of women? Ethan murmured to himself, his gaze piercing through layers of shadows, looking toward the vaguely visible stone structures in the distance, more primitive than he had imagined. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from his right. Ethan didn't turn around, just smiled slightly. Good luck, meeting the people of Amazon Lily so soon. 3 agile figures leaped down from the treetops, landing steadily in front of Ethan. They held bows and spears, their eyes sharp as eagles. Halt! How did you trespass into Amazon Lily? The leader, Marguerite, drew her bowstring taut, the arrowhead aimed directly at Ethan's throat. Her golden ponytail fluttered in the wind, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Evelyn and Stoby flanked from both sides, their spear and snake-shaped dagger blocking Ethan's retreat. Evelyn coldly stated, Amazon Lily prohibits outsiders from entering. Trespassers die. Ethan casually placed his hands in his pockets, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 3. Indeed, only women here, Ethan thought to himself. Then he smiled slightly and said in a relaxed tone, the national warriors of Amazon Lily truly live up to their name. Stop talking nonsense. Stoby was the first to strike, her snake-shaped dagger lunging toward Ethan's neck like a venomous fawn. At the same time, Marguerite's arrow was released with a sharp, piercing sound. Evelyn's spear swept toward Ethan's lower body. The 3 attacks coordinated seamlessly. Moreover, they all exuded a domineering aura. Their strength was indeed somewhat beyond the norm for ordinary people. Despite thinking this, in reality, Ethan merely raised his right hand lightly, fingers spread apart. In an instant, the arrows froze in midair, and the dagger and spear sharpness came to an abrupt halt. The 3 women's bodies seemed to be trapped by an invisible force, unable to move. Marguerite's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat sliding down her forehead. What is this ability? Ethan walked slowly to Marguerite, flicking the suspended arrow with his fingers. The arrow instantly shattered into powder, scattering into the air. He said calmly, I mean no harm. I just want to discuss a collaboration with your Empress. Evelyn gritted her teeth in struggle, but couldn't lift even a finger. Despicable outsider. The Empress would never collaborate with an invader like you. Ethan chuckled lightly and withdrew his power. The 3 immediately lost their balance, stumbling a few steps before steadying themselves. Stoby gripped her dagger tightly, her eyes still filled with reluctance, but she no longer dared to advance recklessly. Marguerite took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She realized that the strength of the person before her far surpassed theirs, and a direct confrontation held no chance of victory. Thus, she said in a deep voice, What do you want? Take me to see the Empress, Ethan stated directly. She should understand my intentions. The 3 exchanged glances, and Marguerite nodded slightly. They understood each other without words. They planned to take Ethan to meet the former Empress, Gloria. Because Gloria was the former Empress, her power was unfathomable. If they could bring this man before her, perhaps there was still a chance. Follow us, Marguerite turned and said. Ethan anticipated their thoughts. It seemed that this trip to the Amazon Lily Kingdom was not going as smoothly as he had hoped. However, this was normal. After all, it was a closed-off country. It wasn't a big deal. The worst outcome would be that he had to fight the entire country. Ethan thought to himself, feeling relaxed. Next, Marguerite and the others escorted Ethan, leading him towards the center of the royal city where the crowds were denser. They intended to leverage the power of more people, or at least to alert the former Empress Gloria to this anomaly. They walked along a street paved with enormous stone blocks. On either side were stone buildings rich in national characteristics, adorned with flags and weavings featuring snake patterns. Ethan still had his hands in his pockets, curiously observing this legendary land of women. It truly was a land of women. It felt somewhat magical and spectacular. However, he couldn't quite understand the reason for only having girls. Ethan pondered with interest in his heart. Then his gaze swept over the powerful and wild beauty of the buildings and residents. Suddenly, Marguerite's eyes lit up. She focused on a fruit stall selling specialty fruits ahead on the street. There, an elderly woman, short in stature, wearing glasses and leaning on a snake-shaped cane, was carefully selecting fruits. This person was the former Empress, Gloria. Granny Ja, Marguerite immediately shouted, her voice carrying a hint of urgency and plea. Evelyn and Stoby also quickly understood. Almost simultaneously, they hastily led Ethan toward that direction. Granny Ja raised her head at the sound, adjusting her glasses. Her gaze first landed on the tense faces of Marguerite and the others, then naturally shifted to the tall figure surrounded by them. Just one glance. Granny Ja's cloudy old eyes suddenly burst with sharp light. Having lived for so long and seen the outside world, she instantly recognized Ethan's outline and aura, which were starkly different from all the residents of the island through some instinct and experience. A man? Granny Ja was surprised in her heart, but she kept her composure. Almost at the same moment, she saw Granny Ja, Marguerite, Evelyn, and Stoby, who had been poised for action, seemed to hear the command to move and instantly sprang into action. Swish, clash, whoosh. The three of them stepped back in perfect harmony. They distanced themselves from Ethan, forming a triangular formation that firmly locked him in the center. Marguerite's bowstring was taut again, the refined arrowhead glinting coldly. Evelyn's spear struck out like a viper, its tip covered with a faint layer of armed hockey. Stoby's snake-shaped dagger was also reversed in her hand, her body crouching in a stance ready to attack. All weapons, all killing intent, were directed squarely at Ethan at that moment. Chapter 57. The Shocking Power of Grandma Za. Preparing to meet the Empress pointed at by sharp blades and hostile gazes, it was clear that they were very wary of me as an outsider. I should have known. I learned from Luffy to pretend to be poisoned and fainted. Ethan silently mocked himself. However, on the surface, Ethan appeared completely unfazed by the deadly threats surrounding him. A light chuckle suddenly broke the almost frozen atmosphere of hostility. Ethan shook his head slightly, his face showing no hint of tension. Instead, he revealed an extremely obvious smile, tinged with a hint of mockery and understanding. He had long anticipated that these three would not obediently comply. The scene unfolding before him, where escorting had turned into an ambush, was entirely within his expectations and even seemed somewhat amusing. It was akin to watching a few cats, claws bared, trying to intimidate a giant dragon. Sure enough, Ethan finally spoke, his voice disturbingly calm, even carrying a hint of lazy teasing. Bringing me to meet the person in charge is a lie. Finding an opportunity to gather forces to ambush me is the truth. The reception etiquette of the Amazons is indeed unique. His gaze casually swept over the slightly changed expressions of Margaret and the others, finally landing on Grandma Za, who appeared quite composed on the surface. But that's fine. It saves me the trouble of searching one by one. Ethan's light laugh, filled with understanding and mockery, had yet to dissipate in the air when Margaret's arrow, like a startled swan, was already released. And Everlander's spear along with Stoby's dagger simultaneously surged with fierce momentum from three cunning angles. However, in the face of this coordinated and lethal attack, Ethan simply uttered two words: kneel. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, no dazzling display of techniques. An invisible yet immense pressure, as powerful as a tsunami, suddenly descended upon Ethan. The resoluteness on Margaret, Everlandra, and Stoby's faces was instantly replaced by boundless shock. It was as if an invisible mountain had violently crashed onto their souls and bodies. They couldn't even make any resistance. Their knees buckled uncontrollably. With a dull thud, the three of them were forced to their knees. Their weapons fell from their hands, and their bodies trembled violently. They couldn't even lift a single finger, only able to look at the man who still had his hands in his pockets, as if he had done nothing at all. Even Grandma Za, who stood a bit further away, let out a muffled groan under the sudden wave of pressure. She staggered back a half-step, her snake staff thudding heavily to the ground as she barely steadied herself. Shock was written all over her wrinkled face, her old eyes wide open, her heart nearly jumping out her chest. What is this? Conqueror's hockey? No, it's not just a mental intimidation. This power is an absolute oppression directly affecting the body. Even I, A storm surged within Grandma Za's heart. She had lived for decades, experienced countless storms, yet had never felt such a strange and powerful form of oppression. It was as if the surrounding air had turned into heavy lead blocks. And this man before her was the absolute ruler of this space. Ethan didn't even spare a glance at the three suppressed national warriors. His calm gaze settled on the cold, sweat-drenched Grandma Za, as if he had merely brushed off the dust from his shoulder. Now Ethan spoke, his voice still flat, but carrying undeniable weight. "Can you listen to me properly? My patience is limited." Grandma Za took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart, and hoarsely asked, Who exactly are you? What is your purpose?" She realized that the strength of the person before her was unfathomable, far beyond her imagination, and resisting would not be wise. "The purpose is simple," Ethan said indifferently. "I want to meet Boa Hancock to discuss a collaboration. This might be an opportunity for her and Amazon Lily's future." Collaboration? Grandma Za's mind raced. She absolutely did not believe that a man so powerful and forcefully intruding would have purely good intentions. A glimmer of cunning flashed in her murky eyes, though she struggled to squeeze out an expression of compromise and fear on her face. "Oh, I see. You want to collaborate with Her Majesty the Empress. I understand. With your displayed strength, you indeed have the qualifications. Please follow me. I will take you to the palace to meet Her Majesty the Empress." As she spoke, she seemingly nonchalantly cast a very subtle glance towards Margaret, who could barely move her eyes. Margaret instantly understood, a flash of determination crossing her eyes. She would find the Empress Hancock in advance to prepare for Ethan, this outsider. All these small actions were as clear as a beacon in the night to Ethan, whose perception capabilities surpassed common sense. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, "So you want to prepare that Empress in advance, using the ability of the sweet fruit to petrify me? Truly, a cliché strategy. However, it was fine. Hancock could prepare in advance to experience my invincible strength." Ethan silently thought. He didn't care about this little scheme. The petrification ability of the devil fruit? The domineering power at the level of rules? In the face of his invincible strength, they were merely laughable tricks. He even looked forward to seeing the expression of the Empress, known for her beauty and willfulness, when she discovered that her abilities were completely ineffective. "Lead the way." Ethan acted as if he hadn't sensed any abnormalities at all, casually waving his hand to lift the suppression on Margaret and the others. The three of them immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Their gazes towards Ethan were like looking at a demon in the abyss. Grandma Za felt a secret joy that the other party seemed to have fallen into her trap. Not daring to delay, she hurriedly leaned on her cane and turned. Please follow me." She led Ethan through the still, tense atmosphere of the streets, heading towards the central palace of the island, Nine Snake City, which was the most magnificent, with a massive snake-shaped statue. The two walked in silence, ascending the stone steps. Then they entered the luxurious yet wild Nine Snake City. They headed straight to the highest palace where the Empress usually resided. Ethan followed behind Grandma Za, casually thinking, "This residence is quite nice." He stepped confidently onto the wide stone steps leading to the highest level of Nine Snake City. Grandma Za's heart raced, partly due to her fear of Ethan's unfathomable strength. Chapter 58. The useless petrification of the Empress, directly shocking her. On the other hand, she felt uneasy about the impending clash. She only hoped that Hancock had received Margaret's warning and was prepared. The heavy, intricately carved stone doors were pushed open by the guards on either side, revealing a spacious and magnificent hall. At the end of the hall, on several steps, was a splendid throne carved from whole pieces of warm white jade. At this moment, a figure was sitting elegantly, yet majestically, upon the throne. This person was Boa Hancock. She wore her signature red Cheongsam-style long dress, her long, fair legs crossed. One arm languidly rested on the armrest of the throne, while the other gently supported her chin. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her stunning face seemed to be frozen with frost. Her deep, beautiful eyes contained unabashed rage and a condescending disdain. Just by sitting there, the powerful aura she emanated almost made the air in the hall solidify. On either side of the throne were her two sisters, Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold. They had already assumed their half-beast combat forms. Their lower bodies transformed into giant serpentine tails covered in scales, coiled on the ground. Their upper bodies were tense with muscles, glaring fiercely at Ethan at the entrance. Like guardian goddesses, the giant pythons were ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Throughout the hall, the presence of other elite warriors could be faintly felt lurking in the shadows. Granny Garolia sighed in relief upon seeing this. It seemed Hancock was already aware of the outsiders infiltrating the country. How rude. The moment Ethan laid eyes on Hancock, he felt somewhat stunned. Indeed, she was the most beautiful woman in the world of pirates. Truly beautiful. Luckily, I possess invincible strength. Otherwise, I really couldn't guarantee I wouldn't be moved. Not petrified, Ethan thought to himself. Hancock's voice was like ice pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing directly at Ethan. You, how dare you step into my realm and attack my national defenders? Her voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable authority and anger. Do you know what a grave sin this is? Faced with my unparalleled beauty, not only do you not kneel and repent, but you even dare to gaze at me directly. She gave Ethan no chance to respond or explain. Or rather, she didn't bother to listen. Hancock's jade hand that was resting on her chin had already lifted, her thumb and index finger coming together to form a heart shape, aimed at Ethan standing in the center of the hall. Arrogant man, you shall atone with eternal petrification. Sweet, sweet wind. Whoosh. A visible pink beam of light, shaped like a heart, shot out from Hancock's fingertips at an incredible speed. Sweet, sweet wind? Interesting. Ethan observed this scene without a hint of panic on his face. He smiled, not even moving. The pink beam swiftly crossed the distance between them, accurately hitting Ethan's chest. The pink light enveloped Ethan, within which countless tiny hearts seemed to dance and spin. This was a terrifying ability capable of instantly petrifying anyone who was moved by her beauty. Sandersonia and Marigold held their breath, waiting for the moment the intruder would turn into a comical stone statue. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, the anticipated scene of flesh turning to gray-white stone did not occur. The dazzling pink light scattered futilely like waves crashing against a reef, then completely vanished without a trace. This real bug-level ability, unfortunately, is useless against me, Ethan instinctively thought. He remained standing in place, not even a corner of his clothing moving. He looked down at his chest, as if it had only been brushed by a feather. Then he raised his hand, symbolically brushing off the non-existent dust. He lifted his head, meeting Hancock's gaze, which was now filled with astonishment. What? Impossible. Sister's ability has failed? Sandersonia and Marigold exclaimed in unison. The massive serpentine tails twisted uneasily in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. They understood better than anyone the power of their sister's sweet fruit ability. They had never seen anyone completely disregard it so casually. Granny Garolia suddenly opened her eyes wide, her aged face twitching. Her eyes behind her glasses bulged out, and her hand gripping the snake's staff turned pale from excessive force. It actually completely failed, not even for a moment. This guy, on the throne, Boa Hancock's previously domineering expression, as if she controlled everything, completely froze. For the first time, a clear, almost dazed look of shock appeared on her stunning face. Her right hand, which had applied the ability, remained suspended in the air, forgetting to lower it. In her eyes, which always contained pride and allure, only deep shock and confusion remained. How could this be? She murmured, her voice filled with uncertainty. My sweet, sweet wind. Why is it ineffective against you? Ethan paid no mind to their shocked reactions. He subconsciously considered the most effective way to subdue the Empress. I could threaten her into submission using her secret. This is undoubtedly the quickest route. The thought just emerged in his mind when Ethan decisively dismissed it. No, that's too tasteless. Besides, I possess invincible strength, so there's no need for such methods. On the other hand, Boa Hancock remained frozen on her throne. The previously overwhelming and captivating demeanor showed a crack. She stared intently at the unharmed man below. What exactly did you do? Her voice still struggled to maintain authority, but it inevitably carried a hint of barely perceptible wavering. The ineffectiveness of Sweet Sweet Wind was something that had never happened since she consumed the fruit. Ethan lowered his hand, calmly meeting Hancock's gaze, as if the petrifying attack moments ago was merely an inconsequential breeze. I didn't do anything, your ability just doesn't work on me. He stated in a tone as flat as declaring an established fact. Now, can we talk about business, Boa Hancock? Business? Hancock forcibly suppressed the turbulent waves in her heart. She slightly raised her chin, trying to regain control. You invade my realm, attack my warriors, and disregard my authority. Chapter 59. Hancock's two sisters are overwhelmed. What business do you have to discuss with me? Of course there is. Ethan's lips curled into a faint smile, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing the woman on the throne. I come to offer you and your Amazon Lily Kingdom a choice. He paused, his voice clear and steady echoing in the silent hall. Submit to me and join my ranks. In exchange, you and your country will be under my protection. What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunder striking. Arrogant. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold both shouted almost simultaneously. A terrifying beast-like aura erupted from their half-beast bodies. Flames of fury burned in their serpent-like eyes. How dare you make my elder sister and the entire Amazon Lily submit? Such arrogance deserves death. On the throne, after the initial shock, Boa Hancock's stunning face was rapidly covered by extreme coldness and anger. It was a fury that had been completely provoked, trampling on her dignity. You, what did you say? Her voice dropped. It was more dangerous than her previous reprimand, like the silence before a venomous snake strikes. The Conqueror's haki, she emitted, began to surge. Make the Amazon Lily submit? Accept your protection? Hancock slowly stood up from the throne, looking down at Ethan. Do you think that just because you blocked one of my attacks, you have the right to speak such wild words in Nine Snake City, in front of me? Ridiculous. The powerful Conqueror's haki surged towards Ethan like a tsunami. However, this deterrent that could instantly knock out an ordinary expert hit an invisible wall as it approached Ethan. It split and dissipated on its own. Unable to shake him at all, Ethan sighed inwardly, realizing that indeed, there weren't many who possessed Conqueror's haki. However, he was curious about how powerful the red-haired Conqueror's haki truly was. On the other hand, Hancock's anger had not subsided. She continued, I am the Empress of Amazon Lily, the supreme queen ruling this land. Hancock's voice was filled with cold anger. Protection? Submission? Based on you? She raised her hand, her fingertip pointing at Ethan, her tone filled with disdain at its peak. No matter what means you use to block my attack with your foolish words, you will not leave Nine Snake City alive today. Faced with Hancock's outpouring of fury and the almost tangible killing intent, it seemed that subduing the Empress would not be easy, Ethan thought instinctively. Then he merely sighed lightly. As expected, speaking out would lead to this reaction. He seemed to have anticipated it, shaking his head. It seems that the effectiveness of words is always limited. Ultimately, action is required. Before Ethan's sigh could completely dissipate, Hancock's fury had already transformed into a thunderous command. Sandersonia, Marigold, yes, elder sister. The two giant sisters answered in unison, their serpent bodies coiling, ready to strike. Tear this arrogant fool apart from me. Hancock waved her jade-like hand, her voice cold as ice. Roar. Sandersonia was the first to launch an attack, her massive serpent tail striking the ground with a tremendous force. Using the recoil, her enormous body covered in hard scales shot out at an astonishing speed. Her fist, wrapped in armament haki, struck like a giant hammer, aimed directly at Ethan's face. At the same time, Marigold took a deep breath, her chest swelling. Fiery flames gathered in her mouth, distorting the surrounding air due to the high temperature. Serpent hair, flame serpent breath. The scorching flame breath shot out first, like a roaring fire dragon, instantly engulfing the area where Ethan stood, completely drowning him in a sea of flames. Sandersonia's massive fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stone, followed closely behind, crashing into the center of the flames. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, flames rolled, and debris scattered. The powerful shock wave even caused the curtains beside the throne to shake violently. Did we succeed? Granny Garoliosa tightly gripped her snake staff, anxiously staring at the area covered by flames and smoke. She understood the power of the twin Empress sisters' combined attack. Hancock still maintained her proud demeanor, but a hint of unnoticeable seriousness flashed in her eyes. She did not believe the opponent would be defeated so easily. As the flames and smoke slowly dispersed, the sight before everyone made their pupils constrict. Ethan still stood in place, not even having moved an inch. Surrounding him was a layer of extremely thin, almost invisible energy fluctuations. Marigold's flame breath, capable of melting gold and iron, dissipated on its own a few centimeters away from his body, as if rejected and denied by some absolutely inviolable force. Meanwhile, Sandisonia's gigantic fist, wrapped in pitch-black armament hockey, was casually held back by Ethan's casually raised index finger. That fist, containing terrifying strength capable of collapsing castle walls, could not even bend that seemingly slender finger by a fraction. Where their fists and fingers met, not even a hint of airflow was stirred. All the power seemed to vanish like a cow sinking into the sea. Sandisonia's enormous serpent eyes were filled with disbelief. She felt as if she had smashed into an ancient, unshakable divine mountain. The power is there, but it is still not enough to condense, Ethan commented lightly, gently pushing his index finger forward. Ugh! Sandisonia felt an irresistible, overwhelming force coming from the tip of his finger. Her massive body stumbled backward uncontrollably, her heavy serpent tail leaving deep marks on the ground. Seeing this, Marigold was both shocked and furious. She unleashed an even fiercer flame. It still could not break through that layer of invisible barrier. How? How is this possible? Our attacks are completely ineffective. Marigold's voice trembled. Monster! Sandisonia steadied herself, looking at her slightly numb fist, her face filled with horror. Hancock on the throne had a completely darkened expression. Her sister's attacks couldn't even make the opponent move a step. This absolute disparity in strength made her feel an unprecedented sense of threat and a hint of fear. At that moment, Granny Garoliosa, who had been waiting for an opportunity, suddenly had a gleam in her eyes. Taking advantage of Ethan's attention seemingly being completely focused on Sandisonia and Marigold in front of him. Chapter 60. Granny's strength is overwhelmed. The Empress's narcissism. The shock of the Empress, and the moment Hancock on the throne is captivated quietly. She circled around to Ethan's blind spot. She concentrated all her strength at the tip of her snake staff. The armed color hockey quietly enveloped her, and she suddenly sprang up like a ghost. Idigant brat. Don't underestimate Amazon Lily, Granny shouted fiercely, launching a thrust imbued with her lifelong cultivation. It precisely aimed at Ethan's vital spot at the back of his heart. This strike was cunning and fierce, seizing what was theoretically the best opportunity. However, clang, a clear sound, like the clash of gold and iron, echoed in the hall. Granny's determined strike hit Ethan's back heart dead on. But the tip of the snake's staff seemed to be pressing against the hardest substance in the world, unable to penetrate. Ethan revealed a smile that had long been anticipated, then thought in his heart. I deliberately let you sneak attack me. Otherwise, you would have had a chance to get close at all. How is it? Have you seen my strength? That layer of invisible barrier didn't even manifest. It was simply Ethan's invincible defensive power that completely negated all the power of this sneak attack. A powerful recoil transmitted through the snake staff, and Granny felt her palms splitting. Her entire arm was numbed by the shock, and the snake staff almost flew out of her hands. She staggered back several steps, her aged face filled with shock and confusion. No, impossible. My sneak attack, actually. She looked at her trembling hand, then at Ethan, who hadn't even turned his head. Her worldview seemed to have suffered a massive blow. After the exchange of blows, we should be able to talk now, Ethan thought instinctively. Then Ethan slowly turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping over Granny's astonished face. He then looked at Hancock on the throne, filled with anger, as well as Sandisonia and Marigold, who were like facing a great enemy, not daring to attack recklessly. Let us end the probing here, Boa Hancock. Ethan's voice remained calm, yet carried a suffocating sense of pressure. Now, you should understand what our conversation is based upon. You have seen my strength, Boa Hancock. This is not a test, but an undeniable reality. Your abilities, your warriors, your kingdom are no different from a sandcastle in front of me. He took a step forward, and an invisible pressure spread out. Sandasonia and Marigold instinctively coiled their serpentine bodies. They assumed a defensive stance, but dared not advance easily. Now, I extend my invitation once more. Ethan's gaze locked on a Hancock. Submit to me. Join my ranks. You and your Amazon lily will receive my protection. He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold, like ice piercing the bone. Otherwise, Ethan raised his hand, the chilling blue glow at his fingertips flickering again. Otherwise, this daughter kingdom, the Amazon Lily Kingdom, which has been inherited for 1,000 years, will have no reason to continue to exist. I will personally erase it from this sea entirely. The threat of destruction struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Granny's face turned pale. Great fear and worry for their homeland surged in Sandasonia and Marigold's eyes. However, Hancock on the throne, after experiencing the initial violent emotional fluctuations, revealed an expression of utmost narcissism on her beautiful face and then said, "Not to mention whether you can destroy our Amazon Lily Kingdom. Even if you possess such power, even if you truly destroy this island and turn everything to ashes." Her voice suddenly rose, filled with incomprehensible confidence and intoxication. "The citizens of the entire nation would never resent me, because..." Hancock spread her arms wide, as if accepting worship, and said, "No matter what I have done, even if it leads to the destruction of the country, everyone will forgive me." She slightly raised her chin, displaying that iconic pose that captivates all beings, as if stating a universal truth. "Because I am simply too beautiful." She said this with absolute certainty and conviction. The hall fell silent. Even her two sisters and Granny were momentarily speechless. Ethan looked at this woman in front of him, whose logic was completely distorted due to extreme narcissism. He remained silent for several seconds. Indeed, the Empress is very narcissistic. I didn't feel it when watching the anime, but now I feel a headache. Then, for the first time, a noticeable change appeared on Ethan's originally calm face. It was a smile mixed with absurdity, realization, and unhidden mockery. Not intending to spare the Empress's dignity, Ethan gently shook his head and said sharply, "You're a narcissist, right?" "What?" Hancock's expression of intoxication and confidence instantly froze. "Narcissist." Hancock showed an expression of extreme shock. She clasped her hands over her heart, feeling unable to bear Ethan's blow. "This man must not live," Hancock said instinctively. Ethan looked at Hancock's twisted posture due to her narcissism. The last trace of patience in his eyes finally dissipated. "There is no time for games." Ethan thought, "It seems that ordinary conversation is meaningless to you." So Ethan, now serious, spoke with no emotion in his voice. "Since that's the case, I will talk in a way you cannot ignore." He slowly raised his right hand, palm up. An invisible yet chilling energy began to gather. "Time," Ethan whispered, stops at this moment. There was no light, no sound, but the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze instantly. Sandasonia and Marigold, standing beside Hancock, and Granny Giurolioza, who had just steadied herself. Their movements, expressions, even breaths were all frozen. They stood like three exquisite sculptures, maintaining the posture from a second ago. Even the shock and anger in their eyes were frozen, completely detached from the flow of time. Hancock's expression of narcissism and intoxication shattered in an instant, replaced by disbelief. "You, what did you do to them?" Her voice trembled noticeably for the first time. To stop others' time is so easy. The invincible power is too strong. Ethan also lamented in his heart. As for the Empress's question, Ethan did not answer, only gently flipped his palm. "Vanish," he continued to murmur. Around the three figures trapped in time, the space began to distort, blurring like a reflection in water being scattered by pebbles. Their bodies gradually became transparent, ethereal, as if they were being erased from this world little by little. Chapter 61. The Empress's power is crushed. She can only submit and join the forces. "No. Stop," Hancock shouted as she rushed down from her throne, only to realize it was too late. She could only watch helplessly as the figures of her sister and the old lady faded away. Ultimately, they disappeared completely like dissipating mist. In the hall, Only she and Ethan remained, along with a deathly silence. How'd I end up looking like the great villain? Ethan thought instinctively as he observed the scene. He then lowered his hand and looked coldly at the Empress, whose face was pale and body trembling slightly. They're not dead, he stated calmly. They've simply been banished to a different dimensional space that only I can access. There is no time, no sound, no light, and no end. He took a step forward, his voice low yet filled with absolute pressure. Now, Boa Hancock, make your choice. Submit to me and join my ranks, and they will return safely. Amazon Lily will continue to exist under the sun. He paused, his fingertips glowing with a despairing blue light once more. Refuse-me, and you will never see them again. Your kingdom will also soon follow, turning to dust in the annals of history. Hancock's stunning face twisted with extreme anger and fear. The sudden disappearance of her sister and the old lady filled her with rage. You, how dare you? Her voice trembled with intense, emotional fluctuations. In the next moment, overwhelming fury completely swallowed that hint of fear. Bring them back. Great fragrant feet. Hancock's long legs, wrapped in rich fragrance and powerful dominance, kicked fiercely toward Ethan's head with lightning speed. This strike, fueled by anger, was far more powerful than usual, capable of easily shattering boulders. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the hall. Ethan didn't even raise his hand to block. Hancock's kick, powerful enough to break a battleship, struck his temple directly. However, the result was just like before. Ethan remained unmoved. Not even a strand of hair was disturbed. It was as if it was merely a lover's gentle caress. All her strength, dominance, and fruit abilities were completely negated and dissipated into nothingness upon contact. Invalid. Why is it ineffective again? Hancock staggered back, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her slightly numb ankle. Arrow of the captive. She stubbornly leaped again, forming a heart shape with her hands. A multitude of pink arrows shot toward Ethan like a torrential rain, attempting to petrify him. However, those arrows, capable of turning an army into stone, silently melted away like snow under sunlight once they approached a certain range around Ethan. Why? Why can't I hit him? Why is it useless? Hancock's pride was ruthlessly crushed time and again, and her worry and helplessness bit at her like a venomous snake. She attacked repeatedly, using various martial arts and the powers of the sweet, sweet fruit. Gun kiss. Sweet wind. Kiss gun. All her attacks were in vain. Ethan stood like an immovable object, unaffected. He quietly watched her, his gaze devoid of mockery, disdain, or even fluctuation. Finally, Hancock's offensive slowed down. She gasped for breath, her fragrant sweat pouring down, and her meticulously arranged hair became somewhat disheveled. A few strands of black hair clung to her smooth forehead and cheeks. She looked at the inscrutable man before her, then glanced at the place where her sister and the old lady had vanished. Her eyes were filled with struggle, unwillingness, and the deepest sense of powerlessness. Continuing to attack was meaningless. It would only make her seem more ridiculous and pitiful. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, absolute. He held the fates of Sandersonia, Marigold, and the old lady in his hands. He even controlled the fate of all of Amazon Lily. Her proud head finally lowered slowly, and her tightly clenched fists relaxed weakly. Enough. Hancock's voice was hoarse, with a hint of barely noticeable choking. Stop, please. She raised her head, the fire of her anger extinguished, leaving only humiliation and a dead silence of despair. I understand. She almost squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Let them go. I agree to you. I will join your forces. Ethan looked at the Empress, who had finally lowered her proud head, his expression still unchanged. However, he thought to himself, I didn't expect her to compromise in the end. I was wondering if she would refuse. Satisfied, Ethan merely nodded calmly. A wise choice. He snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the space rippled like the surface of water. Sandersonia, Marigold, and the old lady reappeared in their original positions, still frozen in their postures and expressions. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion, as if they had just been dazed for a moment. Sister, what was that just now? We have returned? The three looked around in uncertainty, finally focusing their gaze on Hancock, who appeared drained, as if she had lost all her strength. Hancock did not look at them, only taking a deep breath, forcing herself to stand straight and face Ethan. She used all her strength to keep her voice from trembling too much. Boa Hancock and Amazon Lily, from now on, will obey your commands. The moment she uttered these words, it felt as if all her pride and strength had been stripped away. Ethan observed the finally submissive Empress, thinking, though she could be a bit headstrong, she isn't so obstinate to the point of being unreasonable. At least, she understands how to weigh things and is willing to let go of meaningless pride to protect those important to her. Very good. Ethan's tone softened a bit. You won't regret today's decision. Having suppressed her enough, it was time to give her a sweet date, he thought instinctively. His mind raced. Boa Hancock's hatred stemmed from the world government and the celestial dragons. Just right. My goal is to defeat and destroy the world government and the celestial dragons. With that thought, Ethan stepped forward and said, I will establish a brand new order. To do this, I will defeat the world government and eradicate those self-proclaimed gods, the celestial dragons, leaving not a single one behind. These words struck Hancock's heart like a thunderclap. What did you say? Hancock's voice trembled with disbelief. Her body shook violently, and her previously deadened gray eyes were instantly replaced with immense shock. Ethan was not surprised by her intense reaction. His tone remained calm, yet contained powerful persuasion. You could trust me, because Chapter 62, Declare Ideals, Kill the Celestial Dragons, Defeat the World Government. The Empress's admiration, Ethan said calmly. I have personally killed 2 celestial dragons. He stated it as if it were a trivial matter to him. What? This time, it wasn't just Hancock who gasped. Even Sandersonia and Marigold, who had just returned from the void and were still in shock, exclaimed in disbelief, their faces filled with horror. Killing celestial dragons? This is almost the most insane taboo in these seas. The consequences are catastrophic. This man actually, as Hancock's pupils trembled, she almost doubted whether this was a shocking lie fabricated by Ethan to gain her trust. Yes, Hancock. The old lady, Granny Garolia, spoke up beside her. I did see it in the newspaper from Newsbird. Although the world government tried to suppress the news, the press reported it. 2 celestial dragons were killed by Ethan on the spot. This happened not long ago. And also, Admiral Kizuru was also forced to retreat in front of him. The evidence is irrefutable. Hancock's mind seemed to be blown away by this series of bombshell news. Killing celestial dragons. It's true. He did what she had fantasized countless times in her nightmares, knowing it was almost impossible to achieve. He accomplished what the vast majority of people in these seas wouldn't even dare to think about. Hancock's gaze towards Ethan completely changed. A more complex emotion emerged in her eyes, and her heart was overwhelmed by even more turbulent feelings. It was an unbelievable shock, and even more so, a sense of hope arising from the depths of her soul. She swayed slightly, as if struggling to stand, needing to gently support herself with the armrest of the throne beside her. Why? She murmured, her voice barely audible. Aren't you afraid? It seems that the celestial dragons indeed hold an incredibly high status in this world. However, Ethan thought disdainfully, to me, these celestial dragons are no different from insects. Then Ethan chuckled lightly, his laughter filled with dismissive arrogance and absolute confidence. So what? I am destined to flatten Mariewa. Killing 1 or 2 celestial dragons is just early interest payment. Ethan looked at Hancock, who had already submitted, yet still couldn't hide her confusion. He decided to give her the final and most important reason. He stepped forward and spoke. Boa Hancock, I know your secret. You were once a slave. Just a single word pierced through Hancock's facade of calm, like the sharpest ice pick. She suddenly looked up, her once dead gray eyes filled with immense terror and buried pain. Her face turned as pale as paper in an instant, her body trembling uncontrollably, almost unable to stand. How would you know? Her voice was sharp and fragmented. Ethan's gaze swept over their reactions and continued. I kill celestial dragons not out of arrogance, but as a declaration of war. My defeating the Admiral is just the beginning. So, Hancock, Ethan's voice was calm and powerful. You and I should be natural allies. As long as you join my forces, you could take revenge with my help. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Hancock stared blankly at Ethan, the inner turmoil nearly drowning her. The greatest secret was laid bare, bringing not only fear, but also an indescribable shock. After a long while, the terror and pain in Hancock's eyes slowly faded away. In their place was extreme complexity and a hint of incredulous confusion. Her voice was hoarse and difficult as she asked, "Since you already knew this secret, why?" She paused, as if needing to gather courage to ask the next question. "Why not directly use this to threaten me? You know, compared to the safety of my sister and my country, this secret would make me submit more." Upon hearing this, Ethan's face showed a clear, almost disdainful indifference. Threaten? He shook his head gently, as if he had heard an extremely poor suggestion. Using others' pain and scars to coerce? I am not such a despicable person. His answer was straightforward and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, as if this were the most self-evident truth in the world. Hancock was completely stunned. She had envisioned countless responses, perhaps feigning pretenses or perhaps larger plots. Yet she never expected to receive such a simple, direct, and even somewhat antiquated reason. Not that he couldn't, but rather, he looked down upon it. An indescribable emotion quietly rippled through Hancock's dead heart lake. It was something utterly different, felt for the first time after the crushing of absolute power and the threat to her homeland. Finally, Hancock slightly moved her pale lips. "Do you want to hear my story?" Ethan raised an eyebrow slightly. Why is she suddenly wanting to tell this? After a moment of confusion, Ethan suddenly understood. Hancock wanted to confide in him. Realizing this, Ethan slowly nodded. "Yes, I want to hear." Hancock's delicate body trembled slightly, taking a deep breath, and began her tale. Although Ethan had already learned about Hancock's experiences before crossing over, he still listened attentively to her narration until Hancock finished. Ethan slowly stepped forward, extended his right hand, and then said, "So, Boa Hancock, as the Empress of the Kuja, officially joins my ranks. Together, I will take you to kill all celestial dragons, flatten Mariewa, and personally end that world government that brought you endless pain. Together, we will create a brand new world, free of slaves and oppression." Looking at the inviting hand before her, hearing that resolute promise she had dreamed of countless times, Hancock felt her heart pounding fiercely, a surge of unprecedented heat coursing through her body. On her stunningly beautiful cheeks, two charming flushes rose uncontrollably. She did not hesitate, then slowly raised her slightly trembling fair hand and placed it in Ethan's palm. Hancock nodded with her rosy cheeks. Seeing Hancock's flushed face, Ethan subconsciously thought, "Wait, Hancock's attitude has suddenly become very gentle. It seems she has developed feelings for me." Chapter 63, Meeting Carp. Forget it. I'll focus my energy on the system tasks for now. Ethan shook his head slightly, until he completed the system tasks and gained permanent invincible strength. He wouldn't consider romance. Next, Empress Hancock enthusiastically invited Ethan to a banquet. Naturally, Ethan accepted, and he also confirmed that the Empress's attitude had indeed changed significantly. However, the next day, Ethan reluctantly said goodbye to the Empress. After all, for Ethan, gaining invincible strength was still more important for the time being. Ethan's figure reappeared silently on the deck of the giant ship, as if he had never left. Jinbei, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately approached him, his face filled with worry and urgency. "Lord Ethan, you finally returned." He scrutinized Ethan carefully, as if trying to find any signs of injury on him. "How was your trip to Amazon Lily? Everything went smoothly?" The Empress. Indeed, among all his subordinates, Jinbei was still the most reliable. Seeing Jinbei, who had almost always been here, Ethan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He then dusted off non-existent dust from his black coat, his tone as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. "Yes, it's resolved. Boa Hancock and her Amazon Lily Kingdom have officially joined our ranks." Jinbei's usually calm eyes widened suddenly, his mouth slightly agape, revealing an expression of disbelief. Even though he had absolute confidence in Ethan's strength, this news was still too shocking. That was Boa Hancock, the world-renowned first beauty, proud and willful, the Shichibukai who looked down on men. Her power and inaccessibility were well known. Amazon Lily was also famously difficult to attack, extremely exclusionary towards outsiders. This is truly. Jinbei took some time to digest this information. He let out a long sigh, his tone filled with admiration and emotion. To achieve this in such a short time. Truly worthy of Lord Ethan. This greatly enhances our high-end combat power. The ability of the sweet fruit will surely have miraculous effects in the upcoming battles. He seemed to envision the Empress's power shining brilliantly on the battlefield against the world government. It seemed the Empress's strength was indeed well recognized. However, it was also true that the petrifying ability was a bit of a bug, Ethan thought to himself. He then nodded slightly, not surprised by Jinbei's reaction. He turned his gaze towards the sea outside the ship, preparing to give the next order, but suddenly raised his eyebrows. Within the range of his observation hockey, he sensed intense energy fluctuations and a feeling of pursuit. In the distance on the sea, a ship flying a strange pirate flag with boxing gloves was fleeing in a panic. The ship was damaged in several places, and one of its masts had broken. Behind it, a massive dog-headed warship was leisurely pursuing. Each cannon fire from the bow raised huge waves, forcing the pirate ship to constantly change direction. Like a cat playing with a mouse. That destruction cannon Eddie's pirate crew. Jinbei also noticed the commotion in the distance and recognized the pirate flag. The one chasing them was Carp's warship, the naval hero Carp. A glimmer of interest flashed in Ethan's eyes. Carp was quite formidable, worth a fight. Thinking of this, he immediately ordered Jinbei, steer the fleet closer. Lord Ethan, are you sure? Jinbei hesitated. Carp's reputation and strength were legendary. That Eddie is quite interesting. Ethan looked at the pirate ship that was still trying to fight back, even while being chased. We need to absorb more like-minded forces right now. Plus, I want to test my skills against Carp. Ethan thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. The giant ship and its fleet quickly turned, cutting through the waves and directly inserting themselves between the pursuing paths. Eddie's pirate ship, which had been nearly in despair, was suddenly startled and confused to see a sizable fleet blocking their way to Carp's warship. Ethan's figure appeared like a ghost, flashing to the remnants of the mast of Eddie's pirate ship. He looked down at Eddie and his crew, who were panting and covered in injuries on the deck. Destruction Cannon Eddie. Ethan's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. It seems you've run into a bit of trouble. Eddie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cautiously watching this suddenly appearing man with unfathomable aura. Who are you? I am Ethan. This name is like thunder in the new world now. Eddie and his crew's faces changed drastically in an instant, clearly having heard of this newcomer who had achieved shocking feats. Ethan, the one who killed the celestial dragons? Eddie exclaimed in shock. That's right. Ethan straightforwardly threw out the terms. Join my ranks and become my strength. Right now, I can provide you with shelter and block Carp behind you. Eddie glanced back at the approaching dog-headed warship, then looked at the man in front of him who could repel even an admiral. He hesitated for hardly a moment. Between the absolute threat of death and a glimmer of hope, the choice was obvious. All right, we join, Eddie shouted. If you can really block Carp. Smart choice. Ethan smirked slightly. Just then, Carp's loud voice, filled with obvious dissatisfaction, came from the dog-headed warship. Hey, you little brat over there. Is it you? The one who has been causing a stir lately? The one who killed the celestial dragons? How dare you interrupt my pursuit of pirates? Before his words finished, Carp's massive figure leaped explosively from the deck of the warship. He crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, crashing towards Ethan's ship like a cannonball. His right fist was tightly clenched, covered with the finely honed Busashoko haki. He didn't even use any devil fruit abilities. It was just that pure, terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and seas. Fist-bone conflict. The immense pressure of the fist instantly enveloped the entire pirate ship. Eddie and the others felt their breath catch, as if the sky was collapsing. However, facing this terrifying blow that could kill most major pirates, Ethan smiled, thinking to himself, so this is Carp? His strength is indeed remarkable. But before me, he is still an ant. Calmly, Ethan simply raised one hand, fingers spread wide, in response to the oncoming strike. Chapter 64. The power to easily overwhelm Carp. Carp shock facing that world-destroying fist. Boom! The deafening roar erupted on the sea surface. The violent shockwave pressed the surrounding seawater down into a massive pit. But at the center of the storm, Ethan, along with the ship beneath his feet, remained completely still. Karp's iron fist, capable of shattering mountains, was now firmly caught in Ethan's single palm. All the impact. The conqueror's haki was completely negated the moment they made contact, dissipating into nothingness. Not even a breeze could stir. What? The relaxed and comfortable expression on Karp's face instantly vanished. In its place was a rare look of astonishment and gravity. He felt as if his punch had struck the hardest and most unshakable object in the world. All his power seemed to sink into the sea. He used the momentum to perform a backflip, landing steadily back on the bow of his warship. Karp shook his slightly numb fist, his eyes sharply fixed on the calm-faced Ethan. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Just as the rumors said, you're a monstrous kid. Though Karp was laughing, his gaze had turned completely serious. It seems ordinary methods won't work on you. In the next moment, Karp's figure vanished again, moving even faster. His fist became countless afterimages, raining down on Ethan like a storm. Fist bone, meteor shower. The dense pressure from his punches was like tangible cannonballs, covering every space around Ethan. Yet, Ethan still stood in place, not even moving his feet, simply lifting his hand to block, waving his palm. Each seemingly casual movement met Karp's heavy punches, capable of sinking warships with precision. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous dull thuds echoed across the sea surface like a drum. The released energy sent towering water columns erupting into the air. However, no matter how fierce Karp's attacks were, how tricky the angles, or how terrifying the power, they could not break through the seemingly casual invisible barrier that Ethan had constructed. All the attacks were easily resolved, rendered ineffective. Eddie and his crew were already dumbfounded, cold sweat pouring down. They finally witnessed firsthand what absolute power looked like, power that even the Navy hero could not shake. Jinbei anxiously watched from the sunny, his fists unconsciously clenching. Although he believed in Ethan's strength, the opponent was Karp after all. After a series of ineffective attacks, Karp suddenly retreated, landing at the bow of the warship. His chest heaved slightly, and his gaze at Ethan was filled with awe and a hint of helplessness. Oh dear, I really am getting old. Karp picked his nose, and although his tone remained relaxed, his expression was incredibly serious. Can't even push you back a step? This ability is simply shameless, kid. If he were in his prime, who knows how strong he would be. But ultimately, he is old, Ethan thought silently. Not only that, Monkey D. Karp. With this thought, Ethan spoke. His voice was calm, yet it reached Karp and everyone present's ears. Ethan slowly lowered his blocking hand, the hem of his black coat slightly fluttering in the turbulent air. You can't take a single move from me. The air seemed to freeze. Jinbei gasped in shock aboard the Sunny. Eddie and his crew were even more dumbfounded, almost doubting whether their ears had malfunctioned. That was the Navy hero Karp, a legendary figure who had used his iron fists to dominate the Grand Line, laying the cornerstone for a new era of the Navy. And yet someone said he couldn't take a single move? Karp's action of picking his nose paused. The helpless and relaxed expression on his face vanished without a trace. In its place was utter shock. Then, Karp's shock ignited like explosives. Wahaha! Karp laughed heartily, his laughter shaking the sea surface. But anyone could hear the anger woven into that laughter. Can't take a single move from you? You little brat. You killed 2 trash celestial dragons and blocked a few of my punches, and now you're so arrogant. His muscles bulged suddenly, a more terrifying aura erupting like a volcano. Dark red arcs of electricity crackled across his towering body, a manifestation of the highly concentrated conqueror's haki. Even Roger wouldn't dare to speak such grand words in front of me. Is it a grand word? Ethan remained his calm self, even slowly raising his right hand, his index finger pointing towards Karp. One test will tell. The moment his voice fell, the space in front of Ethan's fingertip suddenly twisted and compressed. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, no dazzling radiance. Just an extreme sense of denial and finality condensed into a point. Karp's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. The battle-hardened top-tier warrior's observation haki, almost prescient, emitted an unprecedented, soul-rending alarm. A huge sense of crisis washed over Karp like a bucket of ice water, instantly drowning his anger. The grimace on his face froze completely, his pupils suddenly shrinking to pinpoints. Every cell in his body screamed at him. This strike is completely different. Absolutely cannot take it head on. But Carp was defiant. Fistbone, impact. Carp let out a deafening roar. He poured all his lifelong training of armament hockey into his fists, crossing them defensively in front of him. The rich black hockey almost turned into tangible armor, heavy enough to suffocate. He even instinctively unleashed his conqueror's hockey, dark red lightning enveloping his entire body, trying to resist that unknown terror. This was his strongest defensive stance after decades of dominance over the seas. However, Ethan's index finger merely moved forward slightly. Buzz. A subtle wave, almost imperceptible, silently passed through the space between the two. The next moment, poof! Carp's arms, which had gathered the strongest armament hockey and were wrapped in Conqueror's hockey, crumbled like paper in front of that subtle wave. At the moment of contact, all his hockey, all his power, all his defensive intent were absolutely denied and completely erased. The wave penetrated his defenses without obstruction, imprinting onto his chest. Ugh! Carp's eyes widened in shock, filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. He felt an indescribable, incomprehensible force instantaneously penetrate his body. It was not merely a physical impact, but a more fundamental power, as if it aimed to completely dismantle his very existence. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his robust body akin to a mountain being struck by an invisible hammer. He flew uncontrollably backward. Boom! Boom, boom! His body flew across the sea surface like a human cannonball. Chapter 65, The Reaction of Kaido, the Four Emperors. Ultimately, he was slammed into the rock wall of a deserted island several nautical miles away. The tremendous impact caused the entire small island to tremble. The rock wall collapsed with a roar, burying his figure within and raising a cloud of dust. On the surface of the sea, a dead silence fell. The Navy soldiers on the Doghead warship were all petrified, staring blankly in the direction where their hero had been sent flying, their expressions resembling that of the end of the world. Edio and his crew gaped, their throats making choking sounds, but they couldn't utter a single word, only filled with boundless fear and awe. Jinbei tightly gripped the ship's railing, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, although he already knew that Lord Ethan's strength was unfathomable. Witnessing the legendary Carp being defeated so effortlessly was still a shocking experience. After a long while, the collapsed rock wall suddenly exploded. Carp struggled to stand up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A clear fingerprint indentation was visible on his chest. His military uniform was in tatters, and his breath became incredibly chaotic and weak. He fixed his gaze on the figure still standing calmly on the sea in the distance. He, the naval hero Monkey D. Carp, who had roamed the seas all his life, had never sustained such severe injuries, nor had he ever been defeated so completely and absurdly. He couldn't even comprehend how the opponent had done it. The kind of power simply shouldn't exist in this world. He slowly raised his head, looking at Ethan with an extremely complex expression. Ultimately, all emotions transformed into a sigh filled with pain and gravity, dissipating in the sea breeze. Wahaha, truly. I am completely old now. But that laughter was heavier than crying. The sea surface was silent for a moment. Soon, terrified shouts erupted from the Doghead warship where Carp was located. Vice Admiral Carp. Quick, lower the lifeboats. Hurry to rescue Vice Admiral Carp. The Navy soldiers snapped back to reality from the immense shock, hurriedly lowering the small boats. They rowed madly toward the direction of the deserted island where Carp had fallen. Panic and disbelief were written all over their faces. Their invincible hero had indeed been defeated in a single blow by that man, with his life now uncertain. Ethan merely glanced at the panicking Navy and then withdrew his gaze. Carp was strong. I won't kill him. If he and Sengoku attack me in the future, it will only highlight my strength. Then Ethan's gaze fell on the group of Edio and his crew, who were almost petrified into statues. When Edio was swept by Ethan's calm and unruffled gaze, he suddenly shivered, every hair on his body standing on end. Having witnessed the naval hero being knocked away like a fly by the person in front of him, the last remnants of luck and doubt in his heart were instantly replaced by boundless fear and reverence. This was not a power any human could possess. This was a monster, a deity. Opposing such an existence, or even just going against his will, would be 1,000 times more terrifying than facing Karp's iron fist. Without any hesitation, Edio lowered his originally defiant head. His voice trembled with extreme tension and reverence, but it was exceptionally clear and loud, fearing that any delay would bring destruction. Lord Ethan, Destruction Canon Edio, and all crew members, from this day forth, voluntarily join your command. Ethan looked at the scene before him, his face still expressionless, only nodding slightly. Very good. On Ghost Island. At this moment, one of the gifters spoke. G. Governor Kaido. B. Big news. Intelligence from the forefront of the new world. Kaido's wild drinking came to a halt as he hazily glanced below. Shut up. If it's not interesting news, you might as well be crushed like a wine jar. The gifter was so frightened that he nearly collapsed, hastily raising the intelligence paper in his hand. His voice trembled uncontrollably. It's about that Ethan. He appeared on Karp's pursuit route. And what? Jack growled impatiently, like the roar of a mammoth. The gifter trembled suddenly, speaking rapidly, and he used one move, just one move, to defeat the naval hero Monkey D. Karp. Karp is severely injured and has retreated. What? The previously writhing queen suddenly stopped, his sunglasses sliding down slightly. The face of the masked Jin turned sharply toward the informant, his aura instantly becoming sharp. Jack's eyes widened in disbelief. Bullshit. How could that old monster Karp be? RO. However, Kaido, seated on the highest throne, did not immediately erupt. His wild laughter turned into a low and eerie cadence. His enormous dragon eyes slowly focused, and the heavy drunkenness seemed to evaporate in an instant, leaving only a chilling clarity and an extreme, frenzied, killing intent. One move, defeated Karp? Kaido's voice was deep like the grinding of the earth's crust, and he slowly straightened his mountain-like body. The entire banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Jack, Kaido suddenly called out. Here, Governor. Jack immediately responded, still shocked, but not daring to slack off in the slightest. You mentioned earlier that Ethan's abilities are very strange. Attacks are ineffective against him. Kaido's fingers tapped on the armrest of the chair, producing a dull thumping sound that struck the hearts of everyone present. Why, yes. Jack recalled that humiliating battle, gritting his teeth. My subordinates' attacks could not touch him at all. It was as if they were completely denied. Queen. The plump queen jolted awake. Hey, boss. I'm here. Your viruses and technological weapons, are they ineffective as well? See, completely ineffective. That guy is simply a monster. Queen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Jin. Kaido's gaze finally fell on the calmest of the three Jin. Jin was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. His power transcends common sense. It's not merely strong defense, but a more fundamental rejection. My flames and slashes seemed to lose their meaning when approaching him. Euro. Kaido suddenly laughed wildly again. But this time the laughter was completely different from the previous drunken revelry. That laughter was filled with the ultimate excitement of discovering prey. It was a joy of meeting an equal and a surge of battle intent. Powerful conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably from within him. It wasn't directed at anyone. It made the entire Ghost Island castle tremble slightly. Chapter 66. The reactions of the Four Emperors, Big Mom, and Shank's Black Lightning surged wildly through the air, causing even the weaker pirates to roll their eyes and faint. With one strike, he defeated Garp, negating all attacks. Interesting. So interesting. Kaido suddenly stood up, casting a massive shadow over the entire hall. He grabbed the nearby kanabo and slammed it heavily on the ground, shattering the solid floor. Now, this feels like something. Finally, there's a worthy opponent in this sea to smash. His dragon eyes burned with intense flames. The previous boredom and restlessness were swept away, replaced by the excitement of finding a target. Isin. Kaido roared this name, his voice shaking the roof and sending dust falling. Keep looking for him. Use all your power to find out his exact location. I want to meet him in person. Let us see if he can negate my Thunderbagua. Let us see who is truly the strongest in this world. Oh, Aurora. The wild laughter and terrifying battle intent intertwined, echoing at the peak of Onigashima. New World, Wano. Deep within the castle of Whole Cake Island. The sickly sweet air was almost stagnant. Crash, accompanied by a roar that could shatter glass, mixed with extreme anger and pain. A massive dining table made of countless delicacies was instantly torn to shreds by terrifying power. Still can't find him, Eason, that damned little brat. Charlotte Linlin's enormous body trembled violently in rage. An intelligence officer from the Charlotte family rushed in. A coded message from the Navy headquarters, confirming that the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp was severely injured by a single blow from Eason. Charlotte Linlin's massive body trembled violently in rage. What did you say? Her voice suddenly deepened, yet it was even more dangerous than her previous roar. Garp, that old monster, defeated in one hit? She could accept the defeat of her sons, even believing that she could crush that newcomer with her own hands. But Garp, he was a legend from the same era as her, Whitebeard and Gold Lion, a true Navy hero who fought with iron fists. She knew all too well how strong he was. That Eason could defeat Garp in one hit? The knife and fork in the hands of the long-bread man clattered to the ground. His eyes behind his glasses bulged wide, mouth agape, but unable to make any sound. The remaining sober, high-ranking officials of the Charlotte family, such as Perispero, Daifuku, and Owen, all displayed horror, exchanging glances that reflected the same shock and fear. Charlotte Linlin's massive body slowly sat back on the throne. Her heavy breathing gradually calmed, but the bloodshot eyes and murderous intent became even denser. She fell silent. The previous impulse to immediately dispatch troops and crush everything was replaced by a colder, more sinister calculation. After a moment, a chilling, low laughter emerged from her throat. It seems he's not a simple little brat. Her gaze swept over her terrified children and subordinates. Fleet, stand by for now. Mom, Perispero exclaimed in surprise. Shut up. Charlotte Linlin snapped sharply, but her tone was no longer purely mad. To defeat Garp in one blow. Such a monster, recklessly seeking him out. Even I might have to pay an unexpected price. Ma. Her laughter took on an eerie quality. First, investigate. Continue to use all intelligence networks. Find out everything about that Eason. What exactly is his ability? Such a level of combat power cannot have appeared out of nowhere. In the New World, you either submit to me, or you must be destroyed by a more reliable method. New World, near Elbaf, the Red Force was gently swaying with the soft sea waves. The aroma of grilled meat and the rich scent of beer wafted through the deck. Red-haired Shanks sat on a barrel, holding a wine glass with one hand while talking to Beckman. At that moment, a news bird flapped its wings and landed. The latest issue of the World Economic News was handed over by Lockie. He quickly skimmed through the headlines, suddenly choking and coughing violently. Bits of meat flew all over Jesus Burgess. Hey, Lockie, you bastard. Jesus Burgess jumped up and yelled. Shanks pointed to the front page headline and read, Earth-shattering change. Navy hero Garp faces crushing defeat in the New World. The Fifth Emperor Eason wins with one strike. The accompanying image was a distant explosion on the sea and a blurred yet imposing black figure. The noisy deck instantly fell silent. The smile on Shanks' face slowly disappeared. He took the newspaper, quickly scanning through the text, and the more he read, the tighter his brows furrowed. In his eyes, which usually held openness and wisdom, a rare seriousness began to settle. Garp actually lost. He muttered softly, unconsciously rubbing the edge of the newspaper with his fingertips. One strike. Ben Beckman lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. His side profile looked particularly stern amidst the swirling smoke. First, Big Mom's 4 commanders, then Kaido's 3 disasters. Now, even Garp. This guy is stepping on all the legends to reach the top. Whistle. Jesus Burgess whistled, his usual playful expression gone. Can an ordinary person really accomplish this? Those few are all monsters among monsters. According to the intelligence, his ability is extremely peculiar. Beckman exhaled smoke rings, calmly analyzing. It seems to negate all attacks, nearly absolute defense. At the same time, his attacks carry a determination characteristic that cannot be defended against. Garp probably fell under this rule-level power. Shanks remained silent, downing his drink in one gulp. He stood up and walked to the ship's railing, gazing out at the vast ocean. Negation and termination. He repeated these two words, his eyes sharp as an eagle. This power is simply like. He didn't continue. But Beckman understood his unspoken words and nodded slowly. It's almost like a part of the world's rules themselves. Different from any known devil fruit or hockey system. The officers on deck gathered around. Boss, this guy has continuously challenged the Four Emperors' powers. Now he has directly crushed one of the Navy's top combat powers, Garp. Lockie wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice tense. What is his ultimate goal? It can't be just for fame, right? Chapter 67. The reactions of the Four Emperors Shanks and Whitebeard's goal, it seems, has been extremely clear from the very beginning. Shanks turned around, his expression serious, something rarely seen by his subordinates. Defeating the Four Emperors executives was to weaken the power of the top pirates, announcing the arrival of a new era and absorbing those who were useful. Defeating Garp was even a declaration of war against the entire world government. He paused, his voice deepening, yet carrying immense weight. He was clearing the chessboard, paving the way for a new order. A man aimed at subverting the existing system that has lasted for 800 years. Ethan, this name, spoken by Shanks, carried a heavy weight, pressing on the hearts of every crew member. Do we need to take action, Captain? Jesus Burgess asked. The danger level of this guy has probably exceeded that of any of the peak sea emperors. Shanks did not answer immediately. He looked again at the blurry photo in the newspaper. His gaze seemed to penetrate the newsprint, seeing the man who was stirring the world. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his tone complex, filled with both the gravity of a strong enemy's emergence and a hint of indescribable expectation. The balance of the seas has been completely shattered. The era is rampaging at an astonishing speed. Inform all our friends to stay vigilant. But for now, do not actively engage with Ethan. Beckman looked at him. What are you worried about? I'm waiting, Shanks replied, his gaze directed into the distance, as if he could see a point where destinies intertwine. Waiting for his next move. Waiting for him to reveal his true destination. A man like this would never stop here. He tightened his grip on the hilt of the griffin's sword at his waist, a sharp light flashing in his single eye. Before he reaches that endpoint, we may perhaps meet. New World, Moby Dick. Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat in his specially made giant chair. Marco stood beside him, holding a wine glass, a relaxed smile on his face. Just then, a news bird flapped its wings, approaching the massive ship. A crew member skillfully tossed a coin. He retrieved the latest issue of the World Economic News. He originally just wanted a glance at the headlines. However, his gaze was instantly fixed, and the smile on his face froze. His hand holding the newspaper began to tremble slightly. How? How is this possible? He muttered, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelief. Hey, what's wrong? Whitebeard noticed his subordinate's abnormality. The crew member suddenly snapped back to reality. Almost rolling and crawling to Whitebeard's throne, he trembled as he held the newspaper high. Oh, Dad, big news. Huge news. His abnormality caught everyone's attention, and the laughter on the deck gradually subsided. Marco frowned and quickly walked over to take the newspaper, where he saw the headline and accompanying image. His usually lazy eyes instantly sharpened. The relaxed and comfortable expression disappeared without a trace. Marco immediately replied, Dad, you should take a look at this yourself. Whitebeard's enormous palm took the newspaper, which seemed somewhat small for him. His deep, ocean-like eyes scanned the headline. A shocking upheaval. Navy hero Garp suffers a disastrous defeat in a new world. The Five Emperors Ethan wins decisively with one blow. The smile on Whitebeard's face slowly vanished. He silently read the contents of the report, and the atmosphere in the cabin became increasingly oppressive the more he read. The report detailed how Ethan effortlessly blocked all of Garp's attacks, and with what seemed like an insignificant finger, severely injured the legendary figure known as one of the Navy's strongest forces, sending him flying several nautical miles away. The words were filled with fear and embellishment regarding Ethan's unknown and terrifying power. Marco, Jozu, and others' expressions were incredibly serious. They understood better than anyone the weight that the name Navy hero Garp carries. He was a formidable opponent who had fought with their father for half an era. His strength was the absolute pinnacle, verified through countless bloody battles. After a long while, Whitebeard slowly put down the newspaper. Garp, that old man. He finally spoke, his voice low and slow, losing its former grandeur. He carried a heavy tone, as if a giant boulder pressed against his chest. He actually lost. He seemed to be confirming, yet also digesting this news capable of shaking the entire world order. And in such a manner. Marco interjected with a dry voice. Big Mom's Sweet Commanders, Kaido's All-Stars, CP0, Admiral Kazuru, Celestial Dragons, and now Garp. This Ethan is sweeping away all the peaks of the old era. Suddenly, Whitebeard let out a deep laugh. His booming laughter echoed across the sea. Good. Very good. Finally, there's another incredible guy appearing on this ocean. He stood up with his massive frame, yanked out the 4 drip from his body, and grabbed the Naginata TK leaning against his chair, slamming it heavily onto the deck. Boom! The sturdy deck let out a groan under the unbearable weight. Cracks spreading from where the Naginata struck. A reckless kid trying to deny everything, to end everything. Whitebeard's voice thundered, reverberating across the sea. First the world government, then the Navy hero. Who will be his next target? It will be me. But why would I fear him? The captains and crew on the deck were ignited by Whitebeard's words, all raising their weapons and letting out thunderous roars. Oh, let him come. Dad, we will protect Moby Dick. Protect our home. Whitebeard looked at his passionately fired-up sons, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He slowly lowered TK again, looking back at the crumpled newspaper at that blurry black figure. Ethan, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere in the marshal's office was so tense it felt like it could drip with water. Everyone's attention was on the open copy of the World Economic News headline. A shocking upheaval. Navy hero Garp suffers a disastrous defeat in the New World. The 5 Emperors Ethan wins decisively with 1 blow. A brief, deathly silence. The first to break the silence was Akainu Sakazuki. The cigar in his mouth burned violently, emitting a hissing sound. A large cloud of smoke burst from his teeth and nostrils, revealing the inner turmoil of his anger. His black-gloved fist slammed heavily onto the solid desk, making a dull thud as the documents on the table jumped. Chapter 68, The Reactions of the 3 Admirals and Sengoku. The reaction of the 5 elders as single strike. Carp. The voice of Akainu was low and suppressed, like the rumble before a volcanic eruption, filled with disbelief and overwhelming rage. His gaze was sharp like an eagle's, fixed intensely on the blurred face of Ethan in the newspaper, as if he wanted to burn it through. First attacking the Celestial Dragons, then repelling Borsalino, and now. This Ethan. He was systematically and premeditatedly challenging the authority of the entire world government. This cannot be tolerated. Sitting on the sofa, Akiji Kazan's previously lazy demeanor had completely vanished. His brows were tightly knit, almost twisted into a knot. His body leaned slightly forward with his hands crossed under his chin. The gaze from under his hat brim was filled with unprecedented seriousness. This is truly serious. He habitually wanted to ease the atmosphere with a casual tone. Even Mr. Carp was defeated so thoroughly. A single strike, the newspaper might exaggerate. But where there's smoke, there's fire. Borsalino, you've fought him multiple times. Your feelings must be the most direct, right? For a moment, all eyes were focused on Borsalino, who was leaning against the window, one leg in a cast, with some bandages wrapped around him. Rarely, Borsalino did not wear his usual lewd expression. He pursed his lips, letting out a long sound of yo, which was ambiguous. Terrifying, truly terrifying. He smacked his lips, as if reminiscing about that unbearable battle. Looking back now, he still felt unbelievable. It wasn't a matter of speed or strength. It seems that Mr. Carp encountered the same kind of powerlessness. Sitting silently in the main seat, with his hands crossed supporting his chin, Fleet Admiral Sengoku finally slowly raised his head. On the desk in front of him lay scattered reports regarding Ethan defeating Big Mom's commanders, defeating Kaido's calamities, killing Celestial Dragons, and repelling Borsalino. Now, this heaviest report was added. The Navy's symbol of spirit, Monkey D. Carp, was defeated and severely injured in a single strike. All of this pointed to the same person. Sengoku's voice was hoarse and heavy, each word squeezed out like it came from between clenched teeth. Borsellino's feelings must be the key. What Ethan possesses is a kind of rule-level power that we have never encountered, which cannot be explained by common sense. Denying attacks, ending existence. This has surpassed the category of most devil fruits in hockey. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and conduct a strategic analysis. His actions are highly purposeful, challenging the Four Emperor subordinates, weakening the power of the Sea Emperors, absorbing members, killing celestial dragons, declaring war on the world government. Now, defeating Karp has further severely impacted the Navy's prestige and morale. Akainu suddenly stood up, his voice resolute. No matter what, he must be immediately listed as the highest priority target for the Navy. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded, clearly in strong agreement with Akainu's words. Holy Land, Mariewa. Chamber of Power. The air was as heavy as iron. A freshly delivered, expedited printed edition of the World Economic News lay carelessly thrown on the luxurious carpet. Its bold black headline glaring. Earth-shattering change. Navy hero Karp suffers a crushing defeat in the New World. 5 Emperors Ethan wins with a single strike. The goat-bearded 5 Elder Star, Saint Sat-In, gripped his wine glass so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Karp has also been defeated. His voice was low and hoarse, devoid of emotion. The blonde-bearded 5 Elder Star, Saint Nasashir, sat on the sofa. In front of him lay another, more detailed internal report. A single strike. He uttered 2 words, cold and devoid of warmth. The confirmed intelligence from within the Navy states that Karp was severely injured. His armament hockey and Conqueror's hockey completely pierced, leaving his defenses utterly ineffective. He didn't even manage to make Ethan move an inch. First, the 4 commanders of Charlotte Linlin, then Kaido's calamities. The CP0 team was also entirely defeated. Borsellino, Yellow Monkey, retreated. And the Celestial Dragons Charlemagne and Roswald were killed. The long-haired, long-bearded 5 Elder Star, Saint Vochuri, spoke with suppressed fury. Now it's Karp. That monkey D. Karp. He slammed his fist down on the armrest, the precious wood groaning under the weight. This is no longer provocation. This is the most thorough declaration of war and trampling on the world government's 800 years of authority. The bald 5 Elder Star, Saint Maz, holding the original blade of Onigiri, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. Denying attacks, ending existence. This power is beyond any known devil fruit system. It even surpasses the realm of hockey. He stroked the hilt of the cursed sword. Saint Nasashir from the scientific unit. Have there been no results yet regarding the comparison of the devil fruit pictorial unknown classifications? Saint Zamblin V. Nasashir shook his head, his expression grim. No known fruit can match. The rules. The long silent goat-bearded 5 Elder Star, Saint Sat-In, slowly turn around. A power that can define or even rewrite rules. This reminds me of some very unpleasant records. His gaze swept over the other 4, those that had been deliberately erased, not allowing anyone to mention the taboos. The council chamber fell into a deeper silence. Lordum, the blonde 5 Elder Star quietly reminded, his tone carrying unprecedented seriousness. We must immediately report to Lordum. The long-bearded 5 Elder Star, Saint Vochuri, suddenly stood up. The situation has completely spiraled out of control. The existence of this Ethan poses a threat level far beyond that of the other 4 emperors, not just in terms of power. Holding Onigiri, Saint Maz said coldly, his actions are highly purposeful, killing celestial dragons, defeating the high-end combat power of the Navy and 4 emperors, absorbing members. He is systematically destroying the existing order. His goal is certainly not just to dominate the seas. He must be eradicated. Saint Zamblin V. Nasashir declared firmly. The top CP0 agents have already proven ineffective. Admiral-level combat power. Karp's defeat means that a single admiral may not even pose an effective threat to him. Saint Sat-In said slowly, are we to let the fleet Admiral Kong, or any of us old bones, personally go capture him in the New World? What about the defense of Mariewa? Lord Im's will. Saint Maz pondered. Until we receive explicit instructions from Lord Im, we cannot unilaterally decide to use the ultimate weapon or his directly subordinate Knight Corps. Chapter 69. Wanting to subdue Fujitora. Fujitora is paying for the state of the nation, then go and report immediately. St. Valkyrin roared. At the same time, he ordered the Navy headquarters with the highest authority. Cease all unnecessary actions, retract the defense lines, and prioritize the protection of the Red Earth continent and the Holy Land. In the New World, temporarily. Avoid the brilliance of Ethan. This statement came from his mouth, filled with immense humiliation and heaviness. For the world government to acknowledge the need to temporarily avoid the brilliance of a pirate. This was the first time in 800 years. Tell Sakazuki. Saint Satan ultimately made the decision, his voice cold as ancient ice. The Navy's current mission is not to take the initiative, but to endure and observe. Gather all intelligence regarding Ethan's abilities and wait for the final judgment. The giant ship, the Titan, slowly sailed into an oddly shaped island. This island is Toe Island. There is a country here called the Qing Nation. Ethan set foot on the port of Qinghua, the capital of the Qing Nation. He then observed the surrounding environment. The pedestrians at the port mostly wore cautious and reserved expressions. Is this the Qing Nation? Fujitora should be here, right? The purpose of Ethan's trip is to subdue Fujitora as his subordinate. A few days ago, he heard that there was a powerful captain of the garrison here, one who is known as Life. That's definitely Fujitora's name, and with such strength, it must be him, Ethan thought silently to himself. Almost shortly after Ethan landed on the island, his arrival and the conspicuous giant ship had already attracted the attention of the Qing Nation's garrison. He didn't have to wait long. A tall and robust man, dressed in the standard uniform of the Qing Nation's garrison, stepped steadily towards him. The shoulder insignia indicated his rank as captain. His expression was calm, his steps steady, and what stood out most were his eyes that had not been closed. This was indeed Fujitora, Life, who had not yet blinded himself. He stopped a few steps away from Ethan, his voice deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable official tone. Welcome to the Qing Nation. The Qing Nation has its own laws, and I hope you can abide by our regulations during your time on the island. Behave yourself and not cause any trouble. His words, though a warning, strangely carried a hint of advice, as if hoping everyone would consciously maintain this fragile order. Hearing this, Ethan felt a twinge of pity for Fujitora. Indeed, before joining the Navy, Fujitora's original country had suffered oppression and harm from the Seven Warlords and other pirates. The current Qing Nation was entirely a paradise for pirates. It was an important geographical location for commerce. So many pirates needed to pass through here, or even do business. It seems the destruction of his country must be related to these pirates. No, now I want to bring Fujitora under my command. I need him to see the true face of the world government, just like in the manga. Ethan decided in his heart that he would ruthlessly expose the reality. So when Ethan heard Fujitora finish speaking, a hint of undisguised mockery curled at the corners of his mouth. Regulations? Ethan scoffed. Captain Life, the regulations you speak of don't seem to be so impartial. He raised his hand and pointed at a few individuals who were clearly dressed as pirates, swaggering down the street, even nodding at patrolling soldiers. Those over there, remnants of the cracked axe pirates. Although their bounty isn't high, their crimes of slaughtering civilians have been reported in the newspapers. Why can they shop here peacefully, laughing and chatting? Moreover, Ethan's gaze shifted to the port. That pirate ship, flying a false merchant flag, but actually filled with plundered goods in its hold. Why do they only need to pay a special docking fee to gain your garrison's tacit approval? Even protection? The so-called regulations of the Qing Nation are entirely set up for pirates. Aren't they? Life fell silent. Ethan's words pierced like a cold needle, accurately stabbing into the most painful and helpless corners of his heart. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the distant past. The Qing Nation of his memories was not as distorted as it is today. At that time, the era of great pirates had not yet become so rampant. Although there were still pirate troubles, the backbone of a nation had not yet been completely bent by the grotesque mountain of the Seven Warlords. The people, though not affluent, at least retained their basic dignity and safety. Would it start to go wrong? Life questioned himself in his heart. Was it after the establishment of the warlord system? This system promoted by the world government, aimed at curbing evil with evil, is like a tumor. Powerful pirates were granted amnesty and the privilege of legal plunder. and those pirates who had not been granted amnesty but were intricately linked to them seemed to have donned an invisible protective charm. The king is afraid. Fujitora's heart was filled with a sense of powerlessness. I have defied orders several times, privately punished, and even attempted to execute those notorious scoundrels. But each time, the king disagreed with many of my views and actions. I could only frequently warn the pirates, but the effect was not significant. On the other hand, seeing Fujitora fall silent, Ethan quickly pondered in his heart. How should I invite Fujitora to join my forces? I don't know, because I understand too little about the situation here. Perhaps I should wait a bit and see what is going on this island. As his thoughts raced, Ethan had made a decision. Let's go, Jinbei, he called out, his voice steady, revealing no emotion. Yes, Lord Ethan. Jinbei also felt indignation at what he saw. But seeing Ethan saying nothing, he suppressed his emotions and replied in a deep voice, following with steady steps. Fujitora stood in place, watching the backs of the two leave, a complex emotion flashing in his still unimpaired eyes. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. In the end, he just let out a heavy sigh and turned to continue his patrol, which was destined to be filled with helplessness. Ethan and Jinbei walked along the streets of the port city named Qinghua. The city appeared orderly, but there were very few people. The two searched for a long time before finding a restaurant. Upon entering, Ethan looked around and directly walked to a table by the window that had a relatively open view. Now seems to be the right time to subdue Fujitora. After observing, he found that many pirates were gathering here, causing the people of this island to live in misery. Chapter 70. The damage of the Seven Warlords system to the country. Fujitora's advice to the king, if I can resolve this issue, I should be able to win over Fujitora. However, Jinbei did not understand Ethan's thoughts and took a seat across from him. After ordering, while waiting for the food, Jinbei looked at Ethan and asked softly, Lord Ethan, is your purpose for this trip to meet this captain of the Whitebeard pirates? He recalled that Ethan seemed to have been deliberately observing the security forces since landing on the island and had accurately found the right person. Ethan took a sip of the clear water served by the waiter, then nodded, speaking in a calm but affirmative tone, yes. This person's strength is formidable, and we have also heard some news. What is even rarer is his character. His temperament is exceptional. He is a talent worth recruiting. Jinbei understood, and a look of admiration appeared on the whale shark fishman's face. I see. Moreover, Jinbei instinctively thought to himself, Captain Ethan has a very high perspective. To receive such praise from him, this captain of the Whitebeard pirates is certainly no ordinary person. At that moment, the restaurant door was violently pushed open. A tall, muscular man with a grotesque scar on his face and a curved sword at his waist walked in. He was followed by several grinning crew members. The man was clearly a regular here. He habitually walked towards a window seat where Ethan and Jinbei were sitting. Hey, same old rules. Bring me the best wine and meat. His words came to an abrupt halt as he realized that his usual spot was occupied. The scar-faced man was Barumel, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. His expression instantly darkened. In this Qinghua port, he had relied on a distant relative connection to a certain big pirate to run amok. The special seat at the Seagull Pavilion was one that no one dared to touch. Who was this blind fool? Barumel strode to the table, his massive hand slapping down heavily on the surface, causing the water in the cup to spill. This is my spot. Get lost. Unexpectedly, today he encountered such a classic scene. However, I won't even need to take action. Jinbei will handle it. With this thought, Ethan didn't even lift his eyelids. It was as if the noise before him was just a fly, and he continued to sip his water leisurely. Jinbei slowly raised his head, his blue eyes calmly gazing at Barumel, and said in a deep voice, Sir, there is no distinction of priority in this position. Please mind your words and do not disturb my captain's meal. Captain? Huh. Barumel seemed to have heard the biggest joke. He laughed arrogantly. In this Qinghua port, I'm a king. What are you blue fat guy, to dare compete with me for a seat? Seeking death. Before he finished speaking, Barumel grabbed an empty wine bottle from the table and hurled it fiercely at Jinbei's bald head. The act was vicious, clearly a habitual thug. However, to Jinbei, his movements were as slow as a snail. Without even needing Ethan's signal, Jinbei simply raised his hand in what appeared to be a casual manner. Fishman karate, push palm. Bang! The The sound was not the shattering of the wine bottle, but rather the sound of Barumel's chest being violently struck by an invisible and immense force. Wow! The twisted grin on Barumel's face instantly transformed into extreme pain and horror. He felt an irresistible, tremendous force coming at him, and his entire body was as if it had been hit head-on by a speeding battleship. His vision went dark, and his massive body uncontrollably flew backward, crashing through the restaurant's wooden door and landing awkwardly on the street outside. His crew members, who had been laughing moments ago, instantly froze in place. Their expressions solidified as if they had been frozen in ice. Terrified, they looked at the steady Jinbi and then at their unconscious captain outside, their legs going weak as they scrambled to help. The other diners and the owner of the restaurant were stunned, but surprisingly, in their eyes, besides the shock, there was a hint of satisfaction. Jinbi slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. He gave a slight nod of apology to the still shocked restaurant owner. "Sorry, we will compensate for the damaged door at market price." Only then did Ethan put down his cup, his gaze scanning the chaotic scene outside with no hint of emotion in his voice. "It's quiet now. Let's eat." In the Qing Kingdom Palace, in the conference hall, the king was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and deep eye bags. His luxurious robe could not hide the anxiety and timidity on him. He nervously tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne. Fujitora stood below, his burly figure standing straight, his voice heavy and powerful. "Your Majesty, the number of pirates flooding into our country has surged recently and is becoming increasingly rampant. Bone Crusher Barumel and the likes dare to cause trouble in broad daylight at the port. The lives of the common people are becoming increasingly difficult, and many merchants are being extorted for protection fees. Young men are being coerced to work at underground docks. Some young people have been kidnapped or lured into joining pirate crews. If this continues, the foundation of the Qing kingdom will be destroyed." The king sighed, his voice weak. "Captain, what you say? Does this king not know? But what can be done? Please, your Majesty, grant authorization." Fujitora suddenly raised his head, his gaze intense. "Authorize my security forces to take the initiative, no longer limited to warnings and dispersals. For pirates with solid evidence and a history of evil deeds, they must be suppressed with thunderous means, captured, or even executed, to deter others." "No, absolutely not." The king seemed to be stung by a scorpion, jumping up from the throne. He waved his hands repeatedly, his face filled with terror. "Have you gone mad, Fujitora? Taking the initiative? Provoking those desperate scoundrels? Your Majesty, if we do not take a hard stance, the common people will never have peace." "Hard stance? With what?" The king's voice grew sharp with agitation. "Those pirates are powerful. They kill without blinking. Our Qing Kingdom security forces can handle some petty thieves. But how can we fight against those with bounties of tens of millions or even higher?" He stepped down from the throne, lowering his voice as if afraid of being overheard by some invisible presence. "And do you think those pirates dare to be so arrogant? Many have the shadow of that person behind them. Those warlords of the sea, they themselves are engaged in all sorts of shady businesses. Slavery, weapons, contraband. Our Qing Kingdom may even be one of their transport routes." A look of humiliation and helplessness appeared on the king's face. "The 7 warlords, they're not only powerful like monsters, but are also legal." Chapter 71. The Cowardice of the King of the Qing Nation. Fujitora's lifelong choice of justice under the protection of the world government. If we touch their people, interfere with their business, and provoke their retaliation, who can bear it? The world government won't care about the survival of our small nation at all. They will only see us as disrupting the balance and causing them trouble. Yisheng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Every word the king spoke felt like a needle piercing his heart. Is it just because we fear power that we can only watch our country sink? Watch our citizens suffer, yet have no courage to resist? Your Majesty, Yisheng's voice trembled slightly, the pain arising from the clash of ideals and harsh reality. The king slumped back onto his throne, waved his hand, his tone filled with a sense of powerlessness. "Enough, Captain Yisheng. Your duty is to maintain order. The existing order. Don't mention anything else. Leave." Yisheng stood in place, silent for a long time. His still functional eyes deeply gazed at the king on the throne, crushed by fear. Finally, all struggles, anger, and unwillingness turned into a silent sigh. Just as Yisheng was about to take his leave, the door to the council chamber was suddenly slammed open. A soldier from the guard rushed in, tumbling. His face was devoid of color, his voice trembling with extreme fear. "Your Majesty, Captain Yisheng, and no, it's bad. At the port. Something major has happened at the Seagull Pavilion." The king, already on edge, nearly slipped off his throne from the shock. He impatiently scolded, "What's the panic? What kind of behavior is this? What has happened?" The soldier gasped for breath, struggling to report. It's Birumaru. He was attacked." "What?" The king stood up suddenly, his face turning even paler than before. His voice was sharp. Who did this?" He didn't know that Birumaru was. The soldier glanced at Yisheng in fear, stammering. It's two outsiders. A man in a black trench coat, and another, a blue-skinned whale shark fisherman. They are still at the Seagull Pavilion." The king's body swayed as if the sky had fallen. He abruptly turned to Yisheng, his previous indecisiveness replaced by an extreme panic, almost screaming orders. "Yisheng, quickly, take people there immediately. Arrest those troublemakers. They must be severely punished. We must give Captain Demuro an explanation. Hurry. If Captain Demuro holds us accountable, our entire Qing nation will be finished." The king's order was not to uphold justice, but to quell the anger of the great pirate, at the expense of the freedom or lives of two disrespectful outsiders. Yisheng silently bowed and turned to leave the palace. His steps remained steady, but each step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Deep in his still functional eyes, pain and struggle surged. Inside the Seagull Pavilion, food had just been served on the table where Ethan and Jinbei sat. Outside the shop, a series of dense and tense footsteps could be heard. The Qing nation's guard quickly dispersed the surrounding crowd, subtly surrounding the small restaurant. Then, as the crowd parted, a tall figure in a captain's uniform, Yisheng, walked in slowly. His gaze immediately locked onto the two calm men by the window. The man in the black trench coat exuded an unfathomable aura, and the whale shark fisherman, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. "It's you two who attacked and injured Mr. Birumaru here?" Yisheng's voice was deep, carrying an official tone, but his eyes carefully scrutinized Ethan. "Just in time for Fujitora to arrive, I can start my plan." Ethan put down his cutlery, looked up at Yisheng, and smiled. He struck first. It was a death wish. Yisheng's heart stirred. He did not see the common cruelty and brutality of pirates in Ethan's eyes. Instead, there was a kind of almost pure indifference and an indescribable majesty. Such a person does not seem like someone who would bully the weak for no reason. Just then, a weak roar from Birumaru echoed outside the restaurant. Supported by his crew, he pointed inside and screamed, "Yisheng, it's him, and that blue fatso. Kill them. Quickly. Kill them. How dare you touch me? Captain Demuro and Captain Shivalo will never let you go. You are doomed." Birumaru's furious barking tightened Yisheng's brows. The king's command echoed in his ears, and Birumaru's threat was a stark reality. However, facing the extraordinary demeanor of the man in black before him, Yisheng's heart, which upheld justice, prevented him from taking action. In a flash, Yisheng made a decision. He suddenly let out a groan, his massive body swaying slightly. One hand abruptly covered his forehead, and his complexion instantly turned somewhat pale. His breath became deliberately disordered. Sorry." Yisheng's voice became weak and difficult. "An old ailment, suddenly flaring up. My head, it hurts." He staggered back half a step and awkwardly waved his hand to the soldiers behind him. I can't exert my strength for now. You. Keep an eye on them." This scene stunned everyone. The guard soldiers exchanged glances at a loss. Birumaru outside the door was dumbfounded. He then erupted in unbelievable rage. "Yisheng, what the hell are you doing? What are you pretending for? Hurry up and take action." Jinbei looked at Yisheng, a glimmer of understanding flashing in the whale shark fisherman's eyes. He whispered to Ethan, "Sir Ethan, he seems to be." Ethan raised his hand, interrupting Jinbei's words. He observed Yisheng's painful yet barely supported appearance. A faint, almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. He certainly noticed. This man, named Yisheng, was trying, in a clumsy yet kind-hearted way, to create an opportunity for them to escape. He was unwilling to act against what might be innocent people, yet could not disobey orders, so he resorted to this desperate tactic. Indeed, Fujitora is relatively just. It seems the situation in the Qing nation has much to do with the king. Otherwise, Fujitora wouldn't allow so many pirates on this island. Ethan smiled, silently thinking. Birumaru saw that Yixing actually slumped down, being supported by the soldiers. He was almost driven mad with rage. Useless. You Qing nation are all useless. Good. Chapter 72. Inviting Fujitora to join the forces, preparing to face off against him. Don't make a move. Once Captain Chival arrives, you will all die. His shrill taunts were piercing and filled with malicious curses. What a nuisance, it's better to just die. With a murderous intent rising in his heart. Ethan slowly stood up. Lord Ethan. Jinbei looked at him. Ethan ignored Baramelulu's ranting. He didn't even glance at the sick Fujitora, merely saying in a calm tone, "The noise is too loud." Before the words had finished, his figure flickered like a phantom. There was no astonishing speed, no violent momentum. It was as if space naturally defined and denied his existence. From the edge of the table to the entrance of the restaurant, right in front of Baramelulu. Baramelulu's curses abruptly stopped. He stared wide-eyed in terror at the Reaper who appeared before him, as if by instant transmission. Ethan calmly raised his hand, his index finger pointing at Baramelulu's forehead, gently tapping it. Buzz. A barely perceptible sound. The expression of extreme fear and anger on Baramelulu's face instantly froze. His body didn't fly back, nor did any wounds appear. But all vitality, all consciousness, was absolutely and completely denied, erased in that moment. The light in his eyes extinguished, his body slumped to the ground, silent as if he had never existed. The entire port fell into a deathly silence. Everyone who witnessed this felt a chill run up their spines. Fujitora suddenly dropped his hand from his forehead. His usually steady eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He had pretended to be unwell, hoping these two would retreat and give him a chance to escape. He never imagined that this man in black would so decisively and cleanly eliminate Baramelulu. This was no longer a provocation. It was like tearing through the heavens. In an instant, Fujitora recovered from his discomfort. He stepped in front of Ethan, his tone urgent and serious, filled with genuine concern. My lord, you've caused a great disaster. Baramelulu is a capable officer of Captain Chival of the Paper Kite pirate crew. Chival has a bounty of 790 million berries, is brutal, and holds grudges. He is nearby. Once he receives the news, he will come at full speed. You must leave immediately. Leave Qingwu at once. Otherwise, it will be too late. Fujitora's words were no longer a warning, but almost a plea. He appreciated that Ethan didn't seem to be a villain, but he was more shocked by that incomprehensible power. Yet he knew that facing the mad retaliation of Chival's entire pirate crew, staying here would lead to nothing but death. It seems that few people in Qingwu know me. But indeed, this place is a bit remote. Ethan thought to himself, slowly withdrawing his finger as if he had just done something trivial. He looked at the anxious Fujitora, his tone still flat. Chival? Never heard of him. If he wants to come, let him come. Just saves me the trouble of finding him. But I want to ask you a question. How do you think your country is doing right now? Ethan's words rang clearly in the dead air of Seagull Pavilion. Fujitora was stunned. He had anticipated countless reactions from the other party, but he never expected that this man, after casually killing a high-ranking pirate's confidant, would ask such a question that struck at his deepest pain. What do you mean by that? Fujitora asked solemnly. The literal meaning, Ethan replied, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd who dared not approach, their faces marked with fear and a hint of secret delight. I have already figured out how to solve the problems of this country. He thought to himself, next, by recruiting Fujitora, my forces will gain another powerful ally. He then looked back at Fujitora. This country submits to the tyranny of pirates, and the king is cowardly. The law is practically non-existent, and the common people are barely surviving. As the captain of the security forces, you have great strength, but can only pretend to have a headache here. You let outsiders who may not understand the rules go free in such a clumsy manner. Tell me, can you truly accept this? This is my country. My duty is to protect it to the best of my ability under the current rules. Fujitora said solemnly. Current rules? Ethan chuckled softly, continuing, "The rules are already rotten. Protect? What have you protected? The king's throne or the uninterrupted trade routes of the pirates?" Fujitora was left speechless. "Join my forces, Fujitora." Ethan stepped forward, continuing, "Abandon this hopeless old world as shackles. Become my subordinate. Together, we will break all of this and establish a brand new order. A new world where pirates can no longer act recklessly, and the weak need not live in fear." Upon hearing this, Fujitora fell silent for a moment. "Forget it," he finally rejected. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Jinbei silently watched from the side. Indeed, just a few words were not enough to change Fujitora's attitude. Ethan had anticipated this in his heart. Of course, Ethan didn't seem surprised by Fujitora's rejection. Instead, the faint smile on his face deepened slightly. "Just as I thought. Then let us change the approach." Ethan's tone remained calm, but carried an undeniable weight. "Fight me. One-on-one." Fujitora's gaze sharpened. "If you win," Ethan continued, "I will leave Qinghua immediately, never to set foot here again, and I will never invite you to join my forces." Fujitora stared intently at Ethan. This was a way to make the other party leave while preserving his dignity and beliefs. Defending his stance through battle was fair and aligned with his inner principles. After a brief silence, Fujitora heavily uttered a word. "Okay." Ethan nodded slightly, not surprised by Fujitora's acceptance. The two figures moved, quickly leaving the port town of Qinghua. They arrived at a desolate and open rocky area deep within the island. The place was filled with bizarre rock formations and rugged terrain, far from human habitation, making an ideal spot for a decisive battle. Jinbei followed closely behind, maintaining a distance, watching with a serious expression. He respected Fujitora's choice and also understood that Lord Ethan's actions must have profound meaning. In the center of the massive rock formations, the two stood facing each other. The sea breeze whistled through the stone crevices, creating a mournful sound. Fujitora's expression was calm as he slowly drew his staff sword. "Be careful." Just as the words fell, Fujitora's aura suddenly changed. Chapter 73. Easily defeating Fujitora, crushing several giant meteorites with one hand, the powerful armament haki instantly wrapped around the staff sword, dyeing it a pitch-black color. He had already cultivated the observation haki to a profound level, able to clearly sense Ethan's unfathomable aura that was like an abyss. Without any hesitation, he exerted force under his feet, and the solid ground instantly cracked. His massive body erupted with an astonishing speed that was inconsistent with its size, transforming into a blur as he charged forward. Gravity blade, fierce tiger. The staff sword was swung, not directly slicing at Ethan, but instead, it carried a surging shockwave, accompanied by a violent change in the local gravitational field, forcefully pressing down towards Ethan's position. The air seemed to become thick and heavy, enough to crush ordinary pirates instantly. However, facing this strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, the heavy fruit was indeed interesting. Just wait, and I'll be able to see the meteorites soon. Although he thought this in his mind, on the surface, Ethan merely calmly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. Silently, the surging shockwave and the distorted gravitational field, when they reached a foot away from Ethan's palm, seemed to crash into an absolutely invisible wall. It was as if they were erased by some more fundamental rule, instantly dissipating into nothingness, not even lifting the corner of Ethan's clothing. His pupils constricted. Although he had anticipated this, experiencing this invalidation firsthand was still shocking. He did not retract the momentum of his blade. Instead, using the force to spin around, concentrating all his strength and haki at the tip of his sword. Gravity blade, hell journey. A stronger gravitational field was instantly applied around Ethan, enough to twist steel. At the same time, the staff sword, entwined with top-tier armament haki, pierced directly at Ethan's chest. This was a perfect combination of speed, power, and devil fruit ability. Unfortunately, before the negation, it remained ineffective. Ethan didn't even move his feet. He simply lifted his left hand again, precisely pinching forward with his index and middle fingers. Buzz, the tip of the blade, containing terrifying power and wrapped in pitch-black haki, was casually held steady between his two fingers. All the kinetic energy, haki, and gravitational effects were again completely negated the moment they made contact, vanishing into nothingness. He felt all the force transmitted from the sword, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, disappearing without a trace. He tried to withdraw the staff sword, but found those two fingers to be like the most solid pincers in the universe, unmoving. A huge shock surged in his heart. This was no longer a matter of strength, but a fundamental difference in rules. He decisively abandoned the sword, retreating while tightly clenching his fists, covering them with armament haki, fistbow and meteor. His fists, like dense meteors, carried the terrifying gravity applied locally, smashing towards Ethan like a storm. Each punch was enough to shatter boulders, but now he only sought to push his opponent back half a step. Bang, 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 bang. The dull sounds of impact echoed incessantly. Ethan remained standing in place, even closing his eyes, casually raising his hand to block and swipe. Each seemingly slow movement precisely met Aishing's heavy punches capable of sinking warships, negating all the force, haki, and gravitational effects. The dissipated energy shattered the surrounding rocks, creating a cloud of dust. Yet, at the center of the storm, Ethan's hairstyle remained untouched. After the continuous attacks proved ineffective, Fujitora Aishing suddenly leaped back, creating distance. His chest rose and fell slightly, sweat beading at his forehead. His strongest combination of martial arts and haki with the fruit's ability had failed to even make the opponent move a step. He took a deep breath, inserting the staff, sword back into the ground, slowly raising both hands, his expression becoming incredibly serious. He was about to use his true trump card. This move, please be careful, Fujitora Aishing shouted. His aura suddenly surged to its peak. He did not charge forward again, but deeply embedded the staff, sword into the ground. The glimmer of determination flickered in his still-functioning eyes. The purple halo surrounding him became unprecedentedly thick, viscous, and even emitted a low hum. The sky seemed to darken at that moment. Gravity Blade, Hell Journey, Starfall. Aishing let out a near-roaring shout. His arm muscles bulged, veins on his forehead popping as he pushed the fruit's ability to its limit. Buzz! A sense of overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire desolate rocky area, even spreading to the distant Qinghua port. The sky suddenly changed color. The originally clear sky was violently torn apart by an invisible immense force, pushing the clouds aside. Several massive shadows, burning with fierce flames, were breaking through the atmosphere at astonishing speed, crashing down towards this area. Those were meteorites forcibly pulled from the depths of space by Aishing's terrifying gravity. The sheer number and size far exceeded the scale he usually displayed in battle. Each one carried world-destroying kinetic energy and high temperatures, trailing long tails of fire, as if divine punishment had descended. He actually summoned so many meteorites. Jinbi, watching from a distance, couldn't help but gasp in shock. He instinctively took a defensive stance. Aishing gritted his teeth, blood slowly seeping from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Clearly, using this move was a huge burden for him, but his gaze remained firm, fixed on Ethan, who still stood in place, even looking up at the sky with great interest. With this strike, to defend my belief, Aishing roared in his heart. However, facing this apocalyptic scene, Ethan couldn't help but think, are the meteorites really coming? Then, Ethan simply glanced at them with interest, shook his head lightly, and said, "The momentum is acceptable, but the power is too weak." Ethan didn't even make any obvious defensive or evasive moves. He merely slowly raised his right hand, lightly gripping his fingers towards the roaring meteorite swarm that was about to crash to the ground. There was no earth-shattering energy collision, no dazzling explosion of light. Only an extreme, absolute sense of negation, centered around Ethan, silently and instantly spread throughout the sky. In the next moment, those colossal meteorites, burning with destructive flames, at an altitude of several hundred meters above the ground, were suddenly and completely disintegrated, dissipating like pencil drawings erased from canvas. Without warning, they vanished. It wasn't an explosion, nor was it fragmentation. The very fact of their existence was completely denied. They turned into the finest, almost non-existent basic particles. silently melting into the air as if they had never existed. The sky returned to a deep blue, the clouds slowly flowed back, and sunlight poured down again. If it weren't for the lingering heat in the air and the blinding blood at Aishing's mouth. Chapter 74, announcing the sanctuary of the Blue Nation to the world. The fear and shock of the great pirate Shiverlo, the cataclysmic scene, just now seemed like a mere illusion. How is this possible? Fujitora stood frozen in place, maintaining his hands raised to the sky, as if petrified. His usually steady eyes were now wide open in utter disbelief, filled with shock and confusion that he could not understand or accept. He had exerted all his strength, even at the cost of overextending the calamity he summoned. Yet, it was so effortlessly erased by the opponent. He couldn't even make the opponent move a step or cause a flicker of expression. This kind of power had completely surpassed the realm he could comprehend. This was not a battle. It was like a child facing a towering mountain, filled with helplessness and despair. He had lost utterly, without any suspense. Moreover, the opponent might not have even used 1% of their strength. After a long pause, Fujitora slowly raised his head and looked at Ethan, who had somehow appeared in front of him. His voice was hoarse and dry, trembling slightly. Is this the power you rely on to establish a new order? Ethan calmly looked down at him, his gaze still indifferent. This is just one form of power. True order requires strength, but even more so, it requires will. Ethan said calmly at this moment. Now, what is your answer, Fujitora? Fujitora leaned on his staff, struggling to steady his body that was swaying from exhaustion. After a long time, he breathed heavily, as if he had used all his strength. Then he slowly spoke, his voice hoarse yet filled with a resolute determination. Ethan, your strength is formidable. If you truly possess the will to establish a new order, not just strength, if you can solve the deeply rooted problems of this country, then this life, the strength, will henceforth be at your service, swearing to follow you to the death. This is my condition. Jinbei's expression was solemn. He understood Fujitora's nearly stubborn insistence. This was the final bottom line drawn by an upright man in despair for the justice he upheld. As expected, Fujitora would not yield to power. However, I'm already prepared. I have thought of how to solve the issues of the Blue Nation. Ethan revealed a smile that seemed to anticipate this. Then he casually said, it's simple to solve the problems of this country. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze seemingly crossing a great distance, directed towards the surging sea. Let those who create problems disappear. Ethan, along with Fujitora and Jinbei, flickered a few times and had already returned from the desolate rocky land to the streets of Blue Tile Port. The atmosphere at the port was even more stagnant and panic-stricken than when they left. The once sparse passers-by had vanished, and the shop's doors and windows were tightly shut. In their place were groups of fierce-looking, well-equipped pirates. They were violently kicking down the doors of houses, grabbing hidden residents and questioning them harshly, their faces twisted with cruelty and urgency. Tell us, where's that guy in black? Anyone who dares to touch our paper kite pirate crew is asking for death. Hand over that murderer. Otherwise, I'll burn this street down. The number of pirates was overwhelming, clearly indicating that the main force of the paper kite pirate crew had already landed. They were frantically searching for Ethan's whereabouts. In the center of the port, next to a ship flying a bizarre pirate flag adorned with a paper kite pattern, a tall, thin man dressed in a luxurious feather coat and carrying a slender, curved dagger at his waist was pacing impatiently. He had a grotesque scar running from his forehead to his chin, contorted with rage, making him even more fearsome. He was Shiverlo, the captain of the paper kite pirate crew, with a bounty of 790 million berries. A bunch of useless fools. Haven't you found him yet? Shiverlo roared at his subordinates, his voice sharp. That idiot Balumalu is dead, so what? But anyone who dares to touch me, Shiverlo, is slapping my face. Get that rat out. I want to personally tear him to shreds and hang him in the port for all to see. His roar echoed in the silent port, filled with violence and murderous intent. The surrounding Blue Nation guards watched from a distance, their faces filled with fear, and no one dared to step forward to intervene, not even to approach. At that moment, one of Shiverlo's subordinates suddenly spotted 3 figures slowly walking from the end of the street, especially the man in the middle, wearing a black trench coat and with a calm demeanor. The pirate's pupils constricted, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. His face turned pale as paper, his teeth chattering, trembling as he pointed in that direction. Ship, Captain, there. Shiverlow, in a fit of rage, impatiently followed the direction his subordinate was pointing. What the hell are you talking about? Are you seeing ghosts? His gaze swept over the three approaching figures, first landing on Fujitora and Jinbei with a cold snort. Fujitora, you are indeed in cahoots with the murderer, and you, blue-skinned fatso. His curse abruptly halted, because his gaze finally landed on the young man in black in the middle. That face. Recent headlines from the World Economic News flashed like lightning in his mind. Shocking. The new world hegemony changes hands? Ethan single-handedly defeats the three calamities. The tide of a new era. Ethan defeats the three calamities and four admirals, challenging the authority of the four emperors. Stunning upheaval. Navy hero Garp suffers a crushing defeat in the new world. The five emperors. Ethan wins with one blow. The newspaper featured a blurry, yet unforgettable cold profile. It perfectly matched the man before him, who slowly raised his head and looked at him with deep, abyss-like eyes, calm enough to suffocate. In an instant, Shiverlow felt a bone-chilling fear shoot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze. All his anger, arrogance, and brutality deflated like a burst balloon, leaving only boundless horror and chilling despair. F5. Five Emperors. Ethan. Shiverlow's voice twisted and contorted, filled with unbelievable terror, sharp and almost unrecognizable as human speech. His enormous bounty and notorious reputation lost all meaning in that moment. Before the terrifying presence that had successively defeated the four Emperor's officials and faced down the legendary Navy hero Garp, he felt as insignificant as an ant. How could he be here? That monster who killed the celestial dragons and stirred up the entire new world. How could he appear in a small place like the Blue Nation?